Look at you useless ninja. Sakura Haruno's sarcasm pierced like a kunai. You can't even perform a clone technique. Are you Sasuke Uchiha's little brother? Shinran looked up and instinctively replied yeah. What's wrong? The moment he answered, all the classmates around burst into laughter. Sakura Haruno put her hands on her hips, her pink hair glaring under the sunlight. Look at Sasuke, a genius ninja, and what's most important is that he's handsome. You're nothing but handsome. Shinran. How did that sound like a compliment? What's the difference between you and the dead last Naruto Uzumaki? Sakura grew more excited. You couldn't be Naruto Uzumaki's little brother, could you? Naruto. A flash of orange shot over from afar. Sakura. Sakura, you finally called me. Have you decided to give up on Sasuke and pursue me instead? Sakura rolled her eyes. No. Because you're not handsome enough and your strength is still lacking, utterly useless. She glanced at Shinran. You and Uchiha Shinran could be brothers. Naruto. Behind the crowd, Uchiha Sasuke leaned against a tree trunk, his black eyes coldly sweeping over the scene. His younger brother being mocked, his face showed no expression. What he thought was, why didn't Itachi Uchiha kill two of them? One being him, Uchiha Sasuke. And Uchiha Shinran. Revenge. I must kill that man. As for Shinran. Sasuke's gaze fell on the bewildered boy. He thought, forget it, let him live an ordinary life. These matters don't need his involvement. Everyone back to the training ground. Iroha Sensei's voice boomed, real combat sparring begins. Students rushed to the training ground. First group. Iroha glanced at the list, Uchiha Sasuke versus Uchiha Shinran. The whole place fell silent for a second. Then erupted into louder commotion. Brothers fighting. Genius versus dead last. This is a no-brainer. The two class beauties Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka started competing. Ino, don't fight me for Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha is mine. That's my Sasuke Uchiha. They ended up in a scuffle, neither giving in, both wanting to claim Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki watched Sakura, jealous of her affection for Uchiha Sasuke, vowing to make Sasuke pay. How dare he compete for his woman? Uchiha Shinran stood in the center of the field looking at the black-haired boy about his height across from him. Uchiha Sasuke was his biological brother. And he, Uchiha Shinran, the original body, was Sasuke's younger brother, a character that didn't exist in the original story. For 10 years he had thought he had failed in his transmigration. Martial arts failed, ninjutsu failed, couldn't even perform a clone technique. Mocked every day as the Uchiha failure, living like a background character. Until today. Shinran. Sasuke spoke, his tone as flat as if discussing the weather. Your brother. Give up. Shinran clenched his fists. Give up. 10 years. He had been called a failure for 10 years. At this point in the original story, Sasuke hadn't unlocked his power yet, but he still couldn't even block a single move. Brother. He looked up, his voice unexpectedly calm. I won't give up. Sasuke's brow twitched. I will defeat you. Shinran said each word deliberately. Everyone says I'm not as good as you, I don't accept it. I will surpass you. As for the clan's revenge, he paused, meeting Sasuke's eyes. I will take care of it. Sasuke was stunned. These words from a failure who couldn't even use a clone technique. Then he'll give you a chance. Sasuke moved. Shinran couldn't even see his movements. The kunai had just been raised when a heavy blow landed on his abdomen, sending him flying to the ground. It hurt. It really hurt. Before his vision blurred, he heard Sasuke's voice, very soft, as if afraid of being heard. A little brother should act like one. Leave these matters to me. Then blackness. Darkness. Then light. Shinran felt himself floating in a chaos, countless images flashing through his mind like a movie, an office building. Computer screen. Coffee at 3 in the morning. A colleague laughing with a beer bottle. Only see that beauty. Dare you ask for her number? I'll go. Who's afraid? Then the street. Neon lights. A girl smiling and nodding at him. He rushed over excitedly. Hello, did you call me? The girl looked confused. Who are you? Do I know you? Behind him the colleague's laughter exploded. Then. Blinding headlights. Sharp screech of brakes. The feeling of weightlessness as his body was thrown into the air. I was hit by a car. No. This was his memory before transmigration. Zinran's eyes snapped open. What he saw was a clear blue sky and a pale face leaning extremely close. Ah. He almost fainted again. The face stepped back half a step, revealing white pupils and light purple short hair. Hinata Hyūga was blushing and whispering, Zinrankin, you're awake. That's great. Another hand reached over, holding a mirror. Sakura Haruno's voice rang out. Uchiha Shinran. Look at your eyes. Shinran instinctively looked into the mirror. In the mirror was a boy's face, black hair and black eyes, bearing a 70 resemblance to Sasuke. But now in those black eyes, one pupil had turned crimson with a black tomo floating in the center. Sharingan. Onetamo Sharingan. Shinran opened his mouth, his mind blank. He wasn't a genius. In the past 10 years he had witnessed his parents and clansmen die tragically yet couldn't even use taijutsu properly. A failure who couldn't even use a clone technique. And now he had awakened the Sharingan. The surroundings exploded into chaos. Sharingan. The dead last awakened the Sharingan. How is that possible? He's only 10. Earlier than Sasuke. Sasuke pushed through the crowd grabbing Zinran's shoulder. Let me see. His eyes were extremely complex, shock, jealousy and a hint of deeply hidden relief. How could it be? His own brother awakened the bloodline limit earlier than him. Could it be that blow just now? At that moment a mechanical voice rang in Zinran's ears. Ding. Congratulations host on awakening your past life memories. The many children many blessings system has been bound successfully. Shinran. Detected host as a member of the Uchiha clan. System auto-adapting. Ding. The Uchiha clan's population is dwindling. The host needs to marry many wives and have many children to revive the clan. Ding. The more children you have the more rewards you get. The stronger the children the stronger the rewards. Newbie mission graduate as a perfect ninja achieving second place in the grade. Mission reward complete set of make out paradise chakra extraction method beginner failure penalty Sharingan permanently sealed reverting to dead last. Shinran. A medical Drenmani blessings system. Marry and have children. Revive the Uchiha clan. He unconsciously looked around. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka were pulling each other's hair over who Sasuke belongs to. Hinata was blushing and stealing glances at him, nearly fainting when their eyes met. A few girls in the distance were discussing the latest nail polish color. He was only 10. Ding. Host's personal interface has been generated. You may view it at any time with your mind. Shinran took a deep breath, suppressing the ridiculous thoughts, and focused. A translucent blue screen unfolded before his eyes. Host Uchiha Shinran age 10 bloodline limit Onetamo Sharingan both eyes chakra nature fire when not activated learn ninjutsu none taijutsu rating E fail shurikenjutsu E fail written exam B mid-grade overall assessment bottom of grade second last special ability Sharingan Onetamo greatly enhanced dynamic vision can track high-speed movement. Ability copy can copy observed ninjutsu and taijutsu limited to crank and below. Once per day. Exceeding limit will cause mental backlash and chakra disorder. Ability insight can see through simple genjutsu and chakra flow. System note: so what if you're a dead last? With the system you can turn the tables in just 30 days. 30 days. From bottom of the grade to second place. Shinran slowly got up from the ground, brushing the dust off his clothes. The pain in his abdomen was still there, but something hotter was burning in his chest. He raised his head, looked at the complex-faced Sasuke across from him and grinned, showing a smile completely different from his previous timid self. Brother. Sasuke was taken aback. Thanks for that punch just now. Shinran pointed at his own crimson right eye. Thanks to you it seems. I've unlocked something incredible. His gaze swept across the training ground. The shocked Irika, the dumbfounded classmates, the slightly twisted face of the jealous Sasuke, and further away, the blonde-haired Naruto Uzumaki pointing and shouting. The world of Naruto. The orphan of the Uchiha clan. Deep blood feud and the absurd many children many blessings mission. The former office worker Lee Mo was dead. The current failure Uchiha Shinran had also awakened his memories from that punch just now. Now standing here was the one with 2 lifetimes of memories, a pair of Sharingan and a ridiculous system ready to turn this school upside down in 30 days. Uchiha Shinran. Iruka sensei, he turned to the still stunned Chunin teacher, his voice clear, spreading across the silent training ground. I lost that match just now. But, he paused, his crimson right eye slowly turning, locking onto the cold-faced Uchiha Sasuke. Before the graduation exam I will defeat him. The second place position in taking it. Countdown 30 days 0 hours 0 minutes. Mission status in progress. He stared at Zinran's bloodshot right eye, his gaze so complex it was almost impossible to decipher, but eventually it coalesced into a sharp, almost piercing mockery. Sharingan. Sasuke's voice was cold, carrying the undisguised arrogance of youth. The dead last has more luck than skill. Shinran slowly stood up. The pain in his abdomen still lingered, but he stood straight. The cautiousness of his former life as a corporate slave had been shattered by that punch and the ensuing flood of memories replaced by a sharp edge of reckless abandon. He looked at Sasuke, then suddenly curled his lips. Brother, he said, his tone unreadable. Thanks for that punch. This made Sasuke frown even more. He looked at this familiar younger brother who now seemed somewhat foreign. The Uchiha Shinran who used to only lower his head in silence after being hit, whose eyes would dodge, was now looking back at him with a bloodshot eye, calm and composed, even with a hint of a smile. That smile made Sasuke extremely uncomfortable. Playing tricks. Sasuke turned his face away, his tone turning cold again. What use is having a Sharingan? A waste is still a waste. Sasuke. Iruka sensei's voice cut in with clear disapproval. How can you say that to your own younger brother? Sasuke didn't respond, just turned sideways, leaving a cold silhouette to everyone. Iruka shook his head, turned to Shinran, his expression softening. Shinran, how are you feeling? Need to go to the infirmary. No need, Iruka sensei. Shinran shook his head, the crimson in his right eye slowly fading back to ordinary black. He could feel that maintaining this eye consumed chakra and mental energy. At his current level he couldn't sustain it. Alright, Irika clapped his hands, bringing everyone's attention back. Practice combat continues. The match just now, Uchiha Sasuke wins.
Uchiha Shinran, he paused, scanning the crowd. You need to fight another round.
Uchiha Shinran, you need to fight another round. How about you and Iruka Sensei? Iruka Sensei.
A figure in orange shot into the field like a cannonball.
Naruto Uzumaki pointed at Sasuke, spittle nearly hitting Irika's face. I want to challenge Uchiha Sasuke. He's my real opponent. I don't want to fight someone like Shinran.
He faltered, unable to think of a strong insult, finally blurted out, I don't want to fight a dead last.
I don't want to fight a dead last.
Low laughter rippled through the crowd. Irika's mouth twitched, he took a deep breath. Naruto, the match order is decided by draw, not by who you want to challenge.
Then let's draw. Naruto stiffened his neck. Anyway, I don't want to fight Shinran. I want to fight Sasuke. Fine.
Irika seemed tired of arguing with the brat and directly took out a small wooden box from his pocket.
Then we'll draw lots to decide opponents. Fine.
Irika seemed tired of arguing with the brat and directly took out a small wooden box from his pocket.
Then we'll draw lots to decide opponents. There are 17 students in total. Those who draw the same number will be opponents.
He cleared his throat and began calling names. One by one, Shinran listened quietly.
Familiar names: Haruno, Sakura, Hyūga, Hinata, Naruto, Shikamaru, Uchiha, Sasuke, Yamanaka, Ino, Akimichi, Choji, Inazuka, Kiba, Aburame, Shino, Hashimoto, Kana, Senbon, Gohan, Kinomoto, Natsum, Kazama, Tsukikage. And Uzumaki, Naruto and himself. Come up to draw.
Irika placed the wooden box in the center of the field.
Uchiha Sasuke moved first.
His footsteps were silent, his speed extremely fast, and almost before anyone could see his movements a bamboo slip was already in his hand.
He glanced at it and stepped back expressionlessly.
Naruto Uzumaki followed closely, shouting noisily as he rushed up and grabbed the slip randomly.
It was Zinran's turn.
He stepped forward, reached into the box. His fingertips touched the cool bamboo slips and he drew one casually.
Number 7. He looked up, his gaze moving imperceptibly across the crowd.
Naruto Shikamaru was yawning, stuffing the slip he drew into his ninja tool pouch, muttering troublesome, probably already planning how to quickly forfeit and save energy.
Haruno, Sakura and Yamanaka Ino's eyes were glued to Sasuke.
The two pretended to look elsewhere while using their peripheral vision to compete with each other, cheeks flushed.
Naruto Uzumaki was the complete opposite.
His eyes were bright as light bulbs, staring fixedly at Haruno Sakura, completely unaware that the slip in his hand was almost crushed.
And Hyūga Hinata. Zinran's eyes met those pure white eyes for a moment.
The girl was like a startled rabbit, suddenly lowering her head, her light purple hair covering her reddened ears and neck. But the enhanced dynamic vision brought by Zinran's Sharingan, though closed, now seemed to have some residual effect. He clearly saw that before lowering her head, Hinata's gaze quickly swept between him and Naruto.
Shinran.
He withdrew his gaze.
Never mind, it's not important. Everyone drawn. Everyone drawn. Irika saw that everyone had taken a slip.
Now according to the numbers drawn, number 1 versus number 20, number 2 versus number 19, and so on.
Call out your numbers. Voices of reporting numbers rang out in the training ground. 3. 18. 11. 10. Irika listened while quickly recording matches on a writing board.
Uchiha Sasuke. Irika looked up, his voice not loud but instantly silencing the training ground.
Your number.
Sasuke raised his hand, the bamboo slip pinched between his fingers. His voice was cold. 1.
Irika nodded, his gaze turning to the crowd, who is 20. A brief silence.
Then a voice tinged with tears, as thin as a mosquito, sounded at its knee.
Everyone followed the sound.
It was the boy named Tsukikage, thin and small, his face pale, the hand holding the bamboo slip trembling.
Meeting Sasuke's indifferent gaze, his legs went weak and he almost sat down. Wow. Sympathetic sighs rose from the crowd. Sasuke versus Tsukikage. The outcome was without suspense. Next group, Irika continued. Uchiha Shinran, your number. 7. Shinran raised his bamboo slip. 7 versus 14. Irika looked at the crowd. Who is 14? It's me. A crisp female voice sounded.
The crowd parted and a girl stepped out.
She was slightly taller than Shinran, with deep brown hair tied into a neat ponytail.
Her features weren't particularly beautiful, but her eyes were bright. She twirled an unsharpened training kunai in her hand with practiced ease.
Hashimoto Kanna. Shinran remembered her.
In the class, her taijutsu and shuriken throwing scores were always good, and her mastery of the 3 basic techniques was more solid than most boys.
She was one of those students who didn't show off but had above-average combat ability. Uchiha Shinran versus Hashimoto Kanna.
Irika wrote it down on the board, then looked up at Shinran with a somewhat complex gaze, but finally just said, prepare.
Third match, go on stage.
Hashimoto Kanna walked to the opposite side of Shinran, looked him up and down, and curled her lips into a smile that was not exactly friendly but not hostile either. The dead last of the Uchiha family.
Lucky you drawing me.
She twirled the kunai in her hand.
Don't worry, you'll go easy on you.
After all, you just got beaten by your brother and opened up.
A rather special eye. Don't worry, you'll go easy on you.
After all, you just got beaten by your brother and opened up.
A rather special eye.
These words sounded like comfort, but combined with her scrutinizing and slightly eager look, the provocation was clear.
Shinran didn't speak, just looked at her calmly.
In his mind, the system panel silently appeared, the 30-day countdown ticking away second by second.
Countdown: 29 days 23 hours 58 minutes. Task: second in grade. Current opponent Hashimoto Kana Taijutsu Kunai Yūhi. 3 basic techniques. C theory B. Overall rating mid-tier grade. Suggestion: use Sharingan's dynamic vision to predict actions, find openings. Avoid direct taijutsu confrontation.
Warning: hosts current taijutsu rating E. Frontal engagement win rate below 10. Warning: hosts current taijutsu rating E. Frontal engagement win rate below 10.
Third match: Uchiha Shinran vs. Hashimoto Kana on stage. Irika's voice rang out.
Hashimoto Kana put away her smile, reversed her grip on the training kunai and assumed a standard starting stance, her eyes becoming focused. Hashimoto Kana put away her smile, reversed her grip on the training kunai and assumed a standard starting stance, her eyes becoming focused. Shinran slowly took a breath and stepped forward. The dull pain in his abdomen was still there, and deep in his right eye a heat seemed to pulse faintly. The comeback of the dead last starting from this match officially begins.
First match: Uchiha Sasuke wins.
Irika's voice fell and Sasuke had already turned and walked off the field with an impassive expression, as if he had merely flicked off some dust. Naruto was still lying at the edge of the field, his face buried in the dirt. He pounded the ground with his fists, muttering indistinctly, "Damn it.
Next time for sure."
The crowd buzzed with murmurs, their gazes unconsciously drifting toward the tree where Uchiha Shinran stood, his expression calm. That crimson right eye had already reverted to black, but the scene just now, the useless Uchiha Shinran had actually awakened the Sharingan, still left many in disbelief.
Silence. Irika clapped his hands. Second match: Uchiha Shinran vs. Chao Benhuanai. Both contestants, take your positions.
Chao Benhuanai was already waiting at one side of the field. She twirled her training kunai with a graceful flourish, her deep brown ponytail swaying gently behind her. Her eyes were bright, filled with undisguised scrutiny and a hint of
eager anticipation.
The dead last of the Uchiha clan. She walked onto the field and stopped 5 meters opposite Shinran, a smirk curling at the corner of her mouth.
Lucky draw getting you right after you just awakened, your eyes not in peak condition.
But she paused, gripping the kunai in a reverse hold and adopting a starting stance. I'll make sure you lose without too much embarrassment. The confidence in her words and the faint trace of disdain were unmistakable. A few low chuckles sounded around them as many seemed to agree with her assessment. A dead last who had just been beaten down by his own brother and barely awakened his eyes, how much combat ability could he have? Shinran said nothing, only slowly stepped forward. The dull ache in his abdomen persisted, but more distinct was the subtle heat flowing deep within his right eye and the countdown in his mind.
Countdown: 29 days 23 hours 12 minutes. Current opponent Chao Benhuanai. Taijutsu weaponry. C3 basic techniques. C theory B. Warning: hosts current taijutsu rating is E. Frontal combat win rate below 10. Recommend using Sharingan's dynamic vision to find openings and strike decisively.
Irika looked at the two, raising his hand. Both of you formed the seal of confrontation. Shinran and Chao Benhuanai formed the seal as instructed. Huanai's gaze sharpened, her body leaning slightly forward like a coiled leopard ready to spring.
Begin.
Before the words fully faded, Huanai moved. Her movements were far quicker than those of the ordinary students earlier. Her steps interlaced, her form like the wind covering the 5-meter distance almost instantly. The training kunai turned into a gray blur in her hand, thrusting straight at Shinran's left shoulder, clearly holding back, avoiding a vital area. In the eyes of the surrounding students, this strike was fast, precise and steady, a textbook opening move.
With Shinran's usual taijutsu level, he would never evade it.
But Shinran merely sidestepped slightly.
The motion was minimal, almost lazy.
The blade of the kunai grazed past his clothes, stirring a faint breeze.
Huanai's pupils contracted.
As the thrust missed, she twisted her wrist, turning the kunai into a horizontal slash aimed at Shinran's waist and abdomen.
The transition was swift, the flow smooth, showcasing solid fundamentals. Shinran stepped back half a pace. Again, by a hair's breadth, the kunai missed. Huanai's brows furrowed. Once could be coincidence, twice.
She shifted her footing, pivoted her body and used the momentum to execute a low sweep aimed at Shinran's legs, while at the same time the kunai came from a tricky angle, slashing upward to block any possible retreat. The assault suddenly turned fierce. A few gasps sounded from the sidelines. Huanai had clearly gotten serious. This combo was one of her training killer moves, combining speed and power. Yet Shinran merely shifted half a step to the left, letting the sweep pass by with a hair's breadth while tilting his neck back so that the tip of the kunai almost grazed his chin. He even had the leisure to raise his left hand and lightly tap Huanai's wrist, which was slightly off balance from the overextended attack. Pat. The sound was soft, but in the suddenly quiet training ground it was clearly audible.
Huanai leaped backward, landing 3 meters away, a faint numbness in the wrist that held the kunai.
She stared hard at Shinran, the disdain and eagerness in her eyes completely gone, replaced by shock and disbelief.
Those moves just now. He had dodged too easily.
So easily it was as if he had foreseen all her actions in advance. That casual, unhurried evasion even gave her the absurd illusion that she wasn't fighting a dead last but performing a choreographed routine.
No, it wasn't an illusion. It was the eyes. Huanai's gaze fell on Shinran's right eye.
At some point the pupil of that eye had once again turned crimson.
A single black tomo slowly rotated within it. The Sharingan. So this is it. Huanai took a breath, gripping the kunai tighter, her knuckles whitening. This is the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. Dynamic vision. Predicting movements. Shinran did not answer.
He just stood still, his crimson right eye locked onto Huanai. In her field of vision the opponent's chakra flow, subtle muscle tension shifts in center of gravity.
All transformed into faintly visible trajectories.
The world seemed to slow down, every move became traceable.
This was the power of the Sharingan. Even at one tomo its enhancement to taijutsu in basic weaponry combat was revolutionary. Don't get too cocky. Huanai shouted, reaching both hands to the weapon pouch at her lower back.
The next moment 4 shuriken hurled through the air, striking at Shinran's upper, middle and lower paths, while the last one curved in an arc, sealing off his lateral movement.
A standard weapon throwing technique covering a wide area.
From the sidelines many students gasped. Such a throwing technique was already at the level of the Chunin exam.
Shinran moved.
This time he didn't evade with small steps, instead he suddenly charged forward.
His body twisted and weaved through the gaps between the 4 shuriken with an eerie fluidity like a boneless fish.
2 shuriken grazed past his hair and the hem of his clothes, embedding into the dirt behind him. The third he dodged by tilting his head. As the fourth curved in he was already within 2 meters of Huanai.
So fast. Huanai's heart tightened, but her reaction was swift.
She held the kunai horizontally before her chest, thrusting straight at Shinran's face to try to create distance. Shinran raised his left hand, fingers spread and precisely grasped toward her wrist. Huanai dipped her wrist, turning the thrust into a slash aimed at Shinran's fingers. But Shinran's hand seemed to have anticipated the move, closing his fingers firmly around her wrist.
What?
Huanai tried to break free but found his grip as strong as iron pincers. She raised her left knee, driving it hard toward Shinran's abdomen. Shinran pressed down with his right hand, blocking her knee while using the momentum of his forward charge to lean his shoulder into her.
Thud. A dull impact. Huanai felt a surge of force sending her stumbling backward uncontrollably, the hand holding the kunai involuntarily releasing it.
The training kunai clattered to the ground. Shinran released his grip, leaped back lightly, creating a 2-meter distance, and watched her calmly. In his crimson right eye the tomo rotated slowly, utterly unruffled.
The entire training ground fell into dead silence.
From start to finish only a dozen seconds had passed. The storm of taijutsu and weapon attacks from Chao Ben Huanai had been completely neutralized by Uchiha Shinran in an almost mocking manner.
That final close-quarters grapple and shoulder strike were simple, efficient and even. Somewhat casual. How is this possible? Haruno Sakura covered her mouth, her eyes wide as saucers. Beside her Yamanaka Ino also gaped, speechless. Whoa!
Uzumaki Naruto had already scrambled to his feet, dirt still on his face, but his eyes were blazing as he pumped his fists vigorously.
Shinran! Awesome! That's the way! Great hit!
Hyūga Hinata clenched her hands tightly in front of her chest, her pure white eyes fixed unblinkingly on the black-haired boy in the field.
Her cheeks flushed with excitement and her lips silently moved as if uttering something. Nara Shikamaru yawned and muttered, troublesome. Looks like it won't be so easy to slack off from now on. Aburain Shino pushed up his sunglasses and remained silent. Inazuka Kiba hugged his Akamaru and let out an excited "awoo."
Akimichi Choji crunched on potato chips, mumbling, so amazing. Uchiha Sasuke, leaning against the tree at the farthest edge, unconsciously tightened his fingers on his crossed arms. He looked at that crimson Sharingan in the field, then at his younger brother's overly calm face.
His dark eyes churned with complex emotions, shock, confusion and a sharp, forcibly suppressed envy. Why?
Could this dead-last younger brother awaken his eyes so early? And use the Sharingan to this extent? In the field Huanai steadied herself, her face alternating between red and pale. She looked at the kunai on the ground, then at Shinran standing calmly a few steps away, and bit her lip.
She took a deep breath, her voice a little dry. I concede. Irika gave Shinran a long deep look before raising his hand. Second match Uchiha Shinran wins. After a brief silence the training ground erupted. He won. That dead last one. Huanai lost. Her taijutsu is among the top in the class. It's the Sharingan. He awakened the Sharingan. Is it that powerful once awakened? The Uchiha bloodline limit is so broken.
The crimson in Shinran's right eye slowly faded, reverting to black. He ignored the surrounding chatter, bent down to pick up Huanai's fallen training kunai, walked over to her and handed it over. Huanai hesitated for a moment, then took the kunai, her fingertips accidentally brushing against Shinran's hand. She jerked her hand back as if burned, her face turning crimson. She averted her gaze, her voice as faint as a mosquito. Thank you.
You're welcome. Shinran smiled and turned to walk toward the sidelines. He could feel the complex gaze on his back as well as countless stares of shock, envy or curiosity from around him. Ding. Battle concluded. Host has defeated opponent Chao Ben Huanai, overall rating C with absolute superiority. Battle evaluation: A utilized bloodline limit to perfectly suppress clear tactics, performance exceeded expectations. Reward obtained: minor permanent improvement in chakra refining efficiency.
Potential spouse Xiao Benhuanai affection update 2010038100 shock curiosity slight reluctance.
Ding. Detected host's first actual combat victory unlocking hidden achievement beginning of the comeback. Reward fragment of basic taijutsu insights Uchiha style granted. Host may comprehend during rest.
A warm current quietly surged into his body seemingly sharpening his perception and control of chakra by a fraction. At the same time fragmented images and information about power techniques footwork and movement surfaced in his mind. The feeling of growing stronger was so clear. Shinran walked to the tree and leaned back in his original spot. Naruto rushed over slapping his shoulder vigorously and shouting Shinran.
When did you get so strong? Those moves just now were so cool. Way cooler than that Sasuke guy. Sasuke's cold gaze swept over. Naruto immediately shrank his neck but still glared back defiantly. Iruka Sensei was already calling out the next match third match Narashikamaru vs Hyūga Hinata. Both contestants prepare.
Shinran's gaze fell on the wide-eyed girl who was lowering her head her fingers nervously twisting together.
Hyūga Hinata. Affection 70,100.
The corner of his mouth curved almost imperceptibly. And in a corner beyond his line of sight Xiao Benhuanai gripped the training kunai her gaze involuntarily following the black-clad figure walking toward the tree. The slight warmth from that brief touch seemed to linger on her fingertips and her heartbeat was chaotic.
Countdown 29 days 22 hours 45 minutes. Mission second in grade. Current progress first battle 1. Next objective observe potential opponents formulate targeted training plan.
Iruka Sensei glanced at the battle roster in his hand raised an eyebrow but still announced in a loud voice match 3 Narashikamaru vs.
Hyūga Hinata. Both contestants enter the field. Shikamaru shuffled lazily into the arena looking as if he had just woken up. Across from him Hyūga Hinata stood with her head bowed fingers nervously twisting together.
Her light purple bangs partially obscured her face revealing only the tips of her ears which were flushed with a distinct crimson.
Hey, you're a Hyūga, aren't you?
Shikamaru's voice was languid but carried a hint of seriousness.
Then activate your Byakugan and let us see.
He stared at the girl whose head drooped lower and lower, his brow furrowing deeper.
Don't you know how to activate the Byakugan? No response. Hinata's head sank even lower, her shoulders shrinking inward.
This is a match. Shikamaru scratched his messy golden hair inside. Don't always keep your head down like this, can't you even look at me?
He paused suddenly noticing two small dark wet spots on the ground before Hinata's toes. Oh. Crying. Shikamaru immediately raised both hands and took a half step back. Fine, I give up. I surrender, all right.
Women really are troublesome.
He turned and waved to Iruka at the edge of the field. Sensei, I concede. It's just a practical exercise, not an exam. Fighting is too much trouble.
With that he really did stuff his hands in his pockets and leisurely walked off the field.
The entire arena fell silent for a moment. Nara Shikamaru.
Iruka's voice carried a tone of exasperated disappointment.
You brat. Surrendering before even fighting. Shikamaru didn't look back, merely waving lazily. I can't win.
Women are terrifying creatures, I'm most afraid of seeing them cry. Winning brings no benefit, losing is even more troublesome.
Better to surrender. Iruka's mouth twitched as he watched Shikamaru's nonchalant retreating figure finally managing to choke out. Ah. Match 4 Hyūga Hinata wins. Hinata stood dazed in place at a loss. She had won, but she hadn't done anything.
Tears inexplicably spilled down her cheeks, not from sorrow nor from joy but from an indescribable tension and fear mingled with a peculiar emotion upon witnessing someone else's victory overwhelming her control. She frantically wiped at her tears with the back of her hand but they only fell faster like pearls rolling down her fair cheeks, catching the sunlight and refracting into tiny glimmers.
Ding. Detected intense emotional fluctuation in Hyūga Hinata. Current affection 70,100.
Emotional state intense shyness, confusion, helplessness. Optimal strategy for the host to increase affection: take the initiative to show concern, provide a sense of security. Expected reward issued based on the effectiveness of comfort and the degree of affection increase.
Shinran leaned against a tree watching the slender fragile figure sobbing alone in the middle of the arena.
Her blue hair was slightly mussed, clinging to her flushed cheeks. Her white eyes were misty with tears, her long wet lashes trembling. She stood there like a lily drenched by a sudden storm, shivering, breathtakingly beautiful and heartbreakingly fragile.
A knight rescuing a damsel in distress.
The protective instinct of his past life as an adult man stirred inappropriately in Zinran's heart. Though there was no danger at the moment, the opportunity seemed promising. He straightened up and under the gaze of countless eyes walked step by step toward Hinata in the center of the arena. The murmurs around him seemed to fade, or perhaps he simply blocked them out. His gaze was fixed solely on the crying girl.
Hinata sensed someone approaching carrying a familiar yet heart-fluttering aura.
She looked up through tear-blurred eyes and then froze completely.
Uchiha Shinran. The Zenrenkin who had just defeated Shaoben Huannai in an astonishing manner and awakened the Sharingan.
The distance grew closer.
3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter.
Shinran stopped before her, looking down slightly. He was half a head taller than her. At this distance she could clearly see his black eyes, his straight nose and the calm expression on his face, so different from his usual timidity. Hinata forgot to cry, forgot to move, forgot to breathe. Her heart suddenly lost control, pounding wildly in her chest, making her eardrums roar. Her cheeks burned and blood seemed to rush to her head. Shinran reached out, his movements very gentle, his fingertips brushing her trembling shoulder. Boom! Hinata felt a powerful electric current surge from the touched spot through her entire body. Her mind went completely blank and all her shyness, panic and helplessness overwhelmed her like a tsunami. She wanted to dodge, but her body was pinned to the spot. She wanted to say something, but her throat could make no sound. Her vision began to blur, the world spinning. Just before she lost consciousness she only saw Zinran's eyes widen slightly and his arm reaching toward her. Then darkness gently enveloped her.
Shinran was quick as lightning.
The moment Hinata collapsed he stepped forward, swept his arm around and steadily caught the girl's light warm body in his embrace. Warm fragrance and soft jade filled his arms instantly. The clean sweet scent of a young girl drifted into his nostrils and the softness and slight trembling of her body in his arms were so distinct. Shinran himself was a bit stunned. This development had exceeded his expectations.
Ding! First intimate contact with Hyūga Hinata, Princess Carry achieved. Hyūga Hinata's affection 30. Current affection 100,100. Affection level increased. Acquaintance secret crush level 10400. First achievement of the secret crush level. Reward distribution in progress. Obtained Fireball Jutsu, Proficient Substitution Jutsu, Mastered Clone Jutsu, Mastered Taijutsu Techniques, Uchiha Style, Basic Fused. Chakra volume increased. Kakashi level 1 segment, Kakashi level 3 segments. Tip: each level up of affection level secret crush devotion true love will grant generous rewards. Please keep up the good work, host. A torrent of warmth far more vast and pure than what he had felt after defeating Xiaoben Huannai surged into Zinran's body, rapidly flowing through his limbs and bones. His perception and control of chakra instantly leaped to a new level. At the same time the hand seal sequence for Fireball Jutsu, the nature transformation of chakra, the spitting technique as well as the various subtle applications of the substitution and clone jutsu and the power generation secrets of the basic Uchiha Taijutsu were all imprinted clearly in his mind like a brand. The sensation of surging power nearly made Shinran sigh with pleasure. This system, though its goal was absurd, the rewards were truly delightful. Hey! Let her go. A voice filled with undisguised hostility and mockery interrupted Zinran's thoughts. Shinran looked up. A tall thin boy with short brown hair walked over. It was Qianben. He crossed his arms, a sneer of undisguised contempt on his face. His gaze swept between Shinran and the unconscious Hinata in his arms, finally settling on Zinran's face. Uchiha Shinran, Qianben scoffed. After beating a woman you've forgotten your place. You think you can lay a finger on the young lady of the Hyūga clan? He looked Shinran up and down, his gaze lingering especially on Zinran's slightly disheveled clothes from the previous fight, and catching Hinata, his tone growing more caustic. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? A dead last who only awakened his eyes by sheer luck. Do you really think you can rise to the top overnight? The air around them instantly fell silent, all eyes turning to the pair. Inazuka Kiba frowned. Aburame Shino adjusted his glasses and Nara Shikamaru yawned but still cast a glance their way. Further away Xiaoben Huannai, who had just won her match, tightened her grip on her kunai. Haruno, Sakura and Yamanaka Ino also stopped their argument about Sasuke and looked over. Shinran stood upright holding Hinata.
He did not immediately retort but simply looked calmly at Qianben, his black eyes unfathomably deep. Qianben. Shinran spoke, his voice low but clearly audible across the quiet arena.
You just said a woman. Qianben raised his chin. What did I say? Something wrong? No matter how strong Xiaoben Huannai is, she's still a woman.
You, a man, struggled so hard to beat a woman and in the end you only won by relying on the eyes you awakened through sheer luck.
Do you really think you have the right to be proud?
He pointed at Hinata in Zinran's arms and sneered maliciously. When it's my turn I'll show you what true strength is.
I'll make you
wish you were dead. The last 4 words were spoken in a low voice but their ferocity was undiminished.
Gasps rang out from the sidelines.
This was already a blatant threat. Iroka Sensei's face darkened and he was about to speak up to stop it. But Shinran suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, even a little casual, but combined with the scene of him holding the unconscious girl in his arms and his black eyes which had just faded from scarlet but seemed to have settled deeper, it inexplicably gave Qianben a jolt.
All right. Shinran nodded, his tone as relaxed as if discussing the weather. I'm waiting.
He no longer looked at Qianben's instantly sour expression but lowered his head to gaze at Hinata, who was slowly regaining consciousness in his arms. Hinata's long lashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. As her vision focused, the first thing she saw was Zinran's sharp jawline followed by his deep black eyes which were looking down at her. The distance was so close that she could count his eyelashes. She could even feel the faint warmth of his breath. Boom! Her cheeks, which had just cooled, flushed crimson again. Hinata let out a startled cry and scrambled to break free from Zinran's arms, but because her body was weak she almost slipped again. Shinran tightened his arms slightly to steady her, then slowly released her, allowing her to stand on her own. The one hand still hovered lightly near her. Be careful.
Thank you. Zinranken.
Hinata's voice was as faint as a mosquito's, her head nearly buried in her chest.
She dared not meet anyone's gaze, especially Qianben's mocking sneer. You're welcome. Shinran let go and took a half step back, giving her some space. Ding. Hyūga Hinata's affection 5 current affection 105,100 secret crush level 1. Ahem.
Iroka Sensei coughed heavily, breaking the subtle intense atmosphere. Personal grudges settle them on the field.
Next match, Yamanaka Ino vs. Haruno Sakura. Both contestants enter.
Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino exchanged a glance, both seeing in the other's eyes the shock at the earlier conflict and intense curiosity about Zinran's sudden transformation. But upon hearing their names, the two immediately turned their attention back to each other, fighting spirit igniting in their eyes.
Ino pig. This time I'm definitely going to beat you. Haruno Sakura with the big forehead. Sasuke-kun is mine. Yamanaka Ino shot back without backing down.
The two strode aggressively toward the arena, but as they passed by Shinran, they both involuntarily slowed down and stole a glance at him.
Shinran paid them no attention.
His gaze swept past the taunting Chanbin, past the classmates with varied expressions, and finally locked onto Uchiha Sasuke, who was standing under a distant tree. Sasuke, arms crossed, leaned against the tree trunk, his pitch-black eyes coldly fixed on the side, his face completely expressionless. But Shinran could feel that gaze linger on him for a moment, especially on the arm that had just held Hinata before it indifferently shifted away.
Shinran withdrew his gaze.
The exhilaration from the power boost mixed with the coldness toward Kyanben's provocation and the absurdity of the subsequent many children many blessings mission fused into a strange calm. He helped Hinata to the shade at the edge of the field and let her sit down against a tree trunk to rest.
Hinata lowered her head and whispered, Zinranken. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Kyanbenken he. It's nothing. Shinran cut her off, his gaze fixed on the fierce taijutsu exchange between Sakura and Ino that had already begun, his voice calm. Just a jumping clown.
When it's my turn to go up, we'll crush him underfoot. Countdown 29 days 22 hours 01 minute.
Mission second in the grade. Current potential threat opponent Chanbin strength assessment update chakra amount Kakashi level 3 taijutsu D ninjutsu fireball jutsu proficient 3 basic jutsu mastered. Comprehensive rating estimate DC.
Chunai Ing vs. Teacher Yaluka drew out his tone, his gaze sweeping across the crowd.
The entire venue fell silent. Shanjong Jingye. As soon as the words fell, two figures dashed into the arena. Finally, it's my turn.
Chunai Ing rolled up her sleeves, her pink hair dazzling under the sunlight.
Jingye'll show you who is truly worthy of Zuoju.
Shanjong Jingye put her hands on her hips, flicking her blonde ponytail.
Oof, of course it's me.
The two locked eyes and the air seemed to crackle with sparks.
On the sidelines, Xuanhua Mingren was scratching his head in agitation. Teacher Yaluka, you can't always leave us hanging. You stop halfway. Shinran glanced at him.
Just a moment ago he had been beaten like a dead dog by Zuoju, and now he was bouncing around without even a bruise on his face. The recovery ability of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was truly damned impressive.
Mingren, Shinran said casually, you recover quite fast.
Mingren was stunned, then scratched his head and grinned foolishly.
He really?
I don't know why either, but I'm fine after a good sleep.
Shinran smiled and said no more.
He turned his gaze to the arena. The two girls had already assumed their stances.
Chunai Ing and Shanjong Jingye.
The two blossoms among the 12 little strong of Mai. Usually best friends, but when it comes to fighting over a man they are fiercer than anyone.
Begin. Yaluka's hand swung down. Chunai Ing moved first.
She pushed off the ground, her entire body shooting toward Jingye like an arrow from a bowstring, her right fist clenched and aimed straight at the opponent's face.
Jingye sidestepped and simultaneously swept her leg. Bang. Chunai Ing blocked with her arm.
The first clash sent both of them retreating 3 steps.
Xiao Ying, you've gotten a bit stronger.
Jingye flicked her blonde hair.
You too. Chunai Ing flexed her wrist. But it's still not enough. She charged again. This time neither gave ground. Fist against fist, foot against foot, elbow against elbow.
The thumping sounds of collisions were as dense as drumbeats. On the sidelines the boy's eyes were nearly popping out.
Thighs is a girl. Juanzhong's mouth hung open. Scary.
Luan drawled lazily, women truly are the most terrifying creatures.
Dingxi, he turned to ask Xiaodao Dingxi, who was munching on chips, who do you think will win?
Xiaodao Dingxi chewed chips and mumbled indistinctly,
Xiao Ying. Last time she snatched my chips and I couldn't get them back. Lu won. That reason was, well, absolutely brilliant.
Zinran's gaze, however, was fixed intently on the arena. His Sharingan slowly rotated, capturing every detail. Chunai Ying's fist technique was straightforward with no tricks, but each punch carried power.
Jingye's movement was more agile, while dodging she always found angles to counterattack. The two had different styles.
But they shared one thing in common, they were both damned fierce.
Ha!
Chunai Ying suddenly changed her move, feinting with one fist while driving the other straight at Jingye's abdomen. Jingye was prepared, she crossed her arms to block but was still knocked back 3 steps. Before she could steady herself, Chunai Ying had already pursued, raining down punches and kicks like a storm.
Jingye could only defend passively. Is Xiao Ying going to win? Mingren's eyes widened. Not necessarily, Shinran said calmly.
As soon as he spoke, Jingye suddenly rolled on the ground to dodge Chunai Ying's attack while her hands swiftly formed seals.
Wait, Wu, Si Chen Zi clone technique. Bang.
3 Jingyas appeared simultaneously and charged at Kurenai Yūhi from different directions.
A mere trick.
Kurenai Yūhi snorted, stepping forward instead of back, and punched the leftmost clone.
Bang. The clone dissipated.
But the other 2 had already reached her. Kurenai Yūhi dodged a punch by sidestepping but was kicked in the shoulder by another, causing her to stagger several steps sideways.
Xiaoying. Mingren grew anxious.
Shinran, however, curled the corner of his mouth.
Interesting.
In the arena, Kurenai Yūhi steadied herself and suddenly also formed seals.
Clone technique. Bang.
2 Kurenai Yūhis appeared and engaged Jingyas 2 clones.
The arena instantly became lively.
For figures interweaved, exchanging blows with clones occasionally being dispelled and quickly resummoned.
These 2 girls. Teacher Yaluka's eyelids twitched. When did they learn all this?
Zhuozhu leaned against a tree trunk watching expressionlessly.
But his gaze inadvertently swept over Shinran.
That kid was watching quite intently. And those eyes, a crimson single tomo slowly rotating.
Zhuozhu's heart once again churned with that complex emotion. Jealousy. Or relief. He didn't know. In the arena, the battle entered a new phase.
After a dozen rounds of clone technique clashes, the 2 simultaneously dispelled their clones and gasped for breath.
Xiaoying, you've gotten stronger. Jingye wiped her sweat. You too. Kurenai Yūhi also panted.
They looked at each other. Then they both smiled. But in that smile it was clearly written, "But I still won't lose to you."
Come on. Jingye charged first. Kurenai Yūhi met her.
Another round of fierce exchange. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, everything they could use was used.
No ninjutsu, just pure taijutsu.
But the ferocity was more intense than a boy's fight.
Gulp. Mingren swallowed hard. Shinran glanced at him. Mingren. Ha. What do you think of them? Mingren thought for a moment and said earnestly, better not provoke Xiaoying from now on. Too violent. Shinran smiled. He watched the girl in the arena with her pink hair flying and her fists connecting with flesh, a flash of admiration in his eyes. I like it. Mingren was stunned. Ah. I just like this kind of fiery girl. Zinran's gaze didn't leave the arena. She's got flavor. Mingren's eyes widened as he stared at him like he was a monster. You. Are you serious? Of course. Mingren fell silent. He looked at Xiaoying in the arena, then at Shinran, and suddenly felt this world he understood it less and less. The battle continued. 2 hours had already passed. The sun had moved from overhead to the west. The 2 girls in the arena had disheveled hair, messy clothes, and their faces and bodies were covered in sweat and dust. But neither stopped. Hiya. Kurenai Yūhi threw a punch that missed and Jingye seized the opportunity to sweep her leg, knocking her down. The moment Kurenai Yūhi fell, she grabbed Jingye's ankle and pulled her down as well. The 2 rolled on the ground, grappling with each, punch for punch, kick for kick. Neither gave an inch. Thighs is still a match. Xuanzhongya was dumbfounded. This is a fight to the death, I guess. Luwen became serious for once. He recalled his decision to forfeit directly earlier and suddenly felt it was extremely wise. Women indeed are terrifying creatures. Hinata Hyūga stood at the edge of the crowd, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. Her gaze remained fixed on the battle unfolding in the arena. Sakura. She's amazing. Ino. She's amazing too. They can both fight so desperately for the one they love. She stole a glance at Xinren in the distance. He was watching the arena intently, a faint smile on his lips. That smile was so beautiful. Hinata's heart started racing again. But she quickly lowered her head again. I can't. I always faint when things happen. I'm not worthy of Xinren-kun. But. She lifted her head and stole another glance at Xinren. But I really want to be like Sakura and the others. Just then Xinren suddenly turned his head. Their gazes collided in the air. Hinata froze completely. Oh no, he caught me, but Xinren just smiled at her, then mouthed the words hang. Hinata was stunned. Hang in there. What does that mean? Encouraging her. Was he cheering her on? Her heart suddenly raced like crazy. Her face burned as if on fire. But this time she didn't lower her head. She mustered her courage and gave Xinren a slight nod. Xinren's smile deepened. Then he turned back and continued watching the match. Hinata stood there feeling as if she were floating. He said, hang in there. He smiled at me. Ah. So embarrassing. But in her heart it was as sweet as honey. In the arena the battle grew intense. Ino. Sakura Haruno suddenly shouted. What? Ino replied while fighting. Why are you competing with me for Sasuke-kun? Because Sasuke-kun is mine. He's mine. He's mine.
The two fought more fiercely, their fists and feet whistling through the air.
Sasuke-kun is so handsome. Sasuke-kun is so cool. Only I am worthy of him. In your dreams.
Bang. They hit each other simultaneously, staggered back and fell to the ground. But the next second they both got up and charged at each other again.
Again. Bring it. 4 hours passed.
The sun was almost setting. The classmates on the sidelines went from excitement to shock and now to numbness.
Not done yet. Still fighting. Aren't they tired? Tired. How could they not be?
But neither would fall first. Sakura Haruno's eyes were bloodshot, her fists swollen and her body covered in bruises. Ino wasn't much better, her blonde hair a mess, her lips split, barely able to stand. But they still stood face to face, panting, glaring at each other.
Sakura. You. Still won't give up. Ino said haltingly. You're the one. Who should give up? Sakura's voice was hoarse too. Then. Let's continue. Come on.
They charged at each other again.
But this time bang. Bang. 2 sounds.
They both threw punches, hitting each other's faces simultaneously. Then they both froze. They locked eyes for a second, then both flashed a smile uglier than crying.
We. Really are. Idiots. Yeah. Fighting like this. Over a man. But I don't regret it. Me neither.
With that they both closed their eyes. Their bodies fell backwards simultaneously.
Thud. Thud. 2 dull sounds. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka lay side by side on the training ground. Motionless.
The whole place fell silent.
Then, Sakura.
Naruto was the first to rush over.
Ino. Her parents weren't there, but Shikamaru sighed and walked over too.
Iruka-sensei froze for 3 seconds before remembering he was a teacher and hurried over to check.
They're alive, just exhausted. He sighed in relief, then looked at the students with an indescribably complex expression.
The 5th and 6th matches.
No more fights today. Everyone go rest. Continue tomorrow. No one objected.
Today's match had been spectacular enough.
Xienrin stood where he was watching Sakura and Ino being carried away, a smile on his lips.
They fought for 5 hours.
Ended in a draw. All for a man. All for Sasuke's cold face. Was it worth it? He didn't know.
But he knew these 2 girls, they were interesting.
Ding. Sakura Haruno affection 10, current affection 15,100, curiosity. Ino Yamanaka affection 10, current affection 13,100, curiosity detected. Host's preference for fiery women system has recorded preference. Xin.
Why is the system recording this stuff? He was about to complain when his peripheral vision caught a figure.
Hinata was standing not far away looking at him.
When their eyes met, she immediately lowered her head, blushing. But this time she didn't look away. Instead she slowly walked over.
Step by step.
Until she stood before him.
Xin. Runkuin.
Whom? Hinata lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The hang in there, you said.
Was it? For me. Xienrin looked at her.
The afterglow of the setting sun bathed her, coating her pale face in a layer of gold. He suddenly felt that this girl was quite cute too.
It was for you. Hinata looked up, her eyes bright. Then I'll work hard.
With that she turned and ran. She ran a few steps, then looked back at him.
Then ran again. Xienrin stood there watching her retreating figure and couldn't help but smile.
In the distance Uchiha Sasuke stood in the crowd, silent as a pillar.
This guy. What was he up? Had he forgotten about reviving the Uchiha clan? Being with women would hinder the process of growth. Ding.
Hinata Hyūga affection 10, current affection 125,400, crush level 2, tip crush level 2, max is 400. There will be many rewards.
Please continue to work hard, host. Xin. Well, he had to keep grinding.
Iruka-sensei, night has fallen, it's time to go back and eat, Naruto Uzumaki said shyly.
What, you're out of money again? I'll treat you.
Naruto immediately hugged Iruka like a starving tiger pouncing on prey, but Iruka's face was full of disgust.
Iruka-sensei, can Uchiha Xienrin come too?
He also likes ramen, Naruto asked hopefully.
Sure. Iruka replied. Yes.
Naruto shouted excitedly. A tall figure donned in a green leaf ninja outfit stood like a steady mountain, leading 3 young ninjas who had not yet graduated from the ninja academy. The 3 children were just over 10 years old, with one boy sporting dazzling yellow hair resembling a burning flame. The other 2 looked like twins, their features remarkably similar. The trio spotted a small shop named Ichiraku Ramen ahead, and the boy with the yellow hair dashed towards it like an arrow, repeatedly exclaiming, this is it, the ramen smells intoxicating. The boy with yellow hair seemed to be a regular here, his eyes sparkling with love and desire for the ramen.
Ramen, my ramen.
This boy was none other than Uzumaki Naruto, while the other 2 were Uchiha Shinrin and Uchiha Sasuke.
The other tall figure was Iruka. Once Uzumaki Naruto arrived, he became almost entranced, constantly murmuring about ramen as if it were everything in his life. Hey uncle, one order of the newly launched chashu ramen, the one with an egg. Oh Naruto, you've brought me so many customers this time, 3 at once, that's great. Hello everyone, welcome to Ichirako Ramen, my name is Tucci and this is my daughter Ayam. We welcome your visit. Iruka, Shinran and Sasuke all bowed deeply and said in unison, sorry for disturbing you so late. No disturbance at all. It's wonderful to have you here, I'm happy to take care of my business. Tucci smiled warmly. Please take a seat and wait for a moment, it will be ready soon, Tucci cheerfully invited. Shinran, Iruka and Sasuke did not stand on ceremony and quickly sat down. Shinran began to examine the shop, noting that it was exactly as described in the original work, made with a tent featuring a small round table inside. Although the shop was not large, considering how much Naruto loved this ramen and how often Iruka visited, the taste surely could not be bad. Shinran watched as Tucci busily moved about the shop. Ayam began boiling water and soon the water was boiling while Tucci swiftly started making the noodles, which were adapted from traditional hand-pulled noodles. Ayam was in charge of adding chashu and eggs and she first served a bowl to Naruto. Shinran also ordered chashu ramen with an egg while Iruka had just asked for the original flavor when Naruto directly told Tucci, also give Iruka-sensei a bowl of chashu ramen. Iruka was at a loss for words, having been rendered speechless by Naruto all day. Sasuke ordered soy sauce ramen. The noodles arrived. Here's your chashu ramen with egg, and here's your soy sauce ramen. Each took their noodles and Uchiha Shinran looked at the noodles, finding them indeed chewy and delicious. Wow, the ramen here has a hint of seafood flavor. Uncle, why does this ramen have a seafood flavor without seafood? Because the broth is made from bone soup and seafood, that's why it has a seafood flavor. The deliciousness is all in the soup. This young brother is impressive, being able to identify the seafood flavor, well done. You must have been training late tonight, right? Yes, Uchiha Shinran replied. I really envy you guys, able to be ninjas. When I was young I dreamed of becoming a ninja, but my family said should carry on the family business since we run a ramen shop, so I never became a ninja. Work hard and you might become Hokage in the future. At this moment Uzumaki Naruto interjected, who wants to be Hokage? I am the one who will become Hokage, no one can compete with me. Before the conversation could continue, the boy with yellow hair handed an empty bowl to Tucci and said, Uncle, give me another bowl. The three had not finished yet, but Naruto finished first and wanted another bowl despite his small stature. He could actually eat such a large bowl, it seems like the Nine Tails might have taken all his appetite. Iruka-sensei's eyelids twitched. Naruto, if you used the energy you spend eating ramen to practice the shadow clone technique you would have learned it long ago. But every time Naruto created a clone it ended up being a failure, while back then he couldn't create even one. Now however it was a different story. Naruto chuckled foolishly, not responding. Uchiha Shinran sat beside him eating the noodles leisurely. Uchiha Sasuke sat opposite Uchiha Shinran expressionless while his gaze kept glancing at his little brother. Those eyes had transformed from a single tomo to both eyes bearing a tomo. 2 Sharingan. Even ahead of himself. Sasuke felt as if a jar of mixed emotions had been spilled in his heart. Just then, Sasuke. Sasuke. 2 female voices called out simultaneously. One girl had her hair tied up in a ponytail that was a pink color like cherry blossoms, the other had her golden hair bright and dazzling like sunlight styled into a playful ponytail. Both girls had charming figures, and although they were still young it was already apparent they would grow into beautiful women in the future. These 2 little girls were indeed each unique and equally captivating. Not only were their body proportions just right, but their features were also lovely and endearing, evoking a sense of affection. Perhaps it was due to their young age. After all, girls usually become more beautiful as they grow older, as the saying goes, girls change greatly by 18. However, at this moment they had not fully matured, so it can only be said that they were quite pretty and charming. These 2 little girls were none other than Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. They approached the small ramen shop with perfect coordination, then both entered from the left and right sides in unison and settled confidently into the 2 seats next to Sasuke. As a result, Iruka-sensei, Uzumaki, Naruto and Uchiha Shinran, who had been enjoying their meal, were suddenly pushed aside. You should know that Ichirako ramen was already quite small now, there was not even a sliver of extra space to be found. Sasuke, you're eating soy sauce ramen. I like that too. Sasuke, I have chashu here, do you want some? The 2 girls surrounded Sasuke like 2 flower butterflies. Sasuke remained expressionless and continued to eat his noodles. Naruto, biting his chopsticks, looked on with envy and jealousy. Shinran stole a glance and continued to eat his own. But in the next moment his gaze collided with Haruno Sakura's. She had been looking at Sasuke, but when her eyes shifted she found herself looking into Shinran's eyes. She was stunned. That pair of eyes, crimson at the base with black tomo. 1. Both eyes were Sharingan. The last rays of the setting sun streamed in through the window, illuminating his profile, a face that resembled Sasuke's by 7 parts, now radiating an indescribable handsomeness. So handsome. Haruno Sakura suddenly thought of these 3 words. Then she was startled by her own thoughts. No, she liked Sasuke. How could she think of this loser? Haruno Sakura's gaze lingered on Shinran's face for 2 more seconds. Shinran noticed her attention and slightly curled his lips. Haruno Sakura immediately shifted her gaze away, but her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Just then a sudden change occurred.
The surroundings began to dissolve as if the space was fragmenting. The ramen shops counter the menu on the wall. Naruto, Sasuke and Ino beside her. Haruno. Sakura jumped up abruptly. What is happening? Before she could finish her sentence, the scene in front of her completely transformed. A forest. Towering trees blocked out the sun, thick layers of fallen leaves covered the ground and the air was filled with a damp, moldy smell. Where is this? Haruno. Sakura looked around. Sasuke, Iruka Sensei, Naruto, Shinran, Ino. No one responded. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves echoed like ghostly whispers. Haruno. Sakura's heart raced. She bit her finger trying to use pain to break the illusion. It didn't work. She formed hand seals attempting to disrupt her chakra. It also didn't work. How could this be? She panicked. This was the strongest illusion she had ever encountered. Completely real, completely unbreakable. Just then, a shadow burst forth from the woods. Clad in black with a masked face and dressed like a ronin, the figure wielded a gleaming katana. The blade slashed towards Haruno. Sakura's face. Ah! Haruno. Sakura closed her eyes, hands over her head. Thud! The sound of the blade piercing flesh. How is he here? Where are Sasuke, Naruto, Ino and Iruka? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Uchiha Shinran replied with his handsome face. Haruno. Sakura was stunned. At this moment the back of the boy who had been ridiculed as a loser by her seemed so tall. Could it be? No, it's impossible. Sasuke is the one she likes. Ding! Sakura's cognition overturned, mental defenses loosened. Affection 60. Current affection 75,100. Preliminary change of heart. Deep in the sea of consciousness, a cold prompt tone passed by, devoid of any emotion. Shinran lowered his eyelids, concealing a faint trace of a smile in his eyes. The method was cliché but effective. Illusionary arts were the Uchiha's domain of talent. Weaving a dangerous situation that was real enough and easily controlled by himself was not difficult. As for getting injured, bleeding, calmly counter-killing. These were merely necessary scenes in the script used to paint the background of a hero. Shinran moved. He pulled out the tachi from his shoulder in one go, blood spurting, but his expression remained unchanged. The black-clad figure stepped back and swung the blade again. Shinran dodged sideways, simultaneously drawing 3 kunai from his waist and throwing them with a flick of his wrist. The kunai pierced the air, aiming straight for the black-clad figure's throat, heart and abdomen. The black-clad figure formed hand seals. Boo! Substitution jutsu. The kunai struck a piece of wood. The next second the black-clad figure appeared 3 meters away. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Clone jutsu. Boo! 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 5 black-clad figures appeared simultaneously, surrounding Shinran and Sakura. Watch out! Sakura exclaimed. Shinran was not panicked. Those crimson Sharingan eyes slowly rotated. The movements of the 5 black-clad figures were as slow as snails in his eyes. He took a deep breath. Formed hand seals. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, fire, release, great fireball technique. Boo! A huge fireball spewed from Zinran's mouth, over 3 meters in diameter. The scorching flames instantly engulfed the 5 clones and the original. Ah! In the screams, the black-clad figure turned to ashes and dissipated in the air. Crack! The sounds of trees burning, people screaming, and then birds and flowers all disappeared. Everything around began to be erased like someone wiping it away, the forest flames, black-clad figure. Then, Sakura's eyes snapped open. The ramen shop. Counter. Menu. Naruto. Sasuke. Ino. Iruka. And the black-haired boy in front of him. He was looking at her, the crimson in his eyes slowly fading back to normal black. Shoulder, completely intact. No wounds, no blood. Sakura was stunned. That was an illusion. Shinran said lightly, an illusion set up by a black-clad rogue. I used my Sharingan to break it. Sakura opened her mouth. Illusion. Iruka said, black-clad figure. Illusion. What are you talking about? Sakura told Iruka, Uzumaki, Naruto, Yamanaka, Ino and Uchiha Sasuke about what just happened. Naruto had already looked up, his mouth wide enough to hold an egg. Ino also withdrew her gaze from Sasuke, covering her mouth in surprise. Sasuke still looked out the window, but the lines of his profile seemed to tighten. Iruka Sensei's expression changed from confusion to shock, finally settling into an incredulous solemnity. Such a realistic, fully nested combat illusion. Iruka looked at Shinran, his eyes sharpening. You can break it. Shinran put down his water glass, said nothing and gave an almost imperceptible nod. At this moment Uchiha Sasuke shot a very quick glance at Shinran. A certain wordless understanding flowed between the brothers. In Sasuke's black eyes, so similar to Zinran's, a flash of comprehension passed, then returned to his usual indifference, and he looked out the window again as if losing interest in the conversation. He understood. Deep in Zinran's seemingly calm eyes there was a hint of almost malicious amusement that only someone who was also an Uchiha and knew him well enough could read.
A crude hero-rescuing beauty trick paired with the Uchiha clan's innate control over illusionary arts and those eyes. Sasuke snorted inwardly, simply ignoring it. Wow. That's awesome. Naruto had already jumped up excitedly, his blue eyes sparkling, looking around. Where is the black-clad guy? Where? Where? Come out and let me see. I want to fight too. He rubbed his hands together, not even caring about his beloved ramen. Iruka pressed Naruto's head down with one hand, pushing him back into his seat, veins popping on his forehead. You settle down. That was an illusion. It was already broken and disappeared by Shinran. What did you think? Ha! Disappeared. Naruto immediately wilted, drooping his head and muttering, what the heck, I thought there was a fight. Sakura paid no attention to Naruto's antics. Her gaze couldn't be pulled away from the boy across from her. Her heart thumped heavily in her chest once and again. It was him. This boy who had once been categorized by her as dead last loser, shame of the Uchiha. This clan member who during the clone jutsu exam couldn't even form 3 decent clones and was laughed at by her in public. Just now, in that death illusion indistinguishable from reality, he with a nearly cold composure pulled out the blade that had pierced him through the life-seeking kunai and spewed out the fire that burned everything. He stood in front of her using that not particularly broad, even somewhat slender back to block the cold blade and killing intent. He said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." At that moment his back, set off by the crimson Sharingan against the backdrop of flames and blood, appeared so tall. Unfamiliar. Sakura suddenly felt a dazed palpitation. It seemed she had never truly known this peer named Uchiha Shinran. Sakura's voice interrupted his thoughts. He looked up at her. The girl's cheeks were tinged with a light blush, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, her gaze drifting and finally landing on the table in front of him, her voice lowering. I'm sorry. Shinran raised an eyebrow, almost imperceptibly letting out a slightly puzzled hum. Whom? Sakura's head hung lower, her ears completely red, her voice carrying obvious difficulty and guilt. Before. I called you a loser. Those words. I'm sorry. It's me. I was too arrogant. You are clearly very strong. Shinran looked at her embarrassed yet earnest appearance, the corner of his mouth slightly curved, a very shallow arc fleeting. It's nothing. Sakura, as if receiving some kind of pardon, relaxed her shoulders slightly and slowly lifted her head to look at him. At this moment his eyes had fully returned to pure black, but whether it was her illusion that black seemed deeper and more tranquil than before, as if hiding some kind of restrained light, she couldn't understand. However, the next second, as if suddenly remembering something crucial, she took a sharp breath, her voice suddenly rising with a nearly stubborn declaration, but the ramen shop instantly fell silent. Even Naruto, who was struggling with noodles, looked up in surprise. Sakura's face was so red it seemed to bleed, but her gaze was startlingly bright, staring fixedly at Shinran, word by word, crystal clear. Is the one I've always followed and liked. This point will not change. She didn't say forever because she was afraid of being contradicted in the future. Her words were forceful. Shinran. The faint gentle smile on Uchiha Zinran's face instantly froze, then turned into a hint of helplessness. He muttered secretly in his heart system, do you have any tips? Ding, host, you can conquer Hinata Hyūga first. Ding, if according to your idea, host, ding, then only through borrowing can you obtain the reward in advance. Ding, borrowing reward, a copy of Passion Paradise. Host, this time your mission difficulty has increased. If you haven't figured it out yet, he'll tell you when you have. Ding, host's copy of Passion Paradise has been delivered. It contains love secrets, combat techniques and dual cultivation techniques. Uchiha Shinran was about to ask where the book was when he felt a sudden bulge in his pocket. He quickly opened it and saw it was indeed Passion Paradise. Without a word he quickly hid it away, planning to read it slowly when he got back. Sasuke beside him. He withdrew his gaze from the window, glanced at Sakura expressionlessly and quickly looked away, but that one glance made Sakura's heart bloom with joy like eating honey. Wow. Sasuke looked at her for the first time. It seemed that what she said was worth it. Sakura the fangirl was already ecstatic. Uchiha Shinran witnessed this scene, feeling quite annoyed, thinking that this action was indeed unnecessary. This woman is nothing but a beautiful vase, merely a decorative ornament. This woman only seeks protection when she realizes her own weakness. Naruto Uzumaki saved you because he harbors love for you, only he is so foolish. In the past, when Naruto Uzumaki was still the bottom ranked, it was you, Sakura, who shouted the loudest. In the future your ultimate strength will all be due to Naruto. Without Naruto you would forever be immersed in the fantasy of Sasuke, constantly saying Sasuke come back quickly Sasuke, and when faced with real danger you would only cry and scream. Uchiha recalled in his heart. Teacher Iruka held his forehead, pressing his fingertips against his throbbing temples. Iruka had roughly figured it out. Hearing Sakura say that Uchiha Shinran saved her, he hadn't sensed any fluctuations in genjutsu at all, meaning there was no black-clothed person. If there really was a black-clothed person, then they would all be targets of that person. It's impossible that only Sakura was targeted. Also, to cast genjutsu you need to see the target, unless that person is extremely skilled in genjutsu, naturally talented. Uchiha Shinran so young already has such strong genjutsu that he could completely fool Sakura. Finish your meal and go home quickly. He put on his usual smile, but the smile was less cheerful than before. There are several big battles waiting for you tomorrow. Win in them, the rankings will begin and you can graduate from the Ninja Academy. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka were huddled together whispering, and when they heard the word graduation their eyes lit up. Pink and golden hair shimmered softly under the light and their two childish faces were filled with anticipation for the future. Irika's gaze swept over them and he suddenly asked Sakura, "And you little Uchiha Shinran Ino, do you know what love is?" The question came abruptly and the three children were stunned. Sakura's cheeks quickly flushed and she subconsciously glanced at the black-haired boy sitting in the corner. Ino on the other hand lifted her chin. "Of course I know. Love is. It's wanting to be with someone forever." Uchiha Sasuke, the boy sitting beside Shinran with black hair and black eyes but a much gentler demeanor, blinked and did not answer immediately. He seemed quieter than his peers and occasionally a hint of thoughtfulness beyond his age flashed in his eyes. "Your childhood is as sweet as honey and you only know how to look at the surface." Irika shook his head, his voice deepening. "Love is mutual. You only live in a safe village, how could you know what the outside world is like? After you graduate from the Ninja Academy and go out to explore you will understand that there are things more important than love." Sakura Haruno, Ino and Naruto Uzumaki, who was slurping noodles, listened in bewilderment. Naruto even lifted his head from the bowl orange soup on the corner of his mouth, his blue eyes full of confusion. "More important than ramen?" Irika glared at him impatiently. "Eat your noodles." Only Uchiha Sasuke lowered his eyelids. The warm yellow light cast a small shadow under his long eyelashes, concealing the turbulent currents surging in his black eyes. He knew what Irika was talking about. No, he knew more than Irika thought. The hatred he had chewed over repeatedly in the dead of night, the scream seared into his memory by the flames of the clan massacre night, the responsibilities heavy enough to bend a child's spine. His clan's hatred, his father, his mother, and the blood of the entire Uchiha clan had not yet been avenged. So he must become stronger, so he wrapped himself in a cold shell, so he dared not open his heart to anyone, including the brother sitting beside him at this moment, carefully observing him. Uchiha Shinran. Shinran was special. Sasuke knew. This younger brother sometimes showed a strange look in his eyes, as if he saw through many things yet pretended to be naive and ignorant. Just like now, Shinran sat quietly, but Sasuke could feel that his brother's peripheral vision was always on him. The ramen shop suddenly became eerily quiet. Uncle Tuchi's movements as he wiped the bowl slowed down, the soft clink of chopsticks against the bowl edges disappeared, and even the occasional footsteps passing by outside seemed to be swallowed by something. Time seemed to solidify into amber in this narrow space, frozen in each person's thoughts. "Naruto, do you want another bowl?" Uncle Tuchi's voice, breaking the silence, was exceptionally loud. Naruto almost jumped up. "Yes, yes, yes. Another extra large bowl of char siu ramen." "Still eating?" Irika's brows furrowed again. "Naruto, you're still eating? Are you a pig? Even a pig is smarter than you. You can't even master the clone technique, so how can you graduate? This time your ranking is still at the bottom, the dead last, exactly the dead last. Now Uchiha Zinran's ranking has already surpassed you. If you keep eating like this you won't need to graduate, just repeat a year. Or you can just keep eating. You don't need to go home." Inside the ramen shop the warm yellow light enveloped the small stubborn silhouette. Uzumaki, Naruto's hand holding the bowl, stiffened for a moment and his usually vibrant blue eyes dimmed briefly. But in the next second he grinned, flashing that iconic smile. "Irika-sensei, you underestimate me. Just wait and see, I will definitely graduate. And I'll become Hokage." He said it loudly, as if trying to convince others and even more to convince himself. Then he buried his head and continued eating, slurping louder than before, as if he could defy the world's disdain through this act. Irika watched the boy, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. He opened his mouth but in the end said nothing. Sasuke put down his chopsticks, half the noodles remained in his bowl. "In full." He stood up, his voice cold. Then came Haruno Sakura, who hastily finished the last few bites and wiped her mouth in a fluster. "I should go home too." Uchiha Shinjin and Yamanaka Ino also rose in turn. Irika looked at the children, finally sighed, pulled out his wallet to pay the bill and followed them out through the Norin curtain. The only one left in the ramen shop was Uzumaki, Naruto, along with the warm gaze of Tuchi the master behind the counter and the sound of his daughter busily cleaning up. "Naruto, we're closing soon," Tuchi's daughter reminded. "Oh. Okay." Naruto replied, slowing his eating pace but still taking mouthful after mouthful, earnestly, desperately. As if he could swallow all the grievances, resentment and loneliness into his stomach with this bowl of hot soup. The wind on the street was colder than imagined. Streetlights cast a dim yellow halo on the cobblestone path and a few moths fluttered tirelessly against the lamp cover. Uchiha Sasuke walked swiftly, his black hair slightly lifted by the night breeze, his silhouette cold as frost. Haruno Sakura trotted to keep up, wanting to say something, but her voice died when she met Sasuke's indifferent profile. She bit her lip, finally whispered, "See you tomorrow," at the fork and turned to run toward her home. Her footsteps carried a hint of disappointment. Ino glanced at the direction Sasuke had gone, then at Shinjin, shrugged and said, "I'll be off then." "Shinjin, good luck on the exam tomorrow." She waved her hand, her golden ponytail tracing a lively arc in the night breeze. Ding. Congratulations, host. Yamanaka Ino's affinity increased by 50. Current affinity 63,100. Initial fondness affinity increase, reward none, offset by the loan of Makeup Paradise. Shinjin was startled. Ino's affinity. Just because he glanced at her a few more times. Or because of today's afternoon battle. But this system reward. Offset by the loan of Makeout Paradise, what the hell? Could that book written by Jiraiya really be used as a system currency? Before he could ponder further, the prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding. Side quest triggered. Quest content: tomorrow a few people will be absent from school. Find out the truth. Quest reward: temporarily confidential, failure penalty, storyline deviation, consequences at your own risk. Shinjin's pupils contracted slightly. A few people absent. Find out the truth. He instinctively recalled the original plot. What would happen at school tomorrow? The graduation exam. Or, no, in the original story tomorrow should be a normal continuation of the practical exercises. No one would be absent. You too. He waved at Ino, a smile on his face, but his mind was in turmoil. Yamanaka Ino's affinity increased by 50, what exactly was the reason? And this damn side quest, wasn't it just about conquering women? Why did this kind of thing appear? System, you're screwing me over. Can I skip this quest? System prompt: skipping the quest will cause storyline deviation, consequences at your own risk. What storyline? Quite mysterious. System has entered hibernation. See you tomorrow. Shinjin. Forget it, he'll deal with it tomorrow. Now, he looked up and found that only he and his brother were left on the street. Sasuke walked ahead, never looking back. Their shadows stretched long under the streetlights, one in front, one behind, as if separated by an invisible wall. Irika caught up from behind his footsteps, making Sasuke pause. Sasuke. Irika's tone was calm, unlike the usual teacher who would yell at Naruto. Take your brother home. Shinjin scored very high on the theoretical test today, turning from a dead last into a genius. Sasuke didn't turn around, but Shinjin felt his brother's body tense slightly. So you must teach your brother well. Irika paused, as if choosing his words. You're still young, I don't want to say too much, but I have to say, this is a world of the strong preying on the weak. If you don't train hard and learn ninjutsu out in the world, you won't even know how you die. He looked up at the dark outline in the distance, the village wall. It's not that this society is safe, it's that you live in a safe village. Outside, many countries and villages have disappeared due to war. The night wind grew colder. When ninjas from the village graduate, they are divided into groups of 3 each class, with a supervising teacher until adulthood. Then every day you take on missions, the lowest level ones like catching cats for people or cleaning up. Whether you succeed or fail, you'll be paid. That way you get a monthly stipend to support yourselves. Irika turned to face the 2 children. Otherwise, what would you do for a living in the village? Eventually you'll have to repay the village for raising you. Sasuke still didn't speak. Moonlight spilled on his pale face, his dark eyes unfathomable. Irika sighed, patted Shinjin on the shoulder. Go home now. You have to get up early tomorrow. He turned and left, his footsteps fading until they disappeared at the end of the street. Now truly only the 2 brothers remained. Moonlight like frost covered the long street. Brother Shinjin suddenly spoke. Sasuke's steps didn't stop. Let me ask you something. Shinjin quickened his pace and walked alongside Sasuke. The streetlights stretched their shadows long, intertwining on the cobblestone. Why do you always wear that straight face? What's really going on? Sasuke's steps did not pause. He did not even glance back at his younger brother, yet his silhouette appeared even more rigid under the moonlight, like a lifeless stone sculpture. The night breeze stirred the black hair over his forehead but could not disperse the almost tangible chill that permeated the air around him. I'm fine, he replied, his voice colder than the wind, utterly flat and devoid of any concern. It was as if the one who had been knocked down in the training ground and risen to activate the Sharingan was not his own brother but a mere stranger of no consequence. He did not even slow down for Shinran to catch up, continuing forward with that fixed oppressive rhythm, leaving Shinran half a step behind. Shinran trotted a few steps to walk beside his brother again, but the half-step gap between them felt like an invisible chasm. Brother Shinran looked up, moonlight illuminating his still youthful features, his black eyes gleaming in the darkness. The clan matters. Our parents' affairs. You know everything, don't you? Sasuke's stride faltered almost imperceptibly. Just once. Then he quickened his pace as if trying to shake off something irksome. None of your business, his voice came from ahead, hard and distant. How can it be none of my business? Shinran hurried his steps, his tone now tinged with the stubbornness and grievance of a 10-year-old. They are my parents too. The Uchiha is my clan as well. Why does everyone keep me in the dark? Why won't you tell me anything? Sasuke stopped abruptly. He finally turned around. Under the moonlight his face was shrouded in shadow, only his eyes, pitch black and terrifying, churned with the coldness of the Avenger from the original story and a sharp irritated agitation stirred by being touched. Tell you. Sasuke's lips twisted into a sneer, not a smile but a arc of mockery and self-loathing. What good would that do? Uchiha Shinran the dead last. A waste who can't even master the clone technique. What would telling you achieve? Besides making you cry like a coward or run off to die like a fool. His words struck like poison kunai, piercing Zinran's most humiliating past and the fragile ice of brotherhood between them.
Zinran's heart clenched as if gripped by an invisible hand, not from the sting of the words, for his 30-year-old soul could digest such malice, but because he clearly saw the boundless darkness and loneliness in Sasuke's eyes, far more lethal than any verbal attack.
That darkness was devouring the 12-year-old boy.
"I'm not a waste anymore." Shinran looked up, meeting Sasuke's cold, rejecting gaze, his voice low but exceptionally clear.
"I awakened the Sharingan.
I defeated Hashimoto Kanna today."
"Brother, you saw it." Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply. "Sharingan."
Those 3 words stabbed like a barb into the most sensitive, proudest part of his heart. The power he craved most, the bloodline limit he regarded as proof of his vengeance, had been awakened first by this brother he had always considered a burden, a disgrace to the Uchiha. Jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. Though he refused to admit it, the sudden constriction of his breath and the abrupt chill in his eyes betrayed too much.
"Sharingan." Sasuke's voice turned even colder, dripping with undisguised contempt. "Just luck, got beaten up and stumbled into it. You think Onenimo Sharingan can change anything? Uncover the truth. Avenge."
He stepped forward, closing in on Shinran, whose shorter stature forced him to look up. Sasuke lowered his head, black hair falling, casting a shadow that almost engulfed Shinran. "Don't be naive, dead last." He bit out each word, each syllable laced with frost.
"Those things are not for you to touch. Stay away. Don't get in my way."
With that, he no longer looked at Zinran's suddenly pale face, turned around and strode away. This time his steps were quick and urgent, as if staying another second would make him lose control.
Shinran stood still, watching his brother's resolute, lonely silhouette dissolve into the night. Moonlight fell on him, faintly cool. He exhaled slowly.
It was just as he thought. Uchiha Sasuke in the early days had no room in his heart for anything but revenge. Family, comrades, all were expendable, even obstacles he considered weakness. The faint, unacknowledged care for his younger brother was insignificant before the blazing flames of vengeance.
But there was a change. Shinran raised his hand and touched his abdomen, where the pain from Sasuke's strike during their sparring session still seemed to linger. If Sasuke truly didn't care, wouldn't that blow have been heavier? If Sasuke really thought he was just a useless burden, why, when Shinran said, "I will defeat you and I will surpass you," did Sasuke's eyes show besides coldness a fleeting, almost shaken expression? And just now, at the mention of Sharingan, Sasuke's sharp, barely contained jealousy. Jealousy because he cared. Because it was something he considered uniquely his, a link to that person which his brother had defiled. "Brother." Shinran muttered to himself, but a faint adult-like smile curved at the corner of his mouth. "This path you walk alone. It's too exhausting. Too twisted." He took a step, following unhurriedly. This time he did not try to walk side by side, but quietly followed a few steps behind like a silent shadow. The two walked home in silence, one behind the other. Moonlight stretched their shadows, intertwining and separating. Lights in the houses along the street gradually went out. Konoha sank into slumber, only the occasional shinobi returning late or patrolling Umbu flitting over rooftops, bringing faint sounds of slicing wind. Near home, Sasuke, walking ahead, stopped again without warning. He did not turn around, his voice mingled with the night wind, somewhat indistinct, but Shinran heard it clearly. "The Chunin exams." Shinran paused mid-step. "If you can pass the Chunin exams," Sasuke's voice remained cold, even tinged with provocation, "and are no longer the dead last of the ninja academy, maybe I'll consider telling you some trivial things." Zinran's eyes brightened. He knew this was the greatest concession and recognition that this proud tsundere brother, consumed by hatred, could offer. It was an almost impossible goal, from the dead last of the ninja academy to passing the brutal Chunin exams, but precisely the threshold Sasuke had set, one he believed his useless brother could never cross. "All right," Shinran replied, his voice crisp and clear in the silent night. "Brother, just wait and see." Sasuke gave no response, directly pushing open the heavy cold gate of the Uchiha mansion and walking in without waiting for Shinran. Shinran stood outside, looking at the darkness that had swallowed Sasuke's figure, then raised his gaze to the bright moon in the sky. "The Chunin exams, huh?" He touched his pocket, where the texture of the pages of Makeout Paradise seemed to linger, and in his mind the system interface silently appeared. The road was still long. But at least there was now a clear direction and a twisted promise from his brother. Shinran stepped into the mansion and softly closed the gate that shut out the moonlight, as if also shutting out the warmth. Inside lay the Uchiha's past, cold and heavy. Outside, the moonlight flowed like water, silently illuminating the sleeping Konoha and the countless resolutions and futures held by many. At that moment the curtains of Ichiraku Ramen were pushed aside and Naruto Uzumaki stepped out, patting his full belly contentedly. He clenched his fist at the empty street. "Graduation exam. Just wait. I will become Hokage." His voice, full of vitality, shattered the silence of the night and dispelled the intangible chill hanging over the Uchiha residence. Dawn would come at last. The moon outside the window grew even more crimson, as if heralding an earth-shattering upheaval about to descend. A nameless tension surged within him, and Uchiha Shinran couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Could this be related to the mission the system gave me? He shook his head, deciding to ignore the eerie scene outside the window. After all, what he had just seen was not the opening chapter of the story, but an introduction to the author himself. It was said that this mysterious author drew endless inspiration from various bathhouses, but also solemnly declared that those under 18 should not read this work.
But that was no problem given Zinran's current age. Even counting reincarnation, he had long surpassed a full 18-year cycle, being about 32 years old, so he could freely read this work. He opened the book titled Passionate Paradise, in his hands a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The content of this book was indeed explosive. On the surface it was a romance novel, but in reality it was interwoven with the sensations of dual cultivation and the ecstasy when a man and woman reach the peak of their training, using this to jointly enhance their chakra and strengthen their power. This is Passionate Paradise. The earlier part tells how the male lead, an ordinary boy, fell in love with a girl who was above. They were classmates and were placed in the same class, exchanging and learning from each other. Gradually they fell in love, but the girl's family disapproved. When they first got together, the boy took great care of the girl. When she was cold, he took off his own clothes to give her, even if he himself was cold. The girl was called Tian and the boy was called Tang. Passionate actually refers to dual cultivation between a man and a woman, combined with the joy, passion and unrestrained feelings of lovers in love.
Interesting. Shinran licked his lips, ready to turn to the next page. Meanwhile, in another room,
Uchiha Sasuke sat quietly on the windowsill, staring at the moon gradually turning red outside, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. The events of the day kept coming one after another, making him feel increasingly unable to understand this younger brother of his. Especially the shocking words his brother had uttered before he struck him: "I will bear the hatred of the clan." These words struck like a thunderbolt in Sasuke's mind. He was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. How did his little brother know about the clan's blood feud? Since he already knew, why bother searching for the truth? Could it be that his brother had just guessed and come to this conclusion, or was there more hidden secret unknown to others? Sasuke's brows were furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly, and he sank into deep thought. Faced with his brother's sudden change, he was utterly confused and tangled. Should he tell his brother everything? If his brother really became a Chunin, how would the path ahead go? Could he still trust this brother who was once familiar but now seemed so strange? Countless question marks swirled in his mind, impossible to shake off. Take revenge together. But he himself only had a vague understanding of the truth back then, knowing only that the damned older brother had slaughtered the entire clan. He didn't know why the clan was killed either, which was also the reason he trained desperately to confront that man face to face and ask him what it was all for. This younger brother is really strange today. Sasuke stood up, deciding to go take a look. What is he up to? Is he secretly training some good stuff behind his brother's back? Otherwise, how could he have suddenly awakened the Sharingan, which was extremely difficult to awaken in the clan? Sasuke walked out of the room, moving stealthily without making a sound. He walked through the corridor and arrived at Zinran's door. The door was slightly ajar, letting out a dim yellow light. Sasuke held his breath and peered through the crack. He saw his brother holding a book in his hand. The cover of the book bore 4 big characters: Passionate Paradise. Pash. Shianate. What does that mean? Sasuke was stunned. Passion. Why passion? Could it be that after getting passionate you go to paradise? When did his brother start reading such strange books? Ever since they were young, Sasuke had doted on him, taking him everywhere, afraid that the guy who called himself his brother might kill the only younger. That's why his brother ended up as the dead last. After all, Sasuke didn't want his brother to train as a ninja, it was better for him to be an ordinary person. But now it seemed. This kid secretly getting stronger behind his back and reading this kind of book. Sasuke's gaze became complicated. Inside the room, Shinran was about to turn the page. Suddenly his fingers froze. Someone. Spying. Zinran's Sharingan glowed faintly red in the darkness. Although it was only a single tomo, his perception far exceeded that of ordinary people. He didn't turn around, continuing to pretend to read, but his peripheral vision glanced at the window. There was a shadow on the window. The shadow swayed back and forth in the moonlight, sometimes elongating, sometimes shortening. Who? Shinran spun around abruptly, simultaneously activating his Sharingan in an instant. A crimson light flashed in the dim room. Strangely, he clearly saw that it was Sasuke's figure, but at that moment an inexplicable impulse surged in his heart. Let's try it. Try the current strength. Try these eyes. Shinran mobilized his chakra and an invisible force radiated from his eyes. Sharingan Genjutsu. Normally a Onetamo Sharingan cannot create a complete illusion space, only by evolving to the Mangekyo can it be done. But Shinran discovered that his eyes seemed somewhat different. The moment that power surged out, the entire room seemed to Sasuke was about to say, "I am your brother," but suddenly felt his neck tightened. Bam. Shinran swung his leg, directly kicking Sasuke in the neck. This kick was fast and fierce, sending Sasuke flying sideways, crashing through the wall and tumbling straight back into his own room. Dust filled the air. Shinran stood still, slowly retracting his leg. He had held back. Afraid of killing Sasuke with that kick, he had deliberately held back most of his strength. But even so, the power of this kick was enough to put a genin down for half a day. It seems that raising favorability can yield so many good things. Shinran mused to himself. Last time when he raised Hinata's favorability, the rewards included taijutsu clone technique, substitution technique, and an increase in chakra capacity. Was his taijutsu now this strong? He looked at the large hole in the opposite wall as the dust slowly cleared. Sasuke was lying motionless on the floor. Shinran frowned. Why is there no sound? Could I have knocked him unconscious with one kick? He took a few steps closer.
Uchiha Sasuke can't be this weak, can he? Sasuke still lay there motionless.
Shinran hesitated for a moment then still walked over to check. He crouched down and reached out to turn Sasuke over, just then.
Sasuke's eyes snapped open.
He rolled over and a kick from behind came flying.
Shinran reacted quickly, crossing his arms to block, but was still knocked back 3 steps by the kick.
Brother, you were faking unconsciousness. Sasuke stood up, dusted himself off, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
You kicked me, I kicked you back, we're even.
Shinran laughed. He straightened up and flexed his wrists.
Shall we continue? Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Just what I wanted.
The moment the words fell, both moved at once. Moonlight streamed in through the broken wall, casting the shadows of the two youths extremely long.
Sasuke struck first, a straight punch aimed at Zinran's face.
Shinran sidestepped to dodge, simultaneously sweeping a roundhouse kick toward Sasuke's side.
Sasuke leaped to dodge, twisting his body in midair and kicking toward Zinran's head.
Shinran ducked the kick, grazing his hair and stirring a gust of wind. Both landed, stepped back simultaneously, then charged forward together.
Thud. Thud. Thud.
The sound of fists and feet colliding was especially clear in the silent night.
Sasuke's taijutsu was fierce and ruthless, each move aimed at vital points.
Zinran's taijutsu, however, was bizarre and unpredictable, always able to dodge at the last moment and then counterattack. The two fought from inside the house to outside, from the corridor to the courtyard. Under the moonlight, two black figures intertwined, separated, and intertwined again.
Not bad, Sasuke said while fighting. When did you learn that? Shinran threw a punch which Sasuke blocked. You taught me.
I taught you. You've hit me so many times, I just learned by watching.
Sasuke was stunned for a moment, then laughed. The smile vanished in an instant, replaced by even fiercer attacks.
Then what about this move?
Sasuke suddenly formed hand seals.
Transformation technique.
Poof. As the smoke cleared, 2 identical Sasukes appeared before Shinran.
Shinran narrowed his eyes.
His Sharingan spun. The one on the left had a normal chakra fluctuation, the one on the right
was a bit off. He charged straight at the left one.
Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Was he seen through? The two clashed again.
Meanwhile, the clone on the right took the opportunity to circle around, attempting a sneak attack. Shinran seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He performed a backflip to dodge the clone's attack, and when he landed, his hands were already forming seals.
Shadow clone technique.
Poof. 2 Xian Rens appeared, one engaged Sasuke's original body, the other fought his clone.
The courtyard instantly became lively.
4 figures traded blows, exchanging punches and kicks.
Substitution technique. Sasuke suddenly formed hand seals. Xian Ren's fist struck Sasuke, only to find it hit a log.
Suddenly a gust of wind arose behind him.
Xian Ren had no time to dodge and could only brace himself, but just as Sasuke's fist was about to strike his back, Xian Ren's figure vanished.
Thud. The sound of a log hitting the ground.
Sasuke's punch landed on empty air and he froze for a moment.
The next second, Xian Ren charged from the shadows behind him, striking his nape with a knife hand.
Sasuke sidestepped and threw a counterpunch. The two faced off again.
Under the moonlight, both youths gasped for breath, but the fighting spirit in their eyes burned ever brighter.
Brother Xian Ren suddenly spoke.
Whom?
Were you peeking at me just now? Sasuke's movements froze for an instant. No.
Yes, you were. Xian Ren smiled. I saw your shadow.
Sasuke was silent.
Then he asked, that book you were reading.
What was it? Xian Ren's smile deepened. You want to know?
Yes.
Beat me and I'll tell you. Flames ignited in Sasuke's eyes. Fine. He charged again.
This time his assault was fiercer. Sasuke's fists and feet rained down like a storm, and Xian Ren struggled to parry, gradually falling into a disadvantage. After all, Sasuke was a genius of the Uchiha clan, trained rigorously from childhood.
Though Xian Ren had cheated, his practical combat experience was still lacking. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Xian Ren began to retreat. Sasuke pressed forward relentlessly. Finally, Sasuke seized an opening and drove a heavy punch toward Xian Ren's chest. Xian Ren did not dodge.
He looked up and a crimson light flashed in his eyes.
Sasuke's fist stopped an inch from Xian Ren's chest.
It wasn't that he stopped on his own. His body suddenly refused to obey him.
This is... Sasuke's eyes widened.
He found he could not move. Not frozen, his consciousness remained, but his body was completely out of control.
Genjutsu, he asked in disbelief. When did you? Xian Ren slowly stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes.
From the very beginning, he said.
Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply. From the very beginning.
Then the battle just now.
Everything you saw, heard, and felt. Xian Ren's voice was calm, was all Genjutsu. Sasuke was stunned. He looked around. Moonlight. Courtyard. Brother. Everything felt so real. How could it be?
From the moment you were kicked away by me, Xianren approached and stood face to face with him. You had already fallen into my genjutsu. He reached out and waved his hand in front of Sasuke's eyes. You thought you fought back, that we battled for a long time. But actually, Xianren snapped his fingers. Snap. The surrounding scene rippled like water. Sasuke blinked. Then he found himself standing still motionless. Right at the door of Xianren's room. Only a few seconds had passed since he was kicked away. The fierce battle he had just experienced, it was all fake. All an illusion. Sasuke's pupils contracted violently. You. Xianren stood before him, moonlight illuminating his face, the crimson Sharingan slowly rotating. One tomo. Just one tomo. Yet it could create such a vivid illusion space. Brother Xianren spoke, his voice steady. Your taijutsu is strong and you use transformation technique and substitution technique skillfully. But your weakness is also obvious, your resistance to genjutsu is too poor. Sasuke opened his mouth to speak but found he couldn't utter a word. His body was still under control. Relax, this is just a simple genjutsu, it will dispel on its own in a moment. Xianren turned and walked toward his room. Let's keep tonight's events our secret. He stopped at the door, not looking back. Brother, you said you'd tell me everything once I became a chunin. Well, let me tell you, I will become a chunin, I will grow stronger and I will face those things with you. But I don't want you to bear it alone. We are brothers. The door closed. Under the moonlight, Sasuke stood alone, motionless. After a long while he found he could move. He slowly raised his hand and looked at his palm. Everything just now was still vivid in his mind. Such a realistic battle, such a lifelike illusion. This kid. He muttered hoarsely, when did he? He looked up at the closed door. The moonlight was crimson, casting a pale glow on his face. A long silence. He turned and walked back to his own room. No knocking, no interrogation, no anger. Only a faint, almost inaudible murmur. Stronger than I imagined. Inside the room, Xianren lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. Ding. Congratulations to the host for victory in the duel against Uchiha Sasuke. Battle reward Sharingan proficiency beginner intermediate. Xianren muttered to himself, time to sleep. As Earthlings say goodnight everyone. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was extremely busy. Lord Hokage apparent reports that their child has gone missing without a trace. Hiruzen Sarutobi exclaimed in surprise. What? The next morning. Ringing. Ringing. The alarm clock was ringing like crazy. Yuzebo Shinran groggily reached for the alarm clock, slapped it down, and finally the world was quiet. He opened his eyes and realized he had fallen asleep in his clothes last night. Looking around, the room was tidy with no signs of a fight. It seems using genjutsu last night was the right call. Shinran rubbed his eyes. Otherwise this house would have been torn apart by me and my brother. He sat up, recalling the duel with Zhuozhu last night. A single Tomo Sharingan could actually create such a realistic illusion space. These eyes have something to them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuzebo Zhuozhu had already gotten up early. No alarm clock needed, he woke up naturally at the right time, a habit cultivated over the years. Morning run, physical training, shuriken practice, chakra control. Every day was packed full. Although called a genius, Zhuozhu knew better than anyone, a genius who doesn't work hard is still a waste. He glanced at the next room and frowned. That kid. Still not up. Zhuozhu walked to Zinran's door and pushed it open. Sure enough. Shinran was still lying in bed, staring blankly with eyes open. Little brother, get up. Zhuozhu's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Time for class. Shinran turned to see his brother's handsome face and yawned lazily. Brother, why are you up so early? Zhuozhu was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. That smile was not his usual cold, scheming face, but a genuine doting smile. Who's as lazy as you, little sleepyhead? No matter how I call, you won't wake up. He walked to the bedside and ruffled Zinran's hair. Your big brother has to go for morning runs to train physical skills and also practice shuriken and kunai accuracy. These all require training. Even if your strength increases, accuracy is still important. He paused, his eyes turning serious. Even though big brother is a genius, he still has to work hard. Shinran looked at Zhuozhu before him, a complex emotion welling up inside. So this is what the genius from the original story was like. Not a born genius, but 30% talent and 70% hard work. Got it, big brother. Shinran sat up. I'll get up right away. Zhuozhu nodded and turned to leave. After getting up, Shinran quickly took a cold shower. He washed his hair, face, brushed his teeth, and scrubbed himself with soap all over. There was no choice in this world, there were no parents, so he had to do everything himself. He looked at his body in the mirror. A child's torso, slender limbs. Indeed, it was still a bit uncomfortable. His soul was a 32-year-old middle-aged man. He lifted his head and looked at his face in the mirror. One word, handsome. No, in northeastern dialect it should be called striking. After all, for a child, handsome was hard to define. But this face was definitely the excellent genes of the Yuzebo clan: sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, fair skin, and delicate features like a porcelain doll.
Not bad. Shinran winked at his reflection. I should be able to boost Hinata's affection level again today. Already at level 2 of Secret Crush he couldn't give up. He should be able to activate the system's many children many blessings function. As long as he had one child the reward would be far greater than completing missions. He thought as he packed his things. Kunai shuriken throwing knives all packed into a small pouch. After thinking he used the transformation technique to shrink them to the size of dust and stuff them into his pocket. When needed he could instantly enlarge them, similar to the storage pouches in cultivation novels. Everything ready. Shinran walked out of the room. Outside Yuzhibo Zuozhu had already been waiting for half an hour. From 7 to 7:30. His face grew darker and darker. This kid was going to make him wait forever. What's he fussing about his looks? He's already handsome enough, fully inheriting the genes of the Yuzhibo clan. The men are handsome and the women beautiful, with the most stunning being breathtakingly gorgeous. But Zuozhu's eyes darkened. But the Yuzhibo clan had been wiped out. Hatred. As he was immersed in thoughts of revenge, the door finally opened. Shinran came out. Zuozhu took one look and almost didn't recognize him. This kid had styled his hair like a punk, all spiked up. Let's go, little brother. Zuozhu turned around. We need to be fast. Since you've awakened the Sharingan, your stamina might still be lacking. See if you can keep up with me. With that he kicked off the ground and leaped onto the courtyard wall. Another leap onto a tree. In a few bounds he disappeared into the forest. Shinran stood there dumbfounded. What? He looked down at his legs. Run. Of course he could run. But climb a tree. This. He suddenly realized a serious problem. He had a system, but what the system provided were skills, genjutsu, taijutsu techniques, clone techniques. What about physical strength? Endurance? Chakra control? None of these. The system only gave him skills, but his physical fitness still needed to be trained. System, he called in his mind, teach me quickly, how do I get up there? Ding. The system's voice was lazy. This kind of trivial question this system is too lazy to answer. Shinran. Ding. The system added another sentence, host, didn't you learn this at the Ninja Academy? Shinran froze. Ninja Academy. Before he awakened his memories, what kind of person was his original self? Skipping class, hitting teachers, stealing chickens and dogs, he had done all kinds of bad things. In the end, Zuozhu always came to clean up his mess. So, his original self had never learned how to control chakra to climb trees. Shinran held his forehead. This was trouble. He looked up at the tree in front of him, the trunk straight, the canopy towering. At the police academy he had practiced climbing, but that was using hands and feet together, completely different from a ninja's method of using chakra to adhere. He tried to concentrate chakra on the soles of his feet. Puff. He stepped up and the sole sank in a bit, but he couldn't stand at all. He tried again, this time he used too much force, directly kicking off a chunk of bark, and he stumbled backward, almost falling. This. Shinran was stunned. Just then a black shadow dropped from the tree and landed steadily in front of him. Yuzhibo Zuozhu. He had returned the same way. What's wrong, little brother? Zuozhu looked at him, frowning slightly. Why didn't you follow? Shinran looked embarrassed. Brother, I need to tell you something. He scratched his head. Actually, I'm not very good at using chakra to climb trees. Zuozhu was stunned. He looked at Shinran, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. You can't climb trees. No. Didn't they teach that at school? They taught it, but I didn't study seriously. Zuozhu was silent for 3 seconds. Then he sighed. In that sigh there was helplessness, heartache, and a little self-blame. It's my fault, he said. Shinran was taken aback. Before I always protected you and didn't let you train, wanting you to be an ordinary person. Zuozhu looked at him. So when you messed around at school I didn't interfere. He paused, his eyes turning serious. But now it's different. You've awakened the Sharingan, you are a descendant of the Yuzhibo clan. You can choose to become stronger or you can continue to waste your days. But if you choose to become stronger, Zuozhu stepped closer, staring into his eyes. I will teach you. Xinren looked at his brother, before him a warm current surging in his heart. This cold man could actually say such touching words. Okay. He nodded solemnly. I want to become stronger. Zuozhu's lips curled slightly. Then start from the most basic, tree climbing. Zuozhu led Xinren to a sturdy tree. The trunk was straight, the bark rough, perfect for practice. Watch closely. Zuozhu said. He walked to the tree, pushed off with his foot, and his entire body climbed up the trunk. Not jumping, walking. Step by step, vertically upward. His soul seemed to have suction cups firmly adhering to the trunk. At a height of 3 meters he stopped and looked down at Xinren. Did you see clearly? Xinren nodded. Zuozhu jumped down, landing silently. The principle is simple, he explained.
Concentrate chakra on the soles of your feet to form a thin adhesive layer. Too much chakra and you'll crush the bark, losing balance. Too little and you'll slide down. The key is control. He raised a finger. Chakra control is the foundation of all ninjutsu. Clone technique requires control, substitution technique requires control, and the fireball technique requires even more control. Since you can awaken the Sharingan, it shows your chakra talent is not bad. What you need to do now is make your body remember this feeling. Xianren listened attentively, nodding inwardly. No wonder he was a genius, his explanation was crystal clear. Try it, Zhuozhu said, stepping back. Xianren took a deep breath and walked to the tree. He concentrated chakra on his soles, lifted one foot and pressed it against the trunk. The sole sank in a bit, but he couldn't stand and his foot slipped. Too much, Zhuozhu said. Reduce by 30%. Xianren adjusted the amount of chakra and tried again. This time he held it. He tried to lift the other foot. As soon as it left the ground, the first foot slipped. He nearly fell. Too little, Zhuozhu said. Increase by 10%. Xianren gritted his teeth and continued. Held. Lifted. Slid. Held. Lifted. Slid. Once. Twice. 5 times. 10 times. The sun gradually rose and sweat beaded on Xianren's forehead. But he never managed to take 2 steps. No. Zhuozhu's voice rang out. You're too forceful. Xianren stopped panting. Chakra control is not about brute force. Zhuozhu walked over to him. Imagine chakra as water and your soles as faucets. You need to let the water flow out, spreading evenly on your soles, not gushing out all at once. He reached out and tapped Xianren's ankle. Feel it, your current chakra flow is too thick, too rapid. Try to make it thinner and more even. Xianren closed his eyes. He mobilized his chakra following Zhuozhu's instructions, trying to make it even. Then he lifted his foot and pressed it against the trunk. This time it held firm. He lifted the other foot, it also held. His entire body clung to the trunk, both feet firmly attached. Yes. That's it. Zhuozhu's voice carried surprise. Hold it. Walk upward. Xianren opened his eyes and tried to step up. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps, slap. His chakra suddenly went chaotic and he slid down the tree. But this time he had a smile on his face. I held it. Zhuozhu also smiled. It was a faint smile, but a smile nonetheless. Again he said. An hour later. Xianren could already walk 5 steps. Though he still slipped, the progress was visible. Take a break, Zhuozhu said. The two sat under the tree drinking water. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Brother Xianren suddenly spoke. How long did it take you to master this? Zhuozhu was silent for a moment. 1 day. Xianren. So what if he's a genius? But Zhuozhu added, you're faster than I was. Xianren was startled. Ha! When I first started practicing I couldn't even hold 1 step. Zhuozhu looked at him. You can walk 5 steps in an hour, that's already very fast. Xianren felt a bit more balanced. Continue in the afternoon. Zhuozhu stood up. Practice until you can reach the top of the tree. Xianren also stood up and brushed the dirt off his clothes. By the way, brother, he suddenly remembered something. You said chakra control is the foundation of all ninjutsu. What about the Sharingan? Does the Sharingan have anything to do with chakra control? Zhuozhu looked at him with a complex expression. The Sharingan requires a large amount of chakra to sustain. He said you were able to use genjutsu to control me last night, which shows your chakra reserves are considerable. But if you can't control it well, you'll deplete it after a few uses. He paused. So there's no shortcut to becoming stronger. First lay a solid foundation, then talk about other things. Xianren nodded. He recalled what the system had said yesterday. The system is not omnipotent. Don't always think about chasing girls. You need to train your stamina. Without stamina, how can you conquer the girl you like? Now it seemed the system was right. No matter how powerful the technique, it still required the body to support it. Brother, I understand, he said. Let's continue training. Zhuozhu's lips curled slightly. Now that's more like an Uchiha. The sun climbed higher. The two boys practiced under the big tree over and over again. One taught, one learned. One was strict, one was earnest. Sweat dripped, but no one cared. Because they were brothers. Because they wanted to become stronger. Because they were the Uchiha clan, the strongest clan. Xianren was startled. Class. Damn. Brother. What time is it? Zhuozhu looked at the sky. About 8:30. 8:30. Xianren nearly jumped up. Class starts at 8. Zhuozhu was also stunned. They exchanged glances. The next second both of them moved. Zhuozhu grabbed Xianren by the back of his collar, pushed off the ground and leaped onto the tree. Hold tight. He stepped on branches leaping swiftly through the forest.
Xinren was carried like a little chick, wind whistling past his ears. Brother. Slow down. If I slow down, we'll be late.
We're already late. Then there's no need to slow down.
Xin run. That was so logical he had no comeback. Konoha Ninja Academy.
Teacher Yaluka stood at the podium looking at the sparse students, his face ashen.
Has anyone seen Zhuozhu and Xin run?
They usually arrive half an hour early, but today they're half an hour late with no sign of coming.
No. There isn't.
The answer came in unison word by word from both male and female ninjas.
Junai Ing and Shanzhong Jingye were extremely worried about Uchiha Zhuozhu.
Just now Yaluka said that the third Hokage had asked some teachers to check if anyone was absent this morning and report quickly. Word was that many people had gone missing yesterday, third-year, second-year students, and even the third Hokage's grandson was missing. The third Hokage's grandson. At that moment Uchiha Zhuozhu and Uchiha Xinren pushed the door open and walked in just in time to hear about the third Hokage's grandson's disappearance.
You two are late. After class do 500 push-ups for Uchiha Xinren and 5000 push-ups for Uchiha Zhuozhu.
The heavier punishment is because you as the older brother actually arrived late together with your younger brother. Originally we were supposed to have that combat training today, but
it's cancelled. Cancelled. No way. Rishang Chutian. Not here. Yaluka asked anxiously.
On the other side in the office of the third Hokage Yuenfei risen. Third Hokage, everything has been notified.
The school has been suspended.
Yesterday the number of missing students and some genin has exceeded 100.
What's going on?
Who was on duty yesterday? The sky was still half dark and my village remained shrouded in morning mist. Inside the great mansion of the Rishang clan chaos had already erupted like a boiling pot.
What do you mean she's gone?
Rishang Rise's voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, shaking the entire reception hall. The servant kneeling on the ground trembled all over, forehead pressed to the floor, not daring to lift his head.
Last night the young lady said she was going to see a friend.
And she hasn't returned since.
A friend? Rishang Rizu frowned deeply. What friend?
It's a boy about 10 years old.
Wearing the clothes of the Yuzebo clan with a fan-shaped clan emblem on his back. Boo! Rishang Rizu slammed his palm down, shattering the tea table beside him. Yuzebo. The Yuzebo that was annihilated. Send people to search.
His voice was as cold as tempered ice. Turn the entire Mai upside down if you must, but find my daughter. The servant scrambled out in a panic.
Rishang Rizu stood still, his chest heaving violently.
He recalled that night many years ago. His younger brother Rishang Ritsai had died in his place. The gaze of Rike's child was still etched in his heart, a look of hatred and helplessness, the taste of losing a father at the age of 6 or 7. And now was his daughter going to be in trouble too?
Lord Rizu, came the elder's voice from behind. Could it be the remnants of the Yuzebo?
Those who escaped on the night of the massacre.
Shut up. Rishang Rizu spun around, the killing intent in his Byakugan nearly solidifying into substance. No matter who it is, if they touch my daughter. He spoke each word deliberately.
He'll have their entire family buried with her.
Huiying office. Yuenfei Risen held a pipe in his mouth, his brows furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly. Across from him Rishang Rizu stood with his hands behind his back, emitting a chilling aura.
Rizu, the third Hokage side, don't rush.
I've already sent people to investigate. Not rush. Rishang Rizu sneered. Sandai, if it were your grandson missing, could you remain calm?
The third's pipe paused. Last time my brother died and I could do nothing, Rishang Rizu said in a low voice.
This time it's my daughter.
If she can't be found, he stared into the third's eyes.
He'll never let it go.
The third fell silent.
He knew exactly what Rishang Rizu was referring to.
The incident of Rike's death in place of Rizu had always been a thorn in the Rishang clan's heart.
Now Kyushin's disappearance was like driving another knife into that thorn.
What clues do you have? The third asked. Yuzebo. Rishang Rizu spat out the word. Someone saw that the one who sought out Chutian last night was a boy wearing the Yuzebo clan's attire with a fan on his back. The third's pupils contracted slightly.
Yuzebo.
After the night of the massacre only 2 Yuzebo remained in Mai, Zhuozhu and Shinran.
Had Zhuozhu been at home all night? What about Shinran?
Before he could ponder further, the office door was abruptly pushed open.
Grandfather. A jonin wearing glasses burst in, kneeling on one knee, his voice trembling. Sandai, young Master Muyen. Is missing. That jonin with glasses was Huibisha Maiwan's teacher.
The third's pipe fell onto the desk.
My kindergarten. 5-year-old Yuenfei Muyen, the third Hokage's only grandson, also hadn't returned home last night.
According to the teacher's recollection, a masked youth had picked him up after school in the afternoon. That youth wore a high-collared coat, his face obscure, but when he turned, a fan pattern was faintly visible on his back.
Yuzebo again! Exclaimed the umbu nearby.
The third's face darkened as if it could drip water.
Yuzebo's fan.
In one night the Rishon clan's eldest daughter had gone missing, the third Hokage's grandson had gone missing, plus the 3 students who had disappeared a few days earlier. This was no coincidence.
Someone was targeting my.
Summon the Umbu, the third said in a dangerously calm voice. Moments later a silver-haired figure appeared in the Huiying office.
Umbu uniform, animal mask, a languid demeanor. Shimu Kakaxi.
He removed his mask, revealing his perpetually sleepy face and listless eyes. Lord Huiying, what do you require of me? The third looked at him, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. Kakaxi, investigate what's been happening recently.
What's going on?
How can so many people go missing all at once?
Also check with the Umbu to see if there are any clues.
Kakaxi's lazy gaze sharpened slightly.
How many?
The eldest daughter of the Rishon clan, my grandson, and 3 students, the third said in a low voice. 6 people in total, all around 10 years old. Kakaxi was silent for a second before saying, I've heard of no fewer than 100 missing.
How is it, Lord Huiying, that you say only 6?
Others are unimportant, but students are important, and your own grandson is the most important. Lord Huiying, you appear kind and amiable before the people, but it seems you are also cold-blooded and ruthless.
Stop the nonsense. Will you do it or not? If not, you may leave. Kakaxi was silent for a moment.
Clues. The third handed him a piece of paper. On the paper was only one pattern, the Yuzhibo fan. Kakaxi stared at the pattern, his brow slightly furrowed.
Has Yuzhibo you returned?
That was his first reaction. If that man who had annihilated his clan truly returned to Mai and took these children, what did he intend to do?
Not sure, the third shook his head. It could also be an imposter.
Orochimaru's side has been quiet lately, and the Mist Village doesn't seem to be making moves, nor those small nations.
He paused. But whoever it is, I want results within a week. Kakaxi folded the paper and tucked it into his chest. Understood. He turned and left, his silver hair glinting in the morning light.
Elsewhere.
Ninja Academy.
Yuzhibo Shinran sat in his seat, restless.
Chu Tian hadn't come.
This was wrong. In the original story, Chu Tian was timid but never missed class.
And last night,
he recalled the Crimson Moon and the system's prompt.
Could it be?
He muttered to himself, then suddenly stood up.
Yuzhibo Shinran. Yaluka's voice rang out. Where are you going? Teacher, I have a stomachache.
Without waiting for a reply, Shinran dashed out of the classroom. In the corridor he ran while calling out to the system in his mind.
System. Chu Tian is missing, isn't that right? It's related to the side mission, isn't it? Ding.
The system's voice finally sounded.
Detected that key character Rishon Chu Tian is missing. Side mission progress updated. Current missing count Rishon Chu Tian Yuanfei Muyan Wuban Muzaban.
90 mission objective, find key character Rishon Chu Tian within 72 hours, otherwise the storyline will undergo irreversible changes. Mission completion reward is very generous.
Hint: Chu Tian is in mortal danger.
Her Byakugan is a rare Kekkei Genkai. The longer it drags on, the more dangerous it becomes.
Zinran's heart tightened. Mortal danger. Byakugan.
He recalled how many in the original story coveted the eyes of the Rishon clan.
Cloud Village, Mist Village, Orochimaru, and those underground organizations. Damn it.
He gritted his teeth and sped up, rushing out of the school gate. Just as he stepped out, he nearly collided with someone.
Yuzhibo Zhuozhu. Where are you going? Zhuozhu frowned.
Brother, trouble.
Chu Tian. She's missing.
Shinran grabbed his arm, his face filled with anxiety, his voice laced with obvious fear and unease. Yuzhibo Shinran was burning with anxiety, wishing he could instantly fly to the Sandeus office to seek help from this venerable leader. Meanwhile, Yuzhibo Zhuozhu unhesitatingly said, let's go together.
Maybe we can be of some help.
The two hurried toward the Huiying office building, their hearts growing heavier with each step.
Huiying office.
Like a white flash, a figure suddenly appeared before the third Hokage. The third Hokage was a kind and amiable old man with not a trace of official arrogance.
Seeing this person appear, he immediately asked kindly, any clues? The clues seemed deliberately pointed at the Yuzhibo clan.
Kakaxi's eyes narrowed slightly, his smile invisible. He wore a mask every day, as he spoke. Third Hokage Yuanfei risen, pondered for a moment and said, then summon those 2 Yuzhibo children.
Let them act as bait to lure out the mastermind.
You mean to lure the snake out of its hole?
Kakaxi's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued by the idea.
Just then a faint rustling noise caught Kakaxi's attention. He abruptly looked up toward the window and barked, who's there?
What are you hiding for? Come out.
Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere suddenly froze.
Who? What are you hiding there for? Come out.
Kakashi's gaze was sharp, piercing towards the windowsill. The curtain stirred and 2 small figures leapt in.
Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Shinran. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly.
In that instant, the originally amiable third Hokage's expression suddenly changed.
Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Shinran. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, his voice as cold as the winter wind. So it really is you two? Just as Sasuke and Shinran steadied themselves, they were caught off guard by this abrupt questioning. As the saying goes, speak of the devil and he shall appear. The third Hokage slowly walked out from behind his desk, each step bearing an invisible pressure. I was just worried about finding you and unexpectedly you came right to my door. He suddenly turned his head to Kakashi. Kakashi, immediately take these two into custody. Use torture on them to extract the whereabouts of the missing children. Bang. The third Hokage, who had been wearing a bright red Hokage robe, instantly transformed into a combat outfit. He stared fiercely, exuding a murderous aura utterly different from the amiable old man he usually was. You two little brats. He gritted his teeth. How dare you engage in such abduction? Where have those missing people been hidden? Speak clearly. Otherwise today will be your day of death. Sasuke and Shinran were completely bewildered. What? Abduction. Missing. What are you talking about? Shinran reacted first, widening his eyes and fearlessly retorting, what? Abduction. These missing people have nothing to do with us. On what basis are you dumping this blame on us? The third Hokage was taken aback. What do you mean by dumping blame? Kakashi was also stunned. What a strange term. In this bizarre standoff, the door was pushed open. A group of people filed in. At the forefront was a jonin wearing sunglasses and a green vest, Ebisu. Behind him followed a team of Anbu members, each exuding a chilling aura. Third Hokage Ebisu adjusted his sunglasses. May I ask what has happened here? Is it because of these two children? The third Hokage did not answer. He merely fixed his gaze on Sasuke and Shinran, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Then he spoke. Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi looked up. Yes. Take these two Uchiha children to the Anbu bloodletting department. Bloodletting department. Sasuke and Shinran exchanged glances, an ominous premonition rising in their hearts. That place is specifically for bloodletting in our Anbu. The third Hokage's voice held no warmth. With your ability as a copy ninja Hatake Kakashi, you should be able to handle this task. I hope you do not let my expectations down. Bloodletting. A place specifically for bloodletting. Shinran's pupils constricted sharply. He finally understood. This is not a misunderstanding. This is a conspiracy. Someone wants their lives. Brother, run. Sasuke's voice suddenly erupted as he stepped forward, blocking Shinran, arms spread wide like a beast protecting its young. Even if they want to kill us, they must first cross over my corpse. Shinran was stunned. He looked at his brother's back. The brother, who always had a cold face and spoke harshly, was now unhesitatingly standing in front of him. Just like when they were young, whenever he got into trouble, his brother would stand up for him. Sasuke. The third Hokage's voice rang out again. You are so loyal. Then I will send you to the Anbu for bloodletting first. Sasuke's body stiffened slightly. But he did not back down. Right. He raised his head and met the third Hokage's gaze. It was all my doing. That night I was the one who abducted them. Spare my brother, he is innocent. I beg you. He paused, his voice hoarse. It's all the fault of the elder brother. Spare him. I beg you. Shinran's heart felt like it was being tightly gripped. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but found his throat so dry that he couldn't make a sound. Brother. What are you saying? You clearly did nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the boy before him, nearly losing his composure. A trace of barely perceptible fluctuation flashed in those murky old eyes. But he couldn't show it. Because this is the world of ninjas. Someone is watching. Someone is waiting. He could only grit his teeth and continue the act. This is the world of ninjas. The third Hokage's voice was as cold as iron. There is no warmth, no reasoning. You want to protect your brother, but if you die, how can you protect your brother? He paused as if giving this boy one last. Considering your strong protective feelings for your brother, I will let you go. Sasuke's eyes brightened for a moment. But the next second the third Hokage's words plunged him into an icy abyss. Take them away. Take Uchiha Shinran away. Sasuke's body completely froze. No. Not like this. He had already admitted it, he had already said it was his doing. Why were they still taking Shinran away? Why? He watched the Anbu approach. Shinran saw his younger brother's small figure shrouded in shadows and watched as those people reached out their hands. Flames. Screams. Corpses all over the ground. That man stood in a pool of blood looking at him with those scarlet eyes. Sasuke, you are too weak. You can't even bring yourself to hate me. Because you are too weak. No. Sasuke's eyes instantly turned blood red. Uchiha Itachi. He roared, his voice filled with endless anger and despair. He killed our family. Annihilated our entire clan. Now you want to take away my only brother. His voice echoed in the office, carrying the sharpness and brokenness unique to you. What do you want? Shinran looked at his brother, his heart gripped tightly. The calm genius, always stern-faced brother was now like a wounded beast roaring in despair. Brother. As he opened his mouth, Sasuke's hand suddenly moved. Siwei Shin Hai Wuin. Sealing the hand signs. Quick! Too fast. So fast that the Umbu didn't react in time. Sasuke brought his hands to his mouth, took a deep breath, and then fire release great fireball technique. Boom! A massive fireball erupted from his mouth over 3 meters in diameter, instantly raising the temperature in the entire office to over 100 degrees Celsius. The flames illuminated everyone's astonished faces. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. As expected of the copy ninja, he didn't need to copy at all. His hand sealing speed was faster than Sasuke's. See Haisu. Earth release earth flow wall. Boom. A dirt wall engraved with a dog head rose from the ground, firmly blocking the impact of the great fireball. Flames scattered, sparks flying. But Sasuke's attack had just begun. His hands formed seals again. Czin Sucho Mauin. Fire release Phoenix fire technique. Dozens of small fireballs flew from his mouth like a sky full of fireworks, drawing tricky trajectories in the air, shooting towards Kakashi from all directions. Kakashi frowned. This little brat hasn't even graduated and can continuously use crank ninjutsu. But he had no time to think further, and his hands formed seals again. Water release water barrier. A wall of water rose from the ground, blocking all the Phoenix fire. Water and fire met, creating a thick white mist. The entire office was engulfed in a white haze. Kakashi let out a slight sigh of relief. But the next second, his pupils suddenly constricted. Amidst the mist, a small firelight suddenly pierced through the water curtain, shooting straight at his face at an extremely tricky angle. That was a shuriken. No. It was in the form of a shuriken condensed from the dragon fire technique. This little brat can actually manipulate the form of fire release to such a degree. No time left. There's no avoiding it. Just at this critical moment, an elderly figure suddenly appeared in front of Kakashi. Earth release earth dragon bullet. Boom. A dirt dragon sprang from the ground, swallowing that fire shuriken whole. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had made his move. He stood in front of Kakashi, his gaze sweeping over the chaos around and finally landing on Sasuke. A trace of complex emotion flickered in those murky old eyes. Are you all just going to stand there? His voice was not loud but carried an undeniable authority. Capture these two The Umbu moved. From all directions they simultaneously pounced on Sasuke and Shinran. Sasuke gritted his teeth, about to form seals again, when a hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Brother. Shinran's voice rang in his ear. Sasuke turned to meet his brother's eyes. That pair of eyes was now glowing with a scarlet light. One Tomo. Sharingan. The entire place fell silent. That is. An Umbu gasped. The Sharingan. How old is this kid? 10 years old. Opened his eyes at 10. Kakashi's gaze also changed. He instinctively raised his hand to push aside the forehead protector covering his left eye. Revealed was an equally scarlet eye. 3 Tomo. Sharingan. The two Sharingan locked eyes in the misty office. One eye with 3 Tomo belonged to the copy ninja Kakashi. Both eyes with 1 Tomo belonged to the 10-year-old Uchiha Shinran. The air seemed to freeze. Shinran looked at Kakashi's eye, a surge of indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. That eye was Obito's. It was a gift from Uchiha Obito. And now they stood on opposite sides. Shinran Sasuke's voice was low. What do you want? Shinran did not answer. He simply looked at the Umbu surrounding them, at Kakashi, at the third Hokage. Then he smiled. That smile was cold and clear. I finally understand, he said. What? Shinran turned to look at his brother. There is no warmth, no reasoning, he said slowly, only naked calculations and interests. If you are valuable, you are the pillar of Konoha. If you are useless, Konoha will strangle you at any time. He paused, his gaze turning sharp as a blade. This is the world of ninjas. Those animes are all lies. Sasuke was stunned. He couldn't understand what his brother was saying. But he could feel his brother had changed. He had become more clear-headed and colder. Brother. Shinran suddenly spoke. Together. Sasuke was taken aback. Together for what? Shinran did not answer. He simply began to form seals. Si. Wei. Shin. Hai. Wu. In. Very slow. Slow as if a beginner. As Sasuke watched his brother's sealing speed, he suddenly understood. He also began to form seals. The same set of seals. Si Wei Shin Haifu In. But Sasuke's speed was much faster than Shinran's. Fire release great fireball technique. Boom. Sasuke's great fireball shot out first, heading straight for the Umbu. The Umbu dodged their formation, instantly disrupted. And just at that moment, Shinran's great fireball was also completed. Boom. The second great fireball followed closely, though not very large. It was enough to throw those who had just dodged the first attack into chaos again. But this was just the beginning. Shinran reached into his pocket, pulling out something. Smoke bombs. Not 1. But 30. He threw all the smoke bombs out. Bang 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 bang. White smoke instantly filled the entire office, obscuring vision. Brother! Shinrin shouted, run!
The window of the Hokage's office suddenly shattered open with two figures, one in front and the other behind, shooting out with great speed. Thick smoke followed closely behind, accompanied by a few sharp shouts. Chase!
We cannot let them leave the village.
The voice came from the Yambu, but the source of the command, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood in the center of the smoke, his face grim, yet a hint of profound meaning flickered in his eyes. His lips moved slightly as a faint chakra sound transmission was quietly sent out, cutting through the chaos and precisely landing in the ears of a figure who had long been on standby.
Kakashi, follow them. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary, but ensure the safety of those two children. Especially Uchiha Shinrin. Irika's report seems to be seriously flawed.
The forest rushed away beneath their feet.
Sasuke tightly gripped Shinrin's wrist, chakra condensing at their feet, leaping effortlessly between the tree trunks.
The sound of wind howled in his ears, but he could still hear the distant sound of adult ninjas quickly closing in, along with brief shouts of encirclement orders.
East side. Intercept. He gritted his teeth and accelerated again.
However, the force in his hands suddenly grew heavy.
Brother! Shinrin's breathing was abnormally heavy, his steps faltering, almost being dragged along.
His face was pale and cold sweat dripped from his forehead.
I just learned how to walk on trees this morning. Sasuke suddenly turned his head.
In his brother's usually listless black eyes there was now a stubbornness that refused to admit defeat, but his body was clearly at its limit. How could the chakra tree walking he barely learned today support such an intense escape?
Troublesome little brat.
The thought crossed his mind, yet his actions preceded his thoughts. He halted his steps and crouched down.
Get on. Shinrin was taken aback. Hurry.
Sasuke's voice was urgent and left no room for doubt.
Without further hesitation, Shinrin leaped onto his brother's seemingly thin yet exceptionally firm back.
Sasuke supported him with one hand, chakra bursting forth beneath his feet, his speed even faster than when he was alone, like a black arrow deeply plunging into the darker depths of the forest. Amidst the jolting on his back, Shinrin could feel the fine sweat seeping from his brother's neck, and he could hear his equally heavy breathing, yet the arms that held him were as steady as iron clamps. "Brother," he said softly amidst the wind, "thank you for earlier."
Sasuke did not respond.
He only tightened his hold on him without a word. After a long while, the figures of the pursuers were finally swallowed by layers of trees. Sasuke stopped on a large tree branch, setting Shinrin down as the two leaned against the trunk, breathing heavily.
For now, we are safe.
Sasuke adjusted his breathing, unconsciously activating his Sharingan, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Shinrin wiped his sweat, yet his gaze was directed towards the direction of Konoha, lost in thought.
"Brother, do you think the third old man really wants our lives?" Sasuke fell silent.
After the night of the massacre, his trust in the higher-ups had plummeted to an all-time low. But the scene in the office replayed quickly, the third's angry reprimand, the Yambu's assault, seemingly perilous yet always leaving gaps at critical moments. Especially if that man Kakashi was indeed there, they wouldn't even be able to jump out of the window.
Sasuke asked, "What do you mean?"
Acting Shinrin replied with two words, his gaze sharp beyond his years, for the mice hiding in Konoha to see. As two orphans of the Uchiha clan, especially your fierce resistance as a genius, even defection might help him verify something or draw something out.
Moreover, this old fox definitely doesn't intend to pay. Do you think he wants us to work for free? Not a chance. If I find someone following us, I will definitely demand a fee to escape. Brother, if you have money in the future, what do you want to do? Get stronger. Sasuke's answer was unwavering, a dark fire flickering in his eyes. Only by becoming powerful can we sever the past, obtain answers, and seek revenge.
Shinrin looked at the cold lines of his brother's profile and sighed inwardly. The hatred of the massacre was like a brand searing through the youth he should have had. If one day he learns that the truth is not just about Itachi, perhaps destroying Konoha would not be incomprehensible. With no family left, how can one speak of protecting the village? That would merely be a joke told to outsiders. This thought sent a chill through his heart. Perhaps what he could do was help him find another path, for example.
Forget it, let's not think about it for now, the mission is more pressing.
Before coming to the Hokage's office, the system had prompted critical information.
Detected the disappearance of key figure Hinata Hyūga, side mission progress updated. Current missing persons Hinata Hyūga, Konohamaru, Sarutobi, Goban, Kinomoto.
Mission objective: find the missing persons within 72 hours, or the plot will undergo irreversible changes.
Hint: Hinata is in life-threatening danger.
Her Byakugan is an extremely rare bloodline limit. The longer the delay, the higher the risk of detachment or relocation. The system's prompt coldly cut into his thoughts.
Shinrin's expression tightened. Brother, where do you think is the most safe yet lively place in Konoha right now?
At first Sasuke was puzzled, but then he quickly realized, his Sharingan turning slightly. Are you saying
they might not have left the village at all?
The most dangerous place
is the safest place. Shinrin interjected, his thoughts becoming clearer. As soon as Hinata went missing yesterday, the village went on lockdown.
If they are after the Byakugan, bringing the goods through the checkpoint would be too risky. It's more likely they are hiding in place.
Inns, hotels, bathhouses. Even some underground locations. We need to go back.
Search the entire village.
Just the two of us. Sasuke frowned, finding the idea almost insane. Not just the two of us.
Shinran suddenly raised his voice, his gaze glancing towards a dense shadow of trees behind him. You've been watching us for so long, you should come out now.
And Buzen. Or should I say? Kakashi-senpai. Sasuke instantly tensed up, kunai slipping into his palm, his Sharingan fixed on that spot. Silence enveloped them.
Only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. A few seconds later, the shadow in the trees seemed to ripple like water. A figure unexpectedly leaned against a nearby tree trunk, silver hair obscuring half of his face, his black mask only revealing an eye that curved into a crescent shape, and in his hand was a small book with an orange cover.
Well, well.
A lazy yet slightly surprised voice rang out. Today's students can actually discover my existence. Not only did they manage to escape from the Hokage's office, but they also found me.
Can you tell me how you discovered that, Shinran?
Kakashi closed Ika Paradise, his one visible eye looking at Shinran, seemingly casual yet carrying a sharp scrutiny.
Shinran did not answer directly but quickly said, Hinata and the others are missing, right? Their target is the Byakugan. They are likely still in the village.
We need manpower for a covert investigation, especially in places where people can easily hide.
This is a rescue mission as well as a task, even if the Hokage didn't explicitly say so. Kakashi's laid-back demeanor diminished slightly.
He looked at Sasuke, whose gaze was as wary as a young leopard, then at Shinran, who was panting yet had a focused and clear mind.
An interesting theory. Kakashi ran a hand through his hair. But you two are currently on the run. And why should I think about helping you? Or would the Hokage allow it?
Because the third grandfather sent you not just to watch us. Shinran stared directly at him, and also because if this drags on, Hinata might die.
Konohamaru would also be in greater danger.
This is no longer a drill nor a test for us Uchiha, but a real crisis, right, senpai? For a moment the forest fell silent.
Kakashi's revealed eye narrowed slightly. Finally he sighed and shoved Ika Paradise back into his ninja tool pouch.
Action plan, he asked, his tone already different.
Sasuke looked at Shinran, who took a deep breath and pointed towards Konoha. First we go back. Use transformation jutsu. Then. We need a map and a list of all possible locations. Time is running out.
The streets of Konoha appeared somewhat languid under the afternoon sun, yet an intangible sense of tension lingered in the air. Two figures walked one after the other. The black-haired youth in front had his hands in his pockets, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as his curious gaze scanned the surroundings. The youth behind him, also black-haired with dark eyes, wore a stern expression, his gaze sharp as a knife, deterring any strangers. They were the Uchiha brothers who had swapped identities, Shinran who appeared as Sasuke and Sasuke who appeared as Shinran.
Hey, I'm asking, is it really okay for us to walk like this? The most dangerous place is the safest place, the foe Sasuke Xinran replied coldly, his eyes sweeping around the corner.
Besides, we need to observe. If the enemy is indeed still in the village, there might be dissonant eyes on the streets at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, two clear female voices echoed from the intersection ahead.
Ah. It's Sasuke-kun.
The pink-haired girl Haruno Sakura brightened, almost bouncing over, her face flushed. Beside her was Yamanaka Ino with her golden ponytail, her gaze curiously darting between the two Uchiha.
The foe Sasuke Xinran quickly shifted his expression, plastering on a smile that was far more radiant than the usual, Sasuke's even opening his arms in a gesture of welcome. Yo. It's been a while, Sakura and Ino. Haruno Sakura was startled and instinctively took a half step back, avoiding the overly enthusiastic embrace.
She looked at the smiling Sasuke-kun in front of her, feeling somewhat confused. Was the usual Sasuke-kun really this?
Yamanaka Ino even frowned, looking up and down at Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. You feel very different now. You don't seem so cold anymore. You're actually smiling.
As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the icy Shinran beside her, increasingly puzzled. And Shinran, why do you look so grim?
Are you two not even going to greet us?
Did you swap roles or something? The foe Shinran Sasuke merely shot them a cold glance, snorting lightly through his nose as a response.
His demeanor resembled the usual aloof Sasuke. Haruno Sakura and Ino exchanged glances, completely baffled. Just then a figure silently landed beside them.
With silver hair and wearing an animal mask clad in standard Umbu attire, it was Kakashi. He cast a glance at the two girls, his voice coming through the mask with a businesslike coldness. Umbu is on a mission. Civilians, please step back.
Who are you? Sakura asked, puzzled. This is currently Umbu territory, Kakashi corrected, his tone leaving no room for argument. Leave this area. Ino wanted to say something, but Sakura tugged at her sleeve. Though the two girls were full of questions, they obediently retreated to a distance, their eyes still occasionally glancing this way.
Only then did Kakashi turn to the two Uchiha, whispering, we've already started searching the Ritian Hotel near the Hyūga clan.
Other teams have also split up. Have you found anything on your side?
The foe Sasuke Xinran stroked his chin, his smile fading as his expression turned serious. There are twice as many patrolling ninjas on the streets as usual, but they are all visible
in the shadows. There hasn't been a particularly noticeable gaze yet.
However, he shifted his tone, if we can't even find someone in a hotel, the issue becomes significant.
The foe Shinran Sasuke added, his voice lowered further, laced with a hint of icy sarcasm. Isn't Konoha supposed to be an impregnable fort?
A living person, especially the Hyūga clan's young lady, could disappear under tight security for over 24 hours and remain utterly untraceable. Either the enemy possesses extraordinary means or he paused, his gaze sharply scanning Kakashi's mask. The very guards of the fortress opened the door from the inside. A thief calling out a thief. Kakashi's brow seemed to furrow slightly beneath his mask, but he did not refute. Having experienced the Nine Tails chaos and the Uchiha massacre night, he understood better than anyone the dark currents beneath Konoha's glamorous surface. The root organization, the Elder Council, and those shady dealings. Let's wait for the search results, Kakashi finally said, his tone betraying no emotion.
At that moment. Ding.
Detected that the host has touched the critical clue, internal suspects, triggering situational prompt.
Prompt mist concealment technique often accompanied by blood mist.
The root of the Umbu deeply embedded within Konoha.
Observers of the Byakugan are not solely external enemies.
The root has decayed. What branch can it rely on?
Clue points to internal collusion within Konoha with external forces mist.
This channel has a long history, possibly linked to a high-ranking individual who has long controlled the darkness, possesses an independent armed force, and has a penchant for collecting bloodline limits.
Please investigate on your own.
Note that this target is extremely dangerous. The system's prompt echoed directly in Uchiha Shinran's, currently appearing as Sasuke, mind laden with immense information. His gaze slightly sharpened as he quickly processed these vague yet pointed sentences.
Mist concealment.
Within the blood mist.
The root of the Umbu. The root organization. Controlling darkness, independent armed forces collecting bloodline limits.
Who else could it be but Shimura Danzo? Yet the system did not directly name him, only offering strong hints. Moreover, terms like long history and channel suggest that the collusion might not involve just Danzo, or that the connection between root and the mist is deeper than imagined. He lifted his head, meeting Kakashi's probing gaze, and also caught the inquiring look from his brother, the foe Shinran, beside him.
Do you have a lead? The foe Shinran Sasuke keenly sensed the change in his brother's expression for that brief moment. The foe Sasuke Xinran did not answer immediately, but turned to Kakashi, slowly asking, Kakashi-senpai, is there a member in Umbu named Jia, or a code related to Mu? Or has there ever been? Kakashi's visible eye narrowed suddenly. Yamato, whose former code was Jia.
He came from Danzo's root division and was later transferred to Umbu by the third Hokage.
Very few people in Konoha were aware of this. How could this kid know? Where did you hear this name? Kakashi's voice turned grave, tinged with a hint of wariness. I guessed it.
Shinran replied without changing his expression. If the root has decayed, what branch can it rely on?
If someone in Konoha's dark side is colluding with the mist to seize the Byakugan, who would be most familiar with Umbu operations and able to mobilize some resources to evade regular searches. A former root member inserted into the search team would be a perfect informant, or a misleader. He paused, adding, of course this is just speculation. Perhaps Yamato-senpai is innocent.
But if we find nothing at the Ritian Hotel and the other teams are still delayed in reporting, then perhaps we should investigate who is responsible for coordinating the information of these search teams.
And who might be deliberately guiding the search away from the actual hiding spots. Kakashi fell silent.
The mask obscured his expression, but the weight of seriousness began to permeate the air. He recalled Danzo's obsession with the Sharingan, his thirst for power, and his unscrupulous methods. If the target is the Byakugan,
Danzo would absolutely go to such lengths. I will keep an eye out. Kakashi ultimately only said 3 words, but their weight was unmistakable.
His figure flickered and disappeared once more, presumably to reassess the search arrangements or to secretly monitor certain proceedings. Only the Uchiha brothers, who had swapped identities, remained. Brother, why are we helping the Hokage find the missing people? The foe Shinran Sasuke whispered, his hand already resting on his ninja tool pouch.
Do we have a reason to withdraw? This world is like this, if we don't help we become wanted criminals, Sasuke Xinran replied.
Brother, if we really have to face the root, or even higher authorities, are you afraid?
Sasuke Xinran continued to ask. Shinran Sasuke looked at his brother, remaining silent.
After a moment he said, then let's carve out our own path. Who cares? Anyone who gets in the way shall be killed.
Sasuke Xinran gazed at the familiar obsession in his brother's eyes, internally sighing.
This path was destined to be fraught with blood and gore. But having chosen it, there was no turning back.
He lifted his head, looking towards the direction of the Hyūga clan's territory where the Ritian Hotel was located.
Let's go, he said. We shouldn't just wait around.
Let's check near the Ritian Hotel. Perhaps we can discover something that the Umbu regular army cannot.
The two figures once again melted into the shadows of Konoha's streets, quietly moving towards a location that might conceal truths and dangers. After sending away Haruno, Sakura, and Yamanaka, Ino at a quiet street corner, Kakashi looked at the two troublesome kids before him.
Even with his mask on, his helplessness seeped through. So what are you two planning to do next? Kakashi didn't finish his sentence. Kakashi-senpai Xinran, who now bore Sasuke's appearance, suddenly interrupted him, revealing a shrewd and earnest expression that didn't quite match his current persona, Sasuke's coldness. Let's get this straight first. We've gone all out with this defection act, brother.
Whether it's to help you and the old man flush out the rats or to actually go find someone, we're taking the risks. If things really work out,
how about the reward?
Reward? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, his voice under the mask tinged with obvious surprise and amusement.
How old are you and you're already thinking about that? Oh come on, Xianren spread his hands, resuming the tone of his past lives' usual self. Even if we're young we still need to eat. There are only 2 Uchiha left. We're about to graduate and after graduation we'll become genin and have to take missions to support the family. Shouldn't we start building up some savings ahead of time? In the future we'll need to buy property, get married, have kids, none of that comes cheap. He spoke with utter seriousness. Beside him Sasuke, now wearing Xianren's face, barely twitched the corner of his mouth, but he still cooperatively crossed his arms, putting on a cold expression that said my brother is right. Kakashi held his forehead, though invisible behind his mask. This kind of thing is beyond the authority of a mere umbu like me. It must be decided by Lord Hokage. Oh, I see. Xianren drew out his tone, then suddenly tugged at his brother's sleeve. Brother, then let Kakashi-senpai figure out a way himself. Let's go. With or without us it probably makes no difference to them. If something really happens to the 3rd Hokage's precious grandson, well, that's just bad luck. What does it have to do with us 2 Uchiha orphans who are sensitive and dispensable in the village? Come on, let's go home and train. Mind our own business. As he spoke he actually pulled Sasuke to turn and leave his movements decisive and clean. The threat and disassociation in those words were almost blatant. Kakashi's eyelid twitched. These 2 kids, especially Xianren, were practically scheming prodigies. They had pinpointed Konohamaru as the 3rd Hokage's biggest weakness and seen through the High-Evil's complex and subtle attitude toward the Uchiha descendants, a mix of wanting to use them and being wary of them. Wait. Kakashi called them back, his tone turning more serious. He'll apply to Lord Hokage for a mission reward, at least at a rank, no, make it at least a rank. Also I guarantee that you won't be held accountable for today's storming the Hokage's office and leaving the village without permission. That's the bottom line, I can promise. He knew that without giving concrete guarantees these 2 shrewd kids who lacked a sense of belonging to the village might really walk away. Just then. Ding. Detected intense emotional fluctuations and a cry for help. Hyūga Hinata's affection 70. Current affection Hyūga Hinata 195,400 trust and urgent plea status. Urgent alert detected, target Hyūga Hinata's vital signs fluctuating intensely, in extreme danger, strong plea for help. Direction southeast approximately 15 kilometers, residual fluctuations of high intensity, chakra barrier detected. Side quest rescue Hinata, danger level upgraded to high risk. Completion reward will be greatly enhanced based on the final danger result and enemy strength. Triggered desperate reversal bonus reward mechanism. Host act immediately. The system's chime rang sharply and Xianren's mind no longer flat but with a hint of urgency. Xianren, in Sasuke's appearance, suddenly changed his expression. The earlier shrewd bargaining demeanor vanished instantly. His Sharingan activated, both eyes having one tomo. In an instant Xianren's aura shifted, cold-blooded, his gaze sharp as a blade. He abruptly turned southeast, leaped onto a tree and sprinted away by stepping on branches. Sasuke, in Xianren's appearance, also noticed Xianren's change. Fearing his brother might be in danger, he followed, also leaping through the trees. What's wrong? Kakashi sensed the drastic change in their auras and immediately followed. He caught up to the 2 kids ahead with Hatake Kakashi's speed. He quickly reached them and asked, what's the situation? Southeast about 15 kilometers. Xianren spoke rapidly, his voice low but with unwavering certainty. Hinata is calling for help. There are residual traces of a powerful barrier that just disappeared. She's in serious danger. Kakashi's pupils constricted. He hadn't sensed any clear distress signal or intense chakra fluctuation, but these 2 Uchiha kids were so certain. Recalling Xianren's previous incredible judgments and information, he chose to believe. Konohamaru might be nearby too, Sasuke added coldly, his hand already on his kunai handle. For someone to dare kidnap the Hyūga main family and the daimyo's grandson in the village, they're either insane or have a strong backing. We need to move fast. Go. Kakashi didn't hesitate. He instantly formed hand seals, his figure disappearing from the spot, then taking Uchiha Xianren and Sasuke's appearance with him. Uchiha Xianren was again like a little chick. Then Kakashi said, give directions. Stay hidden when we arrive. You'll notify nearby umbu to converge on the area, but the enemy might have means to disrupt communication. Well, scout first, don't tip them off. The earlier bargaining seemed as if it had never happened, now only the urgency of rescue and the coldness of impending battle remained. In the dim dungeon the damp musty smell mingled with the stench of blood, nauseating. Hinata Hyūga huddled in the corner, her hands bound behind her back with coarse hemp rope, the raw red marks on her pale wrists a shocking sight. Her chakra was completely sealed, leaving her body hollow like a lantern whose wick had been removed. Tears streamed silently down her face. She remembered last night a servant had come to say, "Miss, there's a boy outside looking for you. He says he's your classmate. His name is Uchiha Shinran." She had dashed out without a moment's hesitation. Under the moonlight that figure stood with his back to her, black hair, the Uchiha clan's fan crest, even the way he walked was so familiar. "Zenrenkin," she whispered. He turned and smiled at her. "Hinata, come with me. I have a gift for you." She had followed him so foolishly all the way out of the village deep into these dense woods until they stood before this abandoned shrine. Poof.
The white smoke cleared, revealing the face of a strange man, his face full of coarse flesh, a lecherous look in his eyes sneering at her.
Fell for it, did you, little beauty? At that moment Hinata's heart sank to the depths. Wow. Absolutely astonishing. The vulgar laughter yanked her back to reality. The man called Kaijin stood not far away, his eyes roving over her without restraint as if appraising a piece of merchandise waiting to be priced. This girl with the Byakugan is truly unique, never seen anything like it. Kaijin licked his lips, greed almost spilling from his eyes. In all our years in the Hidden Mist Village, when have we ever encountered a girl with eyes as dazzling as pearls? He turned to his companion, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Brothers, how about we have a little fun for Kaijin? Their leader Ilang shouted a stern rebuke. Don't be impulsive. We must not ruin the mission. This is something the higher-ups specifically ordered us to obtain.
Kaijin reluctantly withdrew his gaze, but his eyes still clung to Hinata, unable to look away.
Their squad of 10 had infiltrated Konoha under orders to capture the Hyūga heiress alive with her Byakugan intact. But Konoha's defenses were far tighter than anticipated.
They had been trapped here for 3 days, unable to escape and afraid to make a move. In those 3 days they had already killed over a dozen lone genin and assaulted 7 or 8 women, silencing them all afterward. The taste of it, once savored, never forgotten. Kaijin hadn't touched a woman in months. He sidled up to Ilang, lowering his voice, his grin growing more obscene. Captain Ilang, the higher-ups only want her Byakugan. As for the girl, as long as the eyes are alive they won't care about the rest, right? We pulled this job and we don't even know if we'll make it back alive. He paused, glancing back at Hinata curled in the corner. Her pitiful appearance sent a heat to his groin. Let the brothers have some fun first, then take the eyes.
She's not going anywhere anyway. Ilang was silent for a moment.
As the captain he should refuse. But Kaijin spoke the truth, this mission was a near-death gamble.
Whether they would return to the Hidden Mist alive was uncertain. And besides,
that girl was truly beautiful. Her hair was like a waterfall of black silk, her skin fairer than snow, and her Byakugan sparkled like pearls, now glistening with tears that made her even more enchanting.
Don't go too far. Ilang finally uttered a few words.
When you're done, hand over the eyes.
Kaijin was overjoyed. Thank you, Captain.
He turned and walked step by step toward Hinata.
Little beauty, don't scream, he sneered. No one will hear you even if you cry your lungs out.
Hinata tried desperately to shrink back, but the cold stone wall behind her left no room to retreat. Our squad has been watching you at the Ninja Academy for a long time, Kaijin said slowly, as if toying with a trapped prey. That little boyfriend of yours, Uchiha Shinran, right? If I hadn't used the transformation jutsu to look like him, it wouldn't have been easy to lure you out. The Hyūga clan has been keeping you too sheltered.
He crouched down, reaching out his hand, slowly approaching Hinata's face.
She jerked her head away, dodging the filthy hand.
Oh, feisty are you?
Kaijin laughed, a cruel smile like a cat playing with a mouse.
But I like it.
The more spirited the mare, the more exciting the ride. His hand continued downward, gripping her collar.
Rip.
The sound of tearing fabric was especially harsh in the narrow dungeon.
Hinata's outer robe was torn open, revealing her white undergarment.
She struggled frantically, but the ropes were too tight and her chakra was sealed, she couldn't break free.
Let me go.
Let me go, she screamed with all her might, her voice choked with tears.
The Hyūga clan is rich. If you let me go, we'll give you money. As much as you want. Money. Kaijin laughed heartily. After I've had my fun with you, we'll hand you over to the higher-ups and get all the money I need. Little beauty, save your strength. You'll need it to serve your master well later.
Tears gushed from Hinata's eyes. Despair surged over her like a tidal wave, drowning her.
Zenrenken. I'm sorry. I was so foolish. Why did I believe so easily?
She closed her eyes, ready to bite her tongue and end her life.
Better to die than to be defiled.
Just at that moment, a strange power suddenly surged from within her body. It was the power of the Byakugan.
Hinata's eyes snapped open.
In those pearl-like pupils a faint glow began to emanate.
Byakugan activate.
The scene before her became instantly clear, the chakra flow behind the walls, the meridians and acupoints of the man opposite her all laid bare in a single glance.
Hinata took a deep breath.
Though her hands were bound, her body could still move. She lunged forward, pushing off the ground with her feet, launching herself into the air, and in a midair spin, gentle fist 8 trigrams 1 palm.
Bang!
The palm struck Kaijin square in the chest, sending him flying backward and slamming hard against the wall.
You bitch!
Kaijin clutched his chest and scrambled to his feet, his face twisted with rage.
You ask for it. He waved his hand and a cloud of smoke-like substance shot toward Hinata.
She quickly covered her mouth and nose but still inhaled a trace.
Instantly an intense heat rose from within her.
The surge was overwhelming, spreading rapidly through her limbs and bones. Hinata felt her body go limp, her strength draining away as if pulled from her. Her legs gave way and she collapsed to her knees.
Damn! An aphrodisiac. Chakra sealed body weak, now she couldn't even stand.
Hinata gritted her teeth, trying to rise, but her body refused to obey. The heat grew stronger and she could feel her cheeks burning.
Run! Why don't you run now? Kaijin leered as he approached. This drug is my special recipe. In a little while you'll be begging me to take you. Ecstasy floating on clouds, the feeling I promise you'll never forget. Hinata shook her head desperately trying to stay conscious but her awareness grew hazier. Her clothes were already torn now in utter disarray. Kaijin stood before her looking down at her with eyes full of lust. Little beauty, don't struggle. He reached out, grabbed her undergarment and pulled again. Rip. The undergarment was torn as well, revealing her snow-white shoulders and collarbone. Only a thin single-layer vest remained on Hinata. Wow. So beautiful. Kaijin swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming. I can't hold back. Hinata trembled all over, whether from the drug or from fear. It's over. Really over. She closed her eyes, tears streaming silently. Zenrenken. I'm sorry. Just at that critical moment, Shing. A sharp whistling sound suddenly cut through the air. A kunai flew in at an astonishing speed, piercing precisely into Kaijin's back. A blood-curdling scream escaped Kaijin's lips as he pitched forward, landing face down at Hinata's feet. The kunai was embedded deep in his back, blood quickly spreading in a dark stain. Who? Ilang and the others instantly went on alert, drawing their weapons and scanning the area. At the entrance to the dungeon, a figure slowly walked in. Backlit against the dim light, his face was hard to make out, only a small silhouette. But on his back, the Uchiha clan's fan crest stood out starkly in the faint illumination. Black hair, scarlet eyes and a young face brimming with murderous intent. Uchiha Shinran. Xin. Shinran. Hinata whispered weakly, tears instantly flooding her eyes. It was him. He had come to save her. Shinran glanced down at Hinata, seeing her torn clothes and tear-streaked face, and the crimson in his eyes deepened. Then he looked up at the enemies from the hidden mist village. Ilang, Kaijin and the others lurking in the shadows. 10 in total. All of you. Zinran's voice was terrifyingly calm. Not a single one of you will leave alive today. Ding. The crisp sound of the system notification echoed deep within his mind, forming a bizarre and stark contrast to the roar of water in the dungeon, the enemy screams and the piercing thousand bird-like screech of Kakashi's Raikiri. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Find Hinata Hyūga. Task evaluation A. Successfully rescued the key figure but failed to prevent the target from being poisoned and engaged in combat for too long, triggering subsequent chain risks. Task reward calculation in progress. Based on the host's application of body H2 small affecting mobility combined with the performance in this task, rewards are being distributed. Xin using chakra to adhere to the damp cold stone wall looked down at the gruesome scene unfolding in the dungeon below. 10 mist ninja were torn apart like paper under Kakashi's Raikiri, blood spreading dark red blossoms on the ground. His Sharingan had already activated automatically, a single tomo slowly rotating within the crimson pupils, clearly capturing and branding every moment of death, every trace of chakra flow. However, the system's voice drowned out all real sounds. Ding. Task reward 1 forced body age growth initiated. A scalding heat exploded without warning from the depths of his marrow. Ugh. Xin grunted, nearly falling off the wall. Bones stretched, emitting faint but dense cracking sounds. Muscle fibers reorganized and swelled, brimming with power. Every inch beneath the skin was torn apart and then rapidly healed. His field of vision rose. The dungeon ceiling, which he had once needed to look up at, now seemed within reach. The chakra output adhering to the wall suddenly became chaotic, forcing him to intensify his control. This process lasted only 3 seconds. But after 3 seconds, Uchiha Xin was no longer the physique of a 10-year-old child. He looked down and saw long powerful fingers and the lines of his arms, now noticeably more solid under the slightly tight old clothes. Height. Roughly estimated, had reached nearly 1.6 meters or even taller, the figure of a standard adolescent. The chakra surging within his body, both in total volume and in refinement, had surged far beyond its previous level, as if a dried-up pond had suddenly been filled with living water. This is... His pupils contracted and his heart trembled. Could the system truly achieve this? Directly altering the physical age. Before he could ponder further, a second wave hit. Ding. Task reward 2 Sharingan evolution. His eyes, those crimson pupils, suddenly flared with an even more intense heat. The black pattern of the single tomo spun wildly, stretched and deformed at the back of his eyes. As if an invisible chisel was carving deep within the pupils, bringing sharp stabs of pain. The colors in his vision grew more vivid and his dynamic visual acuity improved exponentially. He could even see the subtle arcs of electricity dancing on Kakashi's silver hair in the distance and capture the trajectory of blood droplets still floating in the air, not yet settled. The spinning stopped. A pair of new, more complex and eerie patterns replaced the simple single tomo. The double tomo Sharingan. Not only was the enhancement of insight and copying ability, Xin could feel a deeper spiritual power gestating within the ocular power. His perception and resistance to genjutsu and his ability to see through chakra flow had all reached a new level. Then came the third notification, the one that jolted Xinran's heart the most. Ding. Task reward 3 longevity module inactive. 2 major rewards were infused almost in the span of a breath. That lecherous man named Kaijin, who had been violating Hinata's fat blood, as he said. You brat. That little girlfriend of yours is poisoned with my lust bone powder. No antidote. Let her go with me. To the grave. Worth it.
Kaijin breathed his last, a grotesque smile on his face.
But his words stabbed into Xin Ren's heart like the most venomous icicles. Hinata was poisoned. Xin Ren didn't even have time to fully savor the sense of power from the transformation of his body and eyes or to ponder the longevity module being inactive. He flickered, dropped from the wall and quickly rushed to Hinata's side. Kakashi had already placed the unconscious Hinata and the still-dazed Konohamaru in a relatively safe corner. At this moment Hinata Hyūga's face was abnormally flushed, her breathing rapid and faint.
What was more unsettling was the occasional moan escaping her lips, a sound of extreme pain mingled with unbearable longing.
Lust bone powder. Just from the name one could imagine what a vile and insidious drug it was.
Kakashi crouched down, lifted Hinata's eyelid to examine it, then felt her pulse.
His exposed eye instantly turned extremely grave. A troublesome toxin.
Not a conventional neurotoxin or corrosive poison.
This is a special agent. A blend of potent aphrodisiac and chakra channel eroding agents.
One of the forbidden drugs used by the Mist Sambu to extract confessions or break the will of kunoichi.
His voice was low and heavy. That man was right, there is no conventional antidote. An icy fury instantly seized Xin Ren.
He looked at Hinata, writhing in pain, recalled her usual shyness and introversion, remembered her evasive yet gentle gaze when she looked at him.
She didn't deserve this.
All because of these damned Mist scum. All because his own plan wasn't thorough enough and he hadn't arrived fast enough.
Is there really no way? Sasuke also walked over, staring at Hinata, his brow furrowed.
Kakashi was silent for a moment, as if recalling some obscure medical scroll, then finally shook his head slowly. With Konoha's medical ninjutsu, Lady Tsunade might have a way, but her whereabouts are unknown.
Conventional medical ninjutsu can only temporarily delay the toxin's effects, not eradicate it. This poison essentially stimulates and distorts a person's own desires and chakra until they self-immolate. Xin Ren's heart sank. Could it really be?
As if responding to his worst fears, the cold mechanical system notification sounded again.
Ding. Emergency quest issued, detoxification.
Detected that target Hinata Hyūga is poisoned with lust bone powder. The toxin has penetrated deep into the chakra pathways and blood vessels.
Conventional methods cannot remove it. Only feasible detoxification plan, yin-yang harmonization through dual cultivation.
Explanation: the host's current body has met the basic conditions.
Target Hinata Hyūga possesses the pure Byakugan bloodline limit and inattributed chakra traits which complement the host's Sharingan Yun spirit specialization and current physique. Successful dual cultivation detoxification has a certain probability of triggering a beneficial resonance and evolution of both parties' bloodline limits. Warning: target's life countdown 11 hours 47 minutes 32 seconds. If detoxification is not completed before the countdown reaches 0, the target will die, the quest will permanently fail, and subsequent related plotlines will undergo irreversible negative deviation. Note: if conditions for life creation are met during dual cultivation, any offspring will inherit and optimize the top talents of both parties and the host will receive additional generous rewards. A series of notifications struck Xin Ren's mind like heavy hammers. He naturally understood what this meant. But would Hinata be willing? While she was unconscious, poisoned and unaware. Would this count as taking advantage of her? And what about creating offspring? Rewards. What was all this nonsense? What did the system take him for? A breeding machine. Countless thoughts clashed violently in Xin Ren's mind. Reason told him this was the only way to save her. Although the system's motives were unclear, the solutions it offered were often the optimal under the current conditions. Emotionally, he had feelings for Hinata. That quiet, gentle companionship was precious in the cold environment of Konoha. But he had never imagined developing such a profound connection with her in this way under these circumstances. There was also a sense of absurdity and anger. Must saving someone come with such conditions? Xin Ren. Kakashi keenly sensed the violent fluctuations in his student's chakra and the sudden change in his expression. What's wrong? Were you injured? He thought Xin Ren was angry and frustrated at being unable to save Hinata. Sasuke also looked over. He felt something was different, but without the Sharingan he couldn't be sure. Xin Ren opened his mouth, his voice a little dry. He glanced at Kakashi, then at Sasuke, and finally his gaze fell back on the suffering Hinata. He couldn't speak. He couldn't explain the existence of the system. The method of dual cultivation detoxification was even more unspeakable. At least not now. Taking a deep breath of the dungeon air mixed with blood moisture and dust, Xin Ren forced himself to calm down. The confusion and struggle in his eyes quickly receded, replaced by a resolve that had been made. Kakisha-sensei, I have a way to treat Hinata's poison. He spoke, his voice already restored to steadiness, even carrying a hint of authority. Oh. Kakashi's lone eye narrowed, scrutinizing him. A way. Even he, an experienced jonin and former Anbu who had seen many insidious methods, found this mist secret poison troublesome. Could this recently grown genin disciple really have a solution? Sasuke also showed a surprised expression. What method? Kakashi asked, his tone calm but probing. Family secret technique. Xianren avoided Kakashi's gaze, looked at Hinata and deliberately lowered his voice, making it vague. It requires absolute silence and an undisturbed environment. And it can only be performed by me. But I need time and a safe place. A family heirloom technique. Kakashi murmured. The Yushibo clan had an ancient history. It was plausible that some of their secret traditions were never revealed to outsiders. Yet when it came to antidotes, especially for such esoteric poisons, he turned to Xianren. The youth's eyes were steady and unwavering, not the look of someone feigning. Moreover, the chakra fluctuations radiating from Xianren were undeniably far stronger than before, carrying a subtle archaic aura. Xianren had deliberately activated the newly acquired double tomo pattern, increasing his overall chakra. Had he broken through during the earlier fight? Or was the Yushibo bloodline awakening under duress? Several thoughts flickered through Kakashi's mind. In the end he nodded. There was no better choice in the moment. Trusting his disciple was the only path. As for the precise contents of this heirloom technique, since Xianren refused to elaborate, he would not press the matter. Every shinobi keeps secrets. How long will you need? Where is suitable? Kakashi asked directly. At least a few hours, came the reply. The location must be utterly concealed and secure. No one may disturb us. Xianren spoke quickly, his mind. Returning to Muyi Cun was obviously impossible, too many eyes and questions. Inns and the like were even less safe. There could be fog-hidden remnants or other factions' informants. Go to Duan-Sujie. Zuozhu spoke abruptly, cool and precise. It is a noman's district, casinos, black markets, inns all mixed together. The flow of people is large, so hiding one or two people is easy. And it is not too far at our speed. A full speed run of just over an hour will get us there. Duan-Sujie. Xianren felt something stir in his chest. It was indeed the infamous gray zone of the original tales, a place where dragons and serpents mingled, yet that very chaos offered a kind of relative safety. No one bothered to pry. Kakashi pondered for a few seconds, then agreed. All right. I know an old informant in Duan-Sujie who can provide a secure chamber. No time to waste. We leave at once. He glanced at the bodies on the ground and the other unconscious children. Chen Ben, Wu Ben and Muji Ben had been found by the Barin Quan in a corner, merely unconscious, and said, I will notify the Umbu to handle the aftermath here. Paku, you take Mu Yuan and the other 3 children. Use the reverse summoning technique to return directly to Muyi Hospital and briefly report the situation to Huiying, stressing that Chu Tian is stricken with a potent poison and that Xianren claims to possess a secret method to save her. We are heading to Duan-Sujie. Understood, Kakashi. Paka the pipe-bearing bulldog nodded and signaled the other ninja dogs, who each took up or bore the unconscious children. Zuozhu and I will take watch and keep pace. Xianren. Kakashi looked at him with rare gravity in his single eye. Chu Tian is yours. The words were both an entrustment and a reminder. Whatever your technique may be, remember she is your comrade, the heiress of the Xiang house and a shinobi of Muyi. Xianren bowed solemnly. I understand, Senior Kakashi. He bent and carefully cradled the feverish limp Chu Tian in his arms. She felt light to hold, but that abnormal heat and the faint tremor tightened his chest anew. Let's move. No more words were needed. 3 figures, Kakashi, Zuozhu and Xianren, bearing Chu Tian, glided like phantoms from the bloody dungeon and vanished into the forest toward Duan-Sujie. Paka watched them go, blew a smoke ring and signaled the other ninja dogs, get to work, fellows. Return to Muyi. A wisp of white smoke and only 10 bodies cooling and the silent spread of blood remained in the dungeon. They ran at full speed through the trees. Xianren distributed his chakra evenly to his limbs, keeping his body absolutely steady to spare the girl from jolts. His Xiaolunian evolved to a double tomo form, let him more easily trace Kakashi's lead in Zuozhu's movements, deftly avoiding branches. The strength and endurance that came with his growth were evident. Carrying someone over a long dash did not overly exhaust him. Zuozhu cast him occasional glances, inquisitive. The boy's change was striking, not only taller but his bearing had settled, his chakra felt denser and more obscure. And those eyes. Zuozhu was nearly certain Xianren's Xiaolunian had evolved. Had it been from the earlier battle? Kakashi ran at the front, his mind turning as well. Xianren's performance today repeatedly exceeded expectations. From seeing through trackers to calm analysis and combat coordination in the dungeon to now claiming an antidotal heirloom technique, the Yushibo orphan was far more complex than he first appeared. His sudden physical maturation could be chalked up to some body art or forbidden method, yet it still felt not so simple. As long as he harmed no one in Muyi and cared for his comrades, Kakashi was willing to set aside other mysteries for the time being. After over an hour of hard running, the trees thinned. A cluttered yet brightly lit cluster of buildings came into view. Even by day the air there smelled of raucousness and decay. Duan-Sujie, at last. Under Kakashi's guidance, the 3 avoided the main gate and slipped in from the side, winding through maze-like alleys until they stood before the back door of a shabby hot spring inn. Kakashi knocked in a particular rhythm. After a moment the door cracked open. A bleary eye peered out, lingered on his headband and mask, then silently unlatched the door. An old hunchback answered without a word and handed over an ancient brass key. Kakashi took it, motioned to Xianren and Zuozhu, and the 3 slipped inside. The old man closed the door as if it had never opened. Inside the inn was neater than the exterior suggested, though dim. Kakashi clearly knew this place well.
He led them up to the third floor and opened a corner room with the key. The room was small but clean with basic tatami and bedding. The window was sealed and the soundproofing seemed excellent. This room is utterly quiet. Outside there are sound dampening and sensing ward seals. Unless someone uses large-scale sensing ninjutsu they will not detect us. Kakashi spoke quickly. Food and water are in the cabinet. Zuozhu and I will stand guard outside and nearby. How long will you need? Xianren laid Chu Tian gently on the prepared futon. She remained unconscious, breathing rapidly and in pain. Her flushed face seemed ready to bleed and her body twitched involuntarily. I cannot say precisely but I will hurry, Xianren said in a low voice, turning to Kakashi and Zuozhu. Until I come out, no matter what sounds you hear, do not enter. The technique requires privacy. His tone was absolute and resolute. Kakashi studied him once more, then looked at Chu Tian, whose condition was clearly deteriorating, and nodded. Understood. Zuozhu, let's go. Zuozhu's lips moved as if to speak, but seeing the unshakable light in Xianren's eyes he only made a small sound of assent and stepped out with Kakashi. The heavy wooden door closed softly. Xianren felt faint chakra ripples along the door and walls, Kakashi reinforcing the soundproof and guard seals. Inside the room it was only him and the poison unconscious Rixiang Chu Tian. The dim lamp in the corner cast a yellow halo, their shadows wavering on the wall. Xianren sat on the bedside. Watching Chu Tian's suffering and hearing her groans crushed the last of his hesitation. This was not taking advantage of vulnerability. It was saving a life, the sole option. He reached out and brushed aside the damp strands of hair clinging to her brow. His fingers touched her burning skin. Chu Tian seemed to sense it and turned her face toward his palm, emitting a faint cat-like. That small motion unlocked a tender place in Xianren's heart. Chu Tian, he whispered, his voice carrying an unexpected warmth. Hearing him, Chu Tian's long lashes quivered and she pried open a slit of an eye. Her white gaze, though still clouded, shone with a misty fragility. She saw Xianren for a moment, bewildered as if trying to remember, then overwhelmed again by the fever and poison inside her. Xin. Run, Kuon. She breathed faintly. Her voice was a thin thread laced with burning discomfort and tremor. Outside the door, Chimu Kakashi leaned against the wall while Zuozhu stood with arms folded, his Xiaolunian dimly aglow in the shadow. Both kept watch in silence. Kakashi had instructed them to report the mission first and then return to trust the brother. Meanwhile, inside the room, Xianren said softly, "You have been poisoned by a severe toxin." His voice remained low but each word was clear. "To save you there is one way. But that way will offend you. Are you willing?" Chu Tian looked at him. His black hair was slightly tousled, his face was written with unguarded worry, struggle and an unmistakable tenderness. She raised a trembling hand and lightly touched Xianren's cheek. Then she nodded, small but resolute. "I trust. Xianren," she whispered. "If it is you, I will do anything." Her voice was faint but clear. In that instant Xianren's restraint finally broke. He leaned over and pressed his lips to hers, part desperate plea, part steely resolve. Chu Tian let out a small sound and trembled. That contact seemed to trigger something within her. The suppressed poison surged and raged, exposing the crisis more fully. She clung to him instinctively. Their embrace was a frantic primal response to the pain and fever tearing through her. For Xianren, decades of solitary restraint, years that included memories of a former life, broke like a dam. The instincts long subdued behind reason roared free. Chu Tian's warmth, her trembling and her sobbed whisperings became the fiercest of catalysts, flooding him with conflicting tides of emotion. He murmured her name between breaths, his voice raw and unfamiliar even to himself. Her mind wavered, words fragmented and pleading as she begged him to save her and promised devotion in return. Tears tracked down her face and her expression took on a fragile, almost sacrificial clarity. Those broken promises struck Xianren like a blow to the heart. A bitter ache, pity and a fiercer surging feeling, like a tidal wave, overwhelmed him. He stepped beyond hesitation. He proceeded with the method he had described, an intimate close contact technique that required direct skin contact to draw out the toxin. He exposed only what was necessary for the procedure and focused on the work at hand. Moonlight drifted over her pale, fevered skin, lending a silvered hush to the room as he applied the technique with steady, urgent hands. His breath grew heavy as he worked, careful pressure-heated palms and precise motions aimed at channeling and purging the poison. Chu Tian writhed and convulsed as the toxin reacted. Each touch elicited a painful response, but Xianren persisted, his focus unwavering. Her fingers dug into the fabric at his back as she held on. They remained locked together while he continued the delicate procedure, adjusting clothing only as necessary to reach the afflicted places. Under the moon's pallid light they remained close, a desperate pair clinging to one another in the fragile struggle between life and death. Why has Renjun suddenly become larger? Taller? Hinata secretly watched him through her fingers. That face was so handsome that one couldn't look away. Her heartbeat quickened. Xianren couldn't help but laugh at her appearance. "So now you feel shy? Just a moment ago it was you who took the initiative." "I didn't. I don't know. I'm poisoned." Hinata's voice came through her fingers, muffled and tinged with tears. She was on the verge of crying. She truly had been poisoned a moment ago, her mind hazy, completely unaware of her actions. But now the poison had mostly subsided, she was clear-headed and vividly remembered what she had done.
She had kissed Xin Jun.
It was her initiative. And it lasted for quite a while. Thinking about this, Hinata wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in.
Xin smiled as he reached out and gently ruffled her hair.
Her hair was soft and smooth, a delight to touch.
Alright, I won't tease you anymore.
His voice softened. The poison hasn't been completely cleared out yet, so don't move around.
Next.
He paused, a hint of depth flashing in his eyes. The final step of treatment might hurt a little. Hinata lifted her head to meet his gaze. In those eyes was a light she couldn't understand. But she trusted him. No matter what he planned to do, she trusted him. She nodded gently, her voice as soft as a whisper.
She saw Xin lean down.
That incredibly handsome face drew closer and closer. Then warmth touched her lips. She closed her eyes. If this was a dream, she wished never to wake up.
Hinata let out a charming sound.
Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Hatake Kakashi leaned lazily against the wall, looking as if he hadn't fully woken up. Uchiha Sasuke stood beside him, expressionless, but a trace of barely perceptible concern lurked in his eyes.
My brother and Hinata haven't come out of the hotel yet. There won't be any problems, right?
Kakashi said to Sasuke, advising him not to mention this matter. He shouldn't say a word later. Sasuke resumed his cold demeanor, refusing to respond to any questions. Report to the third Hokage. Kakashi started, his voice still as lazy as ever. The hostages have all been rescued.
Lord Konohamaru is safe and sound.
Just as he finished speaking, a small figure rushed into the office.
Grandpa.
Sarutobi Konohamaru dove into the third Hokage's arms, his face smeared with tears and snot.
Grandpa, I missed you so much.
I haven't eaten well or slept well these past few days.
They didn't let me eat ramen, only hard rice balls. Boo-hoo.
The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, held his grandson, his face filled with tenderness.
Alright, it's good that you're back,
He patted his grandson's back, comforting him for a while before turning to Kakashi.
What about the others?
Are they all rescued? Kakashi nodded. Shinbun, Goban, and Konoha's original students, all three have been rescued.
And some others. Our rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, all of them have been eliminated.
The third Hokage nodded and asked, what about Uchiha Xin?
And Hinata?
Bring them here, I want to ask about the situation myself.
Kakashi's eyelid twitched. He spoke calmly,
Hinata was poisoned and has been sent to the medical room for treatment. Once the poison is cleared, she will naturally return home. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow. Poisoned.
Is it serious?
Not serious, Kakashi waved his hand. It's just a common sleeping drug. The medical team said a night's rest would suffice. The third Hokage looked at Sasuke. Then what about Xin?
Sasuke remained expressionless. He doesn't want to come.
What? The third Hokage was taken aback.
Sasuke continued to display his stoic demeanor. He said he wants his reward.
If he comes and you don't agree, what difference does it make whether he comes or not? The third Hokage was momentarily stunned, then smiled. The smile held a mix of helplessness and appreciation.
This kid is quite interesting. He stroked his beard. Alright, let him return to school for now. Tomorrow we'll personally talk to him. Sasuke nodded and fell silent.
The third Hokage looked at Kakashi. What about the others? Have they all been settled? They've all been settled, Kakashi replied. Some of the kids were frightened and their parents have already been notified to pick them up.
The bodies of the rogue ninjas from the Mist Village are being handled by the Umbu.
The third Hokage nodded, his gaze drifting through the window to the distant ruins.
Hinata Hyūga. Xin Uchiha. Those two kids have yet to return. He had an inkling that tonight's events were not so simple.
But regardless, the most important outcome was that the children were safe and sound.
You may go, he said. Kakashi and Sasuke turned to leave.
In the office, only the third Hokage and Konohamaru, who was sobbing in his arms, remained. The third Hokage gently patted his grandson's back, his gaze profound. What surprises would those two children bring him? He felt a sense of anticipation.
Ding. Congratulations, host. Hinata Hyūga's affection level has surged by 300. Ding. Hinata Hyūga's affection level is 495-1200, like in a romantic relationship. Ding. Upgraded to being in a romantic relationship. Ding. Just a reminder, the host did not conceive during the first time with Hinata Hyūga. Host should work hard to let the first dual cultivation partner conceive. It is better to rest early and plan for tomorrow. The morning light, stingy through the gaps of the old inn's window lattice in Tanzaka Street, seeped into the dim room, cutting several hazy patches of light on the tatami. Xin's consciousness slowly surfaced from deep sleep.
The first thing he felt was the soft, delicate touch in his arms, carrying the unique sweet fragrance of a young girl drifting into his nostrils. His arm was covered by smooth long hair, slightly itchy. He opened his eyes, and what met his sight was the serene sleeping face of Hinata Hyūga. Perhaps because he had suddenly grown to nearly 1.7 meters in height, Hinata, curled up in his arms, appeared even more petite and delicate, like a young animal lacking a sense of security. The faint blush of lingering red still remained on her fair cheeks, her long eyelashes cast a small shadow under her eyes, her breathing was even and long. The poison of the lust bone powder in her body had clearly been completely eliminated and her chakra flow was smooth, even carrying a strange sense of activity and fusion. Everything that happened last night uncontrollably flooded into his mind. Those hazy pure white eyes, burning body temperature, awkward yet passionate kisses, intermittent sobbing and clinging, and finally that almost sacrificial surrender and promise. Every detail was vividly searing.
Just as long as you cherish me. Love me. It's fine. As long as there is a place for me in your heart.
The girl's tearful murmur seemed to still echo in his ears. The heartache and palpitation of that moment were still clear.
Xianren let out a soft sigh, his eyes complex.
He swore that initially it was really just to complete the mission and moreover to save her life. Even though the system had issued a dual cultivation mission, his original plan was to wait until after graduating from the ninja academy, once everything was on track, to try to approach and pursue this shy and introverted eldest daughter of the Hyūga main family in a more normal way. Who would have thought that the trajectory of fate was forcibly twisted to this point by a despicable kidnapping and lethal poison?
Ding!
At that moment the cold and familiar notification sound echoed in the depths of his consciousness.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the emergency mission detoxification. Judgment complete. Detoxification dual cultivation target Hinata Hyūga.
Target comprehensive qualification rating a rank, possibly will become strength ninja in the future.
Possessing pure Byakugan bloodline, limit pure chakra, shy personality, tenacious. Huge potential, first bloodline fusion test. Test complete. This time no offspring were successfully conceived. Mission basic rewards being distributed.
A stream of information washed over him.
Xianren could clearly see that in his mind the system interface now had a new module shining with a faint golden luster: longevity, many children, much happiness. The module information was simple and direct. 1.
Expand the clan. Eternal duty as the host of longevity, extending and optimizing one's own top-tier bloodline is the top priority. The system will actively mark and guide contact with female targets of excellent aptitude.
2.
Reward based on aptitude. Spread branches and leaves. Successfully performing dual cultivation with women of different aptitudes will yield corresponding great treasure chest rewards.
Successfully conceiving offspring will yield exceptionally generous feedback based on the child's talent and mother's aptitude. 3.
Bloodline optimization. Eternal blessing. Offspring will perfectly inherit and optimize the best talents of both parents, and the host's longevity trait can slightly bless direct bloodline. This is making me a permanent bloodline seeder.
Xianren was momentarily stunned, then an indescribable subtle feeling surged in his heart.
Was it absurdity, responsibility, or a hidden ambition for the so-called eternal family?
Perhaps all of the above.
Forget it, for the revival of the Uchiha clan and also for
them.
He glanced at Hinata sleeping peacefully in his arms, his eyes softening for a moment. At least the system provided a clear path for him to quickly accumulate power and protect those important to him. With a slight thought he opened the system interface.
Host Uchiha Xianren, bloodline Uchiha, Sharingan 2 Tomo Hyūga, Byakugan chakra characteristics, merging core module, longevity, many children, much happiness, current bound partner 1. Clicked open the partner list.
Partner 1 Hinata Hyūga, status bound relationship, intimate, aptitude rating A, available reward a rank, longevity blessing, treasure chest X1 claim.
Ding!
A rank, longevity blessing, treasure chest claimed successfully.
Open. Open.
A brilliant light seemed to flash in his consciousness.
Treasure chest opened, rewards distributed. Reward 1, Byakugan chakra source fusion complete. Host gains basic Byakugan insight, X-ray vision, telescopic vision, chakra vision, preliminary fusion with Sharingan's dynamic vision, insight, copying and illusion resistance. New dojutsu gesturing. Reward 2, a rank creation proof X1.
After use can specify a ninjutsu direction and the system will deduce and generate the most suitable rank ninjutsu, jutsu or bloodline fusion technique based on the host's current abilities, bloodline and chakra nature. A card exuding a mysterious pale purple luster as if made of pure energy appeared in Xianren's hand out of thin air with a warm touch. Creating ninjutsu, especially a rank ninjutsu, requires profound mastery of chakra nature and shape transformation, which is far beyond his current ability to accomplish independently. But this card could directly bridge the gap of knowledge.
Use creation proof. Xianren did not hesitate for a moment. Power was what he needed most at this moment. Ding! A rank creation proof used successfully.
Please select creation direction 1 ninjutsu based on chakra nature and shape transformation 2 taijutsu extreme physical development and techniques 3 genjutsu mental interference and manipulation 4 dojutsu fusion based on host's current high power development. Without hesitation Xianren chose the fourth option, dojutsu fusion.
The Sharingan and Byakugan, 2 great dojutsu bloodlines, if they could be fused their potential would be immeasurable.
Detected that the host possesses chakra source of Sharingan 2 Tomo and Byakugan basic characteristics, beginning deep fusion deduction.
Fusing. Deducing. Compatibility test. Optimal solution generation. Ding! Creation successful. Obtained new dojutsu white will I, rank growable white will I, initial state. Insight possesses Byakugan's 360-degree unrestricted vision, X-ray vision, adjustable depth, telescopic vision, up to 1 kilometer, ability to see through meridians and chakra points. Byakugan basics. Insight and dynamic vision greatly surpass ordinary Sharingan. Copy retains basic Sharingan copying ability, can copy and analyze scene crank and below taijutsu and ninjutsu.
Analysis speed and success rate for rank and above techniques improved.
Genjutsu enhanced resistance to genjutsu, can initially see through and interfere with lower level genjutsu. Fusion feature, both eyes can maintain Sharingan and Byakugan form separately or simultaneously activate White Will Eye form.
In the White Will Eye form, the two eye powers nurture each other with a slight possibility of promoting each other's evolution. Note: evolution requires meeting specific conditions and substantial eye power spiritual energy nourishment. Future potential: this dojutsu has extremely high growth potential.
The Byakugan path endpoint is Tenseigan and the Sharingan path endpoint is Rinnegan.
If the host can develop both eye powers to the extreme and perfectly fuse them, an ultimate dojutsu beyond cognition may be born.
Done. Even with Xin Ren's composure, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. White Will Eye.
This was not a simple 11 but a true qualitative change. Having 360-degree vision and X-ray ability meant that there would be almost no blind spots in battle. The enemy's ambushes, traps and substitution techniques would be completely exposed.
The ability to see through meridians and acupoints was a divine skill for taijutsu combat, medical treatment and pressure point strikes. Not to mention the distant yet potential fusion of the two ultimate dojutsu.
This was undoubtedly a powerful trump card and also the key to the peak. Just as he was immersed in the joy of gaining new power, a faint whimper came from his arms.
Hinata
Hyūga's eyelashes fluttered a few times and she slowly opened her eyes. The daze of waking filled her pure white eyes, but when she saw Xin Ren's face, which had become much more angular so close to her, and felt herself naked in his arms, the fragmented and burning memories of last night flooded into her mind with a crash.
Ah!
A short gasp. Hinata's face instantly turned red. Flustered, she broke free from Xin Ren's arms, frantically grabbed her scattered clothes on the floor, turned her back to him and put them on with astonishing speed. Thinking about her shamelessly active demands last night until she had exhausted herself and fallen asleep after the poison fully subsided, she felt all the blood rush to her face, her earlobes burning hot, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into.
Xin Ren also sat up and began to dress calmly.
Seeing Hinata's back that was almost steaming with embarrassment, he took the initiative to speak, breaking the suffocating awkward silence.
How do you feel? Any discomfort anywhere?
His voice was gentle with post-incident concern.
No, it's fine.
Hinata's voice was as faint as a mosquito, still facing away from him, almost burying her head in her chest.
The poison seems to be all gone. Thank you, Xin Rinkuin.
The last few words were so light they were almost inaudible.
That's good. Xin Ren finished dressing, walked behind her and gently patted her stiff shoulder.
The mist scum who captured you and the one who poisoned you are all dead.
Konohamaru and the other children were rescued safely and sent back to the village by Kakashi Sensei's arrangements. We should pack up and head back too. Tomorrow. We still have school.
He deliberately mentioned daily life in a calm tone, trying to pull them both back to reality from the extremely intimate and slightly crazy state of last night. Hinata responded softly, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. The memories of yesterday's poisoning were chaotic and blurry, but some words and feelings were too deep to erase. Especially that sentence, as long as there is a place for me in your heart. Oh my, how could she have said that? Thinking about it now, it was so embarrassing. The two silently tidied up the slightly messy room, making sure no obvious traces were left, and then left the secret room that had witnessed their relationship's drastic change one after the other. Outside the door, Kakashi and Sasuke had been waiting for a long time. Kakashi leaned against the wall, still holding Ika Paradise, but his eyes occasionally scanned the surroundings. Sasuke, on the other hand, stood with arms crossed against the opposite wall, his aura keen. When they saw Xin Ren and Hinata come out, both looked over. Kakashi's single eye paused for a moment on Xin Ren's noticeably changed height and build, then swept over Hinata's flushed but otherwise fine face, a glint of understanding in his eye, but he asked nothing. He just closed the book and said flatly, resolved. Let's go back. The Hokage is still waiting for the report. The poison has been cured. Xin Ren nodded, concise. Sasuke's gaze lingered on Xin Ren's eyes for a moment longer. Those eyes seemed different from before. Or was it the feeling they gave? He was puzzled but similarly didn't ask. The group of four led by Kakashi quietly left Tanzaku Street and quickly returned to Konoha. On the way back to the village, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Kakashi led the way, Sasuke silently followed beside Xin Ren. Between Xin Ren and Hinata, despite having experienced the most intimate relationship, there seemed to be an invisible veil. Xin Ren could sense her confusion and shyness and understood that she needed time to digest. He was not in a hurry to push. Some things haste makes waste. Until they approached the Hokage building, just before stepping into that solemn and majestic structure, Xin Ren stopped. Hinata. He turned around, facing the girl who was lowering her head, almost shrinking into herself. Yes. Hinata was startled, instinctively stood at attention, but still dared not look up at him. Before the Hokage office building, under the afternoon sunlight that should have been the warmest moment of the day. Zinran's voice was calm and clear, carrying an unyielding seriousness. What happened yesterday, though accidental, was to save you. But Uchiha Shinran am by no means a man who shirks responsibility and refuses to acknowledge what he has done. Hinata abruptly lifted her head, her pure white eyes filled with astonishment and panic. In the next moment the world before her suddenly blurred. The ninja world crumbled before her eyes. Not a true collapse but an indescribable sensation, as if the rules of the entire shinobi realm, the shackles of bloodlines and the thousand-year fates had all become trivial in that instant. The youth reflected in her pure white pupils seemed to possess a power beyond all things. With a single glance he could move mountains, sever seas, topple the moon, subdue immortals, tame beasts, shatter realms and open worlds. The vision came. Hinata blinked and the strange sensation vanished, leaving only Shinran standing before her looking at her earnestly. I will take responsibility for you, he said, looking at her, each word distinct.
So let's start as boyfriend and girlfriend, shall we?
Just like you said yesterday.
Now I answer you.
I will remember and forever keep a place for you in my heart.
What I said yesterday.
Hinata was stunned, her face instantly flushing crimson as she shook her head like a rattledrum.
Don't remember saying anything.
Was poisoned yesterday, my mind was blank, I don't remember anything. She stammered in a panic. Shinran watched her flustered and shy demeanor and a faint softness crossed his usually indifferent face.
It's alright. It's okay if you don't remember. I know this is sudden, you need time.
His tone was mild yet not cold.
Go back and rest well. You've expended a lot this time.
When you've thought it over and are willing to accept me as your
boyfriend, you can come find me alone at school tomorrow.
He pointed to the door of the Hokage's office.
I'll submit the mission report to the Hokage-sama.
You go straight home and rest.
Hinata's taut nerves relaxed slightly.
But the fear, helplessness, despair of yesterday and the warmth and salvation she had grasped at the final moment suddenly surged back like a tide.
If not for Zenranken,
what would have become of her? Would she have been defiled by those disgusting Kirigakure ninja? Would her Byakugan have been gouged out?
Would she have died miserably in the dungeon?
Or, as that Kirigakure said, burned to death in agony and lust?
It was Zenranken who risked danger to save her, it was Zenranken who saved her in that way, and it was Zenranken standing here now saying he would be responsible.
An indescribable impulse mingled with lingering fear, gratitude, dependence and even a hint of emotion she couldn't name overwhelmed all her
Shinran.
Hinata suddenly stepped forward and under Sasuke's slightly surprised gaze and Kakashi's thoughtful look she reached out and tightly firmly hugged Zenran's waist. She buried her face in his chest, her body trembling slightly.
Thank you. Thank you for saving me.
Her voice was muffled, choked with tears yet piercingly clear.
I was so scared. Yesterday I was so scared. If it weren't for you She couldn't continue.
Shinran was momentarily stunned. Then those eyes that had always held a certain detachment toward everything softened completely.
He raised his hand and gently placed it on Hinata's smooth blue-black hair. Clumsy yet tender. It's all over now, he whispered. From now on I will protect you.
This warmth did not last long.
Hyūga, Hinata. How dare you?
A cold, stern, wrathful voice exploded like winter ice.
Everyone turned.
A man in a traditional black kimono, his hair meticulously tied back with a stern and rigid face, strode forward with several Hyūga branch family ninja.
Hayashi Hyūga. The current head of the Hyūga clan, Hinata's biological father.
His face was ashen, his gaze cutting like knives as it swept over Hinata, then sharply at Shinran and finally landed on Kakashi and Sasuke.
In broad daylight, embracing a man in front of the Hokage office building, what an outrage.
Hayashi's voice was barely restrained with fury. You have disgraced the Hyūga clan.
Hinata shuddered, instinctively letting go and stepping back, lowering her head.
It was a conditioned reflex born of long-standing fear of her father's authority.
But Hayashi did not relent. Lacking skill, unable to master even basic gentle fist, your talent inferior even to your sister Hanabi.
His words cut like knives. And now you dare to be shameless, sneaking around with a man. The Hyūga clan has no daughter as lacking in self-respect as you.
Shameless, no such daughter. Hinata's face turned deathly pale and she swayed. Kakashi frowned slightly and stepped forward. Clan head Hayashi, please calm down.
Hinata has just been through a kidnapping and was severely poisoned. It was fortunate that Shinran rescued her in time.
Emotional agitation is only natural. Rescued. Hayashi snorted coldly, his gaze like lightning piercing Shinran. Uchiha brat.
Was it you? What method did you use to rescue her? I received a report that you abducted my daughter and even drugged her.
Hinata's face grew even paler. Sasuke's eyes turned icy in an instant.
Just as the tension was about to snap, Shinran moved. He gently pushed aside Kakashi, who was blocking his way. His movement was not fast but carried a quiet, unyielding force. Then he completely shielded Hinata behind him. He raised his head, meeting Hayashi Hyūga's aggressive gaze. No fear, no retreat, not even anger. Only a profound, unfathomable calm. The next moment, the world crumbled and rebuilt before his eyes. In his left eye, dark tomo emerged, spinning slowly. In his right eye, faint veins bulged around the corners and the pupil turned a deep dark crimson. The original tomo pattern transformed into a pale silver, mysterious pattern swirling within the pupil. A 360-degree unobstructed field of vision instantly unfolded. The vast and pure chakra flow within Hayashi, the dense acupoints beneath his forehead and around his eyes, the slightly accelerated chakra speed due to anger, the exceptionally tough nodes in his meridian channels from long-term gentle fist training, all of it was laid bare.
The white will eye. An indescribable pressure spread silently. Not violent but carrying a detached overlooking insight into the essence of things. As if looking at a frog at the bottom of a well. The anger on Hayashi Hyuga's face froze instantly. In its place was extreme shock and disbelief. As the Hyuga clan head, he was all too familiar with the power of the Byakugan. Yet the power emanating from the eyes of this Uchiha youth before him was the purest insight of the Byakugan, even clearer and more penetrating than the typical Byakugan activation of a Hyuga clansman. And the power of the Sharingan in his left eye remained undiminished. Both coexisted perfectly. Even merged. How was this possible? Your eyes. Hayashi's voice changed pitch. Shinran ignored him. He spoke on his own, his voice calm yet carrying a chilling penetration. Senior Hyuga. Hinata is your daughter, but first and foremost she is a person, an independent individual, a Konoha ninja. He paused. And more importantly, she is someone I, Uchiha Shinran, risked my life to save and have decided to protect. She suffered a great ordeal last night, both physically and mentally wounded. What she needs most now is the care and comfort of her family, not your indiscriminate scolding and insults. As for the antidote, the pale silver pattern in the white will eye flashed. That is my affair, a matter between Hinata and it has nothing to do with the dignity of the Hyuga clan and even less with you. As he finished, Zinran's voice abruptly turned cold. Those eyes merging the sharpness of the Sharingan and the insight of the Byakugan pierced Hayashi like solid ice spears. Furthermore, watch your words. Each syllable was distinct. If I ever hear you insult Hinata with words like shameless again or speak disrespectfully of the Uchiha clan. He tilted his head slightly. A chilling smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The pressure of the white will eye intensified imperceptibly, directly targeting Hayashi's spirit. I wouldn't mind letting you personally experience what true lack of skill means. Perhaps the strongest dojutsu reputation of the Hyuga clan, passed down for 1,000 years, should have a new owner. As his words fell, a dead silence reigned. The air before the Hokage building seemed to freeze solid. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly beneath his mask. Sasuke watched Zinran's back, a gleam of pride flashing in his eyes. This is what a man of the Uchiha clan should be. And Hayashi Hyuga, his face shifted from ashen to flushed, then from flushed to deathly pale. He stared fixedly at Zinran's bizarre and powerful white Sharingan, feeling the tangible pressure of the dojutsu. The shock in his heart was like a raging storm. This Uchiha brat had not only merged the powers of the Sharingan and Byakugan, but also dared to openly threaten him, the Hyuga clan head. The several Hyuga branch family ninja behind him were on high alert. Under the gaze of those eyes they felt an eerie sensation of being completely seen through, all secrets exposed. Hinata stood dumbfounded behind Shinran, gazing at his not-so-broad but exceptionally resolute back. Listening to his resounding, almost rebellious words. The frozen layer in her heart was violently breached by a scorching warmth. Tears burst forth. But this time they were no longer from fear or grievance, but an emotional release suppressed for too long. And an unprecedented sense of security. Zinranken. For her Sake, he had confronted her father and spoken such words. Hayashi's chest heaved violently. Yet Zinran's calm eyes, brimming with terrifying power, along with the watchful Hatake Kakashi and the cold-eyed Uchiha Sasuke, forced him to swallow the more severe reprimands. He had no doubt. If he uttered another insult, this bizarre Uchiha brat would truly dare to strike. Those eyes filled him with profound wariness. Finally Hayashi squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. But his gaze no longer fell on Shinran, instead he glared fiercely at Hinata. Disgraceful thing. Follow me back to the clan compound immediately. Hinata trembled. She instinctively looked at Shinran. Shinran turned his head. He gave her a smile. Faint yet reassuring. Go on, go home first, he whispered. Remember what I said. See you at school tomorrow. Hinata nodded vigorously, wiping away her tears. Then, she took a deep breath, summoning the greatest courage of her life, and instead of immediately walking toward her father, she said to Shinran in a voice both soft and unmistakably clear, Shinran. See you tomorrow. Having said that, she lowered her head and shuffled toward the grim-faced Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi let out a heavy snort. Flicking his sleeve, he turned. He led Hinata and the branch family guards away without looking back. But his retreating figure somehow seemed hasty and stiff. Only after the group disappeared around the street corner did Kakashi withdraw his gaze and look at Shinran. His expression was complicated. White Sharingan. When did that happen? Shinran glanced at him. Those eerie eyes had already returned to normal black. He did not answer Kakashi's question. He only said what Shinran wanted to say. These eyes are a bit hard to control and the chakra output is large. His tone was flat, as if commenting on the nice weather. Kakashi was silent for a moment. The Hyuga clan head won't let this go. Nor will the Hyuga clan. As for the third Hokage, he'll go submit the mission report, Shinran interrupted. Then he looked at Sasuke. Brother coming. Sasuke looked at him. A long pause. Then he nodded. Coming. Kakashi watched the two brothers walk side by side toward the Hokage office building. Suddenly he remembered something. Oh Shinran. Shinran paused. Kakashi asked the most important question, those words you said. Were you serious? About Hyūga Hinata. Shinran did not turn around. He only paused slightly in his step. Then he continued walking forward. In the wind his faint voice came, I am the kind of person who minds his own business. But my woman, no one touches her. Knock knock. The sound of knocking was particularly clear in the silent corridor. Come in. From within came the slightly weary voice of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hatake Kakashi pushed the door open and entered, followed closely by Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Shinran. Kakashi was the first to kneel on one knee in a gesture of obeisance while simultaneously tugging at the hems of Sasuke and Shinran's clothes, signaling them to kneel as well. Sasuke glanced at his younger brother, his knees bending slightly, but Shinran remained motionless, his back straight as a stubborn young poplar. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then straightened up as well, likewise refusing to kneel. A faint twitch tugged at the corner of Kakashi's mouth. These two brats. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, his gaze flickering with amusement as he regarded the two youths. Then his eyes fell upon Shinran and suddenly froze. This kid. How did he get so tall? Wasn't he just a little brat barely over 10 years old before? How in the span of a single night had he become nearly as tall as this old man? Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, walked over to Shinran and measured himself against him. Indeed they were about the same height, both around 1.60 meters. Shinran the third inquired curiously, how did you grow so tall? Shinran looked at the amiable old man before him, a faint smile curving at the corners of his lips. Eat well, sleep well, naturally I grew tall. The third was speechless. This answer was truly impeccable. He waved his hand signaling Kakashi to rise and telling the two children not to stand on ceremony. All right, enough. Rise all of you. The third returned to his seat, lit his pipe and took a deep draw. I called you here today because there is something important. Kakashi stood up and stepped aside. Sasuke and Shinran stood shoulder to shoulder waiting for what was to come. The third's gaze swept over them, both finally resting on Shinran's face. Uchiha Shinran, I am aware of your recent performance. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Rescuing the young lady of the Hyūga clan, saving my grandson and slaying the rogue ninja from the mist, this ability is not something an ordinary genin can match. Shinran remained silent, listening attentively. I've been thinking ever since the Uchiha clan was annihilated, the Konoha military police has existed in name only. The third's voice carried a note of reflection. Back then when the Uchiha clan controlled the police force, although there were some issues with their conduct, they did maintain order in the village. He paused, his gaze deepening. Now I have faith in your abilities. The Uchiha clan was originally in charge of the police force. Now you and your brother, one a genius, the other with astonishing potential. The third rose and walked to the window, turning his back to the three. I intend to let the Uchiha clan take over the Konoha military police again. Sasuke's pupils contracted slightly. Take over the police force again. That had been the glory of the Uchiha clan, but also one of the roots of their annihilation. Shinran, however, remained expressionless, quietly waiting for more. The third turned around to face the two youths. Once you become genin, the Konoha military police will be entrusted. His voice was solemn. You can rebuild the glory of the Uchiha clan and protect the village, preventing incidents like the recent kidnapping from happening again. He looked into Shinran's eyes. Uchiha Shinran, what do you think? Shinran was silent for a second. Then he smiled. Lord Third, aren't you afraid we Uchiha might cause trouble again? The third also smiled. You and your brother are different from those people. He sat back down. And besides, I'm old, but I still know how to read people. Shinran had made up his mind. Lord Third, I am honored by your trust. He clasped his fists in salute. My brother and I are willing to take on this responsibility. The third nodded with satisfaction. Good, then it's settled. Once you pass the genin exams, I will officially appoint you. He turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, as the elder brother, you must support your younger sibling. Sasuke nodded expressionlessly, but deep in his eyes a complex gleam flickered. The Uchiha police force. That was the place his father had once commanded. All of you go back. You two have classes tomorrow, rest well. The night passed without incident. The next day. Ninja Academy. The sun shone brightly and the training ground was filled with students. Iroka Sensei stood before the line, clearing his throat. Alright, the incident from a few days ago has been resolved. However, some students cannot compete, namely Gohan and Kinomoto. Those children were captured by enemy spies, sustained injuries and are still lying in the hospital. If anyone performs exceptionally well in sparring, they will take their place. So be prepared. He paused, then raised his voice. Today training continues. First match. Iroka glanced at the pairing chart. Uchiha Shinran vs. Sun Ban. Shinran raised an eyebrow, surprised to face this opponent first.
He shrugged indifferently and walked to the center of the field. Opposite him Sunban stepped out of the line with a cold smirk. The two stood facing each other 10 meters apart. Formed the seal of confrontation.
Shinran casually made the hand seal.
Senban's was perfectly executed but his eyes were fixed on Shinran, his smirk widening.
Begin.
The moment Irika's words fell, Sunban did not attack immediately. Instead he stood still and spoke in a deliberately loud voice that the whole training ground could hear. Uchiha Shinran, before we fight there's something I need to make clear.
He pointed toward the edge of the field where Hyūga Hinata was watching nervously.
Stay away from the young lady of the Hyūga clan from now on.
She is not someone you can lay your hands on. A low murmur rippled through the onlookers. Hinata's face turned pale instantly, her hands clasped tightly against her.
Sunban continued, his tone dripping with contempt. You a dead last who awakened your eyes by sheer luck. Even if you have a genius brother, it doesn't change the fact that you're inherently a waste.
That is an indisputable truth.
He paused, his voice growing sharper. The Uchiha clan is nothing but a cursed bloodline destined for destruction. How dare you compare yourself to my family? These words were extremely venomous and even Irika's expression darkened. The annihilation of the Uchiha was a wound and a taboo in Konoha. At the edge of the field Sasuke's eyes turned icy as knives, his fingers unconsciously tightening. Yet at the center of the storm Shinran merely lazily picked his ear as if he had heard some irrelevant noise.
Are you finished? Shinran raised his eyelids to look at Senban, his gaze eerily calm. You talk too much. Villains die from talking too much, you know.
If killing were allowed here you'd probably be dead several times over.
You. Sunban was thoroughly enraged by this disdainful attitude, his face flushing red.
A mere upstart who got lucky and you dare to show such disrespect.
I'll teach you today that geniuses are not to be insulted. Then stop wasting words. Shinran beckoned with his finger.
Let me see just how much this genius of yours is really worth.
You're asking for death. Sunban roared, his hands blurring through hand seals. Earth-style earth flow wall. Rumble.
A thick earthen wall erupted from the ground before Shinran, blocking his line of sight and frontal attack route. The moment Sunban completed his seals, he swiftly circled around from the side of kunai and hand aimed directly at Zinran's ribs. He had employed his clan's signature earth-style jutsu from the start, combined with a taijutsu ambush, a very seasoned tactic.
Look out, someone shouted from the sidelines. Yet just as the kunai was about to make contact, Zinran's body abruptly shifted half a step to the left. Mere half a step. Senban's surefire strike grazed past Zinran's clothes.
Due to his momentum he involuntarily lurched forward half a step. That half step was all it took.
Shinran moved.
He didn't form any seals, didn't use any ninjutsu, simply lifted his right leg and delivered a clean lightning-fast sidekick that slammed into the exposed gap in Senban's ribs as he stumbled forward.
Thud.
The dull sound of impact rang out. Sunban felt an irresistible force surge from his waist, his body flew sideways like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground 5 meters away, rolling several times before stopping. The kunai had long since been knocked from his hand.
Cough.
Sunban clutched his aching side, struggling to get up, his eyes filled with disbelief.
How could this be? His movements. How could they be so fast? He hadn't even seen when Shinran had kicked.
Shinran slowly lowered his legs, standing still without even pursuing. He looked down and casually brushed the non-existent dust from his pants.
This is the strength of your so-called genius.
Zinran's voice was not loud, but it carried clearly to everyone's ears. All bluster from clan techniques with a taijutsu full of holes. What gives you the confidence to spout such nonsense?
Bastard.
Senban, humiliated and furious, forced himself to his feet despite the pain, his hands already forming seals again, faster this time.
Earth-style earth spear. Several sharp earthen spikes burst from the ground beneath Zinran's feet.
But Shinran seemed to have anticipated it. The moment the spikes emerged he leaped nimbly backward, simultaneously forming hand seals in front of his chest.
Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Whoosh.
A blazing fireball erupted from Zinran's mouth, not aimed at Senban but directly at the earthen spears. Flame and earth collided, exploding into a cloud of smoke mixed with scorched earth, temporarily obscuring vision.
Senban's heart tightened and he immediately retreated, warily observing the smoke.
The Sharingan's dynamic vision would be affected in the smoke. This was his chance. Before his thought could finish, a dark figure emerged from the smoke like a phantom already at his side.
It was Shinran.
He hadn't been affected by the smoke at all and his sprinting speed exceeded Senban's reaction limit.
Too slow. Zinran's icy voice sounded in his ear.
Sunban barely managed to raise his arms in defense, and the next second a barrage of heavy blows rained down.
Thud. Thud. Smack. Thump. Not ninjutsu, just pure taijutsu strikes. Fists, elbows, knees, legs. Each attack landed precisely on the gaps in Senban's defense or on weak points. Sunban felt like a leaf in a raging storm, futilely blocking but completely unable to keep up with the speed and rhythm of his opponent. Those eyes of his opponent. Eyes that had turned a dark crimson without him noticing, seemed to see through every intention of his movements. Ack. A heavy elbow strike broke through his arm defense, slamming into his chest. Sunban staggered back, gasping for breath. Then Shinran swept his leg low, precisely hitting Senban's ankle. Sunban completely lost his balance and fell flat on his back.
He struggled to get up but a foot had already lightly pressed onto his chest, not heavy yet carrying immense weight pinning him motionless.
Shinran looked down from above.
Shinran looked down at him, his dark red eyes devoid of any emotion, only a cold indifference.
Dead last.
Shinran tilted his head slightly.
Cursed bloodline.
He pressed down slightly with his foot, causing Qianben to struggle to breathe, his face turning red.
You who can't even beat a dead last, what are you?
Zinran's voice was soft yet it stabbed into Qianben's heart like a knife.
Remember, stay away from Chutian from now, if I hear you say those nonsense again.
He didn't finish, but the fleeting cold glint in his eyes made Qianben feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his whole body chilled. Shinran withdrew his foot, no longer looking at the slumping Qianben on the ground, and turned to walk to the edge of the arena.
I give up. I give up.
Qianben shouted hoarsely, his eyes filled with fear and humiliation.
First match, Yuzhibo Shinran wins. Yaluka announced, his gaze at Shinran filled with shock and complexity.
That battle just now was less a match and more a one-sided massacre. The taijutsu speed Shinran displayed, his control of battle rhythm and his terrifyingly precise grasp of timing were completely unlike a student's. He was more like an experienced chunin.
Silence fell around the arena.
Everyone was stunned speechless by this clean, almost cruel crushing. Those who had once mocked the dead last now felt their cheeks burning. Zhuozhu stared intently at his younger brother walking back to the sideline, the complex emotions in his chest burning even more fiercely. His brother's speed just now, the sharpness of his taijutsu, the coldness and efficiency in battle, even surpassed him.
Sharingan.
No, it wasn't just the Sharingan. It was a completely different fighting style and consciousness.
The following battles were astonishingly fast.
Yuzhibo Zhuozhu battled Xuanzhongya, resolving the fight with exquisite shuriken jutsu and a swift taijutsu strike. Rishang Chutian, under the calm gaze of Shinran, gathered her courage and with unskilled but determined gentle fist barely defeated Shamu.
Yunu Jinai easily controlled Fengjian with his insect swarm. Qiudaodingxi, relying on his size and strength, suppressed Xiaoben Huannai.
Naoling Luan, when battling Qiudaodingxi, straightforwardly said, "Troublesome, I give up," conserving his energy.
Round after round of elimination, the pace was quick.
No matter who Zinran's subsequent opponents were, none could last a minute under his hands. His fighting style became increasingly concise and efficient. Often the moment the opponent made a starting move, his counterattack had already arrived.
The dark red Sharingan flickered in and out, perceiving every precursor of chakra flow and muscle exertion.
Finally, after several rounds of duels, only two remained on the field.
Yuzhibo Zhuozhu. Yuzhibo Shinran. A brotherly duel for the year's top rank. The atmosphere reached its peak. Everyone held their breath watching the two black-haired youths standing opposite each other in the arena.
Sunlight spilled over them, casting long shadows.
Finally. They're facing off.
Xu Nian covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes filled with both admiration for Zhuozhu and excitement for this match.
Zhuozhu. Go for it, shouted Shanzhong Jingye. Shinran. Beat him up. That was the troublemaking Xuanwan Mingran.
Rishang Chutian was so nervous her palms were sweaty, her pure white eyes unblinking.
Yaluka took a deep breath. Final match, Yuzhibo Zhuozhu versus Yuzhibo Shinran. The winner will be the year's top rank. Both parties make the hand seals.
Zhuozhu and Shinran simultaneously raised their hands and formed the opposing seal.
Their eyes met in the air.
In Zhuozhu's eyes were burning battle intent and coldness, in Zinran's eyes flames flickering deep within calmness.
Begin. Without any probing, Zhuozhu moved the instant Yaluka's voice fell. He pushed his speed to the limit, lunging at Shinran like a black lightning bolt. He knew his brother's perception was astonishing. He had to fight speed with speed. So fast. The spectators only saw an afterimage. Yet Zinran's reaction was even faster. The moment Zhuozhu started, his body also moved, not backward but stepping diagonally, while his right fist shot out like a cannonball toward the side of Zhuozhu's charging path. Prediction. Zhuozhu's pupils contracted.
In mid-charge, he twisted his body forcefully to avoid the punch, and his left leg swept like a whip toward Zinran's lower body. Shinran seemed to have anticipated it, raising his knee to block.
Thud. Leg and knee collided, producing a dull sound. The two separated instantly and collided again in a flash. Bang. Slap. Thump. The sounds of taijutsu exchanges were as dense as raindrops.
Their movements were so fast they dazzled the eyes, black figures constantly interweaving, separating and colliding again in the arena. Kunai clashed with kunai, sparking the powerful wind from fists, and feet swept up dust from the ground. The more Zhuozhu fought, the more alarmed he became. How could his brother's taijutsu be so strong? Every move precisely targeted the junctures or power points of his attacks, forcing him to constantly change tactics, his rhythm completely controlled by the opponent.
Moreover, his brother's gaze.
Those dark red eyes exerted increasing pressure on him, as if all his movements were completely seen through.
Fire style Phoenix Sage fire technique.
Zhuozhu seized a gap and backflipped, forming hand seals, and several small fireballs howled as they sealed off Zinran's evasive space.
Zinran's eyes sharpened and he also formed hand seals.
Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger.
Fire style great fireball technique.
A fireball larger and more condensed than the one Zhuozhu had just used burst forth, not only engulfing the Phoenix Sage fire but also pushing back with terrifying momentum. Zhuozhu hastily dodged the fireball grazed past him and the scorching heat wave made him gasp. As soon as he steadied himself, Xinren's figure was already upon him like a clinging shadow, a fist hurtling straight for his face. Zhuozhu hastily raised his arms to block the immense force, numbed his arms, and his body involuntarily retreated. Xinren's attack surged like a tide, fists, elbows, knees and legs transformed into an unending storm, completely enveloping Zhuozhu. However, just as the kunai was about to strike, Xinren's body twisted at an impossible angle, barely evading it by a hair's breadth. At the same time, Xinren's previously calm eyes suddenly changed. In the dark red fundus, a thread of pure white light began to flow, interweaving and merging with the crimson, forming a strange and magnificent color, neither a pure Byakugan nor a pure Sharingan, but a more mysterious, profound eye color. Under the gaze of these eyes, Zhuozhu felt as if he were completely seen through. Not just his movements, but even the flow of chakra and the subtle tremors of muscle fibers were exposed. What? What kind of eyes? Zhuozhu's mind shook violently and his movements faltered for a tenth of a second. That was the tiny opening. Xinren's left hand shot out like a poisonous snake, precisely grabbing Zhuozhu's wrist that held the kunai, twisting and pulling. Zhuozhu instantly lost his balance. Xinren's right shoulder followed through, crashing into Zhuozhu's chest. Thud. A heavy, dull sound. Zhuozhu felt as if a huge rock had struck his chest. Excruciating pain accompanied by a sense of suffocation hit him. His entire body flew backward, uncontrollably crashing heavily onto the ground 7 or 8 meters away, rolling several times before stopping. The kunai in his hand had long since flown away somewhere. Cough. Zhuozhu propped himself up with one hand, coughing violently, his chest burning with pain, his vision darkening. He raised his head and looked at his brother, who stood still, slowly retracting his stance. The strange color in Xinren's eyes slowly faded, returning to its usual black. He walked over to Zhuozhu and extended his hand. Zhuozhu looked at the hand but did not move. Frustration, shock, unwillingness and a trace of indescribable bewilderment filled his heart. He had lost. Lost so completely. Before his brother's eerie eyes and overwhelming taijutsu, he had been utterly powerless. Brother Xinren's voice sounded very calm. This is my current strength. Zhuozhu suddenly looked up, staring at his brother. Shinren crouched down, meeting Zhuozhu's eyes. In those black pupils there was no trace of the usual laziness or smile, only a seriousness and gravity that made Zhuozhu's heart tremble. This is for the punch you gave me earlier, Shinren said slowly. Now you know. So from now on, don't treat me as that useless younger brother who needs your protection and isn't qualified to know the truth. He paused, then spoke each word clearly into Zhuozhu's ears. The vengeance of the Yuzhibo clan is not yours alone. From now on, no matter what you do, wherever you go for revenge, take me with you. Zhuozhu stared blankly at his brother's face, so close, at the unwavering determination in his eyes. The emotions churning in his chest nearly overwhelmed him. Anger at defeat. No, not just that. Jealousy of his brother's strength. Perhaps a little. But more than that, it was a cold loneliness, being forcibly torn open, letting in a sliver of warmth he had never imagined, the warmth of brother. This younger brother, whom he had always regarded as a burden to keep away from danger, had somehow acquired such a sharp light and insisted on walking with him this dark path of vengeance. Whatever. After a long while, Zhuozhu turned his head away and said hoarsely, then pushed himself up and brushed the dust off his clothes. He still wore that indifferent expression, but his clenched fists and slightly trembling fingertips betrayed his inner turmoil. Shinren also stood up, a relaxed smile returning to his face, as if he were not the one who had just been so imposing and spoken such heavy words. He turned to the somewhat stunned teacher Yaluka and raised his hand. Teacher Yaluka, Xinren's voice returned to its clear tone. I give up. The year's top rank is my brother. What? The whole scene erupted. He gave up. He clearly won. Why? Yaluka was also stunned. Shinren, are you sure? The battle just now. I'm sure, Shinren interrupted him with a bright smile. I just wanted to tell my brother some things. As for the year's top rank. He looked at Zhuozhu and winked. Of course it's my brother's. Zhuozhu's body stiffened. Looking at his brother's matter-of-fact smile, the pent-up frustration in his chest suddenly dissipated by half, replaced by a more complex, indescribable feeling. Yaluka looked at Zhuozhu, then at Shinren, and finally sighed, raising his hand. The final winner, Yuzhibo Zhuozhu. This year's top rank, Yuzhibo Zhuozhu. Applause and cheers rang out, but mixed with more discussion and confusion. Shinren paid no attention and walked to the sideline. As he passed by Chutian, he smiled at her. Kirshen's face instantly reddened. She lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth curled into a relieved small smile. The top of the grade is Sasuke. Iroka Sensei stood at the podium waving the grade sheet in his hand, a gratified smile on his face. Sunlight streamed through the classroom window, casting a glow on him and making his ninja headband gleam. Yeah. Naruto was the first to leap up, grinning with a silly laugh and thumping his chest. I knew it. Iroka Sensei must have been tricking me. You scared me. I thought this was the graduation exam. His expression of relief paired with that trademark bright smile instantly dissipated the tension in the classroom caused by the announcement of the grade. Iroka's mouth twitched visibly and a vein seemed to throb on his forehead. He took a deep breath, struggling to maintain his teacher's authority, and raised his voice in exasperation. Naruto. Tomorrow is the real graduation exam. Today is just the announcement of your regular grades as a reference for class placement. Ah. Naruto's smile froze instantly, his mouth agape as he let out a pitiful wail, collapsing into his seat as if all his bones had been removed.
How can this be? Ha ha ha.
The classroom erupted in laughter. Kiba Inuzuka was slapping the table laughing so hard he nearly spilled his chips. Choji Akimichi almost dropped his potato chips. Ino Yamanaka and a group of girls were covering their mouths giggling. Sasuke Uchiha sat by the window propping his chin on one hand, gazing calmly at the training ground outside. Upon hearing the news of being top of the grade, his expression remained unchanged as if it were only natural. Only the faintest upward curve of his lips, less than a millimeter, betrayed a trace of subtle satisfaction. He habitually turned his head to glance at his brother Shinran sitting beside him, only to find Zinran's seat empty.
No, not empty.
Shinran was standing in the aisle on the other side of the classroom, slightly bent over, speaking in a low voice with Hinata Hyūga, who sat there. Hinata lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with a lovely blush, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes.
But from time to time she would quickly glance up at Shinran, her pure white eyes shimmering with moisture, nodding gently.
The atmosphere between them was clearly distinct from the noisy classmates around, radiating an intimacy that others found hard to intrude upon.
Sasuke's gaze lingered for a moment on Zinran's back, noticeably taller than the other students, then swept over Hinata's shy demeanor.
His eyes flickered slightly, then returned to calm as he looked out the window again.
Well, let him be. So Hinata, after school let's go have a big feast to celebrate.
Zinran's voice carried a smile deliberately lowered, but Sasuke's hearing was sharp enough to catch it. The third Hokage sent over the mission reward yesterday, a full 500,000 ryo.
500,000 ryo.
Hinata looked up in surprise, her eyes wide, then shyly lowered her head again.
That's so much.
Are you sure?
Zinrankin, that's your reward.
Of course. Shinran patted a slightly bulging pouch at his waist, producing a faint clinking of metal.
Come on, I'm treating today. Let's call my brother too. Iroka sensei, can we leave now? The last sentence he raised his voice, looking at Iroka on the podium. Iroka looked at Shinran, his expression complex.
This student had changed dramatically recently. His height and build had shot up almost overnight to near adult proportions, and his demeanor had grown increasingly composed, even carrying a hint of unfathomable depth. What unsettled Iroka even more were the fragments he had overheard from the Hokage yesterday, something about a dangerous rescue mission and Shinran playing a pivotal role.
And those eyes.
Occasionally when their gazes met, Iroka felt that Zinran's eyes seemed darker than those of ordinary Uchiha, possessing a peculiar allure.
Ah yes, school's over. The rest of you are dismissed too.
Remember, tomorrow at 8 sharp gather at Training Ground 3 for the graduation exam.
Iroka pulled his thoughts back and dismissed the class.
The classroom instantly became lively with students packing up and leaving in 2s and 3s.
Shinran waved at Sasuke. Bro, let's go eat.
Sasuke slowly rose to his feet, one hand in his pocket, and walked over.
His appearance immediately drew the attention of many girls, especially Sakura Haruno, whose gaze seemed glued to Sasuke.
The three walked out of the classroom side by side.
Shinran enthusiastically planned which dishes to order. Hinata murmured in agreement, and Sasuke walked silently beside them, though he listened with a slight tilt of his ear.
However, just a few steps out of the school building, a pink figure stealthily followed them at a distance, not too close, not too far.
Sakura Haruno.
She tried hard to look as if she were going the same way, but her big green eyes were fixed unblinkingly on Sasuke's tall back, and she muttered unconsciously, Sasuke-kun.
My Sasuke-kun looks so handsome today too. Even his walking posture is perfect. Ah, did he just glance this way? Is he looking at me? What do I do? What do I do? My heart is racing.
Her stalking technique was so clumsy that Shinran, with his keen perception enhanced by the basic insight of his white Rinnegan, had noticed her as soon as they left the classroom.
Sasuke naturally noticed too, but simply couldn't be bothered. Zinran's lips curled into a mischievous grin.
He suddenly stopped, turned around, crossed his arms, and looked at Sakura, who nearly collided with him due to her inertia.
Yo, Sakura Haruno. Shinran drawled, his smile looking somewhat provocative. Why are you always following us? Could it be you're stalking my brother? Ah. Caught red-handed, Sakura let out a small gasp, her face turning red instantly.
But she quickly forced herself to calm down, planted her hands on her hips, lifted her chin, and tried to look proud, though her shifting eyes betrayed her guilt.
Oof. Uchiha Shinran, don't flatter yourself. I'm not stalking you at all.
She raised her voice deliberately as if to bolster her courage, but her gaze still couldn't help drifting towards Sasuke. I am naturally following the one I love and admire most, Lord Sasuke. Where Lord Sasuke goes, I go.
This is a pursuit of love. What do you know?
Saying this, she pressed her hands to her heart, gazing at Sasuke with a look so sweet and cloying it could suffocate, and deliberately softened her voice. Isn't that right, Sasuke-kun?
Sasuke didn't even lift an eyelid, acting as if he neither heard nor saw.
He even turned slightly, his gaze fixed on the distant Hokage monument, signaling with his actions, I'm not familiar with you.
Sakura's smile froze for a moment, but she quickly adjusted herself. Yes, Sasuke-kun was just that cool, that was part of his charm. Shinran looked at Sakura, who was clearly a severe case of obsessive love brain, and felt both amused and helpless. He deliberately dragged out his words. Oh. A pursuit of love. Then. What if my brother and I are going to the men's bathhouse later? Would you follow us there? I wonder if Hinata would be willing to go to the women's bathhouse with you.
With it he glanced mischievously at Hinata beside him, who was already blushing furiously at the direction of the conversation and wished she could disappear.
B bathhouse. Sakura's face also flushed instantly, but her stubbornness made her retort instinctively, SSO, what if I go? It's no big deal. The men's and women's baths are separate anyway. You'll just go with Hinata then. Right, Hinata? She tried to recruit an ally, looking at Hinata. I. Hinata, now put on the spot, lowered her head even further, her voice barely a whisper, unable to form a complete sentence, her ears completely red. Shinran looked at Sakura, who was stubbornly refusing to admit defeat and willing to go to any lengths including losing face for Sasuke, and shook his head inwardly. This girl was hopeless, terminal love brain diagnosis confirmed. But then he thought maybe this was for the best. A woman so single-minded, stubborn, and with eyes only for Sasuke would likely not cause any trouble in the future and would be utterly devoted to him. As long as Sasuke didn't go too far, which given his brother's personality was unlikely, Sakura would probably come up with 100 reasons to forgive him on her own. Fine, you win. Shinran was too lazy to keep arguing with the girl lost in her own world. He turned and put his arm around Hinata's shoulders. Hinata's body stiffened slightly, but she didn't resist and gestured to Sasuke, bro, let's go eat. I'm starving. The three of them ignored Sakura, who was still lost in her pink bubble dreams behind them, and headed straight for the most famous and expensive high-end restaurant in Konoha's commercial district. At the Moonview restaurant, inside the private room, on the exquisite Polonia wood low table were arrayed a dazzling array of delicious dishes. Fat marbled premium wagyu beef sizzled on a special grill, releasing a tempting charred aroma. Artfully arranged sushi and sashimi platters of fresh ingredients were colorful golden crispy. Tempura was accompanied by a refreshing grated radish dipping sauce. There was also tender and flavorful odin fragrant chawanmushi and glistening salmon roe rice. Each dish proclaimed its high price. Shinran ate without restraint, devouring the food heartily. His evolved body seemed to require more energy, and he ate with gusto. Sasuke ate elegantly but quickly. Hinata ate in small bites, occasionally stealing a glance at Shinran. Seeing him enjoy the food, a faint smile unconsciously touched her own lips. Bro, Hinata. Shinran swallowed a piece of tender grilled beef and took a sip of green tea, his expression turning serious. After we pass tomorrow's graduation exam and officially become genin, I have a plan. Sasuke put down his chopsticks and looked at him. Hinata also stopped eating and listened attentively. He intends to use these 500,000 taels as startup capital to establish a company. Zinran's eyes glittered with ambition, a gleam that seemed at odds with his still youthful face, yet oddly persuasive. A company. Sasuke raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes. A comprehensive corporation. He had already thought of a name, Morinet. Shinran dipped his finger in tea and sketched a simple framework on the polished tabletop. The business will be divided into three main sectors: security, intelligence, and commercial investment. Security? Hinata asked softly. Exactly. The Uchiha clan once held the reins of the Konoha police department for generations. But what is the police department really? At best it's a glorified enforcer for the village, a scapegoat with limited authority, prone to making enemies and bearing a tarnished reputation. Zinran's tone carried a trace of coldness. We need to change that. Morinet's security division can handle escort missions within and outside the village, transport of valuable goods, and even contract out certain areas' security. And the Konoha Police Department will become the official backing and one of the banners of our Morinet company. What we aim to build is not the police department that gets roasted on the fire, but a force with real power, influence, and tangible benefits. He turned to Hinata, his gaze blazing. Hinata, would you be willing to join? Normally we'll operate as a team carrying out the village's genin missions. In our free time we can contribute to building the company and running the police department. The goal is to eventually make the Konoha Police Department a power jointly controlled by Uchiha Shinran brother Sasuke and you, Hinata. Through you we might also forge closer ties with the Hyūga clan. Jointly controlled. The police department. And the Uchiha. Hinata's heart skipped a beat. The futures in Rankin had painted in the phrase "the three of them" stirred a great warmth within her, a thrilling sensation of being utterly trusted. This was not merely an invitation, it was a promise to include her in the core of their future plans. I am willing. Without a moment's hesitation, Hinata nodded firmly, her pure white eyes shimmering with resolve. As long as Rankin needs me, I will do my best. Shinran smiled a genuine and warm smile. He continued, the three of us alone aren't enough. I've observed Natsum and Hashimoto Kanna in our class, their strength and character are solid. We can try to invite them. Besides that, we need to recruit reliable people from outside, gradually building the framework. Once the company is running, brother and I can take it easy, become hands-off managers and focus on improving our strength. Sasuke listened quietly, watching his younger brother speak with such fervor, mapping out the Uchiha's future. A complex emotion stirred within him. It was a mix of relief, anticipation, and perhaps a faint trace of wistfulness. Once upon a time his father and the clan elders had also planned the Uchiha's future in this manner. Now that responsibility and hope seemed to have fallen upon his brother's shoulders in an unexpected way. And he did not resent it. As long as he could grow stronger and gain the power to take revenge on that man, he would support whatever his brother wanted to do. However, Zinran's tone turned serious. All these plans hinge on one premise: strength. We are still about to graduate as genin, far too weak. Without sufficient power, forget controlling the police department or starting a company, even the simplest crank mission could cost us our lives. So our top priority is to train like crazy. He looked at Hinata. Hinata, your Hyūga clan's gentle fist is top-tier taijutsu. After we're assigned to teams, whenever we have free time we'll train with you. We can spar and learn from each other. Your boyfriend is also very interested in the gentle fist 8 trigrams poems. Let's study together and strive to help you master advanced techniques as soon as possible. Training together. Sparring. Hinata's cheeks flushed again, but this time she did not look away. She met Zinran's gaze, her voice soft yet resolute. Okay. I'll work hard, Zinranken. After a hearty meal they paid the bill and left Tsukimi. The sky had grown completely dark. Orange lanterns lit the streets of Konoha, the passers-by thinned and the evening breeze carried a hint of chill. The three walked back to their temporary residence, the apartment where Shinran and Sasuke currently lived, enjoying the rare tranquility. But that tranquility was soon shattered. That pink-haired figure had stubbornly followed them again, keeping a distance of about 10 meters. Shinran was almost amused by her persistence. He stopped, turned around and crossed his arms, staring at Sakura, who also halted and averted her gaze. Haruno, Sakura, Shinran said with undisguised exasperation, what exactly are you trying to do? Are you seriously going to follow us all the way to our place? We're not going to invite you in for tea. Sakura bit her lip as if she had made some decision. She lifted her head. This time her gaze did not fall on Sasuke but directly on Shinran. Her emerald eyes looked complicated under the streetlight. Uchiha Shinran, she began, her voice no longer exaggerated or affected but carrying a hint of hesitation and inquiry. That day. At Ichiraku Ramen. Did you take something of mine? What thing? Shinran was taken aback, then frowned, his tone displeased. What did I take from you? Sakura, just because you can't chase my brother doesn't mean you can slander people, right? He was genuinely annoyed. This girl was love-struck, but now she was starting to make baseless accusations. Sakura looked at Zinran's genuine confusion and impatience, and the strange impulse within her only grew clearer. Over the past few days, especially today, she found herself unable to keep her eyes off this boy she had once dismissed as merely Sasuke-kun's little brother. He had grown so tall with handsome features, his profile was even softer than Sasuke-kun's, yet his eyes often held a deep age-defying steadiness and sharpness. Especially when his gaze occasionally swept over her, those eyes. Dark red, not the pure black of Sasuke-kun's but like the finest gemstones, drawing one in with a desire to explore. She recalled at Ichiraku Ramen when Shinran had teased her with a half-joking, half-serious pursuit. She remembered just now outside the restaurant how he had calmly planned the future and invited Hinata to join, radiating confidence and charisma from within. And his natural protectiveness and tenderness toward Hinata. If only she could have both Sasuke-kun's cold, powerful older brother and Zinran's gentle, responsible younger brother. This absurd thought had wormed its way into her mind and now grew like wild grass. Sakura was startled by her own bold idea. Her face flushed instantly, but her heart pounded uncontrollably. She looked at Zinran's handsome face tinged with irritation, and in a rush of heat the words that had been circling in her mind tumbled out, her voice carrying a coquettishness and probing she hadn't intended. You stole my heart. Idiot. Give it back. The moment she spoke she froze, then felt so embarrassed she wished she could bury herself with earth release. Oh my god. What was she saying? This was practically a confession. And to Sasuke-kun's little brother. It was over. Uchiha Shinran was also stunned. The impatience on his face solidified, replaced by an expression of sheer absurdity. He looked at Sakura, whose face was bright red, her eyes darting in panic yet still sneaking glances at him. This love-struck girl's brain was truly unique. Turning the tables like that. However, in that moment of his stunned silence, Ding detected significant fluctuation in affection of target Haruno Sakura. Analyzing. Haruno Sakura's current mindset: intense curiosity toward host Uchiha Shinran mixed with complex emotions of comparison, possessiveness and budding affection. Her infatuation with Uchiha Sasuke persists but is beginning to shift. Affection calculation based on initial impression, recent interactions, host's appearance and temperament changes, display of strength and subtle jealousy, admiration triggered by interactions with Hyūga Hinata. Ding. Haruno Sakura's affection toward host increased by 170. Current affection 245,400. Curiosity and budding interest stage. Target potential evaluation. Name Haruno Sakura. Current potential rating C. Exceptional chakra control talent, excellent theoretical knowledge but ordinary physique, mundane bloodline, combat will and potential unawakened, latent potential AS, possesses special spiritual energy within, extremely high compatibility with forbidden techniques such as Yin Seal and strength of 100. If she receives systematic guidance from a master Tsunade and overcomes mental barriers, her growth ceiling is extremely high. Consider long-term investment. System suggestion can be observed and contacted. Her outstanding chakra control and theoretical knowledge may be beneficial to the host's early establishment of forces e.g. medical, ninjutsu, research, etc. The emotional line can be developed naturally. Her latent potential is worth looking forward to. A series of system prompts caught Shinran off guard. Affection skyrocketed by 170. From nearly ignoring him to curiosity and budding interest.
This Sakura's emotional variables were indeed enormous. And the potential evaluation.
C for now as latent. In seal. Strength of 100. Weren't those Tsunade's signature techniques? This Sakura had such potential. He looked at Sakura again, this time with a hint of appraisal in his gaze.
The pink hair, emerald eyes and her lively face flushed with embarrassment. Setting aside her annoying love-struck nature and loud personality, on closer inspection her foundation was indeed not bad. If he could truly unlock her potential and train her into a medical ninja like Tsunade or even a combat ninja, she would be a valuable asset.
As for the emotional line, let it take its course.
For now Hinata was more important.
Sakura, feeling uneasy under Zinran's suddenly deep, almost penetrating gaze, her heart thumping wildly.
Her earlier courage had vanished and she stammered, I was just kidding.
Don't take it seriously. I am leaving.
With that she turned and fled like a startled rabbit, her pink ponytail tracing a panicked arc through the night, quickly disappearing around the street corner. The night breeze was cool, stirring a few fallen leaves along the street. Haruno Sakura covered her face and ran wildly, her pink twin tails trailing behind her in a chaotic arc. Her heart was racing, almost leaping from her throat. Oh my, what had she just said?
Steal my heart. How could she say something like that? And to Sasuke-kun's brother no less. What was she going to do about school tomorrow? Shinran would definitely laugh at her. Sasuke had been there just now, how could she have said something like that?
What would she do when facing Sasuke in the future?
Haruno Sakura.
A soft voice suddenly rang in her ear.
Sakura abruptly halted, nearly stumbling.
Uchiha Shinran was standing 3 steps in front of her, hands tucked into his pockets, his posture casual as if he had been waiting for her all along.
Why you how? Sakura widened her eyes, instinctively taking a step back.
Shinran did not move, his dark red eyes quietly observing her in the night.
Just a body flicker technique.
His tone was unnaturally calm. There are some things I want to clarify in person.
Sakura's heart skipped a beat. Clarify. Clarify what? Could it be that he took it seriously?
A jumble of chaotic thoughts exploded in her mind, her face turned even redder, but she held her chest out defiantly. What is there to discuss?
I was just joking. You don't, what do you mean? Shinran interrupted her, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable force. Sakura opened her mouth but found herself unable to say anything. Shinran looked at her, his eyes as deep as an ancient well reflecting the dim yellow light of the street lamps. This is absurd. He began calmly. Haruno Sakura, do you know what you are doing? Sakura froze. That day at Ichiraku Ramen, do you remember what I said?
Shinran's tone remained calm, each word clear. I said that even if you pursued me in the future I would not pay you any attention.
What did you say at that time?
You mocked me, saying I couldn't compare to my brother, that I wasn't as handsome as Sasuke.
Sakura's face turned slightly pale. I remember all of that.
Shinran looked at her, his gaze devoid of anger or mockery, merely a calm statement of fact. So why did you suddenly come over and say these absurd things?
What do you actually want?
The one you have always liked is my brother Uchiha Sasuke. Shinran continued, from the Ninja Academy until now your eyes have only ever been on him.
There is nothing wrong with that, everyone has the freedom to like someone. He paused.
But have you thought about how your indecisiveness, chasing after my brother while also coming to say these things to me, what does that even mean?
Sakura's face shifted from red to white, then back to red.
She opened her mouth to defend herself but found she had no. Shinran observed her awkwardness, a flicker of complexity in his eyes.
Then he spoke.
His tone remained calm but carried a cold, undeniable resolve.
Haruno Sakura, I'll tell you today. In the future my brother will not marry you. Sakura suddenly looked up, her bright green eyes filled with shock.
Shinran stared at her, each word deliberate as his brother. I will ensure he marries another woman. A woman who truly helped him, understood him and stood by him when he needed it most. That woman should be cherished by him, deserving of his love. The night breeze brushed past, stirring the strands of hair on his forehead.
Not someone like you, who is in love merely for the thrill of it. The last 3 words struck Sakura's heart like 3 heavy blows.
Her body swayed slightly, her face as pale as pale. Shinran watched her, feeling little satisfaction. He was merely stating the facts. In the original story, Sakura's obsession with Sasuke ultimately led only to endless waiting and repeated disappointment. Rather than allowing her to continue indulging in such a hopeless fantasy, it was better to cut her off early.
Even if that cut stung a little. That said, Shinran turned away. Think about it clearly yourself.
He did not look back at her, taking a step forward, his figure blending into the night, disappearing at the end of the street. Leaving Haruno Sakura standing there alone, dazed. The night breeze blew gently, stirring her pink hair. After a long while she slowly crouched down, burying her face in her knees. Her shoulders trembled slightly, unsure if she was crying or laughing. Uchiha temporary residence. It was a small 2-story apartment. After the incident with Uchiha Fugaku, Shinran and Sasuke moved here. Though not large, it was quiet and tidy. Shinran pushed the door open. The living room was lit. Sasuke sat on the sofa holding a ninjutsu scroll, not looking up. Finished with everything?
MHM.
Shinran changed his shoes and walked into the living room. Hinata was kneeling by the tea table, 3 steaming cups of tea placed in front of her. Seeing Shinrin enter, she immediately stood up, her pure white eyes filled with a trace of worry and concern.
Shinrin-kun. It's fine.
Shinrin smiled at her, walked over and sat down. I just clarified some things with her.
Sasuke put down the scroll, glanced at him and said nothing. Hinata also sat back down, holding the teacup with both hands, hesitant to speak.
Shinrin noticed her unusual demeanor, tilting his head slightly. What's wrong? Hinata bit her lip, lowering her head, her voice so quiet it was like a whisper.
Shinrin-kun, can I? Tonight.
Her face grew redder, but she couldn't seem to finish her sentence.
Shinrin quietly watched her.
After a long while, Hinata finally summoned her courage, looking up, her pure white eyes carrying a hint of pleading and vulnerability. I don't want to go back to that home. Her voice was soft but carried an indescribable weariness.
It's exhausting there. My father. And the clan. Every time I go back I feel like I can't breathe.
She lowered her head, tightly gripping the teacup.
I know this sounds selfish. But I want to stay here.
Her voice trailed off, slightly choked with emotion.
Sasuke furrowed his brows, looking at Shinrin. Shinrin was silent for a moment. Then he stood up, walked in front of Hinata and squatted down. Looking into her eyes.
In her pure white gaze his reflection was visible. There was weariness, vulnerability, pleading, and a hint of imperceptible anticipation.
All right. Shinrin spoke just a single word. Yet it caused Hinata's tears to overflow in an instant. Ding. Detecting key emotional fluctuation.
Hinata's trust and reliance on the host have significantly increased, emotions breaking through a critical threshold.
Favorability 400. Current favorability 895, 1200. Deep affection tip: no additional rewards. Current accumulation is sufficient. It is recommended that the host prioritize digesting existing abilities to solidify the foundation.
Shinrin ignored the system's prompt, simply raising his hand to gently wipe away the tears on Hinata's face.
Don't cry.
His voice was soft, carrying a tenderness he himself was unaware of. You don't have to go back if you don't want to.
This is your home.
Hinata looked at him, tears flowing uncontrollably, yet her mouth curved into a smile. That smile was like sunlight after rain, bright and warm.
MHM. Sasuke observed the scene, silently standing up and picking up the scroll. I'm going upstairs.
He said lightly, not looking back as he walked up the stairs. Yet at the moment of turning, the corners of his mouth slightly curved into an almost imperceptible arc. His little brother has grown up.
Late at night. On the second floor, Shinrin's room was small, containing only a bed, a desk and a wardrobe.
Hinata stood at the door, looking at the single bed that was only 1 meter wide, her face turning red again.
Shinrin-kun. The bed is so small, how about let's sleep together.
Shinrin's answer was short and direct as he casually closed the door.
Hinata's heart raced in an instant, her face beat red. But. No buts.
Shinrin walked to the side of the bed, lifting the edge of the quilt, looking at her.
Come here.
His tone was flat but carried an undeniable certainty.
Hinata stood frozen in place, twisting the hem of her clothes, conflicted for 3 seconds.
Then, she took small steps over to the bed.
Shinrin reached out, gently pulling her in. Hinata fell into his embrace.
She let out a small gasp, immediately stiffening. Shinrin's warmth seeped through her thin clothing and his heartbeat was clear and steady.
Sleep now.
Shinrin's voice came from above her, laced with a hint of tired laziness.
He reached out, pulling the quilt over both of them.
Hinata was nestled in his arms, curling up into a ball, her face buried in his chest, her ears burning red.
But it felt so warm. So reassuring.
She quietly lifted her head, stealing a glance at Shinrin. He had already closed his eyes, his breathing gradually steadying. The moonlight spilled through the curtain's gap, illuminating his face, outlining soft contours. Hinata gazed, her lips curving into a quiet smile. She gently rested her head back against his chest, closing her eyes. Tonight she would surely sleep well.
She would definitely not have nightmares.
Creak, creak, creak. In the other room on the second floor, Sasuke lay in bed, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. Creak, creak. The sounds from the next room were especially clear in the quiet night.
Sasuke raised an eyebrow.
He turned over, covering his ears with his pillow. Creak, creak, creak. The sound was like some rhythmic movement, endlessly and stubbornly drilling into his ears.
Sasuke raised his eyebrow again.
He turned over once more, facing the wall, pulling the quilt over his head. Creak, creak, creak. 3 seconds later.
Sasuke suddenly sat up, glaring at the wall.
He took a deep breath, then another. Slowly lying back down, he closed his eyes. Forget it. His little brother has grown up. Creak, creak, creak. Sasuke opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling.
For a long time.
He sighed heavily, his voice clear in the stillness of the night, disturbing the peace.
Meanwhile, in the next room,
Shinrin opened his eyes, glancing down at Hinata, who was already asleep in his arms. The moonlight fell on her peaceful sleeping face, her long eyelashes fluttering gently and the corners of her mouth carrying a faint smile. The bed was indeed a bit old. He thought, adjusting his position gently. Creak. Hinata stirred in his arms, mumbling something indistinct before falling back into a deep sleep. Shinrin lowered his head, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead.
Good night.
He whispered softly. Then he closed his eyes. Creak creak, the night was still long. In the distance at the Hokage office. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window puffing on his pipe gazing towards the Uchiha clan's area in the night. Hiruzen, why are you still awake so late? Tsunade entered pushing the door open. The third Hokage exhaled a smoke ring smiling slightly. Old age can't sleep anymore. He turned around looking at the report on the table, initial observations of Uchiha. Sharingan. He murmured. What kind of surprises will this little guy bring us? On the day of the graduation exam the sun shone brightly almost blindingly. 20 students stood neatly in the training field, each face displaying expressions of tension or anticipation. Teacher Irika stood at the front of the line holding a grading sheet. Today's exam content is the shadow clone technique. He announced the rules are simple: as long as you successfully create more than one clone you will pass. As soon as he finished speaking many people let out a sigh of relief. Creating one clone isn't difficult. The exam began. The students stepped forward one by one to form hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Shadow clone technique. Shadow clone technique. Amidst the sounds of popping smoke, clones began to appear one after another. Uchiha Sasuke effortlessly produced 3 clones and expressionlessly stepped back. Uchiha Shinran lazily formed a seal producing 2 clones in unison, yawned and returned to the line. Hinata Hyūga bit her lip earnestly, forming her seals successfully, creating 2 clones, a look of joy blooming on her face. Haruno, Sakura, Yamanaka, Ino, Nara, Shikamaru, Akimichi, Choji. One by one they passed. Before long 19 students had passed. Only one remained. Uzumaki Naruto. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, formed hand seals, his face turning red from the effort. Shadow clone technique. Bang. As the smoke cleared, 3 limp mud-like clones lay on the ground utterly motionless. The entire field fell silent for a second. Then laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. What on earth is that? Is that even a clone? I'm dying of laughter. The last place is still the last place. Naruto's shoulders slumped, his head bowed, too ashamed to look at anyone. Irika sighed, marking an X on the grading sheet. Uzumaki Naruto. Failed. Naruto clenched his fists, then loosened them. He said nothing and silently turned to leave. Behind him were the whispers and pointed fingers of his classmates. However, that night a significant event occurred. The Book of Seals from Konoha was stolen. And the thief was said to be Uzumaki Naruto. The next morning Irika stood at the podium with a grave expression. Classmates, a major incident occurred last night. The Book of Seals was stolen. His gaze swept across the class. According to reliable information, the person who stole the Book of Seals is Uzumaki Naruto. The class was in an uproar. What? That dead last. Is he crazy? Stealing the Book of Seals is a serious crime. No wonder he failed the exam. Turns out he had this in mind. Irika raised his hand to signal for silence. Now I order you all, if you see Uzumaki Naruto in the village, stop him immediately and report to a teacher or the Umbu. His tone was stern. This matter is of great importance and everyone must take it seriously. The students nodded in agreement, their eyes glimmering with excitement. Capture a traitor. This is a great opportunity to earn merit. However, the whole day passed. No one found Naruto. He seemed to have evaporated from the village, disappearing without a trace. The 3rd day. The 4th day. Still no news. Gradually the incident faded away. No one mentioned the dead last anymore, as if he had never existed. On the morning of the 4th day. In the ninja school's playground, students gathered in small groups discussing today's class division. I heard the groupings will be announced today. I wonder who we'll be grouped with. I hope I can be in the same team as Sasuke-kun. This was Haruno Sakura's voice. Sasuke is mine. Yamanaka Ino was not to be outdone. The two began their usual banter. Uchiha Shinran leaned against a tree watching the scene with boredom. Hinata stood beside him, her face flushed, quietly asking Shinran. Do you think we'll be in the same team? Shinran glanced at her, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What? Want to be on my team? Hinata's face turned even redder, her head bowed, too shy to speak. Shinran chuckled, about to say something when suddenly. Hey! Good morning, everyone! A loud voice echoed from afar. Everyone turned their heads in unison. And then they saw someone absolutely unexpected. Uzumaki Naruto. He bounced over wearing a brilliant smile and on his forehead a brand new Konoha headband. The entire field fell silent. A deathly silence. And Naruto. Someone gasped. Didn't he run away after stealing the Book of Seals? How did he come back? Ah. He passed. Naruto ran into the group grinning and scratching his head. Hee, good morning, everyone. Everyone looked at him as if he were a monster. Haruno Sakura couldn't help but ask, Naruto, weren't you unqualified? And you stole the Book of Seals? Naruto scratched his head innocently. Steal the Book of Seals? I didn't. That was a lie from Mizuka-sensei. He's the real bad guy. The others exchanged confused glances, completely unsure of what he was talking about. Teacher Irika appeared at the right moment, clearing his throat. Alright, everyone quiet down. He clapped his hands. Regarding Naruto, I have already learned from the third Hokage. He was wrong, Dan. He did indeed pass the exam. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. That dead last. That loser who couldn't even perform the clone technique. Passed. Irika explained. During this incident Naruto learned the multi-shadow clone technique, demonstrating his potential as a ninja. Thus the third Hokage approved his graduation. The field fell silent once more. The multi-shadow clone technique. That's a forbidden technique. That dead last learned a forbidden technique. Uzumaki Naruto felt the gaze of everyone on him, awkwardly scratching his head and giving a silly grin. Shinran leaned against the tree watching this scene, a slight smile forming on his lips. As expected. The plot followed the original story. The multi-shadow clone technique, Naruto's first true ninja technique. Though the process was somewhat tumultuous, the result remained unchanged. He looked at Hinata beside him, finding her gazing at Naruto with a hint of complex emotion in her eyes. What is it? Shinran raised an eyebrow. Hinata snapped back to reality, quickly shaking her head in nothing. Just felt. Naruto-kun seems to have changed a bit. Shinran smiled but didn't say anything. Changed? Perhaps. But that silly boy's essence has never changed. The class division officially began. Irika stood at the podium holding a list. Next I will announce the class division list. The three-person group is a tradition in Konoha and will be guided by an experienced chunin or jonin to lead you in tasks and accumulate experience. The list was personally drafted by the Hokage. Everyone held their breath. Team 7 Irika read the first name, Uzumaki Naruto. Yay! It's me. Naruto immediately jumped up excitedly, waving his fists. Haruno Sakura. Ah. Haruno Sakura covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. And Uchiha Sasuke. Awesome. Haruno Sakura screamed, nearly fainting from excitement. She was really on the same team as Sasuke-kun. Uzumaki Naruto was also grinning from ear to ear. Although Sasuke was annoying, being on the same team as Sakura was like winning the lottery. Uchiha Sasuke merely cast a cold glance at the excited duo, showing no reaction, as if it didn't matter which team he was on. But his gaze suddenly swept over his younger brother leaning against the tree. The guiding jonin for Team 7 is Hatake Kakashi, Irika added. Kakashi-sensei. Some students who knew this name gasped. That's the elite jonin of Konoha, the copy ninja Kakashi. Team 8 Irika continued, Hinata Hyūga. Hinata instinctively looked at Shinran. Shinran nodded slightly at her. Inuzuka Kiba. Woof. The dog beside Inuzuka Kiba barked. Aburame Shino. Shino, pushing his sunglasses, silently stepped out of the line. The guiding jonin for Team 8 is Yuhi Karina. Irika said. A beautiful female ninja with red eyes and a gentle demeanor had appeared at the edge of the playground, smiling at the three students who walked over. Hinata walked to Karina's side, glancing back at Shinran with a hint of unease in her eyes. Team 10 Irika looked at the scroll Nara Shikamaru. So troublesome. Shikamaru walked out while yawning. Akimichi Choji. Crunch crunch. Choji, munching on chips, moved forward. Yamanaka Ino. Humph, even though I'm not on the same team as Sasuke, being with Shikamaru and Choji is still pretty good. Ino pouted as she walked beside Shikamaru. The guiding jonin for Team 10 is Sarutobi Asuma. Once Irika finished, the rugged jonin smoking a cigarette and with a scarred face appeared and waved at Shikamaru and the others. The list was finished. Some students still stood in the playground exchanging glances. Hashimoto Kanna Natsum Kazama Tsukages. And Uchiha Shinran. Teacher Irika Hashimoto Kanna couldn't help but speak up. What about us? Are we not being assigned to a team? Irika looked at the remaining few, his gaze lingering on Uchiha Shinran for a moment, his expression somewhat complex. You few, Irika slowly said, for various reasons have not been assigned to regular teams at this time. Special guidance or tasks will be arranged by the school and details will be communicated later. What? Several students showed disappointed and bewildered expressions. However, Uchiha Shinran seemed not surprised. He straightened up, dusting off non-existent dust from his clothes. Uchiha Shinran. Irika suddenly called his name alone. Here Shinran responded. You. Irika paused for a moment, seeming to weigh his words. The Hokage wants to see you. Right now, immediately go to the Hokage office. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Shinran, their gazes varied: surprise, curiosity, envy, jealousy. The Hokage personally summoned him. On the day of class division. Uchiha Sasuke's brow furrowed slightly. Hinata Hyūga anxiously clenched her fingers. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened. Wow. Shinran. The Hokage wants to see you. That's amazing. Shinran calmly nodded. Understood, Teacher Irika. He didn't look at anyone, turning directly and walking towards the Hokage office. The sunlight stretched his shadow long.
The corridor of the Hokage's office building was empty and quiet with only the sound of Xin Ren's footsteps echoing on the polished floor.
Sunlight streamed through the tall windows cutting bright beams of light in the air with dust slowly floating within them. He arrived at the familiar large door adorned with the symbol of the Will of Fire and stopped in his tracks. There were no guards on either side of the door but Xin Ren could sense at least 3 concealed yet powerful chakra presences hidden in the nearby shadows and structural corners.
Umbu.
Or perhaps root. He raised his hand and knocked 3 times, neither too hard nor too soft. Come in, came the slightly aged yet steady voice of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen from within.
Xin Ren pushed the door open.
The Hokage's office was even more spacious than he remembered, and it was more filled with traces of the Hokage. Portraits of past Hokages hung on the walls, from the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second Hokage Senju Tobarama to his teacher the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and
the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato.
A large number of scrolls and documents piled up on the spacious desk and the adjacent bookshelf with a faint scent of tobacco and old paper permeating the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting behind the desk holding a pipe but not smoking, merely stroking the pipe's stem with his fingers. He wore the familiar Hokage robe with a hat bearing the character for fire on his forehead. His face was deeply lined with wrinkles, yet his eyes remained sharp and spirited, calmly gazing at the boy who entered through the rising smoke. Lord Hokage Xin Ren stood about 3 meters in front of the desk, slightly bowing in greeting. He did not kneel, but his manners were impeccable. Welcome Xin Ren, the third Hokage's voice was calm, even carrying a hint of seniority's warmth. No need to be formal, please sit. He gestured to a chair opposite the desk. Xin Ren complied and sat down, straightening his back and meeting the third Hokage's gaze with calmness.
Regarding the graduation exam and the previous practical training, I have heard reports from Irika about your performance. The activation of your Sharingan mastery of the Great Fireball technique and your rapid improvement in Taijutsu. Moreover, during an emergency kidnapping incident you displayed decisiveness and strength that surpassed that of a mere genin. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Xin Ren's face as if trying to capture some subtle expression. Uchiha Xin Ren, like your brother you are a true genius. No, perhaps in some aspects you are even more special. Xin Ren remained silent, simply listening. He knew the main point was yet to come.
As per usual, newly graduated genin are grouped into teams of 3 led by a jounin for mission execution. The third Hokage shifted the topic. However, your situation is somewhat unique. Your strength assessment after discussions with several jounin indicates that you have already exceeded the standard genin level, even approaching chunin status. Placing you in a conventional team may hinder your growth and would be unfair to the other members.
He picked up a document from the desk and glanced at it. Therefore, I have several options for you.
The third Hokage raised his eyes, his gaze once again deepening. The first option is to stay at the Ninja Academy as a teaching assistant for lower-grade taijutsu or ninja tool-throwing classes. You could teach while continuing systematic study to solidify your foundations.
The school's environment is relatively safe and would allow you more time
to adapt to your power.
Assistant. A hint of absurdity flashed through Xin Ren's mind. Asking a 10-year-old in appearance to teach even younger children. It sounded more like a form of observation and restraining. He kept a neutral expression.
The second option, the third Hokage continued, his tone steady and calm, is Umbu training. With your potential and bloodline limit, you qualify for preparatory training within Umbu. There you will face the strictest discipline and the most systematic teaching of ninjutsu, and you will also have access to higher-level missions and intelligence. However, once you enter, your identity will become classified and your actions will be strictly regulated, creating a distance between you and ordinary ninjas.
Including your brother. Umbu. Root. Or formal Umbu training. Xin Ren quickly weighed his options.
While entering Umbu would allow for quicker access to the core and to resources and intelligence, the freedom would be minimal, constantly under surveillance, making it nearly impossible to complete the system's outrageous more children more blessings task. The third option, the third Hokage seemed to notice Xin Ren's silence regarding the first 2 options and provided a final path is to temporarily not be assigned to a conventional team but to follow an existing elite team for internships and specific missions.
I am considering
the third squad led by Mike Guy.
Guy's squad. Rock Lee 1010 and Hyūga Niji. Xin Ren's eyes flickered.
He knew this squad was renowned for their high taijutsu and mission success rate, and Guy was an elite jounin of Konoha. But Niji was from the Hyūga branch family, had a complex attitude towards the main families. Hinata Lee was purely obsessed with taijutsu and 1010 was a weapon expert. This combination didn't seem particularly compatible with him and Uchiha. The members of Guy's squad are a year older than you and have more experience. Niji is a genius of the Hyūga clan. Lee has unique insights into taijutsu and 1010 excels in weaponry and tactical coordination. Following them you can hone your skills in relatively high-intensity missions, learn teamwork, and at the same time. The third Hokage looked meaningfully at Xin Ren. You can observe how the outstanding peers grow and fight. Guy is an enthusiastic teacher and may help you better control your suddenly increased power. 3 options. Teaching the shadow of Umbu or joining a senior class. Xin Ren fell silent, his mind racing. The system did not provide direct prompts, but the main plot of more children more blessings always loomed over him. Staying at the academy was almost equivalent to self-isolation. Entering Umbu would impose too many restrictions. Joining Guy's squad. Although Niji might be a nuisance, Lee and 1010 were relatively simple and Guy was one of the few excellent mentors in the original story who truly cared for his students. More importantly, following a squad for missions meant more freedom, more opportunities to interact with others and
a broader development space. Ding. Key choice triggered career path. Option A, Ninja Academy Assistant.
Low risk, slow growth, limited exposure. Minimal assistance to the main storyline task, more children, more blessings.
Option B, Umbu Training. High risk, fast growth, extreme constraints under strict surveillance.
More children, more blessings, task difficulty greatly increases but may trigger special hidden plots and high rewards. Option C, join the third squad, Guy's squad, for an internship. Risk involved stable growth curve with some degree of freedom and broader exposure.
Beneficial for steady strength improvement and expanding interpersonal relationships. System recommendation. Option C.
Balances risk and reward, aligning with the host's current development stage. Note, once chosen it cannot be easily changed, impacting a significant amount of future plot directions and task assignments. The system's suggestion was clear.
Xinren raised his head and looked at the third Hokage, who was waiting for his response.
The old man's gaze was calm yet deep within, seemed to hold an understanding of everything. Providing these three options likely stemmed not only from an assessment of strength but also from the third Hokage's considerations and arrangements regarding the Uchiha orphan and this suddenly rising youth. Going to the academy is a form of protection and also isolation. Entering Umbu is control and also exploitation, while joining Guy's squad is a kind of free-range approach filled with expectation and observation. I choose the third option. Lord Hokage Xinren spoke, his voice clear and assertive. I wish to join the third squad for an internship. The third Hokage's expression did not show surprise, merely nodding slightly. Reason. The environment at the academy is too gentle for me, making it difficult to stimulate my true potential.
Umbu.
I respect its discipline, but at this stage I believe that accumulating practical experience and learning teamwork within a relatively normal team is more important for my future development. Xinren's response was neither humble nor arrogant, with sufficient reasoning. Teacher Guy and his team have a great reputation in taijutsu and task execution, and I hope to learn from them. A very official response, but quite appropriate. The third Hokage looked at him for a few seconds and slowly nodded. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I will inform Might Guy.
Starting tomorrow you will report to the third squad and follow them for daily training and missions.
However, he added with a slightly heavier tone, you will still be a trainee member, not a formal team member.
The level of participation in tasks and specific arrangements will be determined by Might Guy according to circumstances.
You must obey his commands and learn humbly without acting independently.
Understood, Lord Hokage Xinren replied.
Additionally, the third Hokage picked up his pipe, reignited it, took a puff and slowly exhaled a stream of blue smoke. Regarding the Uchiha clan, regarding the police department, what I mentioned before still stands. However, the prerequisite is that you need to prove that you possess not only strength but also the corresponding mindset and sense of responsibility. Perform well in the third squad.
I understand. Xinren knew this referred to the matter of rebuilding the Uchiha police department. That was a distant promise, yet a heavy temptation. Alright, you can go now.
Tomorrow at 8 in the morning at the third training ground, look for Might Guy to report. The third Hokage waved his hand, his gaze returning to the documents on the desk, signaling the end of the conversation.
Xinren stood up, bowed once more and then turned to leave the Hokage's office.
The heavy wooden door closed behind him, cutting off the smoke and the inscrutable gaze of the old man.
Walking in the sunny corridor, Xinren let out a gentle breath. Guy's squad. Rock Lee's youthful passion, 1010's obsession with ninja tools, Hyūga Niji's cold arrogance, and Might Guy's signature bushy eyebrows and spandex. The days ahead seemed unlikely to be dull. Ding.
Choice confirmed. Join the third squad, Guy's squad, for an internship. Main storyline updated. Obtain formal member status in the third squad within 3 months and complete at least one rank mission evaluation.
Side quest triggered. Taijutsu challenge.
Achieve a victory in a taijutsu spar with Rock Lee. Reward 8 gates. Release opening door. Training method incomplete.
New map unlocked. Third training ground. Commonly used mission routes of Guy's squad. Interpersonal relationship network expanded. Might Guy unlocked. Rock Lee unlocked. 1010 unlocked. Hyūga Niji unlocked. Note, good relations with teammates assist in task execution and the long-term development of more children, more blessings. Please manage properly. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Xinren's lips curled slightly. A taijutsu challenge. 8 gates release. And that genius of the Hyūga clan, Hyūga Niji. It seemed that tomorrow's meeting would not merely be a simple report. He stepped out of the Hokage's office, bright sunlight pouring over him. A new team, new challenges and new opportunities. The ninja career of Uchiha Xinren officially stepped into the next stage.
The morning sun in the third training ground was somewhat blinding.
Uchiha Shinran stood at the edge of the field gazing at the 3 figures before him and the man in a green tight-fitting jumpsuit with thick eyebrows, a thumbs-up and teeth that seemed to sparkle. Yo! Shinran boy. Youth is all about punctuality. Meitokai's voice boomed loud enough to shake leaves off trees. He dashed over in a single stride, slapping his hands heavily on Zinran's shoulders with such force that the ground beneath Zinran's feet sank slightly. From today onward you are a probationary member of Team 3. I am your supervising Jonin, the proud azure beast of might, Meitokai. Kaizen-sai, hello.
Shinran steadied himself and nodded politely. This teacher's enthusiasm was truly as legendary as they said. Behind Kai, 3 young shinobi, 2 boys and a girl, looked at Shinran with varying expressions. On the far left stood a boy also in a green jumpsuit with a bowl cut and thick eyebrows. His eyes burned with fiery passion as he stared at Shinran, fists clenched, body leaning forward as if ready to charge at any moment. Liluwaka. In the middle was a girl with 2 hair buns wearing a pink Chinese-style top and trousers. She toyed with a kunai, her gaze a mix of scrutiny and mild curiosity, but more of an appraising look of, so this is the Uchiha guy Tian. On the far right stood a black-haired boy with white pupils, a forehead protector wrapped around his head, and a cold, stern expression. He crossed his arms, his gaze calmly sweeping over Shinran before shifting away as if looking at a mere stone. Yet beneath that calm a clear sense of pride and aloofness was unmistakable. Rishang Ningxi. Let me introduce you. Kai waved his hand. This is Liluwaka. A genius of hard work who has pushed taijutsu to its limits. His youth burns every single day. Hello. Uchiha Shinran. Liluwaka immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, his voice loud and clear. Please take care of me. I've heard of you. Let's sweat together in our youth. This is Tian. A genius of ninja tools. Her scrolls contain an entire arsenal. Kai pointed at Tian. Tian put away her kunai, nodded at Shinran as a greeting but said nothing. Her gaze quickly drifted back to Ningxi, a barely perceptible flicker of admiration. Infatuation. Shinran caught it keenly. And this is Rishang Ningxi. A genius of the Hyūga clan, a master of the gentle fist. Kai finally introduced Ningxi. Ningxi merely glanced at Shinran, indifferently gave a slight nod and didn't say a word. The atmosphere turned a bit cold. Kai seemed unfazed, clapping his hands. All right. Now that everyone's here, the first lesson of youth, practical sparring. Let's get to know each other through fiery clashes. Shinran, boy, you go first. Yes. Shinran stepped forward. Li. You're up first. Kai pointed at Liluwaka. Yes, Kaizensai. Liluwaka instantly entered combat mode, assuming a standard taijutsu starting stance, his eyes sharpening. Uchiha Shinran, please enlighten me. Please take care of me. Shinran also assumed a stance, his dark red eyes narrowing slightly. The Sharingan remained dormant, but he could sense the astonishing explosive power contained within the green-clad boy before him. Begin. At Kai's command, Liluwaka moved. Fast. Zinran's pupils contracted. It wasn't the instantaneous movement of a ninja technique like the body flicker, but pure speed from leg muscle explosion, a straight-line sprint at its extreme. Almost as Kai's boy's fadedly looks figure shot forward like a cannonball, delivering a straightforward yet devastatingly powerful straight punch aimed at Zinran's face. Shinran sidestepped, blocking with his left arm. Bang. A heavy impact rang out. Shinran felt a numbing shock in his forearm and the force slid him backward half a step. Such a heavy punch. Without pause, Liluwaka spun and lashed out a fierce roundhouse kick aimed at Zinran's waist. The transition was astonishingly fast. Shinran sank his hips, blocking with his right arm while his left fist shot out like a viper, countering the opening under Liluwaka's armpit. Liluwaka seemed to anticipate it. He forcibly retracted, his sweeping leg touched the ground with his toes and hopped back with a strange agility, dodging the punch. Then he surged forward again, raining down a flurry of punches. Thud. 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 Smack. The sounds of fists and feet colliding came in rapid succession. Liluwaka's taijutsu was fierce, direct and explosive, no frills, each strike aimed at maximum damage and speed. Zinran's taijutsu, on the other hand, was more varied, blending the precision of Uchiha-style techniques with the ruthlessness honed from the system and real combat. He sometimes blocked, sometimes dodged, and occasionally counterattacked at vital points. But soon Shinran felt the pressure. Liluwaka's speed was too fast, his strength too great, and his stamina seemed endless. More importantly, his combat rhythm was incredibly stable, unaffected by any interference, like a precise taijutsu machine. Although Zinran's Sharingan wasn't activated, the advantage of his dynamic vision couldn't fully compensate for the gap in experience when faced with pure speed and power. My whirlwind. After a brief exchange, Liluwaka suddenly shouted, spinning and leaping into a powerful roundhouse kick aimed at Zinran's midsection. The wind from the kick stung their faces. Shinran leaned back, the kick grazing past his nose. But Liluwaka landed without stopping, using the momentum of the spin to whip his other leg from a different angle. Second strike. Shinran hastily crossed his arms in front of his chest. Bang. The kick slammed solidly into his arms. A tremendous force sent Shinran flying backward uncontrollably. He rolled twice on the ground to dissipate the impact, landing on one knee, his arms burning with pain. Nice. Kai cheered from the sidelines. Li. Beautiful combo. That's the power of youth. Liluwaka lowered his leg, looking at Shinran with fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. Still want to continue? Shinran exhaled a breath of turbid air, stood up and flexed his numb arms. He looked at Liluwaka, a flicker of seriousness deep in his dark red eyes. Continue. This time he didn't wait for Liluwaka to attack. He pushed off the ground, charging forward faster than before.
He knew that against an opponent like Lee Luwaka passive defense would only lead to exhaustion. A glint flashed in Lee Luk's eyes as he met the charge. The two clashed again. But this time Shinran changed his strategy. He no longer tried to match Lee Luk's speed and power heat and instead focusing more on prediction and evasion. The dynamic vision and combat intuition from the Sharingan were pushed to their limits. At the instant Lee Luwaka threw a punch or lifted a leg, Shinran would catch the subtle muscle twitches and shifts in center of gravity, reacting preemptively. Thus the situation on the field began to change. Lee Luk's assault remained fierce, but Zinran's success rate in dodging and blocking slowly increased. He was like a leaf in a fierce wind, seemingly perilous yet always evading fatal strikes at the crucial moment. His occasional counterattacks became more cunning, forcing Lee Luwaka to defend. Oh. Kai rubbed his chin, interest flickering in his eyes. Impressive insight. And his foundation is solid. Not like a freshly graduated genin. Tian also dropped her casual attitude, watching the fight seriously. This Uchiha Shinran. Maybe he's got something. She had originally thought he was just a nepotism hire relying on bloodline limits and the Hokage's connections, but now it seemed his taijutsu foundation was quite good, especially his calmness and insight in battle. Ningsa's gaze also returned, his white pupils shifting slightly. In his vision Zinran's chakra flow was steady and concentrated, and the way he exerted force in his movements carried traces of the Uchiha style yet was somewhat different. More importantly, facing Lee Luk's relentless assault his breathing barely wavered. In the field the battle reached a fever pitch. Lee Luwaka, unable to break through after a long assault, seemed to grow slightly impatient, his attacks becoming even more fierce. Zinran's pressure skyrocketed and he accumulated a few more scrapes, but his eyes remained calm. Seizing the moment when Lee Luk's heavy punch missed and left him slightly off balance, Shinran suddenly dropped low, sweeping a leg at Lee Luk's lower body. Lee Luwaka leaped to dodge. As if expecting it, Shinran turned his sweeping leg into a pivot, spinning his body and whipping his other leg like a steel chain at the airborne Lee Luwaka. With no leverage in midair, Lee Luwaka could only cross his arms to block. Bang! The kick sent him stumbling sideways, taking 2 steps to regain balance. A brief pause. The two panted slightly, eyes locked. All right. That's enough. Kai clapped his hands and walked over, a bright smile on his face. Excellent taijutsu duel. Lee, your speed and power have improved again. Shinran boy, your insight and adaptability are outstanding. Especially that last counterattack, great timing. Lee Luwaka took a few deep breaths to calm down, then bowed solemnly to Shinran. Thank you for the guidance. You are strong. You too. Shinran nodded in return. This fight had been exhausting but enlightening. Lee Luk's taijutsu style opened a new door for him. Next. Kai looked at Tian and Ningxi. Tian Ningxi, you should also spar with Shinran boy to let him get a feel for your fighting styles. Tian, you go first. Yes, Kai-sensei. Tian stepped forward, flicking her wrist to produce a scroll. She looked at Shinran with a hint of challenge in her eyes. Uchiha Shinran, please take care of me. My fighting style might be different from Lee's. Watch out. Shinran eyed the seemingly ordinary scroll in Tian's hand, his gaze sharpening. A ninja tool specialist, huh? Please. He assumed a defensive stance. Begin. Tian instantly leaped backward to create distance, forming hand seals with one hand while unfurling the scroll with the other. Tools operation, twin rising dragons. Whoosh. 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 A torrent of shuriken and kunai burst from the scroll like 2 metallic rivers curving from left and right, converging on Shinran from 2 directions. Extremely fast, wide coverage. Ranged suppression. Shinran immediately understood Tian's tactic. He moved his feet, rapidly dodging and blocking amidst the dense rain of ninja tools. The Sharingan activated instantly, the single tomo spinning rapidly, tracking the trajectory of every tool. But Tian's attacks were relentless. Once one scroll was exhausted, she immediately switched to another. Tools operation, swallow blizzard. Ninja tool, shadow clone technique. Explosive kunai. Various ninja tools combined with simple ninjutsu came from all kinds of tricky angles. Shinran felt as if he were in the center of a massive storm of weapons, relying solely on the Sharingan's insight and his extreme taijutsu to evade, occasionally using his arm guards or a kunai to deflect unavoidable attacks. His speed was pushed to the limit, leaving after images across the field. Tian stood at a distance, constantly shifting positions, her scrolls alive with an endless stream of metallic fury. Her expression was focused, her eyes sharp. Gone was the earlier hint of infatuation, replaced by the calm of a battlefield commander. Nice agility and reflexes, Tian thought to herself, her hands moving faster. But how long can you keep dodging? She spotted a brief moment of stiffness after Zinran's dodge and formed hand seals. Water release, water buckshot. Countless tiny water bullets mixed with ninja tools shot out, covering a wider area at even greater speed. Zinran's eyes narrowed and he swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A scorching fireball erupted, colliding with the incoming water bullets and some tools, creating a cloud of steam that momentarily obscured vision. Tian immediately stopped and watched the smoke warily. The Sharingan would be affected in the smoke. But before the smoke cleared, a black shadow shot out like a ghost, charging straight at Tian. It was Shinran.
He hadn't been fooled by the smoke at all, his sprinting speed astonishing. Tian startled, retreating hastily while throwing several kunai with explosive tags. Boom! Boom! The tags detonated. But Zinran's figure twisted eerily just before the explosion, closing in from the side again. The dark red Sharingan locked onto Tian. So fast. Tian gritted her teeth, producing a long staff and assuming a close combat stance. Taijutsu was her weakness, but she wouldn't go down without a fight. However, Shinran stopped abruptly 2 meters away from Tian. The crimson in his eyes faded and he panted, slightly nodding at Tian. I concede, Shinran said. At medium to long range I can't break through your ninja tool blockade. In close quarters. He glanced at the staff in her hand, leaving the implication clear. Tian was taken aback for a moment, then put away her staff. Looking at Zinran's calm face, the panic and irritation she felt from being suddenly approached somehow dissipated. This guy is pretty straightforward. Your speed is good and the Sharingan's insight is troublesome. Tian nodded, her tone softening. If it were in complex terrain or with a teammate supporting you, the outcome might be different. Thank you for the guidance, Shinran said. Kai watched from the side, nodding repeatedly. Great. Tian, your ninja tool control is getting more refined. The suppression and rhythm control were excellent. Shinran boy, your choice to rush in and your timely concession were also correct. A ninja must not only fight but also assess the situation. Finally Kai looked at the silent Rishiang Ningxi. Ningxi, your turn. Ningxi stepped forward slowly. He stopped 5 meters from Shinran, his white eyes calm and unreadable. Rishiang Ningxi. He stated his name as a greeting. Uchiha Shinran replied. He could sense that the aura emanating from Ningxi was more solid than Li Lux's or Tian's, and also colder. Begin. Ningxi didn't charge like Li Luwaka or create distance like Tian. He slowly assumed the starting stance of the Hyūga gentle fist, his chakra flowing subtly around him. Shinran took a deep breath and assumed his stance. Facing the gentle fist of the Hyūga clan, he dared not be careless. The Sharingan activated again, locking onto Ningxi. Ningxi moved. His feet slid, his body flowing like water as he closed in. His right hand formed a finger sword pointing directly at a vital point on Zinran's chest. The speed seemed moderate, but it carried a unique rhythm that sealed off all avenues of escape. Shinran sidestepped left, trying to evade. But Ningxi's finger followed like a shadow, its trajectory slightly adjusted, still aiming at the same spot. Shinran had to raise his arm to block. Tap. The finger struck Zinran's forearm. A strange penetrating chakra instantly invaded, causing a numbing sensation and a momentary stagnation in Zinran's chakra flow. Such a bizarre force. This is the gentle fist. Directly attacking chakra pathways and acupoints. Without pausing, Ningxi's left hand followed, pointing at Zinran's ribs. Shinran hurriedly twisted his body while sweeping his right leg at Ningxi's lower body, trying to force him back. Ningxi merely lifted his foot, lightly tapping it against the side of Zinran's sweeping leg, not only neutralizing the attack but also sending another wave of penetrating chakra that numbed Zinran's leg. Then Ningxi's hands turned into a blur of finger shadows like a storm, enveloping all the major acupoints on Zinran's upper body, 8 trigrams palms. Shinran pushed the Sharingan to its limit, desperately tracking the trajectory of Ningxi's fingers while retreating, dodging and blocking. But Ningxi's attacks were like a persistent curse, precise, continuous, each finger aimed at a keynote of Zinran's chakra flow. Zinran's movements began to slow, his chakra circulation becoming increasingly obstructed. This is the strength of the Hyūga clan's genius. Just with taijutsu and acupoint strikes he can suppress an opponent to this extent. Can't let this continue. Zinran's eye sharpened. As Ningxi's finger aimed at his shoulder again, instead of dodging he leaned into the attack while his left hand formed a blade condensing chakra and thrust a vicious hand strike at Ningxi's chest. A trait of injuries. Ningxi's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He increased the force of the finger on Zinran's shoulder but leaned back, evading Zinran's hand strike. The two separated on contact. Shinran staggered back, his shoulder stinging and numbed, the chakra flow there nearly severed. Ningxi also stepped back half a step, looking at Shinran. A flicker of emotion finally stirred in his white eyes. That counterattack just now was fast and fierce, completely disregarding self-defense, a classic Uchiha fighting style. All right. Stop. Kai called out at the right moment. Ningxi withdrew his aura, reverting to his usual cold demeanor, nodded at Shinran as a sign of acknowledgement for the exchange, then silently returned to his spot. Shinran also released his chakra, rubbing his numb shoulder. The brief fight with Ningxi was brief but far more dangerous. The gentle fist's restraint on the chakra system left a deep impression. Excellent. Kai walked to the center, his voice full of passion. Shinran boy, you have demonstrated skills beyond the level of a genin in taijutsu, speed, insight and decisive judgment in critical moments. More importantly, you keep learning and adapting during battle. That is the true posture of youth. He looked at his 3 students. Li Tian Ningxi, what do you think? Li Luwaka nodded vigorously, he works hard. And he's strong. Tian crossed her arms, not bad, at least not a pretty face. Ningxi was silent for a moment, then said calmly, decent foundation, good combat awareness. But lacks systematic training, fine control over chakra is insufficient and his taijutsu style is too mixed. Very fair and very sharp evaluation.
Shinran didn't argue, accepting it openly. He knew Ningxi was right.
His current skills mostly came from system rewards, integration of past life memories, and his own rough-and-tumble methods. He indeed lacked the systematic high-intensity elite training of a team like Kai's.
Then,
Kai put his hands on his hips and announced loudly, from today Uchiha Shinran officially joins Team 3 as a probationary trainee.
Li Tian Ningxi, help your new comrade and sweat together in youth. Yes, Kaizensai.
Li Luwaka responded loudly.
Tian and Ningxi also nodded.
Kai looked at Shinran with a bright smile.
Shinran boy, are you ready? The training of Team 3 is very youthful.
Shinran looked at this passionate teacher and the three teammates with vastly different personalities but considerable strength, and a slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth.
I'm ready, Kaizensai. A new training, new challenges began.
The mountain wind howled, stirring the surging clouds like tides. Yuzhibo Shinran stood on the midslope of a solitary peak, his body pressed close to the nearly vertical cliff face, relying on a single arm gripping a hardwood log deeply wedged into the rock, performing a set of slow heavy pull-ups. His bare torso was drenched in sweat, glistening with a bronze sheen under the noonday sun. Every muscle, as if forged through countless temperings, bulged and contracted with each movement, the lines chiseled with a sharpness akin to carvings. Sweat droplets rolled down the grooves of his spine, falling onto the jagged rocks below, instantly dispersed by the mountain breeze.
300, 301, 302.
Each time he pulled his body to the peak, his collarbone nearly level with the bar, his back muscles spread like wings brimming with explosive power. Each time he controlled the descent, his arm and back fibers stretched to the limit, defying gravity. His breathing was long and steady, perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of his movements, showcasing extraordinary control over his body. 3 months of Guy-style hellish training combined with the subtle transformation of dual cultivation on his physique had excavated the potential of this body to an astonishing degree. In terms of pure taijutsu explosiveness, endurance and agility, at this moment he was confident to face Li Luwaka, who had carved the word effort into his bones. Hedon. As for his elder brother Sasuke, if he did not rely on the Sharingan's copying and ninjutsu and fought solely with taijutsu, Shinran was 70 sure he could gain the upper hand within 100 moves. This was the confidence bred by sweat. At the foot of the mountain, a slender, gentle white figure stood quietly like a secluded orchid blooming beneath the cliff.
Rishang Chutian tilted her head up, her pure white eyes unblinkingly following the sweat-drenched figure on the mountainside.
The mountain breeze stirred her soft blue hair, brushing against her slightly flushed cheeks. In her eyes, always filled with shyness, were now unmistakable admiration, heartache, and a trace of unease at the thought that she might disturb his training. She clasped her hands nervously in front of her, unconsciously grinding the small pebbles beneath her feet with her toes. She wanted to call out but feared disturbing him, so she could only silently repeat his name in her heart. Finally, unable to hold back, she cupped her hands around her mouth, gathered all her strength, and shouted upwards in Renkin. Her voice was crisp, carrying the tender softness of a young girl, piercing through the wind and clouds floating upward. The figure on the mountainside suddenly paused. The next moment, Zinran's arm muscles gripping the bar bulged abruptly. He used the momentum to swing his body, turning in midair like a falcon freed from gravity, his feet precisely landing on the steep rock face. Chakra instantly condensed at the soles of his feet, generating powerful adhesion. He did not choose a safe descent, but leveraging the downward momentum, sprinted along the nearly vertical cliff. He moved with incredible speed, his figure leaping among the jagged rocks in a few bounds, leaving a trail of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he swept from the 100-meter slope to the foot of the mountain. The wind he stirred up, lifting dust and grass blades from the ground.
Chutian.
Shinran landed steadily in front of Chutian, his breath slightly hurried, the intense scent of male pheromones mixed with sweat and sunlight enveloping them. His bronze skin was covered in fine beads of sweat glistening in the sun. The clearly defined muscles of his chest, abdomen and arms still pulsed slightly from the recent overload, radiating a primal and powerful visual impact.
Kirshen's face flushed red instantly.
She lowered her head, not daring to look again, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Xin.
Zin Renkin. I'm sorry for disturbing your training. Don't say silly things. Shinran laughed heartily, revealing neat white teeth. He raised his hand to tousle her hair, but seeing his own palm covered in sweat and dirt, he withdrew it, a bit embarrassed. Wait for me, I'm too dirty. I'll go wash up. With it, he vanished in a flash, sprinting toward a clear spring seeping from a rock crevice by the mountain stream. Soon the sound of splashing water was heard, along with a low cheerful hum. Chutian stood still, listening to the water, the heat on her cheeks refusing to subside. Yet unbidden, the fleeting glimpse of that powerful sinewy silhouette flashed through her mind, making her heart beat even faster. Before long, Shinran returned. He had changed into a clean black short-sleeved shirt with a striking Yuzhibo fireball fan emblem on the back, paired with dark-colored training pants for easy movement, and his forehead protector was neatly tied around his forehead. His damp black hair was casually brushed back, revealing a smooth full forehead and a pair of dark red eyes filled with warmth. With the sweat washed away, the boy's fresh and handsome features stood out even more, yet the heroic spirit and composure tempered by training in his brows were something his peers could never possess. Did you wait long? Shinran walked beside Chutian, naturally taking her hand. His palm was warm and dry with the faint moisture of the just-washed coolness. Chutian gently shook her head, feeling the warmth from his hand, her unease instantly soothed. No. Zinrenkin, you were still training. It must be hard. Her tone was full of concern. There's no easy way to grow stronger, Shinran said nonchalantly, then asked, by the way, did you come to find me for something? Ah yes. Chutian remembered her purpose and quickly said it's Teacher Hong.
She said today's training ended early and she wanted to invite our teammate to a barbecue together to get to know each other better.
Ah. Teacher Hong also said we could invite everyone from Team 3.
She had already informed Teacher Guy.
I thought you might be tired from training too so I came to find you. Barbecue. With Teacher Hong and the others. Shinran raised an eyebrow. This was a bit unexpected.
Shiri Hong, the mature and alluring female jonin, seemed to know how to lead a team using this method to build rapport.
Sure, I'm hungry anyway.
But those guys from Guy's team.
He looked around.
He had been so focused on training that he hadn't noticed where Xiao Liningxi and Tian Tian had gone.
Let's go find them.
Teacher Hong said it's at the Chiodao barbecue on Old Street. Chutian suggested softly.
Let's go.
The two walked side by side away from the foot of the mountain, crossing a patch of grass at the edge of the training ground. On the grass stood several old straw dummies used for practicing shuriken and kunai throwing. The setting sun stretched their shadows long.
As they walked, Chutian let out a soft and pointed to the other end of the
A small figure stood with her back to them facing a straw dummy. She wore a white short-sleeved training outfit with a huge scroll nearly as tall as herself strapped to her back. Her pink hair was tied into two round buns.
It was Tian Tian.
She seemed to be practicing something, gesturing taijutsu moves at the dummy, but looked a bit distracted, occasionally glancing up toward the mountain peak.
Tian Tian. Shinran called out. Training over. Just finished. Teacher Hong is treating us, Team 8 and Team 3, to barbecue. Coming. Shinran invited with a smile. Barbecue. Great. I'm starving after training. Tianshan's eyes lit up.
She slung the massive scroll on her back, jogged over and naturally stood on Zinran's other side, chattering away about the details of his training. The three of them soon found Li Luoka, who was furiously kicking a tree while shouting this as youth, and Ri Xiangningsi, who sat alone under a tree meditating with eyes closed, exuding a strong stay-away aura.
Xuan Zhongya and Yun Jinai were also located by Chutian using her communication insects.
The group marched in a lively procession to the well-known Chiodao barbecue on the old street of Konoha. Inside the private room, the charcoal fire in the grill was already blazing. The iron plate sizzled, the aroma of meat mixed with the fragrance of sauce spreading through the air.
Shiri Hong was already waiting there.
She had changed out of her sexy mesh battlesuit and was wearing a loose lavender kimono-style casual outfit. Her red hair was loosely tied up, revealing a long fair neck. She had shed some of the battlefield genjutsu expert sharpness and gained a homey languid charm, alluring and graceful.
Teacher Hong. Everyone greeted her. All here. Come sit.
Shiri Hong waved with a smile, her gaze sweeping over the people entering the room. She lingered a moment longer on Shinran and Shutian, who had sat down close to him, and a knowing smile flashed in her ruby-like eyes.
Seats were quickly arranged. Shiri Hong took the main seat with Team 8 on her left, Chutian Jinai. On her right was Team 3, Shinran, Xiaoli, Tian Tian. Ningxi entered last and silently took the seat farthest away, separated from Chutian by Ya.
Chiwan, no stealing. Ya scrambled to hold back the little dog Chiwan, who was poking its head out of his chest, tongue lolling.
Woof. Chiwan whimpered resentfully, its dark eyes fixed on the crispy meat slices on the grill. Give it a piece. Be careful, it's hot.
Shiri Hong smiled, using serving chopsticks to pick up a well-grilled piece of pork belly with slightly charred edges carefully blue on it, and offered it to Chiwan's mouth.
Chiwan thanked Teacher Hong. Ya quickly said. Woof woof. Chiwan barked happily, carefully took the meat and went to enjoy it contentedly on Ya's lap. So cute.
Shiri Hong's eyes curved with mirth.
With this little interlude, the atmosphere lightened.
Shiri Hong gestured for everyone to help themselves and the barbecue feast officially began.
Shinran was already hungry. He unabashedly picked up large slices of beef, flipping them on the grill, listening to the pleasant sizzling of fat, his appetite whetted.
He dipped the grilled meat in the special sauce, put it in his mouth, and the juices burst on his tongue, mingling with the savory sweet flavor of the sauce. The texture was rich and tender, making him squint his eyes in satisfaction. The only thing missing was the glimpse of the sake bottles on the tables of the adult ninjas at the next table. His throat moved involuntarily. In this world, cola beer and iced tea were distant memories.
Even this low-alcohol sake was forbidden to him as a minor. He could only helplessly gulp down a large mouthful of sweet and sour juice and continue attacking the meat on his plate. Still feels like something's missing, he muttered under his breath. Chutian, seated beside Shiri Hong, was also eating in small bites, but her mind was clearly not on the food.
She kept her head down, poking at the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks, absently, her fair cheeks flushed red in the glow of the charcoal fire. Her gaze, always involuntarily like a startled fawn, darted toward Shinran, who was devouring his meal across the table, then quickly withdrew. These subtle movements could not escape the eyes of Shiri Hong, a veteran genjutsu ninja and a woman. Chutian Shiri Hong suddenly leaned in, lowering her voice with a hint of teasing, whispering in her ear, "You seem
very interested in that Uchiha boy over there." Wow. No way. Yuhi Kurenai Sensei, how could that be?
I just think he's so handsome, so cool, so amazing, I'm incredibly curious about him. Hinata Hyūga flailed her hands in panic, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, her cheeks already flushed crimson. In her heart though she was thumping wildly, she couldn't let anyone know about her relationship with Uchiha Shinran. If her father found out, Shinran would definitely be in trouble. She had to keep it secret and not look at Shinran anymore, but the moment she thought of the time spent with him, her gaze as if drawn by a magnet involuntarily drifted back to the dark-haired boy across from her. Last time her father only knew that he had saved her, but he didn't know that she had cultivated with him. At the thought of those nights, Hinata's little face turned as red as a ripe apple hot enough to fry an egg. In Uchiha Shinran's eyes, Hinata's demeanor was practically sending him signals. Shinran silently cursed the system and his mind, blessings of many children and grandchildren my foot. His body was that of a youth, not a beast's, nor the ancient giant beast physique from those cultivation novels on Blue Star. 10 or more times a day. After one round, Hinata would tell him in that charming voice. Zinranken, I want to cultivate more. I want to cultivate more. That coquettish voice, each word drawn out, made Zinran's heart leap. Uchiha Shinran thought to himself, either go train or check the adult store to see if they sell something like a fake brother. In the anime from Blue Star, Hinata's shy appearance was the dream lover of countless otaku. But who would have thought that after being poisoned by love, Hinata would turn out like this? Ever since he helped her detoxify, she wanted to cultivate at every opportunity. She probably knew that cultivating helped her grow stronger. After this barbecue, he'd have to avoid her by going on a mission. Afraid that after she finished eating, she'd devour him. Shinran was calculating in his mind, but kept a calm face, even smiling at Hinata. Seeing him smile, Hinata blushed even more, but her heart felt sweet. Zinranken was looking at her, must be because he cared about her, right? She had no idea that all Shinran was thinking about was how to escape. Yuhi Kurenai watched Hinata and Uchiha Shinran exchanging glances again, her brow slightly furrowed. This mature and alluring jonin had rich experience and had seen too much of the world's coldness. She leaned close to Hinata's ear, her voice extremely low but clear. Hinata, the Uchiha clan people are all very eccentric, good one moment, bad the next. People like them, if a good friend or relative dies, their personality becomes very irritable and they always do something shocking. Hinata's body stiffened slightly. Kurenai continued, so if you haven't gotten involved with him yet, it's best to end it. Their clan members are either madmen or perverts. She paused, lowering her voice. Haven't you heard about his other brother? Not Uchiha Sasuke, another one. That person's name no one in the village dares to mention. Forget it, I won't say the name. Let me just tell you something, he's a ruthless killer who slaughtered the entire clan. Uchiha Sasuke's parents were also killed. The whole clan was wiped out, leaving only Uchiha Sasuke and him. Kurenai looked into Hinata's eyes, saying word by word, he's an orphan. Orphans are usually very withdrawn. But he's so cheerful, it might all be an act. He might be planning revenge on society. Hinata listened to these words, but her heart was unmoved. She recalled those nights when Shinran held her with tenderness, his focused determination as he trained, sweat pouring down, and the figure of him charging alone into the enemy's lair to save her. If what Kurenai Sensei said were true, she would have long since been in the underworld or heaven. She didn't argue, just lowered her head and continued taking small bites of rice from her bowl. But her heart never wavered. At that moment, Uchiha Shinran had no idea how Kurenai viewed him. He only saw that mature and alluring female jonin, her ruby-like eyes staring at him intently, making his heart race. This woman of mature charm with her voluptuous figure, wearing seductive clothes revealing her fair thighs. Not to mention Yuhi Kurenai really had something. Shinran swallowed hard, quickly averted his gaze and buried his head in the barbecue. Not proper to look, not proper to look. This was not his cup of tea. On the other side, Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru ate on their own, oblivious to the undercurrents. Akamaru was still a young pup, small, gnawing on the meat slices Kurenai had given him, wagging his tail happily. Inuzuka Kiba looked at the people at the table, each one more tiring than the last. He patted Akamaru's head. Akamaru, go play. Woof. Woof. Akamaru barked twice, jumped off the seat, ran outside the barbecue restaurant and sat down by the door playing guard. There stood a young man with a forehead protector, long black hair, wearing a white kimono, Hyūga Niji. Then he turned and disappeared into the night. No farewell, no words. Just as silently as he had come. Rock Lee also stood up, waved to everyone in leaving first. Got to get up early tomorrow for training. Youth can't be wasted. With that he ran off, leaving a series of thumping footsteps. Yuhi Kurenai glanced at the empty seats, her eyebrow slightly raised. People leave without saying a word, just a quick notice would be fine. She looked at the remaining few, her gaze finally settling on Shinran. She paused, her tone turning formal. Actually, this matter is meant for you. According to the Hokage's orders, you Uchiha Shinran are an extra person. Shinran was stunned. An extra person. Because you graduated from the ninja academy before the proper age. Normally students graduate at 12, but since your strength already met the requirements, you graduated early. Students like Wubin still haven't graduated and need an extra year. So you were pushed out early, making you an extra. Kurenai explained. You understand. Shinran nodded. I understand, Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai was annoyed, her brows furrowed. What? You call me Yuhi Kurenai. Call me Kurenai Sensei. Don't you know manners? Shinran complied. All right, Kurenai Sensei. But in his mind he thought, when I get my 3-tomo Sharingan I'll definitely spar with you.
Let you know what manners are.
Kurenai snorted and continued. The Hokage said that Uchiha Shinran from today on will switch teams every 3 months.
For example, starting tomorrow you'll join my team 8. Then after 3 months switch again. That's how it is.
Shinran was truly stunned.
What? You can do that?
The Hokage's arrangements have their reasons, Kurenai said calmly.
This arrangement is quite reasonable.
It lets you experience different teams, different instructors, and accumulate diverse experiences.
For a genin it's a rare training opportunity. Shinran thought about it and agreed.
3 months per team meant he would get to know different teammates, different mission types, and different.
He glanced at Kurenai. And different beautiful teachers.
This arrangement didn't seem bad.
Alright, everyone head back, Kurenai said, standing up and adjusting her clothes. Starting tomorrow report to team 8. Don't be late. Got it, Kurenai Sensei. Walking out of the barbecue restaurant, the night breeze was cool. Hinata stood at the door waiting for him. Shinran looked left then right, his mouth twitching slightly. What was this? Hinata lowered her head and whispered, Zinrinken.
Their eyes met in the air, then quickly looked away.
Shinran took a deep breath, stepped forward and naturally took Hinata's hand. Come on, I'll walk you home.
She turned and ran off, her pink hair bobbing in the night. Under the moonlight Shinran walked slowly with Hinata.
Hinata.
What did Kurenai Sensei say to you earlier?
Hinata was silent for a second then whispered, nothing. Nothing much.
Shinran stopped, turned to face her. In those dark red eyes her face was reflected.
Hinata, no matter what others say it doesn't matter, his voice low and serious. What matters is how we feel. Hinata looked up at his eyes.
In those eyes she saw the tenderness she knew and the determination she relied on. Suddenly she stood on tiptoe and gently pecked him on the lips. Then she blushed and lowered her head.
I understand.
Shinran was stunned for a moment then smiled. He reached out and pulled her into his arms.
Silly girl.
The food street, a thoroughfare teeming with assorted snacks, taverns, bathhouses and clandestine dealings, was now ablaze with its most vibrant lights.
Orange lanterns, bright shop signs and the gas lamps of mobile vendors bathed the entire street in a brilliance akin to daylight.
The air was a heady melange of charred meat, the sweet tang of odon, the savory sauce of takoyaki, the oily fragrance of fried goods and the faint alcoholic scent wafting from izakayas, a unique intoxicating aroma of the bustling marketplace.
Takoyaki. Hot and fresh. 2 portions for 1 order. Called out the stall owner. Roasted potatoes. Sweet potatoes. Sweeter than first love. Another vendor chimed in. Handsome, come in for a relaxing soak. Our hot spring water is naturally sourced from the rear mountain, your skin will be silky smooth after. Tisk, look at that girl, she's a real stunner. Come on, I'll treat you to a dip. No, my wife is waiting at home. What's the wait? The ones at home are never as fresh as the ones outside. Let's go.
The hawking, the laughter, the clatter of bowls and dishes, the murmur of hot spring water and the occasional drunken song from a patron all wove together into a symphony of the night rich with the breath of life. Among those passing through were ninjas who had just completed their missions, ordinary villagers, merchants and individuals conducting transactions best left unspoken under the cover of darkness. A woman in a short skirt and business attire laughed with her companions as they entered a tastefully decorated izakaya. Several young students crowded around an odon stall eating heartily in the darker alleyways. Figures occasionally exchanged items quickly before melting back into the crowd.
Amidst this bustling vivacity 2 figures stood out.
Uzumaki Naruto, his hands clasped behind his head, his orange hair vivid under the lights, was chattering incessantly next to a black-haired boy who exuded an air of keep away.
Sasuke. I'm serious.
What have we been doing these past few months?
Catching cats. Finding dogs.
Helping the old lady next door harvest sweet potatoes.
Cleaning the river. Drank missions. All drank missions. Naruto grew more animated, waving his arms. Last time that find the missing child mission, I thought it was something big. And what was it? A dog. And it was an old lady's dog whom she treated like a son because her own son died in battle. What kind of nonsense is that? Uchiha Sasuke kept his hands in his pockets, walking straight ahead, seemingly deaf to Naruto's complaints. Yet his brow furrowed deeper, the veins on his temple faintly pulsing. Hey Sasuke. Are you even listening? The dead last deserves some rights too. I want to take on proper missions to prove that I'm a ninja who can stand on my own. Kakashi Sensei spends all day reading that stupid book and doesn't care about us at all. Naruto persisted. Shut up, Naruto. Sasuke finally snapped, his voice cold as he quickened his pace. He was already in a restless mood that day. 3 months ago his younger brother Shinji had moved out of the house, renting a small apartment near the training grounds for convenience. He knew his brother wanted to grow stronger and often heard news of his rapid progress through hellish training, but the boy who used to always follow him needing his protection seemed to be becoming independent, growing and even surpassing him at an astonishing speed. This complex emotion unsettled Sasuke. He could beat tsundere with Naruto, but Uchiha Shinji was his brother. That inner conflict left him feeling restless. Sasuke lowered his head wondering if he should find time to visit Shinji and ask how he was doing when Naruto suddenly and pointed ahead. Sasuke, look. Isn't that Shinji? Wow. He seems to have grown taller again. He also looked much more robust, like a 16 or 17-year-old youth. Naruto's blue eyes widened. And next to him is that Hyūga Hinata. What are they doing together? Sasuke's gaze snapped up immediately. Not far ahead, a tall boy in a black high-collared combat suit with the Uchiha flame fan on his back was slightly bent over saying something to the blue-haired girl beside him. His posture was straight, his arms long and waist slender. Even from a distance one could sense the refined aura of 1,000 tempered skills. It was Uchiha Shinji. Beside him, Hyūga Hinata, dressed in a light purple casual outfit, her head lowered and cheeks flushed, was lightly pounding Shinji's arm with her fist, murmuring something like pervert in a coy tone. She looked embarrassed yet playful, her eyes rippling with emotion, a liveliness Sasuke had never seen on her face before. Shinji, on the other hand, wore a mischievous grin, his dark red eyes shimmering with teasing yet gentle light under the street lamps. Clearly he had just said something that made Hinata blush. Sasuke's steps faltered. He watched the natural intimacy between the two, the relaxed and genuine smile on his brother's face and Hinata's posture of complete trust and dependence. The restlessness in his heart seemed to dissipate, replaced by a complex feeling of wonder. His brother had truly grown up, not just in strength but also. He ignored Naruto, still muttering, when did they get so close? And walked straight toward Shinji and Hinata. Meanwhile, at the other end of Tanza Street, Yūhi Kurenai was leaving a restaurant with Team 8 Hinata, Kiba, Shino and Tenten from Team 3. After the gathering they happened to share part of the route. Tenten seemed distracted, her gaze subconsciously searching. When she spotted the familiar black figure ahead, her eyes lit up, then dimmed with a faint sense of loss. Starting tomorrow, Shinji would temporarily leave Team 3 for a short-term special mission directly assigned by the Hokage, as Kurenai had just revealed, and she didn't know when they would meet again. The last 3 months spent together training and sweating side by side had stirred emotions beyond that of a mere teammate toward the hard-working, powerful, occasionally mischievous yet reliable boy. Unfortunately, his eyes seemed to be only for the Hyūga heiress. Aburame Shino silently adjusted his sunglasses. Inuzuka Kiba was playing with Akamaru in his arms, and the dog suddenly sniffed the air and let out a low woof toward a certain direction. What's wrong, Akamaru? Kiba asked. Woof. Akamaru barked, its gaze also fixed on the crossroad ahead. And then they met by chance at the busiest intersection of Tanza Street. Yo! Everyone! What a coincidence! You're all here. Uzumaki Naruto was the first to shout, waving energetically. Kurenai Sensei. You're here too. Yūhi Kurenai stopped looking at the gathering youths, a gentle smile on her charming face. Naruto and Sasuke, what a surprise. Out for a stroll after dinner. Yeah. Kurenai Sensei, you just finished eating too. Naruto grinned, moving closer, his gaze darting between Shinji and Hinata, then to Tenten, and finally landing on Sasuke, winking and making faces. Sasuke ignored him, walking up to Shinji and looking him up and down. How have you been lately? He asked briefly. Not bad, big brother. Training is tiring but fulfilling, Shinji answered with a smile, naturally releasing the hand that had been loosely resting on Hinata's shoulder. Hinata blushed even more, shrinking slightly behind Shinji, and greeted softly, Sasuke-kun. Tenten also approached, forcing a natural smile. Shinji, Sasuke, Naruto, good evening. Aburame Shino nodded silently. Inuzuka Kiba slapped Shinji's arm boisterously. Yo Shinji. Heard you're going on a special mission tomorrow. Sweet. What's the mission? Exciting. Yūhi Kurenai gently interrupted the youth's chatter. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone should head home and rest. Even though the night is lively, Tanza Street is crowded and full of eyes, it's not safe. Don't stay out too long. No worries. Naruto thumped his chest, flashing his signature bright smile. Don't worry, Kurenai Sensei. I'm a genin now. And I'm going to be Hokage. I'll protect everyone. Yūhi Kurenai was amused by him, a flicker of nostalgia and faint melancholy in her crimson eyes. She said softly, wanting to be Hokage is a wonderful dream, Naruto. But to achieve it you must first protect yourself and the comrades beside you. On this path, many set out with the same dream but few make it to the end and even fewer survive. Her tone carried the weight of one who had been through it. Naruto seemed to understand but nodded firmly. Yeah. I get it. I'll get super strong. Protect everyone. Ding. Detected bindable high-quality female target Yūhi Kurenai Konoha Elite Jonin Master of Genjutsu Yūhi Kurenai Talent Rating S. Contact guidance mission optional. Within 1 week engage in at least one effective deep interaction with the target e.g. Genjutsu sparring mission, cooperation, in-depth conversation, etc. System special note: target Yūhi Kurenai has a close relationship with Sarutobi Asuma, childhood friends with mutual affection suspected. If the host adopts an overly aggressive approach it may arouse the vigilance and hostility of Sarutobi Asuma and his backing forces, including the third Hokage. Risk level high. Mission reward: beginner random ninjutsu chest x1 determined by interaction content. Ding. If the host finds this mission too difficult it can be set aside temporarily. The system will release other alternative target guidance missions later.
The system's prompt sounded in Shinji's mind, causing his gaze to involuntarily fall on Yūhi Kurenai. This mature and charming female jonin under the streetlight appeared even more graceful, her long red hair, flirtatious crimson eyes and curvaceous figure exuding a unique blend of wisdom and allure.
Talent, a master of genjutsu. If he could bind her, the rewards and potential benefits to his faction would be immense. But the system's warning was equally clear: touching Asuma's cake might cross the line, with the third Hokage carrying extremely high risk. Just as Shinji was weighing his options, his gaze lingering on Yūhi Kurenai, an extremely subtle yet chillingly cold aura like a venomous snake coiled around his perception. Killing intent. The Hokage's office was shrouded in a deathly silence, oppressively suffocating, as if the very air had solidified heavy enough to condense into droplets at any moment. A figure stood silently before the third Hokage, his left hand wrapped in thick bandages and his left eye also tightly bound, leaving only a glimpse of a deep and sharp gaze piercing through the gaps. The man was tall and upright, gripping a staff in his hand to support his frame. He wore a snow-white kimono draped with an ink-black coat. The tailored black garment complemented his jet-black glossy short hair, accentuating his heroic and imposing demeanor, yet an indescribable gloom pervaded his presence. This man was none other than Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi, do you truly intend to appoint that boy Uchiha Shinji as the head of the security police?
Danzo's voice was icy and piercing like the frost of a bitter winter, sending chills down one's spine.
Such an absurd notion uttered from your lips is utterly beyond my belief.
The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat silently behind his desk, a long extinguished pipe clenched between his teeth, his brows tightly furrowed with worry. Faced with Danzo's aggressive interrogation, he did not respond, immediately remaining silent and lost in thought.
Who has gone mad? Or am I the one who is too foolish? Danzo did not halt his advance, pressing forward with each step carrying a heavy pressure.
We have always stood on opposite sides of the light and shadow, each fulfilling our duties.
Do not forget that I, Danzo, still exist. I have been closely watching your every move.
He struck his staff against the floor, producing a crisp sound. Hiruzen Sarutobi, are you not afraid that the boy might, like those Uchiha Fugaku, suddenly turn the tables one day?
Do you not know how those clans disappeared? Are you unaware?
The third Hokage finally spoke, his voice firm. Danzo, stop this nonsense.
He is still just a child. A child. Danzo chuckled grimly. It is precisely because of your soft-heartedness that the Uchiha clan was not completely wiped out. It was also you who spared Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Shinji. If you had slain them all back then, leaving none, would there be so many troubles today? He took a step forward, his eyes locked onto the third Hokage. Look at Uchiha Shinji. Young as he awakened the Sharingan at 10 and now he has 2 tomo. He started as a mere novice, but now he possesses the strength of a Chunin, even a Jonin. You have seen it in the crystal ball these past months, haven't you? His power has skyrocketed. Give him a few more months and what then? Perhaps he has been concealing his true strength all along and has simply stopped pretending.
One must not harbor harmful intentions, but one must also guard against harm.
This cannot be ignored.
The third Hokage fell silent.
Danzo continued, leave it to me, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I will go and probe his depth. Shimura Danzo.
The third Hokage shot to his feet.
Don't act recklessly. Don't ruin a good seedling.
I appointed him to the security police to keep a close watch on him, ensuring he cannot escape my surveillance.
Danzo did not yield.
The second Hokage's decision to make you Hokage was a mistake.
Indecisive, never ruthless in anything. He often spoke of the will of fire, the will of fire. Only overwhelming power to suppress, that is the essence of the survival of the fittest.
The third Hokage slowly sat down, relit his pipe and took a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke his eyes were complex. Danzo, seeing his disappointed expression, said coldly, since the second Hokage appointed you, then sit there and think carefully. I have my own ways to protect the village. He turned and walked out with his staff.
Danzo.
The third Hokage's voice came from behind.
Do not harm Shinji. He is a rare talent. If necessary, let him join the Umbu, wouldn't that suffice? Danzo paused slightly but did not look back, pushing the door open and leaving.
In the office, the third Hokage was alone. He gazed out the window at the bustling streets, his eyes revealing deep weariness and guilt.
The incident of the Uchiha clan's extermination. It was an order he had given to Uchiha Itachi. He had made Itachi choose between 2 options: either annihilate the entire Uchiha clan to protect his 2 younger brothers, or wait for the clan's rebellion and then have Shimura Danzo's methods erase them all, including his brothers. Uchiha Itachi had completed the task perfectly. Yet now a new dilemma arose: whether to appoint Uchiha Shinji as the head of the security police or treat him as an ordinary civilian. Yamato, are you there? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, called out loudly. Immediately a man wearing a rabbit mask appeared at the window, then leaped into the room, asking respectfully, Hokage-sama, your orders. Protect Uchiha Shinji. Do not let Shimura Danzo harm that boy. Here is his photo. You must protect him. The tall man in the rabbit mask and black robe acknowledged yes, Hokage-sama, and vanished in an instant. He feared the Uchiha clan might rebel, feared that Konoha would be destroyed. But now. He stared silently at the black-haired boy in the crystal ball, murmuring softly, Shinji. Will you walk that path?
The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed on his pipe in silence, his thoughts drifting back to the past.
He continued, those two children are Uchiha Itachi's own brothers.
No matter what, they must never die at his hands.
I must do everything to protect them. 3 hours later on the bustling food street.
Suddenly a bone-chilling murderous intent surged like a tidal wave.
Is this killing intent?
Shinji's heart trembled with doubt, but he quickly sensed something amiss. This was no ordinary killing intent. It seemed refined from countless life-and-death battles, from mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, pure and efficient, filled with ruthless slaughter. This killing intent did not spread. Instead, it was like a hidden sniper rifle aimed at a target, its crosshairs locked solely on Shinji, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end and every pore on his body to open in an instant.
The bright smile on Shinji's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of solemnity.
In the depths of his dark red eyes a silver gleam flashed by with astonishing speed. Yet despite the turmoil within, he remained outwardly calm, not turning around in panic. At the same time his muscles began to tense and the chakra within him surged like ignited gunpowder racing through his meridians. At that moment his mind was hyper-focused to the extreme, entering an unprecedented state of heightened alertness. Using the periphery of his vision combined with the extraordinary wide-angle view and detail-capturing ability granted by the Byakugan, he swiftly scanned the bustling crowd around him. Behind the takoyaki stall to his left a black-clad figure leaned against the wall, his bamboo hat pulled low. To the right from the second-floor window of an izakaya a glint of lens reflection flickered and vanished. In the gaps of the crowd ahead a man wearing an ordinary animal mask, seemingly idling, had a footstep rhythm precise like that of a ninja.
More than one.
And they were scattered around, forming an encircling formation.
Who is it?
A remnant of the Kirigakure. Or.
Countless thoughts flashed through Shinji's mind in an instant. He had few enemies in Konoha. The Kirigakure remnants were a possibility.
But this was the heart of Konoha. Although Tanuki Street was a mixed place, it was not easy for Kirigakure agents to infiltrate and set up such a killing formation. Moreover, the way these people concealed their aura carried a faintly familiar style from within Konoha. Could it be the No, not like that. When the Yambu carried out missions they also concealed themselves, but their aura was more proper. These people, however, had a killing intent laced with a cold and ruthless determination, as if they specialized in handling dirty work.
Assassins from some unknown faction.
Whatever the reason, the killing intent was revealed.
Shinji. What's wrong? Hinata, who was closest to him, was the first to notice the change in his aura.
Her pure white eyes looked at him with concern and she instinctively grabbed his sleeve.
Tenten also noticed Shinji's suddenly grim expression and instantly tensed body. Shinji.
Naruto, though slower to react, also sensed the shift in atmosphere and dropped his playful grin.
What's wrong? Enemies. Kurenai, Kiba and Shino immediately became alert.
Kurenai quickly shielded the genin behind her, her red eyes scanning the dimly lit street, her hands already forming the initial seal for a genjutsu. She could feel the faint targeted icy pressure in the air and her heart trembled. Who would dare to openly release such killing intent in one of Konoha's busiest districts?
The target was Uchiha Shinji. Kurenai Sensei, do not act rashly.
Shinji's voice was low and steady, carrying an undeniable authority. He gently pulled Hinata's hand away from his sleeve, stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Sasuke, his eyes like lightning locking onto the directions with the strongest killing intent.
They are after me.
Number unknown, strength unknown, but
they are suicide soldiers. Kurenai Sensei, let's slowly leave this bustling food street. After all, there are people everywhere here.
If we are not careful, we might harm innocent civilians and children.
So everyone must act as if nothing is wrong, stay calm and never show any sign of panic.
Remember, each of you must maintain a natural and normal smile.
We must not let them know we have detected their presence.
Of course, if Kurenai Sensei and the others are unwilling to get involved, that is fine too.
You can quietly slip away. Everyone listen to Xinren, Shirihong ordered in a low voice, her tone carrying an unyielding calmness. Naturally, slowly gather around me. Well, move toward the street corner and leave the crowded area.
Her gaze swept over the several genin beside her, a sharp glint flashing in her crimson eyes.
Don't run, don't show panic. Leave as if you're taking a normal stroll. Kiba, keep Akamaru quiet. Shino, bug alert. Tenten, Hinata, stay close.
She paused and looked at the two young men beside her.
Naruto, Sasuke, watch the flanks. Naruto, unusually subdued, nodded with a tense face.
Sasuke gave a slight nod, his right hand casually in his pocket, but his fingertips had already touched the kunai in his ninja tool pouch. He didn't have the Sharingan, but the combat instincts honed through years of arduous training told him those faint traces of killing intent were directed at someone.
Remember, smile, act as if nothing's wrong, Xinren added, forcing a grin as he bit into the already cold dumpling in his hand as if he were just a friend heading home after a casual chat. The group began to move. Shirihong walked at the front, skillfully shielding the genin behind her with her body. Her genjutsu chakra pulsed, subtly influencing the subconscious gaze of nearby passers-by, making the group's departure seem less conspicuous. But the three strands of killing intent locked onto Xinren followed like shadows.
They too were moving, maintaining an encircling stance.
The bustling noise seemed separated by an invisible membrane. Every step landed on the pulse of a heartbeat.
Just as they were about to exit the main street of the food market and step into the relatively dim side alley, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh,
Three black figures burst forth without warning. From the rooftops along the street, the shadows of alleys and the crowd, three chilling gleams of cold light tore through the night, aiming straight for the Uchiha Xianren, who was protected in the center. Poisoned kunai. The throwing technique was experienced and ruthless, sealing all escape routes. Now! Shirihong cried out sharply, instantly unleashing the genjutsu she had prepared, demonic illusion tree binding death. Though it didn't hit directly, it was enough to cause a momentary delay in the attacker's movements. Sasuke reacted the fastest. He raised his left hand and three shuriken flew from his grasp, precisely striking two of the kunai with a clang, altering their trajectories. The third kunai came at the most treacherous angle, heading straight for Xianren's back. Tenten cried out, and the scroll in her hand unfurled a small section in an instant. Tool operation Twin Rising Dragons. Two kunai with explosive tags shot out from behind, intercepting in midair. Yet the kunai aimed at Xianren's back just as it was about to be struck trembled faintly in the air, arced around the interception and surged forward with undiminished speed. The one who threw that kunai was the man in the fox mask. He had now emerged from the crowd, and in his hand a short sword gleaming with a bluish poisonous light had appeared, his figure darting forward like a ghost. The kunai was imbued with an extremely refined chakra control technique. Everything happened in an instant. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Xianren shifted his upper body slightly to the left by a hair's breadth just before the kunai struck. The poison kunai grazed the outside of his right arm, drawing a trail of blood droplets, tearing his sleeve and skin, and the paralyzing sensation of the toxin spread instantly. But he didn't even frown. Using the momentum of his dodge, he pivoted on his right foot and swung his left leg backward like a steel whip, leaf whirlwind. Thud! The leg shadow collided with the short sword blade thrust by the fox-masked man, producing a dull impact. The man grunted, staggered to one side from the kick, clearly not expecting such strength and reaction from the young man. However, the other two black figures, deflected by Sasuke and Tenten and now changing direction, were also closing in. The straw-hat black-clad assassin who had leaped from the rooftop, and the ninja wielding a strange hooked blade who had emerged from the side alley. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke didn't hesitate, his hands flying through the hand seals, snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. His 10 fingers moved like butterflies among flowers, completing the seals in an instant. He took a deep breath and spat out a blazing fireball at the straw hat man charging straight ahead. The straw hat man twisted his body with an eerie agility, making a near right-angle turn in mid-sprint, dodging most of the fireball, though his clothing caught fire. But he paid it no heed, throwing several shuriken wrapped in steel wire to block Xianren's retreat. The hook blade ninja silently closed in, aiming the hook at Xianren's lower body, vicious and ruthless. In an instant, Xianren was caught in a three-sided assault. The opponents moved in perfect sync, well-trained, every strike lethal. Xianren! Hinata cried out, wanting to rush forward, but was held back by Shirihong. Don't interfere. Shirihong snapped her genjutsu, shifting again, trying to disrupt the two approaching attackers, but they seemed to have some resistance to illusions, only faltering slightly. Naruto roared and tried to rush in to help, but was held back by Kiba and Shino. The terrain was narrow and more people would only hinder movement. Just as the hook blade was about to strike and the shuriken wires were about to coil around him, a flash of silver light flickered in Xianren's eye. He hadn't activated the Sharingan, but in the past 3 months he had absorbed and integrated the basic insight of the Byakugan into his daily perception. The movement trajectories, muscle tension and weapon paths of the three men were clearly mapped in his mind. He couldn't reveal too much. Especially not the full secrets of those eyes in public. But neither could he wait for death. He took a deep breath, and the surging chakra within him suddenly began to circulate along a mysterious route. The next moment his body seemed to lose all weight, or perhaps turned into flowing wind. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, palms revolving heaven. Pivoting on his foot, chakra burst from all his tenketsu, forming a rapidly spinning pale blue chakra barrier. Though the range was not as vast as the orthodox Hyūga revolving heaven and the rotation speed slightly slower, the pure chakra and the seamless circular motion were unmistakably the revolving heaven. Clang. Thud. The shuriken wires and hooked blade were all deflected and shattered by the spinning chakra barrier. The two assailants who had closed in were also thrown off balance by the rotational force, their attack faltering. What? Shock flashed in the eyes behind the masks of the Straw Hat Man and the hooked blade ninja. How could a Uchiha brat know the Hyūga clan's absolute defense? Just as they were halted by the revolving heaven, their old strength spent and new not yet gathered, now. Go! Xianren barked lowly, and the revolving heaven stopped abruptly. Without a glance at the two, he had repelled, his body shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring, racing toward the small forest. At the same time he threw 3 smoke bombs which exploded into thick clouds behind him, obscuring vision. He wasn't aiming for a direct confrontation, but to break away from the bustling area, leading the battle to a secluded spot while also checking for any mantis stalking the cicada. After him. The fox-masked man roared the order, and the 3 plunged into the smoke without hesitation. Teacher Hong, don't follow. Notify the Umbu. That's an order. Xianren's voice came from the smoke in the distance, laced with irrefutable resolve. He knew that the enemy's primary target was himself. If Teacher Hong and the others followed, they would only distract him. Moreover, the upcoming battle might exceed the capabilities of Genin and even Shirihong. Shirihong gritted her teeth, watching Xianren and the pursuers quickly vanish into the small forest, then glanced at the anxious faces of Hinata, Tenten, Naruto and Sasuke, who wanted to give chase. She made a swift decision. Sasuke, Naruto, you two are the strongest. Follow from a distance, don't get close. Only confirm the direction and general situation. The rest come with me to the Hokage's office immediately. Hurry. But Xin run. Hinata's eyes were welling with tears. Trust him. Shiri Hong grabbed her tone decisive. And trust the Hokage. Let's go. Sasuke said nothing, only gave a deep look in the direction Xin had disappeared, then said quietly to Naruto, let's go. The two figures sped off following the direction Xin and the pursuers had vanished. Edge of the small forest. Moonlight was shattered by the dense foliage, casting dappled eerie shadows. Xin stopped, breathing slightly heavily. The wound on his right arm throbbed with numbness and pain. The toxin was spreading, but he forcibly suppressed it with chakra. He leaned against a large tree, his eyes faintly glowing in the shadows, a strange state between the Sharingan and the Byakugan, perceiving his surroundings. The auras of the three pursuers, like clinging maggots, closed in rapidly, forming a triangle around him. Apart from them, no one else seemed to be there. Did Danzo only send these three? Or was there a deeper ambush? Fast Runner, the fox-masked man, said, stepping out of the shadows, first the short sword in his hand reflecting the cold moonlight. His mask looked particularly eerie in the darkness. Pity this is the end. He advanced step by step, his tone icy. Uchiha brat, blame your surname and your brilliance. The other two also emerged from the other directions, sealing off the escape routes. Xin didn't reply, silently adjusting his breath and chakra. 3 against 1. Their strength was at least special jounin level, and they were well coordinated, skilled in assassination. In a direct fight his chances were slim unless he revealed more cards. But the consequences of exposure might be even more troublesome. Just as his thoughts raced and he was considering his options, boom. A figure descended from the sky at an astonishing speed, landing between him and the three pursuers, shaking the ground and sending fallen leaves flying. The newcomer wore a pure white rabbit mask with no markings, a tall build, and was dressed in umbu attire and a green vest. He carried a steady mountain-like aura, yet brimming with vibrant vitality. Go, the rabbit-masked man said without turning his head, his voice low and urgent, to Xin behind him. I am under orders from the third Hokage to protect you. Leave immediately, run toward the Konoha hospital. The third Hokage. Xin's heart stirred, but his vigilance remained. Was he really sent by the third? Or was it another scheme? He glanced at the suddenly appearing umbu. The chakra on him felt very special. Worn yet resilient, completely different from the usual cold or sharp auras of umbu. How would the third Hokage know someone was trying to kill me? Xin asked, not moving. No time to explain. Go, the rabbit-masked man snapped, his hands flying through seals, would release wooden wall. Rumble. The ground trembled and several rows of hard giant wooden planks burst from the earth around Xin, bending and closing instantly to form an extremely sturdy hemispherical wooden barrier, securely protecting him inside. The wooden wall was thick, exuding rich vitality and formidable defensive power. Wood release. Xin's pupils contracted sharply. Besides the first Hokage, there was actually someone in Konoha who could use wood release. Though the scale and strength of this wooden wall were incomparable to the legendary forest created by the first Hokage with a casual hand, it was undeniably the genuine wood release bloodline limit. This person. In the distance on a large tree branch, Naruto and Sasuke lay behind the trunk, peering through the gaps in the leaves, watching the scene from afar. What technique is that? Naruto whispered, his face full of shock. Wood. Wood growing out of the ground. Sasuke didn't answer, his brow furrowed tightly. His eyes were fixed on the umbu and the white rabbit mask. Without the Sharingan he couldn't see the chakra details, but he could sense that was a strong opponent. Very strong. Xin is saved. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke still said nothing. His intuition told him things weren't that simple. Inside the wooden wall. Xin didn't immediately leave. Through the gaps in the wooden wall he sensed the battle outside. The three attackers were also stunned for a moment by the sudden wood release, but quickly recovered and attacked the rabbit-masked man in unison. A wood release user. There's someone like that in Konoha. No matter who it is, kill him. Blades flashed and ninjutsu roared. The rabbit-masked man fought 3 alone, giving no ground. His wood release was both offensive and defensive, combined with solid taijutsu, managing to hold off the combined assault. But Xin noticed his breathing was already becoming labored. Go, the rabbit-masked man urged again. I can't hold out much longer. Xin gave him a long hard look. Then, he turned and sped off toward the direction of Konoha Hospital. He didn't look back. But in his dark crimson eyes the moonlight reflected, and also the figure of the rabbit-masked man. Wood release. Who is this person? The next morning. In the special care ward of the Konoha Hospital, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting several golden patches on the floor. Xin leaned against the headboard, his right arm wrapped in fresh bandages. The toxin had been completely cleansed, leaving only a faint scar. With a ninja's recovery ability it would fully heal in at most 3 days. But he did not leave. Not because of his injury, but because 2 shifts of ANBU had already changed in the corridor outside the door. Yo, Xin run. The ward door was flung open and Naruto's loud voice pierced through the entire floor.
Behind him were Sasuke and Hinata carrying a fruit basket.
Are you okay? Naruto leaned close to the bed looking Xianren up and down. You look pretty energetic.
I knew you wouldn't die so easily.
Sasuke walked to the bedside, his gaze fixed on the bandages on Xianren's right arm, his brow slightly furrowed. How bad is the injury? Just a minor wound. Xianren said calmly, the toxin is cleared so it's fine.
Hinata silently placed the fruit basket on the nightstand, her pure white eyes filled with concern. She wanted to say something but hesitated because Naruto and Sasuke were present, so she just stood quietly to the side. Xianren glanced at her, reached out and held her hand, silently comforting her. Naruto, completely oblivious to the subtle interaction between the two, plopped down on the chair beside the bed and asked with great interest, hey, who was that ANBU wearing a rabbit mask yesterday?
Wood release. That was wood release. The first Hokage's technique. Does Konoha still have such a master? Sasuke also looked at Xianren, obviously equally curious about this question. Xianren was silent for a moment, then said calmly, I don't know.
The third Hokage sent him. As for his specific identity,
I didn't ask.
What he didn't say was that after returning to Konoha Hospital last night, the rabbit-masked man had disappeared. The ANBU came to conduct routine questioning, and the third Hokage also came personally to ask about the situation, but regarding that would release ninja, the third Hokage said nothing at all. The words would release were both a taboo and a legend in Konoha. The sudden appearance of a ninja who could use would release, yet no one knew his identity, this very fact reeked of strangeness. The old third definitely knows something, Naruto pouted.
But he won't say anything, how stingy. Sasuke glanced at him and for once did not retort. Just then the ward door was knocked again. An ANBU pushed the door open wearing a cat mask, his voice mechanical and businesslike. Uchiha Xianren, the Lord Hokage summons you. Please come with me to the Hokage's office immediately. Naruto sprang up, I'll go too. Only Uchiha Xianren is summoned. The ANBU's tone was completely flat. Xianren threw off the covers, got out of bed and put on his shoes.
Hinata helped him adjust his collar and whispered, be careful.
Xianren nodded and followed the ANBU out of the ward.
At the top floor of the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the window, his back to the door, a pipe in his mouth, smoke curling upward. You're here, he said without turning around, his voice old and steady.
Xianren stood at the door, not daring to enter rashly. Come in and close the door. Xianren did as he was told, stepped forward and closed the door. The third Hokage turned around, his world-weary eyes examining the boy before him. After a long moment he exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke slowly, I know everything about yesterday. Xianren said nothing, waiting for what came next.
The identities of the three who attacked you have been confirmed. The third Hokage walked around to sit behind his desk, taking out a file from a drawer. Missing Nin from the Hidden Mist Village, formerly members of the assassination squad. They infiltrated the Land of Fire 3 months ago and have been operating around Konoha. He pushed the file to the edge of the desk, indicating for Xianren to look. Xianren took it and quickly scanned it. On it were the detailed profiles of the 3 name-age specialties in ninjutsu mission records. The last line read, confirmed deceased bodies disposed of by ANBU. Dead. Yes. The ANBU who saved you killed 2 and severely wounded 1. The severely wounded one was finished off by the ANBU. The third Hokage's gaze fell on Xianren's face. But there's a question, why did these 3 missing Nin want to kill you? Xianren closed the file and looked up at the third Hokage. What does Lord Hokage think is the reason? The third Hokage did not answer immediately but took a drag of his pipe and slowly exhaled. Missing Nin from the mist, infiltrating Konoha for no reason, lying low for 3 months, then suddenly striking at a newly graduated genin like you, this doesn't add up. He paused, his gaze sharpening.
Unless someone hired them.
Or rather someone gave them a reason they had to act.
Xianren's heart stirred but he kept his composure.
Does Lord Hokage have a suspect? The third Hokage did not answer directly but instead asked back, how much do you know about Root?
Xianren's pupils contracted slightly. It seems you know something.
The third Hokage sighed.
That man Danzo. For the sake of Konoha's stability he would do anything.
Your eyes have already caught his attention. He stood up, walked to the window and turned his back to Xianren.
After the Uchiha clan massacre you are one of the few remaining Uchiha.
And your eyes.
They combine the power of the Sharingan and Byakugan. This kind of bloodline limit is unprecedented. It's only natural that Danzo would be interested.
But his ways of being interested are often not gentle.
Xianren was silent. Of course he knew what kind of person Danzo was.
In the original story that old schemer would do anything to seize the Sharingan. Orochimaru, the Uchiha massacre, even the assassination attempt on the third Hokage, the blood on Danzo's hands was no less than that of any strength missing Nin.
I will assign someone to protect you.
The third Hokage turned around. But you also need to be careful yourself.
Your genin missions will continue but don't act alone anymore.
Also, he paused, his gaze deep. The ANBU who saved you will continue to be responsible for your safety from now on. His name is Jia and he is originally from Root but now he answers to me.
Xianren's heart trembled. Jia. That would release Ninja. His true identity is still not convenient to disclose to you. But one thing you must be clear about is that he is absolutely trustworthy. The third Hokage said with a serious face. However, Uchiha did not express gratitude to the third Hokage but instead immediately asked, then how is teacher Yuhi Kurenai now? Could it be that the matter was resolved so easily? Uchiha thought to himself. The hidden mist village had actually sent people to assassinate him in such a grand manner, yet now it was so calm and peaceful, it was truly hard to believe. His thoughts were interrupted by an old yet gentle voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Uchiha Shinran. Shinran immediately reined in all his outward emotions, lifted his head and displayed an expression befitting a youth of his age, tinged with a hint of nervousness and fear as he looked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat behind the desk. The third Hokage, with a pipe that seemed permanently affixed to his hand, exhaled smoke that curled around his wrinkled yet sharp eyes, casting a mysterious aura over his usually benevolent face. There is no need to worry too much. The third Hokage slowly exhaled a ring of smoke, his voice steady. Yuhi Kurenai is safe. At this moment she is likely at the training ground with Team 8 or out on a simple drank mission. Zinran's heart stirred slightly. He displayed a look of realization. Yes, Lord Hokage. I am just a bit worried about teacher Kurenai after all that night. Then what is the urgent matter that prompts you to see Yuhi Kurenai? The third Hokage elongated his tone, his seemingly cloudy yet perceptive eyes penetrating through the smoke quietly fixed on Shinran as if to see through him entirely. He felt a chill within. Shinran's spirit was instantly heightened. Facing this man who had governed Konoha for decades, weathered countless storms and was characterized by mixed reviews in the original narrative, any hint of negligence could lead to unforeseen consequences. He was no longer the naive interloper who had just arrived and still held innocent fantasies about the world of Hokage. Well, you see, he deliberately revealed a hint of youthful awkwardness, scratching the back of his head, his tone carrying a sense of innocent entitlement. You see, teacher Kurenai is currently our guiding jonin for Team 8. As a member of Team 8, it is only natural for me to seek out my teacher to report on the situation or to ask about training issues. Isn't that quite normal? He mentally praised his clever response. This reason was logical and no one could find fault with it. It explained his motivation for seeking Yuhi Kurenai while also demonstrating his diligence and respect for his teacher. However, he failed to notice, or rather from his current perspective and state of mind he could not fully interpret the fleeting, extremely complex glimmer in the third Hokage's eyes. Oh. The third Hokage responded noncommittally, slowly rising to his feet. He walked to the spacious desk, opened a drawer and took out an old dossier, casually flipping it open. The entire motion was fluid, imbued with a sense of calm and composure from long-held authority, yet it inadvertently placed greater psychological pressure on Shinran, who stood below. He returned to the high-backed chair that symbolized the authority of the Hokage, gathering a small yet exceptionally stable and bright orange flame at his fingertips, an embodiment of his impeccable chakra control, and lit his pipe. Then he took a deep breath, letting the pungent smoke swirl in his lungs for a moment before slowly exhaling. The smoke rose languidly, obscuring his visage and lending his voice a somewhat ethereal quality. Yuhi Kurenai barged into my office in quite a state of urgency the other day. She detailed the events of the night 3 days prior, informing me of your encounter with an unidentified assailant and how you, in order to protect your comrades and the villagers, took the initiative to lead the attackers away to a secluded area. Her voice came through the smoke calm yet clear. She also mentioned that you were injured and poisoned, yet displayed an extraordinary calm and sense of responsibility for your age. Thus I dispatched Kaku, the Yambu who used would release to save you that night to assist and protect you. The third Hokage continued, his gaze seemingly penetrating the smoke and landing on Zinran's face. I am not one who can foresee the future and know in advance that you would be attacked. All of this is based on Yuhi Kurenai's report and your prior performance in missions from which I made my judgments and arrangements. You need not overthink it. Not overthink it. Shinran scoffed inwardly. Was he being advised not to delve into the identity of the assailants? Or not to speculate on the machinations among the higher-ups? But he immediately displayed a look of gratitude and respect, even taking a step back and bowing deeply to the third Hokage, his tone sincere. Thank you for saving my life, Lord Hokage. This kindness Shinran would remember in his heart in the future, as long as it did not go against the ninja way and his own principles. He would not refuse any command. Not going against the ninja way and his own principles, this was the room he left for himself. The third Hokage smiled kindly, waving his hand. No need for such formality, little one. The Uchiha clan now consists of only you and Sasuke. As for Itachi, I do not know why he would commit such extreme acts. But since you are a ninja of Konoha, a member of Konoha village, protecting you is akin to safeguarding the future of the village, and it is my— He took another puff of smoke, his gaze behind the haze growing even gentler, imbued with a hint of elderly concern. Enough of this somberness. That night Yuhi Kurenai spoke highly of you in my presence. She said you are a kind-hearted child. The third Hokage said slowly, his tone carrying a guiding praise. Even when faced with peril, being pursued by an unknown powerful enemy, your first thought was not of your own escape but rather for the innocent villagers of Konoha, proactively drawing the danger elsewhere. This selflessness, this will of fire, is truly rare. Shinran lowered his head, feigning a bashful demeanor after receiving praise, while inwardly his tension heightened. With so much groundwork laid, what exactly did the third Hokage wish to convey? As expected, the third Hokage suddenly switched topics, casually asking, by the way, I heard your Sharingan has already evolved to double tomo. Boom. Zinran's heart sank abruptly as if struck by a heavy hammer.
He shot his head up, his face instantly filled with the perfectly appropriate shock and a hint of having had his secret exposed, panic, his voice even quivering with excitement. Third Hokage.
How? How did you know?
I never mentioned the evolution of my Sharingan to anyone. His mind raced with alarm.
Who leaked this? Danzo.
That night he utilized the Sharingan's ability, although it might have been seen by someone from Root. Danzo would not proactively share such intelligence with the third Hokage unless. Was the third Hokage testing him?
Was he probing him?
Zinran's mind raced with countless thoughts, cursing himself for being careless. But simultaneously a more terrifying suspicion arose: was there an informant planted by the third Hokage beside him all along?
Was it someone from Team 8? Or... Oh. Danzo mentioned it to me in passing.
The third Hokage said dismissively, as if discussing the weather. He oversees Root and is always quite well informed regarding intelligence.
Said by Tuan Song. Xin Ren's heart grew even colder with disdain.
Tuan Song would sooner see him dead than voluntarily provide intelligence that might increase his value to the third Hokage. More likely the third Hokage himself had learned of it through some means. Crystal Ball.
Umbu report.
And now deliberately attributed it to Tuan Song, first to deflect suspicion that he was constantly monitoring, and second perhaps to hint that he was well aware of Tuan Song's hostility toward him, even the attack that night, and who was behind it. This was a battle of words and psychology.
Every sentence could conceal a trap.
The third Hokage Yuan Fei Risen observed the genuine shock and lingering fear on Xin Ren's face and nodded inwardly. This young lad, gifted with extraordinary talent and a fairly steady temperament, knew how to conceal his abilities. Faced with a sudden interrogation, his first reaction was shock and denial, not smugness or sophistry, a very fitting attitude for a youth who had suddenly gained power and deeply understood the peril of possessing a treasure. Considering his honesty, sending Yamato to save him that night had not been a wrong move.
Such talent cannot be
The third Hokage sighed inwardly, his face betraying nothing. If I had followed Tuan Song's radical advice and snuffed out such a promising sprout, that would have been a tremendous loss to Konoha. I only hope that in the future he can truly become a pillar of the village, not a
threat. Meanwhile, what Uchiha Xin was thinking was, damn.
I slipped up. This question from the third Hokage, though seemingly casual, was actually venomously clever. If he had denied it or feigned ignorance of the Sharingan's evolution, it would have confirmed that he was deliberately concealing it, even arousing greater suspicion about his true strength and intentions.
But his shocked reaction had effectively acknowledged that he indeed possessed a Tutomo Sharingan.
Although the third might have already known this, the fact that Xin himself had exposed it changed the nature of the matter. It seems the third heard it from Tuan Song and wanted to confirm it himself. Xin quickly found a reasonable explanation for his mistake, one befitting a young man's nature, and swiftly adjusted his mindset, his face showing a mix of embarrassment at being caught and a hint of a youth's uncontainable pride in his own power.
Yes. Yes, third Hokage-sama. It happened recently. During training by chance.
The third Hokage's smile, particularly meaningful in the haze of smoke, deepened.
I hear you've been assigned to Team 8. That was my personal arrangement. He paused, looking at Xin.
It was meant to temper you. After all, you graduated early, at 10 years old, from the Ninja Academy.
Even in the history of the prodigy-rich Uchiha clan, that is extremely rare. Your clan always produces geniuses.
Your brother Sasuke is one, but he is a genius of hard work.
And you? The third's gaze fell upon Xin with a weight that seemed to press on him. You seem different. Xin quickly lowered his head, his attitude increasingly reverent, even tinged with fear. Third Hokage-sama flatters me. I am no genius. Compared to my brother, I am far inferior. Whatever meager strength I have today is the result of non-stop desperate training day and night for the past 3 months. Look at my body, it was so weak it was about to fall apart. Now it's barely passable.
He began to complain, emphasizing his effort rather than talent, trying to shift the third Hokage's focus away from the sensitive label of Uchiha genius while hinting at the enormous price he had paid to become stronger, crafting an image of a diligent, down-to-earth and grateful commoner genius relative to the Uchiha.
Third Hokage-sama, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave.
Seeing that the third seemed to have no further intention of questioning about the Sharingan, he seized the chance to withdraw.
I still need to return to training so as not to disappoint your expectations and teacher Kurenai's guidance. Time was pressing, the system's death countdown was still ticking in his mind. He must immediately begin planning how to approach Kurenai Yūhi. Don't rush off yet.
The third Hokage's voice rang out, unhurried yet like an invisible shackle, instantly freezing Xin turning steps.
Xin's body stiffened.
He slowly turned back, his heart once again leaping into his throat. The third Hokage stood up. This time he did not walk to the window but remained behind the desk, his hands slightly propped on its edge. His eyes, which had weathered countless storms, calmly fixed on Xin, stripped of the earlier warmth and the haze of smoke, leaving only the clear, all-seeing authority and unwavering dignity befitting a Hokage. As a genin who graduated early, you would normally have a fixed jonin instructor, the third Hokage said slowly, each word clear and forceful.
But the situation is special now. I give you 2 choices. Xin held his breath.
He knew that the true test, or rather the third Hokage's arrangement for him, was truly beginning now. First, the third Hokage raised his index finger. Continue. According to my original plan, you will receive guidance from Kurenai Yūhi and Team 8, but not permanently. Every 3 months you will rotate to a different team, learning from various jonin to absorb the strengths of each. Afterward you will take the Chunin exams. If you pass and become a Chunin, then the position of Deputy Director of the Konoha Police Department can be entrusted to you. You may attempt to reform and manage it according to your previous vision. The condition is, the third Hokage's gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade, as if capable of piercing the soul. Never betray Konoha. And truly understand, accept and practice the will of fire. Protect the village, protect your comrades, and become a pillar of Konoha. Deputy Director of the Police Department. Xin Ren's heart trembled. This starting point was far higher than he had anticipated. Although it was only a trial, it undoubtedly offered him a lofty platform and immense room for power manipulation. The price was to be completely bound to Konoha's war chariot, becoming one of the inheritors of the will of fire. Second, the third Hokage raised his second finger, his voice still steady but carrying a heavier implication. Join the Umbu immediately. You will be assigned missions and training directly by me. You will receive the most rigorous and effective development, gaining access to Konoha's core strength and secrets. The conditions are the same: never betray Konoha, be loyal to the Hokage, be loyal to the village. Join the Umbu. Directly under the Hokage's command. Boom. Xin Ren's mind seemed to explode with 1,000 thunders, shaking his very soul. At last. He understood completely. All the doubts, speculations and unease that had haunted him before were now like scattered puzzle pieces violently slammed together by these two choices, instantly forming a complete and brutal picture of the truth. The one who had hunted him was Tuansong Root. It represented the most radical xenophobic darkness within Konoha, which advocated nipping threats in the bud. The one who had saved him was the Umbu Yamato, sent by the third Hokage, representing the official power of the Hokage faction and a relatively moderate counterbalance. And these two choices before him. The kind-faced benevolent third Hokage, the revered professor of ninjutsu the Hokage hailed as the strongest in history, all of it was a lie. At least not entirely true. The person sitting in this position was first and foremost a politician, a ruler, a Kage who placed the village's interests above all else. He was kind to Naruto Uzumaki because Naruto was the orphan of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the grand disciple of one of the Sannin Jiraiya, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the ultimate weapon concerning the village's strategic balance. Without these backgrounds, what fate would an orphan deemed a demon fox have faced in Konoha? Just look at Naruto's childhood in the original story. He entrusted Itachi Uchiha with a heavy mission, even tacitly approving or driving the clan's extermination because the Uchiha's coup might threaten the village's stability. His tolerance and cultivation of Sasuke Uchiha and now himself might on one hand stem from fulfilling a promise to Itachi and a love for genius, but on the other hand, wasn't it also an investment, a form of control, a means to turn a potential threat into a manageable tool? Ridiculous. He had actually harbored some illusions about this old man before, thinking that his identity as a transmigrator and his golden finger would allow him to navigate with ease. How utterly ridiculous. In this world where power reigns supreme and the weak are prey, an individual without backing or sufficient strength never controls their own destiny. How glorious the Uchiha clan once was, and yet they were wiped out at a word. If he had come to his senses earlier, abandoned unrealistic fantasies and focused entirely on improving his strength and secretly developing his power, perhaps. But now he had no choice. If he chose neither or showed the slightest hesitation or resistance, what would this seemingly kind old man do? Xin Ren had no doubt that to eliminate uncertain factors and ensure the stability of the village, the third Hokage would not hesitate to dispose of him. Just as he had dealt with those who might threaten the village in the past. The only difference was whether it would be done openly or covertly. Strength. Everything came down to insufficient strength. If he had power that could crush a cage-level opponent, if he had strength that made all of Konoha fear him, why would he be trembling here, walking on eggshells? The cold despair mixed with intense unwillingness and a burning desire to grow stronger rolled and collided within his chest like a trapped beast frantically battering against its cage. But in the end all of it was forcibly suppressed, transforming into the most submissive, most resolute expression on his face, even carrying a hint of excitement as if he had been entrusted with an important mission. He took a deep breath, his chest slightly heaving as if he had made a significant decision. He bowed deeply once more, his voice clear and powerful, echoing in the silent Hokage office. I choose the first option, Lord Third Hokage. He lifted his gaze, meeting the third Hokage's stare with a clear and determined look. I am willing to inherit the will of fire, to be forever loyal to Konoha, to protect my comrades and to contribute all my strength for the prosperity and stability of the village. I will strive to pass the Chunin exam, not to disappoint your expectations, and I will do my utmost to reform the security department, making it a true force to protect Konoha. First, survive. Gain power and resources. Accumulate strength in secret. When he has enough power to overturn the table, then he will speak of freedom and choice. A satisfied, more benevolent smile appeared on the third Hokage's face, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxing. He nodded, sat back down, picked up his pipe, took a deep puff and exhaled a pale blue smoke. Very well. I trust your choice and your abilities. Go ahead and prepare well. The Chunin exam is not far off. Xin Ren maintained a respectful posture, bowing once again before slowly turning and walking toward the office door. His back was already soaked with cold sweat at the moment he turned. The sticky sweat clung to his skin, bringing an extremely uncomfortable sensation, but he was completely oblivious.
Fine beads of sweat continuously seeped from his forehead and temples, gathering into streams that slid down his taut jawline, ultimately dripping onto the polished floor with a faint yet thunderous plop. Every step felt as if he were treading on the tip of a blade. He could feel the gaze behind him, still as tangible as ever, weighing down on his back, filled with scrutiny, estimation, and perhaps a hint of anticipation. Being weak was the original sin. In front of true powerhouses and the elite, even breathing required careful consideration. Just as his hand was about to touch the cold doorknob, about to leave this suffocating space. Clang! Clang! The clear and rhythmic knocking sound abruptly broke the almost solid heavy air in the office. The sound was not loud, yet it was like a flash of lightning slicing through the darkness, akin to a piece of floating wood appearing before a drowning person, instantly seizing all of Xin Ren's attention. His outstretched hand froze in midair, just an inch away from the doorknob. His fingertips trembled slightly, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Who is it? At this time, who would come to knock on the Hokage's office door? Yuhi Kurenai. If it were her, it would be a stroke of good fortune. He could immediately use reporting to the teacher or seeking advice as a legitimate reason to have her take him away. Shimura Danzo. If it were that one-eyed dragon, the ninja from Root. Xin Ren's blood almost turned to ice. Then today he might truly not be able to walk out of this door. Would the third Hokage protect him? On the surface, perhaps he would. But what if Danzo acted directly? In front of the Root ninjas, he as a mere genin wouldn't even have the chance to struggle. Might Guy. Kakashi Hatake. Or perhaps the Yambu who saved him last night, codenamed a. Countless faces and possibilities flashed through his mind chaotically. Time seemed to stretch and slow down, each second feeling like a century. His throat was dry as fire, and every swallow brought a sharp pain. Creak creak, the old but well-maintained door hinge let out a slow and clear sound of rotation. The doorknob began to turn inward. The door panel moved backward at a visible speed, revealing a gap. Through the crack of the door, light from the corridor, much brighter than that in the office, rushed in, casting an ever-widening beam of light on the floor that made Xin Ren squint. His breath completely halted at that moment. It felt as if something had firmly blocked his lungs, and every attempt to breathe brought searing pain. The sound of his heartbeat thundered in his ears like a stampede of horses, making him feel dizzy. Thud. 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 Each beat resonated painfully in his chest. Every muscle and nerve in his body was taut to the limit, poised to spring forth, yet slightly trembling due to overwhelming tension and uncertainty. His legs were nearly giving way, yet he forced himself to hold on, refusing to kneel. Countless thoughts raced through his mind like an out-of-control carriage. Would the third Hokage seize this opportunity to collaborate with the person outside the door to eliminate him, this unstable factor, on the spot? If it were Danzo, how many Root subordinates would he bring? Would he have the chance to create chaos with a smoke bomb or substitution technique and jump out the window? This was the third floor. With his current physical condition, he should survive the fall, but he would definitely get injured and be immediately pursued. If it weren't Danzo, how would he cope with others? How to explain his presence here? How to leave naturally? Please come in, the door is unlocked. The calm and unperturbed voice of the third Hokage came from behind, devoid of any emotion, yet it was like a bucket of ice water, dousing Xin Ren's nearly igniting nerves and forcing him to maintain the last shred of calm. This voice was too calm. So calm that it felt like he already knew who was outside the door. So calm that it seemed all of this was within his expectations. Xin Ren's heart sank suddenly, a chill rushing up his spine to the top of his head. Was the third Hokage testing him? Or was he waiting for something? The door finally opened completely. Blinding light filled the entire doorframe, making it impossible for Xin Ren to discern the exact appearance of the person outside, only seeing a tall and slender silhouette outlined by the light. Who is it? Teacher Red. Uchiha Shinran's voice carried a measured note of surprise, and unbeknownst even to himself, the subtle release of tension that followed profound relief. He watched her silhouette step into the Hokage's office, backlit by the golden light flooding through the doorway. Her long black hair shimmered like burning clouds in the radiant halo at the threshold. Her exquisite face bore the unmistakable crimson eyes, gem-like and piercing, now fixed upon him with clear curiosity and the quiet concern of a mentor. Yet the moment that wave of salvation washed over him. Ding! Critical target Yuhi Kurenai detected within effective interaction range. Task notification confirmation and penalty protocol disclosed. Target Yuhi Kurenai, Konoha, elite Jonin, master of Genjutsu, endowed with the unique Crimson Eye, spiritual perception, constitution, soul wave resonance compatibility high. Time remaining 3 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 19 seconds. Objective: establish a soul mateer bond with the target, verified by deep system adjudication. Recommended pathways ranked by efficiency and success probability. 1. Profound spiritual resonance or fusion, requiring mutual voluntary access to deepest consciousness or spontaneous emergence under extreme emotional or situational duress. 2. Joint completion of a destiny tier mission, demanding absolute alignment of core beliefs, life or death, interdependence and transcendent synchronicity. The Uchiha clan faces critical depopulation. The host must marry multiple partners and sire numerous heirs. Reward upon success an SSS rank Chronos blessing chest unlocked based on bond depth target feedback and mission execution. Contents may include bloodline limit advancement fragments, forbidden level genjutsu scriptures, primordial spirit energy sublimation elixirs, and limited temporal intervention authority. Penalty for failure: enforcement of the temporal reversion protocol. Details: host soul and bound system core will be excised from current physical vessel and forcibly retrograde along the timeline, anchoring deployment at midpoint of the Third Shinobi World War within Konoha village. Reversion objective: locate and forge a partner tier bond with childhood Yuhi Kurenai within that timeline. Standards may be moderately relaxed. Note: this is the final penalty measure. Should failure recur in the reverted timeline, or should the host soul fracture during temporal retrogression, the system will sever its binding, erasing all traces of the host from the multiversal fabric, colloquially termed returning to the source. Total annihilation. Countdown synchronized: 3 days 23 hours 47 minutes 18 seconds. 17 seconds. 16 seconds. A colder, more exhaustive and infinitely more terrifying system notice seared itself into Shinran's soul, each syllable a branded verdict. Especially the phrase temporal reversion and that chillingly casual euphemism, returning to the source. Temporal reversion. Shinran's consciousness blanked, briefly unable to parse the semantic weight of those words. Return to the era of the Third Shinobi World War. To Konoha to find a child version of Yuhi Kurenai. Fail to secure her and vanish entirely. An overwhelming sense of absurdity crashed over him. Was this system's punitive logic fundamentally flawed? Not simple annihilation, but we'll send you back in time, grant you another chance. Did the system possess genuine sentience, even preferences or purpose? Did it calculate with cold precision that for an 11-year-old genin named Uchiha Shinran to bind himself to a 20-something elite jonin, Yuhi Kurenai, who was emotionally attached, at least canonically, to Sarutobi Asuma, was tantamount to scaling a celestial peak? Hence had it preemptively offered a path that seemed severe yet paradoxically more attainable. Offending Asuma, the third Hokage's son, was indeed unwise. No, dangerously unwise. Asuma himself was no pushover. To pursue, even nominally, the woman canonically linked to him. Even an attempt risked triggering unpredictable cascades, plunging him deeper into peril. And the third Hokage's earlier choice, though appearing benevolent, might well be a tighter tether, a silent surveillance. To entangle oneself with his son's romantic thread at such a delicate juncture. A chill surged up Shinran's spine, freezing his thoughts. This accursed system issued tasks designed not to be completed, but to trap. Yet Kurenai was his teacher, grown, grounded, irrevocably adult. A chasm of era status, power and intricate social bonds lay between them. 4 days. 4 months might barely begin to pierce her inner world, let alone forge a soul-deep bond. But if he truly failed here, and was forced backward, perhaps that path wasn't despair, it was possibility. In that era the Uchiha clan still stood. He might yet alter fate. And facing a peeraged unformed Kurenai, unburdened by jonin rank, untouched by complex attachments, would the challenge collapse to near triviality? Could he prepare both paths simultaneously? Strive however faintly toward the present task, while quietly steeling himself for potential reversion. Deep within, a quiet unsettling intuition stirred. Perhaps reversion wasn't punishment at all, but the superior path. Not only resolving the task but reshaping far more. Shinran. A warm, gently questioning voice, melodic and serene, pulled him from the tempest within. It was Yuhi Kurenai. She had fully entered the office, closing the door behind her, her gaze lingering on his pallor, the aftereffect of psychological shock, as her brows knit slightly. Are your injuries fully healed? Why have you come to the Hokage's office? Is something urgent? Her tone held pure, unadulterated concern, the kind only a responsible jonin instructor offers a gifted yet perpetually worrisome student. And nothing more. Her sapphire-eyed eyes remained limpid and clear, regarding him as one would a promising vulnerable junior worthy of guidance and protection. No trace of ambiguity lingered. Shinran felt a sharp pang, not of longing but of dissonance. That pristine mentorly care now felt like an obstacle, precisely where it should have been sanctuary. He sensed the gulf between them, not merely the span of 11 years versus her 20s, but the chasm of genin versus jonin, student versus teacher, and most profoundly the rift between this timeline and the one he might soon inhabit. System, how very astute you are. Shinran murmured inwardly to that frigid presence laced with self-mockery. Knowing this era's impossibility, you've engineered even the penalty as a simplified version of reality. He swiftly composed his expression, offering Kurenai a bashful, faintly shaken smile as he scratched his head. Teacher read, I'm fine. My wounds have nearly healed completely. The third Hokage summoned me to discuss the recent ambush. I see. Yuhi Kurenai did not look back at him as she turned to face the third Hokage. A faint mature fragrance wafted from Yuhi Kurenai, drifting into Uchiha Shinran's nostrils. Unlike Hinata's freshness or Tenten sunshine, this scent was richer and more alluring, yet it carried a distinct sense of distance. Shinran felt an inexplicable discomfort. If it weren't for this damn system task, he might have admired this beautiful and powerful female jonin, but he would never have harbored any improper thoughts. Lord Third Yuhi Kurenai said with a face that exuded mature charm tinged with anger, how could a rogue ninja from the mist infiltrate the heart of our village and openly attack our lower-ranked ninja students? Continuing to be passive and just appease them will only make those who are eyeing us more arrogant. Konoha should take the initiative to strike first, otherwise doesn't the Hokage understand that waiting for 100 punches to come is not the way?
The voice of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly rose, carrying the long-forgotten authority of the Hokage, cutting off Yuhi Kurenai's slightly angry words. The third Hokage set down his pipe, his gaze sharp as it swept over Yuhi Kurenai, then passed over the bowed figure of Shinran standing beside.
He continued, the village has its overall considerations. You as a jonin cannot judge arbitrarily. I will make the decisions myself.
You all may leave now, said the third Hokage. He waved his hand, his gaze falling on Yuhi Kurenai. Yuhi Kurenai, take your student back, comfort him and strengthen his training. Remember, he will only be in your class for 3 months, and when the time is up he will rotate as planned.
The next class is Kakashi Hataki's 7th squad. Is that understood?
Yes, Lord Hokage, Yuhi Kurenai replied, pressing her lips together.
However, it seemed she wanted to say something more but ultimately held her tongue. Shinran, let's go.
She turned to Shinran, her tone returning to calm.
Yes, Kurenai Sensei, Shinran quickly replied.
As the two prepared to leave, creak. The office door was pushed open again, this time with a rather casual motion. Several figures walked in, one after another. Leading them was Kakashi Hatake, his silver hair covering one eye, wearing a mask, looking languid as if he hadn't fully woken up. Following closely was Uchiha Sasuke, hands in pockets, expressionless but with sharp eyes.
Then came Naruto Uzumaki, carefree and looking around as soon as he entered.
The last to walk in was Haruno Sakura, who cautiously followed the others, her beautiful eyes unable to resist stealing glances at Sasuke. However, when she stepped into the room, she too cast her gaze toward Uchiha Shinran, secretly feeling pleased as she thought, see. This lady has now been assigned next to Sasuke. Facing Sakura's arrogant and rude attitude, Uchiha Shinran seemed to be deaf to her, not even glancing at her. This left Sakura fuming, stamping her feet in anger, grumbling indignantly, humph.
What's so great about it?
Immediately after, she turned her head in a huff, ignoring Uchiha Shinran and instead turning away. At this time, Kakashi Hatake noticed the crowded room and quickly shifted his attention to the figure sitting at the desk. He lazily waved his hand and spoke in a relaxed tone, "Oh Hokagesama, good afternoon." As he spoke, Kakashi's trademark deadpan eyes began to wander around the entire office. When his gaze landed on Yuhi Kurenai and Shinran, his originally lifeless eyes curved slightly as if revealing a hint of an elusive smile, and he softly murmured, "Hey, Kurenai is here too. And Shinran is here as well. Well, what a coincidence today." Kakashi-senpai Shinran immediately greeted politely. While noticing Sasuke's inquiring gaze toward him, he slightly shook his head to signal that he was fine. Naruto had already started complaining loudly.
"Old man third."
Naruto shouted, pointing at Kakashi and complaining, "For the past few months all we've been doing is finding cats, babysitting, cleaning rivers and helping to harvest crops.
Can we get some interesting missions? If this continues, my ninja way will rust away."
The third Hokage looked at the overly energetic Naruto, a wry smile appearing on his face, but his tone was firm, "No."
"How long have you been a genin?"
"Drank missions are the foundation for accumulating experience and honing your spirit. Only by seriously completing the basic drank missions and proving that you have enough patience and responsibility can you consider higher level missions. Recently there are no suitable escort or bandit elimination missions near the village, so just focus on drank for now."
"Ah. How can this be?" Naruto cried out in despair, holding his head.
Kakashi closed his little yellow book, looking at Shinran, his tone familiar. "Shinran, how is your injury?"
"It's much better now, Kakashi-senpai."
Kakashi also reached out to shake his hand, and there was a tacit understanding between them from their previous cooperation.
"Eh? Kakashi-sensei, you already know Shinran?" "Yes, we had a pleasant collaboration before."
Kakashi replied vaguely, his one eye filled with a smile as he looked at Shinran, clearly recalling and even admiring his performance during that rescue mission. At that moment Shinran's gaze shifted and fell upon a tall figure standing quietly in the shadow by the door, wearing a pure white rabbit mask. It was the Yambu who had saved him that night, codenamed. He immediately let go of Kakashi's hand and walked up to Yamato, bowing deeply. "Senpai, thank you for saving my life that night. If it weren't for your timely arrival, I fear I would have been in dire straits." Yamato seemed somewhat surprised at Shinran's seriousness, quickly raising his hand to gesture modestly, his voice still steady and deep beneath the mask. "No need for such formality, Shinrinkan.
Protecting the village's ninjas is my duty.
Moreover, it was an order from the third Hokage. I was merely acting under orders. But you being so young were able to remain calm in such a situation. That is quite remarkable."
"Senpai, you flatter me."
"It was merely a reflex," Shinran humbly replied, but in his heart he pondered how troublesome the poison from that night had been. Even with his medical ninjutsu, without a specific antidote it would have been quite tricky.
This Umbu
with would release bloodline seems to be a trusted direct force of the third Hokage. Third Kakashi then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone becoming slightly serious. "Do we have any clues about the identity of the attacker from last night?"
"From Kurenai's and the Umbu's reports, the opponent is well trained and coordinated, and one managed to escape."
The third Hokage picked up his pipe again, took a puff and slowly exhaled the smoke. In the haze his eyes appeared somewhat dim. "Preliminary judgment suggests they are likely hired ninjas or rogue ninjas active along the borders of various countries working for money. The Mist Village has experienced continuous internal strife in recent years, and with the Blood Mist policy the number of rogue ninjas has surged, including many skilled ones.
These individuals would do anything for money." Sahi lamented, appearing quite helpless. "We cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the water country. These rogue ninjas are also elusive, making them difficult to track. The one who escaped last night is likely going back to relay information or has hidden away. How can that be? Kakashi's single eye narrowed slightly, revealing a disapproving expression. Constantly being on guard against thieves, is there really a way to guard against them for 1,000 days? Shinrin is only 11 years old. This time he was lucky. What about next time? Since they have set their sights on him, they probably won't give up easily. Should we let him remain in danger of being assassinated? He paused for a moment, glancing sideways at Yūhi Kurenai, half jokingly and half seriously, saying, Kurenai, as a teacher you have to work hard and watch over your precious student day and night. After all, he is now a sought-after prize, a genius with the Sharingan, and many are keeping an eye on him. Hearing this, Yūhi Kurenai shot Kakashi a disapproving look and retorted, you wish. Kakashi, you really can talk. Watch over him day and night. How would I do that? Shower and sleep too. Why don't you watch over your precious student? Her cheeks seemed to redden slightly but quickly returned to normal, only glaring at Kakashi. Kakashi shrugged, spreading his hands. He isn't my student yet. But to be honest. He turned his gaze to Shinrin, who was quietly standing to the side and listening intently, his single eye revealing unabashed admiration and a hint of regret. I really do want a student like Shinrin. Kakashi's voice was not loud, but in the quiet office it was exceptionally clear, causing Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and even Yūhi Kurenai to look at him. His strength is visibly progressing, his combat awareness is outstanding, and he has awakened the Sharingan. Tisk, what a great talent. Kakashi lightly tapped the spine of his book against his forehead, his gaze sweeping over his three students, each with different expressions. Boisterous Naruto, aloof Sasuke, and infatuated Sakura. He sighed. If only Shinrin and Sasuke could switch places. Well, that might not be bad. At least it would be much easier to manage, and who knows, I might get a taste of retirement life ahead of time. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of Konoha village, casting dappled patterns across the floor of the Hokage's office. The air hung thick with tension, so palpable that each heartbeat seemed to echo in silence. A man with long chestnut hair, wearing a blue cap and form-fitting blue combat attire overlaid with a green jonin flak jacket, strode forward with urgent resolve, then dropped instantly to his knees before the third Hokage. Terrible news, Lord Third Hokage. His voice trembled with urgency. A neighboring nation is being slaughtered by the hidden mist. Its name, they say, is the Land of Waves. The Land of Waves possessed no shinobi of its own, thus an elderly man and his grandson had come seeking Konoha's protection. Yūhi Kurenai immediately interjected. Assign this mission to our two squads. We'll settle the score for yesterday's ambush. At that moment Kino stepped forward. Grant me this task. As an ANBU operative, such matters are second nature. The third Hokage glanced first at Kurenai, then at Kino, silent, deep in contemplation. Just then Uzumaki Naruto approached the third Hokage, his eyes alight with anticipation and unshakable determination. Grandfather Hokage, what if both squads undertake this mission together? Classify it as a crank assignment. That way we vent our frustrations and safeguard the Land of Waves all at once. What do you think? He clenched his fists, his voice ringing clear and strong. The third Hokage gazed upon Naruto, warmth flickering in his eyes, but he shook his head gently. That depends on whether your mother consents. At that very instant a woman entered, her voice honeyed, her crimson hair cascading like dawn's first light, radiant, breathtaking. Every gesture she made exuded grace and allure, as though time itself paused in reverence of her presence. Shinai, unfamiliar with her, felt only bewilderment. She wondered silently, who is this woman? How is she connected to Naruto? Her gaze locked onto the woman, searching her expression for clues. Yet the moment Naruto saw her, his confusion dissolved into pure exhilaration. Like a joyous sparrow he darted forward, grasping her hand tightly in both of his. Seeing him rush toward her, she looked at him tenderly and declared, don't worry, I'm here to back you. Hokage-sama, Naruto accepts this mission. Mom, thank you. You truly understand him. Naruto exclaimed, his face glowing with unreserved happiness. A profound hush descended upon the Hokage's office, an absolute, almost surreal stillness. All eyes converged upon the beautiful woman. Disbelief rippled through the room. This was Uzumaki, Naruto's mother. Sakura Haruno broke the silence first. Naruto, is this really your mother? We always assumed you were an orphan. Naruto introduced her proudly. This is my mother, Uzumaki Kushina. All this while Kushina had smiled warmly at them. Her heart swelled with quiet joy and fulfillment. Gazing at Naruto, her eyes brimmed with maternal love and quiet pride. She thought softly, he's truly grown, more thoughtful, more grounded. Her glance shifted to Sakura, stirring a gentle fondness within her. So, this must be Naruto's girlfriend. What a lovely young woman. Uzumaki Kushina stepped beside Sakura and asked gently, is this your girlfriend, Naruto? Her voice, warm and kind, wrapped Sakura in unexpected comfort. Sakura's pulse quickened, uncertain how to respond. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Naruto interrupted. His cheeks flushed deeply as he nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. She's beautiful. You've got excellent taste, just like Mom. Uzumaki Kushina smiled warmly. Sakura forced a polite smile, but inwardly her thoughts raged. I will smash you, Naruto. In her mind's eye a hammer swung wildly, its target Naruto's grinning face, smoke already curling from the impact. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, since Naruto's mother has consented, Team 8 under Yūhi Kurenai and Team 7 shall depart shortly to escort Tsunade and his grandson safely home to the Land of Waves and eliminate the rogue shinobi en route.
Rising to his feet, the third Hokage said firmly, "You're right, the world respects strength. One decisive blow deters 100 assaults." He turned again to Kino. "You have other duties awaiting you, remain here for now." Kino bowed low. "Understood, Hokage." Yuhi, Kurenai Uchiha, Shinai, Hatake, Kakashi, Uchiha, Sasuke and Uzumaki. Naruto bowed in unison. "Hokage-sama, we take our leave." The third Hokage puffed calmly on his pipe. "Then go forth." Kurenai turned to Kakashi. "You may proceed ahead, we'll follow shortly once Team 8 is assembled." Kakashi nodded. "Very well. We'll signal our rendezvous point." Kurenai acknowledged him with a respectful nod. Before departing, Sasuke approached Shinai and spoke solemnly. "Brother, no matter what lies ahead, your safety comes first. Only you and I remain of the Uchiha clan. You must not falter, do you understand? You are the Uchiha's future. If danger arises, let me bear it, not you." "I understand, brother," Shinai replied, pulling Sasuke into a tight embrace and patting his back gently. Emerging from the Hokage Tower, Shinai and Kurenai exchanged courteous greetings with Sasuke and Naruto. Hand in hand with Kushin and Naruto walked alongside Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke toward the village gates, their figures receding into the distance. Kurenai murmured, "It's time we returned." A quiet ache stirred within Shinai to have a mother. How precious that is. His and Sasuke's kin had all been slaughtered. When he attained the power of the Rinnegan, or failed to win Kurenai's heart, he would travel back to the Third Shinobi World War hoping to alter fate's course. Kurenai studied Shinai's striking features, her breath catching softly, truly exquisite, a companion whose presence would elevate life itself. She feigned cool detachment. "Shinai will gather Hyūga, Hinata, Inuzuka, Kiba and Aburin Shino." Kurenai channeled chakra to her feet, granting them suction-like grip and explosive speed. With fluid grace she leapt onto tiled rooftops, then soared across treetops toward the forest's edge. Shinai followed closely behind, wondering why such haste. His gaze drifted, unbidden, to the subtle sway of her hips, his throat suddenly dry. Yet as he watched, the elegant undulation of her waist, desire surged anew, urging him forward, craving the warmth of her embrace. Shinai drew a slow, steadying breath, calming the storm within. He quickened his pace, maintaining a poised distance behind her, while silently praying this mission would unfold without complication. The system's deadline loomed, only 4 days remained. He yearned to win her heart within that span, or else retreat into the past to the Third Shinobi World War. Yet he dreaded that path. Without the Mangekyo Sharingan or Rinnegan, he'd be little more than cannon fodder, struggling to survive among the fall. He barely opened his mouth. Ding! Hyūga Hinata's affinity increased. 2000400 reward unlocked. 3 Tomo Sharingan upgraded from double Tomo, enhanced Byakugan capabilities and 100 daily uses of technique replication. Exceeding this limit forces immediate ocular shutdown. Recovery begins at dawn. He was about to speak. Ding! Kurenai's affinity 50,100 care. Note: level 2 affinity signifies successful courtship and triggers reward. Warning: achieving effortless harmony is near impossible unless you surpass Sarutobi Asuma in strength and taijutsu and remain inseparable from her. Press on host. He felt the system's gift bloom within him, the 3 Tomo Sharingan luminous as stars at midnight, shimmering with the arcane power of perfect replication. Care. Was she treating him like a younger brother? Preposterous. Ah, well, one step at a time. Still, the journey offered rare spectacle. Kurenai's hips swayed like blossoms in spring breeze, each motion a delicate provocation, drawing his gaze irresistibly onward. Every stride became a reverie, entrancing, ethereal. Shinai groaned inwardly. Heavens, earth, spare my poor heart. I can't hold on much longer. Kurenai walked ahead, sensing something amiss. As if watched. She glanced ahead, empty. Then turned sharply behind, her steps faltering. Shinai, lost in reverie, failed to notice she'd stopped. By the time he registered it, it was too late. He crashed headlong into her, sending them both tumbling to the ground. In that instant of contact, soft warmth pressed against his chest. Instinctively his hands braced, firm, resilient, yielding. Soft. They collapsed together onto the earth. In the dense and mysterious jungle, 2 figures were pressed tightly together, their posture so intimate that time itself seemed to freeze in that moment. Above, a young man clad in black attire. Of medium height with black medium-length hair casually scattered, his face was extraordinarily handsome, sharp brows and starry eyes, a high nose bridge, thin lips slightly pursed and dark crimson eyes gazing at the woman beneath him, a gaze so profound it made one's heart tremble. Yuzhibo Shinran. Below, a woman exuding mature allure. A white outfit over a red robe, black high heels accentuating her long straight calves. She was tall with a curvaceous figure, every line radiating fatal temptation. On her delicate face a faint blush lingered and her crimson eyes were filled with embarrassment and fluster. Shiri Hong. Their posture resembled that of a couple engaged in a wall kiss. Zinran's body pressed tightly against hers, allowing him to distinctly feel her soft curves and warm temperature. The atmosphere was extremely intimate. Shiri Hong's heart pounded so fast it nearly leaped out of her chest. In her entire life she had never been embraced so intimately by any man. Even the man she grew up with, Yuenfei Asema, had always maintained a proper distance like a gentle male friend, never overstepping boundaries, but this young man before her. He was only 11 or 12 years old, yet why in that moment when he pinned her down did her heart race out of control? Act Shinran. Shiri Hong struggled to keep her voice steady. How long are you going to press against me? Why don't you get up? She tried to shift her body, but being pressed too tightly only made their contact more intimate. An odd sensation like an electric current surged through her, causing her to tremble involuntarily.
Shinran, what do you want?
Her voice quivered slightly.
You're still young, we're not suitable. You should find someone younger.
Shinran, however, was somewhat distracted. Looking at this mature and enchanting face up close, inhaling her faint fragrance, feeling the soft body beneath him, who could resist this?
But he truly hadn't meant to. His leg had just gone numb. Really numb. Teacher Hong. Shinran took a deep breath, trying to appear sincere. Sorry, my leg was a bit numb. He paused, then added, Teacher Hong, do you believe me? Shiri Hong. Like hell I believe you. But just then, Zinrun's pupils contracted slightly. 80. So fast. Shinran cursed inwardly. System, oh system, are you trying to kill me? Should I kiss her now? Not far away was the training ground. Hinata and the others could come by at any moment. And given Shiri Han's personality, if she truly became disgusted, these 4 days wouldn't be enough to recover.
But if I don't kiss her?
What if I miss the chance?
He looked down at Shiri Hong beneath him. Her mature enchanting face still flushed, her crimson eyes filled with both embarrassment and an indescribable softness. Those eyes were staring at him as if waiting for his next move. A surge of impulse rose in Zinrun's heart.
Forget the system, just kiss her first. But reason ultimately triumphed over impulse.
He took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness in his heart, pushed himself up, slowly stood, and then reached out to pull Shiri Hong to her feet.
Teacher Hong, I'm sorry, my leg really was numb.
His eyes were clear and sincere, as if nothing had happened. Shiri Hong stood up, brushing off the grass clippings, but the blush on her face lingered. She looked at this handsome young man, complex emotions stirring within her. He was just a child, yet why in that moment had her heart raced so wildly?
It's nothing.
She turned her face away, afraid to meet his eyes.
Let's go.
Hinata and the others are still training. With that, she turned and leaped onto the treetops using her body technique.
Shinran followed closely, his gaze involuntarily falling on the swaying waist ahead.
4 days. 4 days left. I must max out her affection within these 4 days.
A faint smile curled at the corner of Zinrun's mouth.
The 3-Tomo Xiaolunian had already been activated, the Baiyan ability enhanced simultaneously along with the daily permission to replicate 100 ninjutsu.
Mist Rebel Ninja.
Perfect for testing my skills. The two of them sped through the treetops one after the other. Soon the sound of bustling voices came from ahead.
In a clearing in the woods, Rishan Chutian, Xuanzhongya, and Young Jinai were each training.
Rishan Chutian, like a devoted martial artist, was fully focused on practicing the gentle fist. The 8 trigrams 64 palms flowed from her hands like water, each strike accompanied by a piercing sound. Her speed was more than a notch faster than 3 months ago, and her mastery of the Baiyan had also improved. Young Jinai crouched under a tree, intently observing the insect eggs in his hand. The tiny parasitic insects wriggled in his palm as if performing some mysterious ritual.
Xuanzhongya and Akamaru were engaged in an intense sparring match. Akamaru transformed into Xuanzhongya's form, and the two Xuanzhongya exchanged blows, fists and feet flying, fighting with fervor.
The moment Shinran and Shiri Hong landed, Rishan Chutian was the first to notice. She turned her head, her gaze falling on Shinran, and then...
Shinran. What's wrong? Chutian exclaimed, rushing over quickly.
Why is your nose bleeding?
Is it the old injury acting up again? Shinran was startled, then reached up to touch. Sure enough, blood.
He realized then that the intimate contact with Shiri Hong had indeed stirred up some heat.
It's okay, I'm fine.
He gently rubbed Kirshen's head, comforting her.
My boat is great, maybe it's just a bit of internal heat.
Chutian looked up at him, her eyes full of concern. This scene witnessed by Shiri Hong stirred an inexplicable feeling in her heart.
Could it be jealousy?
She was startled by her own thought.
How could that be?
She was an adult jounin, how could she be jealous of her own student? Shiri Hong took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic emotions, and regained her usual composure.
Everyone gather around.
She clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention.
I have a few things to announce. Xuanzhongya and Akamaru stopped sparring. Young Jinai put away his insect eggs, and everyone gathered around.
There's a crank mission that needs to be completed together with Team 7. Shiri Hong's voice was clear and formal.
Everyone prepare well. We depart tomorrow. What's the mission? Xuanzhongya asked excitedly.
A purge mission, hunting down the rebel ninja from the Wuing village.
Shiri Hong paused. Though it's marked as crank, there's some risk. It might even turn out to be a brank mission.
So everyone must be especially careful. Her gaze swept over each student. Bring all your ninja tools, military rations and tourniquets.
This mission is not simple. Xuanzhongya waved his fist, eyes gleaming. Killing Mist Rebel Ninja.
This mission sounds thrilling.
Akamaru and I will definitely show our skills. Woof. Akamaru barked in agreement. Young Jinai silently pushed up his sunglasses and began checking his equipment. Rishan Chutian clenched her fists, her eyes resolute. I will use the gentle fist to protect everyone. Shinran stood aside, secretly pleased. This mission was the perfect opportunity to increase Shiri Hong's affection, wasn't it? But the problem was, how could he develop further with Shiri Hong right under Kishin's nose? Bring Chu Tian along. No, too obvious. Not bring her. Even worse, Chu Tian would become suspicious. He looked at Shiri Hong, and though she appeared calm on the surface, deep in her eyes a trace of panic still lingered. Teacher Hong. Shinran suddenly spoke. Shiri Hong turned to look at him. I will protect everyone, he said earnestly, meeting her eyes directly. Shiri Hong felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. She nodded, her tone softening. Everyone must be careful. This mission may be more dangerous than it seems. That night everyone went home to prepare. Shinran lay on his bed staring at the ceiling, his mind racing through his plan. Development of the Baian's abilities, utilization of the Xiaolunian, the kill count of missed rebel ninja Shiri Hong's affection level. And Yuan. During the Chunin exams he would definitely spar with that guy. His research on the Xiaolunian and Baian, along with his insights into forbidden techniques, curses and sealing arts, were all things Shinran was determined to obtain. System rewards were random, but some things had to be earned through one's own efforts. Lost in thought, he drifted into sleep. The next morning. At the entrance of my village, Team 8 assembled in full. Shiri Hong finished checking the supplies and nodded. Team 7 has already set off ahead. That Kakashi fellow with his 3 students left last night. What about us? Xuan Zhongya was, well, set off too. Shiri Hong turned, gazing at the winding path outside the village. Destination, Boziguo. Shinran stood in the line, his gaze sweeping over the crowd toward the distant horizon. Boziguo. Zaibuzan. Bye. And those missed rebel ninja. A new battle was about to begin. A faint smile pulled at the corner of his mouth and a glint of anticipation flashed in his dark crimson eyes. Shinran took a deep breath, stepping forward to follow the team. Sunlight poured down, casting a glow on the silhouettes of the departing group. A new journey had begun. On the shimmering sea a small boat was slowly approaching the shore. Xianran stood at the bow, gazing at this unfamiliar land before him, the land of waves. The small island nation was enveloped by the ocean, the air thick with the salty scent of seawater. So this is the land of waves. Inazuka Kiba said beside him, taking a deep breath. The sea breeze smells pretty good. Woof. Akamaru poked his head out from his arms, curiously examining the surroundings. Aburane Shino adjusted his sunglasses and remained silent, but his parasitic bugs had already spread out, silently forming a web of vigilance around them. Hyūga Hinata stood beside Xianran, her Byakugan slightly activated, scanning every corner of the shore. Yuhi Kurenai was the last to disembark, her red robe flapping in the sea breeze. She looked toward the distant village, her brow furrowed slightly. Kakashi and his team set off half a day earlier than us. They should have arrived by now, she said. Let's go to the village first to gather information. The group set foot on the land of waves. This country was more impoverished than they had imagined. Farmlands lay barren, roads were dilapidated, and the villages they passed were shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. When the villagers saw ninjas they lowered their heads and avoided them, their eyes filled with wariness and fear. The atmosphere feels off, Xianran said in a low voice. Yuhi Kurenai nodded. It seems this crank mission is indeed not that simple. At the village entrance they found the signal left by Team 7 and followed the marks to a shabby civilian house. You're here. A lazy voice came from inside the house. The door curtain was lifted and Hatake Kakashi walked out. Silver hair, a masked face, and those perpetually sleepy dead fish eyes. Kakashi. Yuhi Kurenai nodded slightly. How's the situation? Kakashi didn't answer. Immediately his gaze swept over the group. Let's talk inside. He stepped aside. Inside the house the 3 members of Team 7 were either sitting or standing. Naruto was munching on a rice ball. Sasuke leaned against the corner with his eyes closed, and Sakura sat by the window looking out boredly. Xianran. As soon as Naruto saw Xianran he jumped up. You're here too. Great. This mission is definitely going to be exciting. Sasuke opened his eyes, glanced at his younger brother briefly and said nothing, but there was a hint of concern in his gaze. Everyone's here. Kakashi leaned against the wall, his voice lazy. Then let's talk about the mission. He took out a map and spread it before the group. On the surface this mission is to eliminate rogue ninjas from the hidden mist. But actually. He paused. These rogue ninjas are working for the shipping magnate Gato of the Land of Waves. And we're to protect a bridge that's under construction. A bridge. Inazuka Kiba was puzzled. The Land of Waves is an island nation, its economy depends entirely on sea transport. But Gato has monopolized all the ports and shipping routes, exploiting the people and running rampant, Kakashi explained. If this bridge can be completed it will break Gato's monopoly. So Gato has hired a large number of rogue ninjas from the hidden mist to stop the bridge from being finished. Yuhi Kurenai listened, her brows furrowing tighter. This is no longer a crank mission. That's right, Kakashi nodded. Strictly speaking this is a brank or even a rank mission. The room fell silent for a moment. Naruto was the first to break the silence. Whatever rank. With me here no rogue ninja is a match. Loser, don't brag. Sasuke said flatly. Who are you calling a loser? Naruto instantly bristled.
Xianren ignored their bickering, his eyes fixed on the map while his mind calculated the system's side mission. Kill 3 rogue ninjas from the hidden mist. This Gato must have more than 3 under his command.
Kakashi Sensei Xianren spoke. How many of those rogue ninjas are there roughly? And their strength?
Kakashi glanced at him, a flicker of approval in his eyes.
According to intelligence, about a dozen.
One of them is especially troublesome. He paused.
Momochi Zabuza.
The moment that name was uttered, the atmosphere in the room tensed.
Zabuza.
The demon of the hidden mist. Jonin level strength, a master of the silent killing technique. Yuhi Kurenai instinctively looked at Xianren, a trace of worry in her eyes. But Xianren only raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of a smile even curling at the corner of his mouth.
Momochi Zabuza, he said softly. Interesting.
At dusk the group dispersed to various parts of the village to familiarize themselves with the terrain.
Xianren stood alone by the sea, gazing at the distant horizon.
The setting sun dyed the ocean a golden red.
What are you thinking about? A gentle female voice came from behind. Xianren turned around.
Yuhi Kurenai had come to stand behind him at some point. The hem of her red robe was lifted by the sea breeze and the setting sun gilded her face, adding a touch of girlish softness to her mature charm.
Thinking about the mission, Xianren replied, turning his gaze back to the sea. Kurenai Sensei, what kind of opponents do you think will face on this mission?
Yuhi Kurenai walked up beside him, standing shoulder to shoulder.
Zabuza's strength is not to be underestimated, she said softly. If we engage Hiden Eugenin.
So we want engage Hiden.
Xianren interrupted her.
Yuhi Kurenai was slightly startled.
Xianren turned to look at her, the crimson in his eyes reflecting the afterglow of the sunset. Kakashi Sensei will handle Zabuza. Our target is his underlings.
His voice was calm and confident. And Kurenai Sensei, you forgot, he paused, a glint flashing in his eyes.
Yuhi Kurenai looked at the crimson in Xianren's eyes. Tutamo Sharingan.
You. She opened her mouth wanting to say something but found herself at a loss for words.
Naruto quickly came over. You have the Sharingan too. Kakashi Sensei also has it.
Is the Sharingan that rare?
Why don't I have it? Naruto asked, dejected. Kurenai Sensei. Xianren suddenly spoke, his voice turning serious. On this mission I'll protect everyone. And that includes you. Yuhi Kurenai's heart skipped a beat.
She looked at this youth more than a decade younger than her.
On his handsome face was a look of utmost seriousness and determination. At that moment she didn't know what to say. Xianren. Before she could finish, Inuzuka Kiba's voice came from afar, Kurenai Sensei. Xianren. Time to eat. Naruto said, let's go Xianren, time to eat. I'll protect everyone too. I'm really strong now. Naruto pulled Xianren away. Let's go.
She turned and walked ahead, her steps slightly quicker than usual.
Xianren watched her retreating figure, a faint smile curling on his lips.
At night the group sat around a campfire. Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai discussed the action plan for the next day while the genin chatted casually.
Xianren, have you gotten stronger lately? Naruto asked, his mouth full of rice balls, slurring the words. Average 3rd in the world, Xianren said casually.
What do you mean 3rd in the world?
You're way too cocky. Naruto protested loudly. I train every day.
One day I'll surpass you and Sasuke and become Hokage. A loser is always a loser, Sasuke said expressionlessly.
What did you say?
The two started arguing again.
Xianren smiled, his gaze drifting across the fire to rest on Yuhi Kurenai opposite him.
She was talking quietly with Kakashi, the dancing flames reflected in her red eyes breathtakingly beautiful. As if sensing his gaze, Yuhi Kurenai tilted her head slightly, their eyes meeting. For a moment both of them were stunned. Yuhi Kurenai was the first to look away, but a faint blush crept onto her ears.
Xianren withdrew his gaze, the smile on his lips deepening.
Hinata sitting beside him keenly noticed this. She looked at Xianren, then at Yuhi Kurenai, a strange feeling welling up in her heart. But she quickly suppressed it.
Xianren had said he would always protect her. She believed him. Night deepened. Everyone dispersed to find places to rest. Xianren didn't sleep, instead he leaned against a tree gazing at the starry sky above. Can't sleep. A familiar voice sounded. Xianren turned his head. Sasuke had come to stand beside him at some point. Brother, aren't you not sleeping either? Sasuke was silent for a moment, then spoke. Xianren, on this mission. Be careful. Xianren was taken aback, then smiled. Brother, are you concerned about me? Cut the crap, Sasuke turned his face away. I just don't want to disgrace the Uchiha name. Xianren looked at his brother's awkward demeanor, a warmth surging in his heart. Don't worry, brother. He patted Sasuke on the shoulder. I'm your little brother. Nothing will happen to me. Sasuke snorted and turned to leave. In the early morning they rose to find the day shrouded in a hazy mist. What was going on? The thick fog like a white tide instantly swallowed everything. Water release hidden mist technique. Zabuza's voice echoed from all directions low and icy like death whispering in one's ear. You brats. In this mist your lives belong to me. Kakashi's eyes narrowed sharply as he flung up his forehead protector revealing the three-tomo Sharingan. Kurenai, protect the children. Kurenai nodded, forming hand seals with caution while scanning the surroundings. Yet she knew well that in Zabuza's thick fog her genjutsu was of limited use. She could not locate the caster. Everyone back to back and stay together. Kurenai commanded sharply. Don't scatter. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Tenten and Rock Lee quickly gathered, forming a small defensive circle. But no one looked at ease. The fog was too dense, so thick it felt tangible, rendering one's hand invisible before the face. Even those nearby were mere blurred outlines. I can't see. Hinata murmured, her Byakugan's vision compressed to the extreme by the mist. I can only sense chakra within a few meters. Same here. Kiba clenched his teeth, Akamaru whimpering uneasily in his arms. This fog is too sinister. Naruto gripped his kunai, his voice trembling with a hint of anger. What kind of skill is hiding in sneaking? If you've got guts, come out and fight Unknown. Naruto shot up. Sasuke snapped. Your voice will give away our position. Naruto choked, not daring to speak further. In the thick mist everyone's nerves were taut. Only one person, Uchiha Shinran, curled the corner of his mouth. His three-tomo Sharingan rotated slowly within the fog. No, it wasn't just the Sharingan, the power of the white will eye was also operating in tandem. The fusion of the Byakugan and the Sharingan allowed him to navigate the fog with ease. He saw it. Zabuza's chakra flow, his position, his movements, even his breathing rate, all were crystal clear. That man was 15 meters to the left front, hidden behind a large tree, gripping the executioner's blade like a lurking leopard waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Shinran could even see the trajectory of Zabuza's chakra as it flowed through his meridians, a dense bloodthirsty chakra like a coiled venomous snake. But he did not move. He pretended to be like the others, gazing around in bewilderment, his face wearing a perfectly timed expression of tension. Because he did not wish to alter the original plot. At least not yet. In the thick fog Zabuza moved. Silently like a phantom. His executioner's blade sliced through the air, aiming straight for Kakashi's throat. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Zabuza's hand seals were astonishingly fast. A water dragon rose from the sea, roaring toward Kakashi. Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. An identical water dragon rose before Kakashi and collided fiercely with Zabuza's. Boom. Water splashed everywhere and the shockwave tore a rift in the thick fog. Copied. Zabuza's voice carried a hint of surprise but quickly turned into a sneer. As expected of the copy ninja Kakashi. But, can you copy my assassinations as well? As his words faded, his figure vanished once more into the fog. Kakashi's Sharingan rotated to its limit, scanning the area warily. He saw it. No, he sensed it. Zabuza was moving at high speed with his Sharingan. Kakashi could track his trajectory, but it was too erratic, darting left and right, back and forth like a snake swimming in water. This was the silent killing technique of the Mist Hidden's demon. Just then, illusion tree binding death. Kurenai struck. Her genjutsu like an invisible net swept towards Zabuza. His figure faltered for a moment but then break. He didn't even form hand seals, he simply bit his tongue, using the pain to dispel the illusion. Child's play, Zabuza. Kurenai's face paled. The gap was too vast. Shinran stood among the crowd, watching everything clearly. Zabuza's strength was indeed as formidable as the legends said. With Kurenai's genjutsu prowess she couldn't even make him pause for a second. He saw Zabuza disappear into the fog again, this time targeting the genin. Zinran's fingers twitched slightly. Should he make a move? He glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi's Sharingan was also tracking Zabuza's trajectory. But he didn't act hastily, he was waiting. Waiting for an opportunity. Shinran took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to act. Keep pretending. Zabuza's figure streaked like a black lightning bolt, charging straight at Naruto. First, the executioner's blade was raised high, cleaving down toward Naruto's head. Naruto didn't even notice, he was still looking around blankly. Just as the blade was about to fall, a silver figure appeared before Naruto. Lightning cutter. Kakashi's right hand crackled with lightning like 1,000 birds chirping. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, thrusting straight at Zabuza's heart. Zabuza's pupils contracted, he withdrew his blade to block. But the lightning cutter was too fast. The blade and lightning collided, erupting with a blinding flash. Zabuza was forced back several steps, a gash left on his chest by the residual energy of the lightning cutter. Brat, fall back. Kakashi's voice was low and urgent. Everyone retreated. Shinran also stepped back, but his gaze never left the battlefield. The duel between Kakashi and Zabuza continued. The two moved at high speed in the fog, exchanging ninjutsu and taijutsu. Water release against water release, kunai against kunai. The copy ninja Kakashi pushed the art of copying to its extreme. Whatever ninjutsu Zabuza used, Kakashi would replicate the same technique to counter. Their fight was like a mirror reflecting itself.
As expected of the copy ninja. Zabuza's voice held a hint of irritation. But how long can you keep copying? He formed hand seals rapidly. Water release great waterfall technique. A massive wave surged from all directions like a tsunami crashing toward Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes focused and he formed hand seals as well. Water release great waterfall technique. The same wave, the same power. The two waves collided in midair, sending up a towering spray of water. The thick fog was torn apart for a moment. In that instant a white figure charged into the battlefield like lightning. Haku. He wore the mask of the mist hidden Umbu, his movements astonishingly swift. Zabuzasama go. He grabbed Zabuza's arm while throwing several smoke bombs with his other hand. Bang. 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 White smoke spread. When it cleared, Zabuza and Haku had vanished without a trace. Only a scene of destruction and utter silence remained. They ran. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Just like that. Sasuke said nothing, but his fists were clenched so hard his nails nearly dug into his flesh. Too weak. Facing an enemy of that level, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Sakura's face was pale, her hands still trembling. Hinata asked softly, "Is everyone okay?" Kiba shook his head, but Akamaru still trembled in his arms. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, remaining silent. Shinran stood among the crowd, a perfectly timed expression of relief on his face. But in his mind he was replaying the battle. Zabuza's strength was greater than he had anticipated. That silent killing technique, without the Sharingan, even he had no guarantee of seeing through it completely. And Haku, that masked boy, his movements were astonishingly fast. In the original work, was Haku male or female? Shinran suddenly wondered. He remembered the original said Haku was male, but that face, that figure. Well, it didn't matter. What mattered was that Zabuza and Haku were only the beginning. A greater storm was yet to come. Kakashi put away his Sharingan, a hint of fatigue in his voice. Everyone uninjured? Everyone nodded. Good. Kakashi looked toward the distant sea, lost in thought. Today's battle was just a probe. The real fight hasn't begun yet. Kurenai walked up to him and asked quietly, "Can you handle Zabuza?" Kakashi paused for a moment. "I can," he said. "But it will take time." Kurenai nodded and asked no more. She turned to look at the genin. Naruto was frustrated, Sasuke was silent, Sakura still trembling. And Shinran, she stared at the black-haired boy, feeling something was off. But she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Shinran, she couldn't help but ask, "In the battle just now, were you injured?" Shinran looked up, flashing a sunny smile. "No, Kurenai Sensei. I was lucky, didn't get caught in it." Kurenai nodded, but the hint of suspicion in her heart refused to fade. Lucky? Was this kid really just lucky? The night was deep. The residence of Tsunade in the Land of Waves was shrouded in the heavy darkness, with only the occasional sea breeze letting out a low moan. The mist had thinned compared to daytime, yet it had not completely dissipated, draping over the rooftops and treetops like a thin veil. The house was not large, a two-story wooden structure bearing the simple style unique to this nation. The first floor held the living room and kitchen, while the second floor had been arranged into several guest rooms for the ninjas. Everyone was exhausted. Though the skirmish during the day had caused no casualties, it had been enough to stretch the nerves of these genin to their limits. After dinner, Kakashi arranged a rotating watch and sent everyone to their rooms to rest. At the end of the second floor corridor, in a guest room with tatami mats, Yūhi Kurenai sat by the window organizing her ninja tools. Her room was small, typical of the Land of Waves style, sliding doors, tatami, and a dim oil lamp. Moonlight filtered through the mist outside the window, casting a hazy silver glow on the floor. She wiped each kunai clean and arranged them neatly at her side. Her long red hair fell loose over her shoulders, having been freed from its daytime tie, giving her a softer, more domestic air. But her expression was not relaxed. The battle earlier that day replayed in her mind. Zabuza's strength far exceeded her expectations, and what troubled her even more was Zinran's eerily calm eyes. What exactly is off? She murmured to herself, setting down the last kunai and gently rubbing her temples. Just then, extremely faint footsteps sounded in the corridor outside. The noise was so light that an ordinary person would never have noticed it. But Yūhi Kurenai was a jonin. Her ears twitched slightly and her hand immediately went to the kunai she had just placed. The footsteps stopped right outside her door. "Then, Teacher Kurenai, are you asleep?" It was Zinran's voice. Yūhi Kurenai was slightly startled and her tense shoulders unconsciously relaxed. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 11. "Not yet," she said, rising to approach the door. "It's so late, is something the matter?" As she slid the door open, she saw a face that looked exceptionally handsome under the moonlight. Uchiha Shinran stood outside casually, wearing a jacket over his black outfit, his dark medium-length hair a bit disheveled as if he had just gotten out of bed. But his eyes were unusually alert, his black pupils glistening faintly under the moonlight with no trace of drowsiness. "Teacher Kurenai," he said in a low voice as if sharing a secret, "may I come in and talk?" Yūhi Kurenai hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside to let him in. Shinran slipped into the room and quietly closed the sliding door. The room was small, with both of them inside. The distance between them suddenly shrank. The air carried the faint fragrance of Yuhi Kurenai's maiden scent mixed with the smell of tatami straw imbuing this late-night solitude with an indescribable nuance. Yuhi Kurenai took 2 steps back to create some distance, crossed her arms, leaned against the wall by the window and lifted her chin slightly. Go ahead, what is it?
Shinran did not rush to speak.
First he scanned the room's layout, window, sliding door, ceiling, to confirm there was no possibility of being spied on, then lowered his voice and said, "Tonight rogue ninja from the mist will attack."
Yuhi Kurenai's brow furrowed instantly.
What did you say?
Not Zabuza, Shinran added, other ninja.
I sensed their chakra approaching.
They'll be here in about half an hour. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Yuhi Kurenai stared into Zinran's eyes, trying to find any hint of a joke or exaggeration.
But those eyes were too calm as a deep fathomless lake, impossible to see through. How do you know? She asked, her voice laced with scrutiny.
Even Kakashi hasn't noticed anything unusual. When did your perception become so strong?
The question cut straight to the core like a sharp knife.
Shinran had anticipated this.
He paused for a moment, then raised his right hand and pressed his fingertips beneath his left eye. Teacher Kurenai, he said softly, do you know what would happen if the dojutsu of the Uchiha and Hyūga clans were fused together?
Yuhi Kurenai's pupils constricted sharply.
Impossible, she said, her voice filled with disbelief.
How could bloodline limits be fused? Even if transplanted. I didn't transplant, Shinran interrupted. It's innate.
As he said this, his left eye slowly, a 3-tomo Sharingan spun under the moonlight, its crimson pupil like a jewel in the dark. But what truly shocked Yuhi Kurenai was the iris of that eye. It was not the pure black of the Uchiha clan, but tinged with a faint milky white, as if the Byakugan of the Hyūga clan had been infused with the crimson of the Sharingan.
This is...
Yuhi Kurenai's voice trembled slightly, the white will eye.
Teacher Kurenai knows of it.
I've seen some records in Konoha's archives. Yuhi Kurenai said, her gaze fixed on that eye as if trying to engrave it into her memory. It was only a theoretical conjecture, the fusion of the Byakugan and Sharingan, the superposition of 2 top-tier dojutsu.
But no one has ever succeeded because it requires possessing both Uchiha and Hyūga bloodlines, and moreover.
She suddenly stopped as if struck by a thought and looked at Shinran with a complicated expression.
So you can sense things from a great distance? Shinran replied, closing his eyes.
When he opened them again, the Sharingan had faded, leaving normal black eyes. My perception range is about 2 kilometers in radius. That mist squad is moving this way, 3 people all Chunin level, led by an experienced veteran.
Yuhi Kurenai fell silent.
She stared at Shinran for a long time, as if getting to know the boy before her anew.
Does anyone else know about this? Only you, Teacher Kurenai. Why didn't you tell Kakashi? Shinran shook his head slightly. If I told Kakashi-sensei, I'd have to explain how I knew. And right now,
I don't want too many people to know about the white will eye.
Yuhi Kurenai nodded in understanding.
She knew too well what bloodline limits meant in the ninja world. Especially the Sharingan. After the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, countless factions had been secretly searching for the bodies and eyes of the... If the existence of the white will eye were exposed, Shinran would face endless pursuit. You're telling me this? Aren't you afraid he'll tell others?
Shinran looked at her, a faint smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Because I trust you, Teacher Kurenai.
The smile was subtle yet inexplicably made her heart race. Yuhi Kurenai turned her face away, hiding that momentary lapse. Wait here, she said, her voice regaining the calm of a jonin.
I'll go find Kakashi, but I won't mention you. He'll say I sensed the enemy through my own methods. Teacher Kurenai, Shinran called out, I have a suggestion. What?
Don't have everyone fight together, Shinran said, his expression turning serious.
If we deploy everyone, we'll scare the enemy off. If they see our defenses are lax, they'll walk right into the trap.
Yuhi Kurenai thought for a moment and nodded slightly. You mean, let them think we haven't noticed?
Exactly, Shinran said. Only you and Kakashi-sensei should be prepared. The rest should pretend to be asleep.
When the 3 enter the house, we shut the door and beat the dogs.
Yuhi Kurenai looked at the boy before her, a strange feeling rising in her heart.
His analysis was calm and thorough, nothing like a 12-year-old child. That aura of strategic command was more like that of a seasoned veteran.
I understand, she said, taking a deep breath and reaching for the sliding door. Go back to your room. Act as if you know nothing. Leave the rest to Kakashi and me. Shinran nodded but stopped at the doorway. Teacher Kurenai. Whom? He turned around.
Moonlight streamed in from the corridor window, coating his face in silver. Be careful, he said, just those 2 words, his voice very soft.
Yuhi Kurenai blinked, then nodded. I know. Zinran's silhouette disappeared at the end of the corridor.
She leaned against the doorframe, staring in that direction for a long moment.
Yuhi Kurenai took a deep breath, suppressing the tangled thoughts.
She quickly tied up her long hair, draped her red robe over her shoulders, and fastened her ninja tool pouch at her waist. Then soundlessly she moved through the corridor and arrived at the door of Kakashi's room. She knocked 3 times softly. The door was pulled open almost immediately. Kakashi was clearly not asleep either, his exposed eye was full of vigilance.
Kurenai, he whispered. What's wrong?
We have guests coming, Yuhi Kurenai said, her voice very light but every word as clear as a knife cut.
3 rogue ninja from the mist approaching. Not Zabuza's men, another group. Kakashi's eyes sharpened instantly. Are you sure? Positive. Yuhi Kurenai offered no further explanation. Let them in, then shut the door and beat the dogs. Kakashi glanced at her but did not press for the source of her information. Years of partnership had taught him that Yuhi Kurenai was not one to speak without basis. How many? 3 Chunin level. The leader is a veteran. Kakashi pondered for a moment then nodded. And the others? Let them continue to sleep, said Shirihong. The enemy will only feel at ease when they see the defenses are lax. Just the 2 of us will suffice. Kakashi's lips curled slightly, that signature lazy smile appearing on his face again, but this time there was a hint of coldness in his smile. Just right, the daytime battle was not quite satisfying. The night grew deeper. The mansion was silent, even the lights in the corridor had been extinguished. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting silvery squares on the floor. Everyone was asleep. Naruto snored, Sasuke leaned against the wall with closed eyes, and Sakura curled up in her blanket. In the large room downstairs, Hinata Hyūga and Shino lay down, breathing evenly and deeply. Only Xinran was still awake. He lay in his blanket with his eyes closed, but the 3-tomo Sharingan was silently spinning beneath his eyelids. With the Byakugan fully activated, the images of the 3 chakra signatures in his mind grew clearer. 2 were in front, 1 was behind. The leader, who was at the back, walked steadily, the flow of chakra always maintaining a state ready to erupt into battle. It was an old fox. The 2 in front had already reached the outer wall of the mansion. They were very cautious. Each step was taken in the shadows where the moonlight did not reach, and every movement was silent. If it weren't for the Byakugan's perception, ordinary people would not be able to detect their presence at all. The first shadow climbed over the garden wall and landed on the grass in the yard. The second followed closely behind. The 2 squatted by the base of the wall for a moment, confirming that they had not startled anyone before continuing onward. The one at the back did not enter the yard. He found a concealed spot outside the garden wall, leaning against a tree with a kunai in hand, reflecting a cold light in the moonlight. He was on lookout. Xinran's lips curled slightly. Indeed, he was an experienced hand, knowing to leave one outside for support. However, they had underestimated one thing in their plan: Kakashi. The first shadow reached the back door of the mansion. The wooden door was unlocked. It was intentionally left that way by Shirihong. The shadow gently pushed it open a crack and slipped inside. The second followed closely behind. The 2 entered the corridor, their footsteps as light as a cat. Their target was the 2nd floor. According to the intel, the ninjas from Konoha were all resting on the 2nd floor. A swift strike to seal the throat, then a silent retreat. This was their plan. But just as they set foot on the first step of the staircase, suddenly the back door was slammed shut with great force. The 2 shadows were startled and turned back abruptly. At the end of the corridor, a silver figure appeared at the door like a ghost. Moonlight shone from behind him, stretching his shadow long. Good evening. Kakashi's voice was lazy, carrying a hint of casual amusement. Still visiting at this late hour? That's not good. The 2 shadows almost simultaneously struck. Kunai and shuriken rained towards Kakashi. Kakashi's figure swayed slightly in place, then vanished. Above you. A cold voice came from overhead. The 2 looked up and saw Kakashi hanging upside down from the ceiling, his right hand crackling with lightning, a chorus of chirping from the Chidori. Lightning cutter. The silver lightning exploded in the dim corridor, illuminating 2 terrified faces. The first shadow hadn't even had time to react when the lightning pierced through his shoulder. Blood splattered, he let out a muffled groan, and his entire body was hurled backward by the force of the lightning cutter, crashing heavily into the wall and losing consciousness on the spot. The second shadow's pupils contracted sharply and he turned to flee. He crashed through a window at the end of the corridor, leaping out and landing on the grass in the yard. Just as his feet touched the ground, Genjutsu haze of the sunset. Shirihong's voice came from the shadows. The red light of the Genjutsu enveloped the entire patch of grass. The second shadow felt the scene before him start to distort, the ground undulating like ripples in water. Countless red light spots surged from all directions, surrounding him completely. Don't move. Shirihong stepped out from behind a tree, her kunai pressed against his throat. One move and you die. The shadow's body froze. But the corner of his mouth curled into a strange smile. You think this is all there is? Before his words could finish, a sharp whistle cut through the night sky. That was the signal. It was the signal from the lookout outside, summoning reinforcements. Shirihong's expression changed. Kakashi leaped out of the window, landing beside her, his gaze sweeping towards the direction outside the garden wall. More reinforcements. It seems so. Shirihong gritted her teeth, the lookout has run away. Just then, bang. A dull thud came from beyond the garden wall, followed by a scream. Then there was a deathly silence. Kakashi and Shirihong exchanged glances and leaped onto the garden wall. In the moonlight they witnessed an unexpected scene. The lookout, a mist ninja, was lying 10 meters away on the ground, a shuriken embedded in his chest, already lifeless. And beside him Uchiha Xinran stood in the moonlight, his right hand still holding the throwing posture.
His three-tomo Sharingan slowly turned in the moonlight and there was not a trace of blood on his black combat attire.
Xin run! Shiri Hong exclaimed. Xin Ren turned around revealing a somewhat shy smile. I
woke up when I heard the commotion. His voice carried just the right amount of embarrassment. I came out to take a look and just happened to run into this person trying to escape.
So,
I took care of him effortlessly. Kakashi glanced at the corpse on the ground, then at the still gripping shuriken in Xin Ren's hand. The three-tomo Sharingan in Xin Ren's eyes silently rotated, and when it met Kakashi's scrutinizing gaze it slowly faded away. Kakashi was silent for a moment, then nodded without asking further.
Well done,
he said, his voice as flat as if he were commenting on the taste of dinner that night. Shiri Hong stood on the garden wall, the moonlight illuminating her face, her expression somewhat complex. She looked at the black-haired boy in the moonlight, and indescribable emotion surged within her. He said he just took care of it effortlessly. But she knew it was not so. That shuriken had accurately struck the heart with a tricky angle and just the right amount of force. This was not something that could be done with mere effortlessness. This was premeditated. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest Kill the Mist Ninja. 33 reward distribution in progress. Chakra amount increased by 50. Current total chakra amount approximately 60 of a Jonin's level. Shiri Hong's favorability 3. Current 90,100. Tip favorability has reached 90, only 10 points away from the care tier limit. Host victory is in sight.
Xin Ren stood in the moonlight feeling the surge of newfound power rushing through his meridians.
The capacity of his chakra was expanding like a parched riverbed welcoming a long-awaited rainy season. He lifted his head and happened to meet Shiri Hong's gaze. In the moonlight their eyes met midair. Shiri Hong was the first to look away, jumping off the garden wall to deal with the two captured mist ninjas. As she passed by Xin Ren her footsteps paused for a moment. Go back and rest, her voice was soft, there are important matters tomorrow.
Xin Ren nodded. You too, Teacher Hong, get some rest early. Shiri Hong did not respond, quickly walking away.
But after taking a few steps she looked back once. The boy in the moonlight stood there, the wind blowing through his black hair. His three-tomo Sharingan had already faded, leaving only a pair of clean and clear black eyes.
The night was deep.
The sea breeze of the land of waves carrying a salty and damp scent seeped through the gaps in the window, causing the flame of the oil lamp to flicker slightly.
Xin Ren returned to his room and gently slid the door shut.
He leaned against the door for a moment, feeling the newly born power surging through his meridians. A 50% increase in chakra capacity was no small matter. If before he was merely a fledgling just learning to flutter, now he could be considered a young eagle with newly grown wings. He took off his coat, lay down under the covers and closed his eyes. Yet what emerged in his mind was the profile of Shiri Hong under the moonlight. The glance she cast back as she jumped off the courtyard wall carried scrutiny, doubt, and something she herself couldn't articulate.
Xin Ren turned over, burying his face in the pillow. Don't think about it. There's business tomorrow.
He forced himself to relax and his breathing gradually became steady. Just as his consciousness was about to sink into the edge of slumber, the sliding door was gently pushed open. The sound was extremely soft. If not for Xin Ren's perception, which had been enhanced far beyond ordinary by the white will eye, it would have been impossible to detect. His consciousness instantly snapped awake, but he did not open his eyes immediately. Instead he maintained steady breathing as if still in deep sleep. Footsteps. Very light, fragmented with an uneven rhythm. The visitor stopped beside his bedding.
Xin Ren felt a burning gaze fall upon his face.
In that gaze was something he had never sensed in Shiri Hong before, not concern, not scrutiny, but a kind of almost anxious
longing. Xin Ren.
Shiri Hong's voice came from above, hoarse to the point of being unrecognizable. It sounded like a string stretched too taut, about to snap at any moment.
Xin Ren finally opened his eyes.
Moonlight streamed in through the window and he saw a Shiri Hong entirely different from the daytime. Her long hair was loose, black strands falling messily over her shoulders and chest, a few strands damp with sweat clinging to her flushed cheeks. Her breathing was rapid and irregular, her chest heaving violently. The collar of her white training uniform had been pulled open at some point, revealing a stretch of collarbone so pale it was almost translucent.
What shocked Xin Ren the most were her eyes.
Those red irises, usually so calm and composed, now seemed veiled with a mist of water. Her pupils were slightly dilated, yet they shone with startling intensity as if two flames were burning within.
Teacher Hong.
Xin Ren sat up, his voice holding just the right note of surprise. How did you? Before he could finish, Shiri Hong stumbled and knelt before him, her hands bracing on the edge of the bedding, her whole body nearly falling into his arms.
Xin Ren, help me quickly.
Her voice was intermittent, as if enduring great pain.
I don't know why. My body is so hot. Xin Ren's pupils contracted slightly.
He immediately activated the white will eye. The combined ocular power of the three-tomo Sharingan and Byakugan silently rotated in the darkness, instantly piercing through the flow of chakra within Shiri Hong's body.
He saw it. Within Shiri Hong's meridian system, a foreign chakra was rampaging wildly.
That chakra had a strange viscous quality, like the product of some drug being chakrized, spreading along her meridians through her entire body, accelerating especially toward her brain and heart.
It's those rogue ninja from the mist. Xin Ren's voice turned grave. What did they do to you? I don't know.
Shiri Hong shook her head violently, her movements already somewhat out of control. During the day we captured another rogue mist ninja.
During the interrogation one of them suddenly detonated a purple smoke bomb. I thought holding my breath would be fine, but...
As she spoke her body suddenly trembled violently and she grabbed Xin Ren's arms tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh.
So hot. Xin Ren am so hot.
Her voice had completely changed, carrying a soft plaintive tone that even she felt ashamed of. That foreign chakra was eroding her nervous system, dismantling the defenses of her reason.
Xin Ren's arm was gripped by her and he could clearly feel the temperature of her palm, scorchingly hot like a stone burned by the scorching. Teacher Hong, stay calm. Xin Ren lowered his voice, pressing his other hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her down. I'll go get Kakashi, no.
Shiri Hong jerked her head up, her red eyes now hazy to the extreme. She looked at Xin Ren as if he were a lifeline, yet also as if he were something she both desired and feared.
No one else can see this.
Her voice was choked with tears.
Xin Ren, please. Help me.
Before her words faded she lunged at him.
Warm soft lips crashed heavily onto Xin Ren's mouth with a desperate urgency.
Her hands climbed around his neck, her entire body like a burning flame tightly entwining around him.
Xin Ren's body stiffened.
Reason told him he should push her away, call for help, do everything that was right. But the maidenly fragrance from Shiri Hong's body, intensified by her rising temperature mixed with the scent of sweat, was like the strongest liquor. One sip could make one drunk senseless. Her lips were incredibly soft, trembling slightly as if she were doing something both brave and fearful.
Her kiss was completely unskilled, as innocent as a young woman tasting forbidden fruit for the first time.
Teeth clashed against lips, tongue probed clumsily, each movement carried a reckless abandon that made one's heart tremble.
Xin Ren closed his eyes. 3 seconds. He allowed himself only 3 seconds of hesitation.
Then he reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. That waist was slender and soft, and even through the clothes he could feel the scorching heat beneath her skin. Shiri Hong trembled slightly in his arms, then pressed against him even more tightly as if trying to melt into his body.
Teacher Hong. Xin Ren's voice was as low as a sigh. Don't speak.
Shiri Hong buried her face in the crook of his neck, her voice muffled, carrying a trace of final clarity and all of her resolve.
Just tonight. Let's pretend. I was poisoned.
As she said the word poisoned, her tongue unconsciously traced across Xin Ren's collarbone that touched like a lit fuse.
The oil lamp had gone out at some point. The moonlight was also obscured by clouds, plunging the room into darkness.
Only the sounds of their breathing remained, growing faster, more chaotic, until they merged into one. The sound of clothes falling to the floor was very soft, like petals drifting onto water. Shiri Hong's body seemed to faintly glow in the darkness, her pale skin suffused with a thin layer of pink like clouds dyed by sunset. Her fingers clenched the bedding beneath her knuckles, turning white. Her pearl-like teeth bit down on her lower lip, but she still couldn't help letting out a soft moan.
Does it hurt? Shiri Hong did not answer.
She simply turned her face away, her red hair spread across the pillow like a blooming spider lily.
Xin Ren lowered his head and kissed away the tears at the corner of her eyes.
That tear was salty, carrying a heart-rending bitterness.
The bed creaked, echoing through the corridor, followed by the sound of gasping breaths.
Xin Ren looked at Shiri Hong and kissed her again, her lips were sweet. After an unknown amount of time the gasping ceased.
The sea breeze outside the window also stopped. The world was silent, leaving only the heartbeat of the two.
Uchiha Shinran and Yuhi Kurenai were immersed in bliss as their dual cultivation simultaneously peaked. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment surged within them, but was followed by boundless exhaustion.
Kurenai's once-taut body gradually relaxed as if all strength had been drained away.
At this moment she was like a docile, adorable kitten lightly nestling against Uchiha Zinran's broad and warm shoulder. As time ticked by, Kurenai's breathing grew increasingly steady and deep, and she had clearly drifted into a sweet slumber.
Uchiha Shinran, now dressed in his sleepwear, lay still, feeling Kurenai's soft form pressed against him.
A strange renewed desire stirred within his heart. He could not recall how many times he had been this intimate with Kurenai. It felt as if a flame blazed in his chest.
But Kurenai was already fast asleep from exhaustion.
Best to leave it for later.
He wanted to check the hour by the bright moon hanging in the night sky.
Yet just as he lifted his head, a robotic voice echoed unbidden in the depths of his mind. Ding, detecting a major event system evaluating. Evaluation Dimension 1 Bond Depth. The host's prior affection with target Yuhi Kurenai had reached 90,100. The emotional foundation was solid and the act was not entirely coercive. Evaluation Dimension 2 Target State. Kurenai was currently under the influence of a drug, her consciousness clouded, thus her subjective will was compromised.
Comprehensive assessment conditions met. Rewards unlocked. SS grade timespace favor treasure chest opening.
Reward 1 Mangekyo Sharingan awakening. Uchiha Zinran's eyes underwent a subtle transformation at this moment. The 3-tomo Sharingan spun wildly in his pupils, the 3-tomo merging into a single pattern, a triangular windmill motif in the left eye and a complex totem of a 6-pointed star intertwined with a ring in the right.
Mangekyo Sharingan awakened.
Reward 2 Mangekyo exclusive dojutsu unlocked. Left eye Koto Amatsukami, the ultimate genjutsu capable of altering a target's consciousness without their awareness, implanting false memories and emotions.
Cooldown 10 days, far surpassing the original limit of Uchiha Shizui's version thanks to the enhancement from the fusion of the Byakugan.
Right eye Amaterasu, black flames that ignite at the focal point of the gaze, an inextinguishable conflagration that burns until the target is utterly consumed.
Dual eye resonance Susanoo, not yet fully awakened, currently only the skeletal form can be summoned for defense. Reward 3 Byakugan evolution timespace eye. The Byakugan's power has leaped forward, breaking the 1000-year barrier of the Hyūga clan. Upon entering the timespace eye state, the host gains the following abilities: parallel space perception, the ability to sense the existence of parallel timelines and briefly enter adjacent parallel spaces. Time rewind limited, can project one's consciousness back to a past time node. Each use requires a 30-day cooldown. Current maximum rewind span 3 years. Future sight limited, can briefly glimpse possible developments a few seconds into the future, allowing preemptive prediction of an opponent's actions in combat. Reward 4 Essence Spiritual Power Sublimation. The host's chakra essence has been elevated, spiritual power intensity increased by 300 with simultaneous growth in genjutsu resistance and proficiency. Current spiritual power intensity is close to cage level. Reward 5 Bloodline Nether Advancement Guidance Fragment Part 1. The first piece of the puzzle toward a higher realm has been obtained. Once all fragments are collected, the advancement path for Bloodline Nether can be unlocked. Extra reward Dojutsu switching ability unlocked. The host can freely switch among 3 states without any cooldown: normal state, ordinary, black eyes, chakra fluctuations completely hidden. Mangekyo Sharingan state activates the Mangekyo Sharingan and its related Dojutsu. Timespace Byakugan state activates the evolved Byakugan, granting timespace Dojutsu abilities. Tip: both Dojutsu can be activated simultaneously, but chakra consumption will increase significantly. It is recommended to switch flexibly according to battle conditions. Ding, congratulations host. You have successfully conquered Yuhi Kurenai. Current second companion Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai's status under drug influence consciousness clouded memory has blurred areas. It is recommended that the host take appropriate measures before dawn to avoid unnecessary trouble. Remaining time approximately 3 hours until dawn. Uchiha muttered inwardly, had he really spent this long with Kurenai? A full 8 hours, what a marathon. It was almost dawn. Uchiha tried to use his Mangekyo Sharingan, but suddenly a sharp pain shot through his eyes. The agony felt as if his eyeballs were being torn apart, almost unbearable. He pressed his hands tightly over his eyes trying to ease the pain, but to no avail. Uchiha Shinran cursed inwardly, damn it. What's wrong with my eyes? Could it be from overusing chakra? He gritted his teeth enduring the pain, not daring to make a sound lest he wake the sleeping Kurenai. Finally unable to bear it any longer, Uchiha Shinran decided to leave the room to avoid causing any unnecessary trouble or worry for Kurenai. He stealthily opened the door, slipped out quickly and gently closed it behind him. Once outside, he could no longer hold back the surging wave of agony. He pressed both hands firmly over his eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, traces of blood began to seep from the corners of his eyes, trickling slowly down his cheeks. Uchiha Shinran kept his eyes shut, blood continuously oozing from the corners like 2 crimson streams flowing downward. He clenched his jaw enduring the excruciating pain, but as time passed, the piercing agony gradually subsided until it vanished. Shinran slowly opened his eyes. The world before him became clear and sharp, every detail magnified as if under a lens. He stared at his own hands, feeling the surging power within his body, and mused, could this be the Mangekyo Sharingan? Yet despite possessing such formidable dojutsu, Shinran knew all too well that the immense energy contained within was not easily controlled. He had to learn how to control and wield these eyes as soon as possible, otherwise not only would he fail to unleash their true power, but he might also harm himself. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind and began to adapt to this new visual experience and the accompanying changes. Alright. Let's set it for tomorrow morning. I'll use Kurenai to test the true power of this Mangekyo Sharingan. According to the system, this Mangekyo Sharingan possesses a powerful ability called Kodo Amatsukami, but currently his eyes are fusing exceptionally slowly, allowing him to use the abilities only alternately. Like a cat, he slipped back into the house silently, his steps light and soundless. Once inside, his gaze fell upon Kurenai lying on the bed. The drug's effect must have worn off by now, he thought. Kurenai lay there as beautiful as a blooming flower, delicate, and her graceful figure was suddenly revealed, its curves far surpassing those of a petite girlish form like Hyūga Hinata's, at least 10 times better. Perhaps Hinata hasn't even fully developed yet. The thought made his heart itch with impatience. Kurenai's figure was simply mesmerizing. He swallowed hard, sighing inwardly, what a temptress. Xianran lay on the bed, his thoughts surging like tidal waves, but gradually one by one these notions dimmed like stars flickering in the night sky. His eyes slowly closed as if the entire world had nothing to do with him, leaving only a realm of tranquility and serenity. Outside the window, the sky had shifted from pitch black to deep blue, with little time left before dawn. In the room, Shirihon curled up under the covers, wrapping herself tightly as if nothing outside mattered. She shifted her body, gently moving with caution as if afraid to disturb something. But there was no sign of waking. No, to be precise, she was awake yet dared not move. By all logic, with her keen perception as a jonin, she could not have failed to notice someone opening the door, someone lying down beside her, someone doing those things. But now she would rather have sensed nothing. Shirihon's face was so hot it could fry an egg. She knew she should get up, should leave, should pretend none of this had ever happened. Yet she simply could not move, not because her body was paralyzed, but because shame like a boulder pinned her entire being to the tatami.
With a boy a whole 12 years younger than her. How could this be possible? How could this be allowed? Her fingers clenched the corner of the blanket so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Yet those images uncontrollably replayed in her mind, his breath, his body heat, the weight of him pressing down on her, and that sensation she had never experienced before which made her very soul tremble.
So mortifying.
Shiri Hong bit her lip, her face crimson, then deliberately turned her body away from Xianren to prevent him from seeing her embarrassment. But this movement instead made her more acutely aware of the strangeness in her body.
Soreness. Weakness. And an indescribable satisfaction.
She closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep.
On the other side, Xianren was not truly asleep either.
He lay on his side listening to the faint breathing behind him while his mind was occupied with other matters.
Better grab some sleep.
After all, tomorrow he still needed to track down that detestable rogue ninja from Kirigakure. He must avenge Shiri Hong for the love poison. He recalled the events of the past 2 days, first Hinata Hyūga falling victim to the love poison, now Shiri Hong.
How many people had this Kirigakure rogue ninja harmed?
Suddenly a thought surged into his mind.
Xianren curled the corner of his mouth slightly. This Kirigakure rogue ninja was practically his lucky star.
The Kirigakure man he encountered last time had done something similar, and he never expected to run into the same situation again.
Each time he got to, well, take a little advantage.
But come to think of it, what if the Kirigakure rogue had captured not someone he knew but an ordinary respectable woman or a teenage girl? His smile gradually faded.
Xianren's gaze turned several degrees colder. If those people were captured carelessly, it would not be a simple violation, it could easily cost lives.
The thought sent a chill down his spine. To uphold peace and tranquility in the entire ninja world, these villains must not be let off easily. If only complete peace could be achieved in the ninja world, how wonderful that would be. This thought was too distant, as remote as a dream from another world.
Xianren's eyelids grew heavier.
His thoughts gradually blurred like a stirred pool of water slowly settling back to stillness.
He fell asleep. After an unknown time.
Between dream and reality, Xianren's consciousness floated and sank as if under a genjutsu, his body no longer under his control. Then, he felt it. On his lips something warm and soft gently brushed against them.
So light. Light as a petal falling onto water.
Immediately after, a drop of warm liquid slid down the corner of his mouth, landing on his tongue, bringing a trace of salty bitterness.
Tears. Xianren wanted to open his eyes, but his body felt like lead, his eyelids too heavy to lift. I'm sorry.
A soft trembling voice like a fine needle pierced into his chaotic consciousness.
More tears.
More tears falling like rain, soaking his cheeks, his neck, even his chest.
Warm, carrying her body heat.
He wanted to respond, to reach out and hold her, to tell her it was alright, but his body would not obey. The exhaustion from last night had already drained his chakra, his body as heavy as a block of lead. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move an inch. He could only silently feel her kisses and tears, letting himself be immersed in this strange yet warm atmosphere.
After an unknown time, that strange sensation gradually dissipated.
In its place came a faint rustling, like someone tossing and turning on the bed or some kind of suppressed silent struggle. Then everything fell silent.
Xianren's consciousness blurred again, his eyelids growing heavier until finally he lost all awareness. When Xianren opened his eyes again, the sun was already high in the sky.
He sat up abruptly from the bed, instinctively turning to look beside him, empty.
The blanket was folded neatly, a faint lingering fragrance on the pillow, but the person was gone. Xianren froze for a few seconds, then reached out to touch that spot. Cold.
She had been gone a long time. He pulled open the door and strode quickly toward Shiri Hong's room.
No one.
The bedding was folded meticulously, the window half open, the morning breeze lifting the curtain gently. The room was spotless, as if everything from last night had been just a dream.
Xianren stood at the doorway, a wave of inexplicable loss washing over him. Was it because he hadn't satisfied her? Or had she regretted it?
He returned to his own room somewhat dejectedly, drenched in sweat. The air still carried the scent of last night, making him unconsciously take a deep breath, then shake his head in annoyance.
Time to take a shower.
In the bathroom, warm water streamed over his body, washing away the fatigue of the night and those indescribable scents.
He looked up at the mirror.
The person in the mirror had sharp brows and bright eyes, a high nose bridge, fair skin, and features so exquisite they seemed almost excessive. Thanks to the system, his height of 160 centimeters was already considered tall among his peers. In another year he would likely grow to 170 centimeters.
Xianren stared at the mirror for a few seconds, then looked away. What good was being handsome? The person had already run away. After rinsing off, Xianren changed into clean clothes and went downstairs.
In the ground floor hall, Kakashi was sitting by the window holding a rice ball and chewing lazily. On the table were several small dishes and a pot of tea apparently just finished.
The others were all there too.
Naruto sat cross-legged in a corner, his mouth stuffed with rice balls, his cheeks puffed out like a hamster.
Sasuke leaned against the wall holding a cup of tea, expressionless. Sakura and Hinata sat together chatting quietly about something. Kiba and Akamaru were sprawled by the table while Shino stood by the window admiring the view.
Tenten and Lee were arguing over the last piece of salmon.
Yo, awake.
Kakashi glanced at him, a hint of amusement in his dead fish eyes. You missed breakfast, so you'll have to settle for lunch.
Xinren grunted in acknowledgement, sat down at the table and casually picked up a rice ball, taking a bite.
Another rice ball. For a Blue Star Chinese, these things were really not palatable. Rice and tea miso soup rice balls every meal, morning, noon and night, all the same. He was almost sick of them.
He chewed mechanically, his gaze unconsciously drifting to the second floor staircase.
Kakashi put down the rice ball, dusted off the grains from his hands and said in a casual tone, as if talking about the weather, by the way, try to keep it down when you sleep last night.
The tatami floor was creaking, the noise was a bit loud, kept everyone downstairs from sleeping. Xinren's chewing paused. Kakashi continued, his gaze fixed on Xinren's face. Why are you the only one coming down?
Where's Shiri Hong?
Wasn't she also sleeping on the second floor? The table fell silent for a moment. Naruto looked up, still with a mouthful of rice ball, and asked indistinctly, Teacher Hong.
Isn't she in her room?
Sakura also put down her chopsticks. I didn't see her when I got up this morning. Kiba scratched his head. Maybe she went out for morning training.
Teacher Hong seems to have that habit.
Xinren lowered his head, swallowed the rice ball with effort and said in a dry voice, ah.
Right, yes. Not really sure where she went, I just went to check and didn't see her in her room.
He paused, then turned to Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba, could you have Akamaru sniff and find out where teacher Shiri Hong is?
Akamaru poked his head out from Kiba's arms, his round black eyes fixed on Xinren, his nose twitching slightly.
Then woof. Akamaru barked at Xinren, wagging his tail. Kiba looked down at Akamaru, his brow furrowing slightly. He leaned close to Akamaru as if listening intently, then looked up at Xinren.
That look was somewhat subtle.
Kiba lowered his voice, speaking in a volume only the two of them could hear. Xinren, it seems you spent the whole night with teacher Shiri Hong.
Xinren's pupils contracted slightly. Even if you took a shower for Akamaru, Kiba pointed at his own nose, you can't fool me.
Xinren was silent for a moment.
He looked at Kiba and Kiba looked at him. Akamaru yawned in Kiba's arms, his tail still wagging gently.
What did you smell? Xinren asked.
Kiba shrugged, definitely not the smell of rice balls.
The two teenagers held each other's gaze for a few seconds.
Then Kiba suddenly smiled, patted Xinren on the shoulder and returned to a normal volume. Teacher Hong probably went out to scout, right?
After all, the mission isn't over yet.
Akamaru said he didn't smell her scent going far, so she should be nearby. Uchiha Zinran's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a faint awkward smile as he mused inwardly, was the original Inuzuka Kiba really such a dull person?
He patted Inuzuka Kiba on the shoulder.
Since you know where Yuhi Kurenai is, everyone can rest assured.
Teacher Kurenai is an elite jonin. How could something happen to her? She's a master of genjutsu.
Ataki Kakashi said to everyone, you all have lunch first. I'll go upstairs to see if there are any clues. Uchiha Shinran looked at the sushi and rice balls. He had wanted to eat them just now, but Kakashi had to ask where Kurenai was. Kiba already said she's nearby, so why is he still looking?
Is he going to summon Pakken? Yuhi Kurenai is a genjutsu master. Nothing should happen to her unless she runs into Zabuza, then things would be different.
Uchiha Shinran squatted by the vermilion table, picked up a squid rice ball and began to eat. The squid rice balls, pork floss rice balls and sardine rice balls were all delicious.
He ate with such relish that everyone watched him. Shinran asked, Hinata, want to eat? Have you all finished?
They replied yes. At that moment the second floor stairs creaked, squeak squeak. The stairs were a circular staircase, an old wooden style that was bound to make noise, so it wasn't surprising.
Kakashi's figure slowly descended to the first floor. I found a letter in the corner upstairs.
He held the brand new yellow envelope in his hand with a tiny line of characters written on it, to Kakashi. Everyone's gaze converged on the letter.
Open it and have a look. Naruto was the first to jump up, shouting excitedly, what if there's a clue? Haruno Sakura also leaned in, her face marked with obvious worry. Takasha-sensei, I open it. What if teacher Kurenai is in danger? Hyūga Hinata's face instantly turned pale.
She stood up abruptly, her hands pressed against the tabletop, her voice trembling.
Teacher Kurenai is in danger. No. It can't be. Maybe.
Her words came out haltingly, as if she were trying to convince herself or seeking confirmation from others. Her usually gentle Byakugan eyes were now filled with unease.
Her gaze involuntarily swept across everyone's faces, finally landing on Shinran.
As if finding some kind of support, she quickly walked to Zinran's side and sat down on the chair next to him. Her small hands clutched the hem of her clothes, knuckles turning white. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum.
Zinranken. You will protect me, right?
Shinran, seeing her pitiful appearance, felt a softening in his heart and reached out to pat her head. Under his palm was her soft blue hair, a touch so pleasant he didn't want to let go. Of course, he said, his voice low but carrying a reassuring certainty. No matter what danger comes, they'll have to step over my dead body. When he said those words, even he was taken aback for a moment. Step over my dead body, this was a ninja's oath, the heaviest of promises. He had only ever heard such words in anime before and had thought them embarrassingly chinibu. But now saying them felt perfectly natural. Hinata's face flushed crimson in an instant, burning from her cheeks to her ears, even her neck tinged pink. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Shinran, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted into a small shy smile.
Come here, Hinata. Shinran, seeing her unbearably cute expression, suddenly felt a mischievous impulse. How about I feed you with my mouth? Hinata's mind seemed to short-circuit as she froze for 3 seconds. Then she let out an ah and sprang up from the chair like a startled rabbit, covering her face and running away. Even after reaching the corner, she couldn't resist sneaking a look back. Her face was so red it seemed ready to bleed pink and tender, so cute one wanted to pinch it. Ooh, Inazuka Kiba had somehow sidled over, wearing that infuriating grin. Akamaru was also at his feet, tilting his head to watch the scene. Are you two flirting? Are you together? Shinran turned his head and looked at him expressionlessly. What nonsense are you talking? His tone was calm, but a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Inazuka Kiba clearly didn't notice the danger and was still grinning, joining the fun. I think you two make a good match. Hinata is so cute and you barely worthy of her. Even if we are together, what of it? Shinran interrupted him, his voice suddenly rising a notch. What business is it of yours? Kiba was taken aback. Shinran stood up, looking down at him, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Looking for a beating? Want me to loosen your joints? Kiba's pupils contracted sharply and a surge of blood rushed to his head. Bring it on. He slapped the table with a smack and leaped up. Akamaru also barked woof woof, hopping around at his feet. Fight if you want. Who's afraid of who? Fine. Shinran rolled up his sleeves, revealing pale but sturdy forearms. Let's go outside. The two glared at each other, sparks seemingly crackling in the air. The atmosphere was livelier than Kurenai's disappearance. Enough. Kakashi's voice was not loud, but it fell like a bucket of cold water. He stood between the two, one hand on Zinran's shoulder, the other on Kiba's. The force was not strong, but it rendered both immobile. There's a limit to fooling around, Kakashi said, his tone as flat as if reading a textbook. But the single visible eye narrowed, carrying an undeniable pressure. Is this the time for a fight? Kiba snorted sullenly and turned his head away. Akamaru also drooped his ears and shrank back to his feet. Shinran shrugged, rolled down his sleeves and sat back down in his chair. As his peripheral vision swept over Kakashi's face, a slight stir arose in his heart. The way Kakashi had pressed his shoulder just now, the force was controlled with extreme precision, neither hurting him nor allowing him to resist at all. That kind of effortless control, truly worthy of a Konoha elite jonin. More importantly, Shinran noticed that when Kakashi pressed his shoulder, the position of his fingers perfectly sealed 2 chakra points on Zinran's shoulder. This was not ordinary restraint. This was defense. Kakashi was on guard against him. Zinran's heart sank slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. He nonchalantly picked up a rice ball and took a bite, chewing slowly as if savoring the food. Kakashi withdrew his hand, took out the yellow envelope from his pocket and examined it in his hand. The envelope was brand new with good paper quality, not something one could buy in a small place like the Land of Waves. On the front were written the words to Kakashi in extremely small but sharp strokes, carrying an imposing presence that could not be ignored. Below to Kakashi was another line of even smaller characters, from Yuhi Kurenai. Kakashi turned the envelope over to check the back, and after confirming there were no other marks, he spoke slowly. Since Yuhi Kurenai of Team 8 left this envelope, it means there is a dangerous mission. His gaze swept over everyone present, finally settling on Inazuka Kiba, Hyūga, Hinata and Aburame Shino. Everyone of Team 8, are you mentally prepared? Kiba dropped his earlier playful expression and said solemnly, of course. Although Hinata's face still bore a faint blush, her eyes had regained determination and she nodded firmly. Shino adjusted his sunglasses and said nothing, merely nodding slightly. Good. Kakashi nodded. If Kurenai is in danger, disregard the mission. Just rescue her. Complete the mission. When he said this, his tone was as flat as if he were assigning today's training plan, but everyone could sense the weight in his words. Disregard the mission. These words from a jonin known for strictly adhering to mission rules carried a weight that was startling. This meant that Kurenai's safety was more important than the mission itself. Kakashi glanced around, confirming no one had objections, then slowly tore open the envelope seal. Everyone held their breath. Tsunade and Inari also leaned in, their faces marked by tension and curiosity. Although they were not ninjas, the days of association had made them regard these Konoha ninjas as their own. The letter paper was pulled out and unfolded. Dense handwriting covered the entire paper, each character written with force, the strokes nearly tearing through the surface. The calligraphy was the same as on the envelope, sharp, decisive, with an undeniable momentum. Shinran, Inazuka Kiba and Akamaru stood a little farther away, not joining in to look. Shinran thought it didn't matter anyway, the letter was for Kakashi, not related to him. Kiba on the other hand was still sulking and deliberately put on an I don't care expression. But after reading the letter, Kakashi's reaction was strange. He silently finished reading the letter in his hand, his face utterly expressionless. Of course, since his mask covered most of his face, no expression was visible anyway. But the single exposed eye narrowed slightly, his gaze lingering on the paper for a long time as if repeatedly confirming something. Then he looked up. His gaze fell squarely on Shinran. Shinran was taken aback by that look. Immediately after, he felt more gazes converging: Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto, Hinata, Kiba, Shino.
Everyone's eyes were unanimously fixed on him. In those looks were curiosity, scrutiny, confusion, and something indescribable.
Zinrun's scalp tingled. What's going on?
His mind raced, thoughts surging like a pot boiling over. What are these people thinking?
Why is everyone staring at me? Could the letter have something about me? Or was what happened between me and Kurenai yesterday discovered?
At the thought of discovered, a cold sweat broke out on Zinrun's back.
No, calm down. Last night Kurenai had come to him on her own, and it was in the dead of night. No one could have been in the corridor.
Even if the tatami floor creaked, it was just sound, no one saw it.
But what if Kurenai wrote about it in the letter? This thought struck like lightning into his mind, and Shinran froze for a moment. He instinctively looked at Hinata. Hinata was also looking at him, her white eyes holding an emotion he couldn't read. Not anger, not sadness, but a kind of scrutiny.
As if confirming something or waiting for something.
Zinrun's Adam's apple bobbed. If Hinata knew.
If she spoke out about those things.
Scumbag behavior, like the new and loathe the old.
He shivered.
Shinran.
Kakashi's voice cut through his wandering thoughts.
Ha!
Shinran responded, forcing his expression to appear as natural as possible.
Kakashi didn't speak immediately.
Instead, he reached into another pocket and pulled out another letter.
The same yellow envelope, the same paper, the same handwriting.
Only the recipient's name was different.
To Uchiha Shinran. From Yūhi Kurenai.
Shinran stared at the line, his heart skipping a beat.
2 letters.
One for Kakashi, one for him. Before leaving, Yūhi Kurenai had written 2 letters. One was a mission explanation for the Jonin instructor, and the other was written to him alone. When Shinran took the letter, his fingers were slightly numb.
The envelope was light as a feather.
But in his hand it weighed like a block of lead. He looked down at the line, to Uchiha Shinran. The strokes were still sharp, but upon closer inspection the last stroke of Shinran trembled slightly, as if the hand had been unsteady when writing it.
Shinran held the letter, not opening it immediately.
His emotions were tangled like a mess of threads. Countless thoughts churned in his mind like an overturned jar of 5 spices, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty, all mixed together, impossible to distinguish. He was afraid. Afraid that this letter contained farewells of forget about me, or if what we had was just a mistake. Afraid that it was merely the finale of a one-night stand with passion spent and each going their separate ways. But he also hoped. Hoped that the letter held promises await for me, or actually I feel the same way. He hoped this would be the beginning of a lasting and beautiful romance.
Yet. Shinran took a deep breath, his fingers exerting slight pressure. Rip, the envelope was torn open.
He pulled out the letter paper and unfolded it. Dense handwriting met his eyes, each character written with force, as if all the unspeakable words were being carved into the paper.
Some places had ink bleeding, as if water droplets had fallen on it while writing. No, not water droplets.
Tears.
Zinran's pupils contracted slightly, his gaze moving from the first word line by line.
Zinrenkin, when you see this letter, I may already be dead. Or I may have already left, gone to kill all those rogue ninjas from the Mist Village. They dared to use that kind of drug on me, so they should have known this day would come.
Don't come looking for me, Zinrenkin. If I die, consider it mutual destruction. Forget about me, Zinrenkin. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize 3 times because I have 3 things to be sorry for. The first apology: last night I shouldn't have come to you. Not because I regret it, but because I shouldn't have dragged you into this. You're still so young, your life has just begun. You shouldn't be burdened by a woman 12 years older than you. The second apology: I left without saying goodbye. I didn't dare to say these words to your face because I was afraid that once I saw your eyes I wouldn't be able to leave. The third apology: I'm going to die. Knowing that it will make you sad, I still choose to die. Because if those rogue mist ninjas are not eliminated, more innocent people will suffer. I am a ninja, this is the mission I must bear. Zinrenkin, the truth is we can never be together. I am your teacher, a teacher and a student being together, this is not tolerated by the world. People outside will gossip, will point fingers at you, will look at you with strange eyes. You're still so young, the age gap between us is too great. 12 years. When you are 20, I will be 32. When you are 30, I will be 42. I will age faster than you, will get gray hair before you, will have wrinkles before you. That's unfair to you. Zinrenkin, a woman's intuition is very strong. You and Hinata, are you boyfriend and girlfriend? I can tell that Hinata likes you. When you look at her, your eyes are different from when you look at others. Take good care of Hyūga Hinata. She is a good girl, gentle, kind, strong, worthy of your cherishing. If she found out about our relationship, what do you think she would feel? She would definitely be very sad. I don't want to make her sad, nor do I want to make things difficult for you. So I'm leaving. This letter is a mess, written as thoughts came, don't laugh at me. I actually have many more things to tell you, but as I write I don't know how to continue. Forget it, let's just leave it here. Yūhi Kurenai. P.S. If you insist on coming to find me, then come. You can't stop me anyway.
Zinran's fingers trembled slightly when he finished reading the last word. It wasn't fear or sorrow but an indescribable emotion, as if something was blocked in his chest suffocating or like a fire burning threatening to consume him entirely. The Yuhi Kurenai in this letter was a completely different person from the one he knew. The Yuhi Kurenai he knew was the illusion master who calmly formed hand seals in heavy fog, the elite jonin who showed no fear even facing Zabuza, the ever-composed and elegant Kurenai Sensei. But the Yuhi Kurenai in this letter cried. Was afraid. Felt she wasn't good enough. Wrote him sorry on the paper until her hand trembled. She was like a child who had done wrong, rambling to explain why she had to leave. She said to take care of Hinata, but in the P.S. She wrote, if you insist on coming to find me then come. Shinran closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he opened his eyes, carefully folded the letter paper and placed it in the inner pocket of his clothes close to his body. Ding, the system notification sound in his mind made his brow furrow slightly. Ding, congratulations to the host once again. Current offspring status, early pregnancy stable. Ding, calculating offspring reward. This reward is the milk money series to be distributed uniformly after the offspring is born. Tip: upon birth the host will receive the following basic rewards. Chakra capacity permanently increased by 30, physique enhancement 1, strength ninjutsu 1. Additional rewards will be boosted based on the offspring's talent rating at birth. Ding, system kindly reminds this is the host's first offspring carrying special significance. Please ensure the safety of the mother and child. Offspring safety tip: if Yuhi Kurenai or the offspring suffer misfortune during gestation, all rewards will be permanently void and the host will suffer the bloodline severance. Negative status: all stats decreased by 50. Duration permanent. System suggestion: immediately go to rescue. Zinran's mouth twitched after reading the last prompt. All stats decreased by 50 permanent. Was the system serious? He shook off these chaotic thoughts and pulled his focus back to reality. Zinrankan. Hinata's voice sounded beside him, filled with undisguised worry. She had recovered from her shyness and quickly walked over to Shinran, looking up at him. Kurenai Sensei, what did the letter say? Her voice was very soft with a hint of careful probing. Is she in danger? Shinran looked down at Hinata, those white eyes filled with concern. He reached out and patted her head, this time without any joking mood. She went to find those rogue mist ninjas. Zinran's voice was calm, even surprising himself. Alone. What? Kiba Inosuka was the first to shout out. Alone. Has Kurenai Sensei lost her mind? The letter says she wants to kill all those rogue ninjas. Shinran added, in a mutual destruction way. The living room fell into a dead silence. Everyone understood the meaning of the phrase, mutual destruction. No way. Naruto jumped up first, his fists clenched audibly. We have to go rescue Kurenai Sensei. Naruto's right. Sasuke agreed with him for once, though his tone was still cold, but his dark eyes shone with sharp light. We can't let her go to her death alone. Sakura didn't speak, but her face had turned pale, her hands tightly clasped in front of her chest. Kakashi bit his thumb, quickly formed hand seals, boar dog bird monkey ram, then slammed his hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu. A puff of white smoke appeared and a pug wearing a blue vest who could speak human language appeared on the It yawned, scratched its ear. Yo Kakashi, what's the matter this time? I was taking a nap, Pakken said lazily. Find someone urgent. Kakashi said concisely, holding the yellow envelope left by Yuhi Kurenai to Pakken's nose. Remember this scent. I need you to find the owner of this scent now, immediately. Pakken sniffed the envelope, his expression turning serious. A very fresh scent, left no more than 3 hours ago. She cried. There's a faint salty taste. Not sure, Kakashi said. Can you track it? Of course, who do you think I am? Pakken sniffed again carefully, then raised his head, nose pointing southeast. That way. Towards the sea. The wind carries a faint salty scent and her chakra residue. Distance. About 3 kilometers. Lead the way. Follow me. Pakken's figure dashed out first, with Kakashi close behind. Xianren took a deep breath, carefully folded the letter, placed it inside his pocket and nodded to everyone. They all understood instantly. Team 7, Team 8, all units. Kakashi's voice came from ahead, calm and clear. Objective, rescue Yuhi Kurenai. Priority highest. Yes. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kiba and Shino responded in unison, their figures flashing one after another, following Pakken and Kakashi. Hinata stood beside Xianren, her small hand gripping his sleeve again, her eyes full of worry but even more determination. Xianren looked down at her, reached out and held her hand. It will be fine, he said, his voice carrying an undeniable firmness. Let's go. The two figures merged into the pursuing team. The trees blurred past. Pakken was at the front, nose close to the ground or occasionally sniffing the air, leading unwaveringly southeast. The scent is getting stronger. Pakken called out. She's very close. But her chakra fluctuations are becoming unstable. Careful, there are signs of intense chakra collision ahead. More than one source. Kakashi's eyes sharpened. Xianren's heart tightened and he burst forth with more chakras speeding up. The wind howled sharply in their ears. Uchiha Xianren thought to himself, Kurenai, don't do anything foolish. There's still our only child inside. If you get killed our child will be gone and my system rewards will be lost and other rewards might be taken away. We've known each other for a short time. Yes, we were wrong, but the child is innocent. Kakashi thought to himself, why did Kurenai come alone to confront the Mist Village rogue ninjas? Was it yesterday? I felt something was off about her yesterday. When I asked she only said it's nothing, really nothing, and then she left shakily. Naruto Uzumaki was excited, finally he could fight bad guys and rescue teacher Kurenai. Kiba Inuzuka said to Akamaru, well, show them a lesson with our new moves later. Woof. Meanwhile on the other side. The fog like a white shroud wrapped the entire coastal cliff tightly. Yuhi Kurenai knelt on one knee on the damp rocks, gasping heavily. Her red hair was wet with sweat sticking messily to her cheeks and neck. Her white combat outfit was splattered with dirt and blood, some from enemies, some her own. Her chakra was nearly depleted. The world before her began to blur. The figures of the three mist rogue ninjas appeared and disappeared in the thick fog like three vipers waiting to strike. Her genjutsu had been pushed to its limit during the pursuit. She had first controlled two of them, making them kill each other, but the third, the one calling himself third, was too cunning. He had been observing from afar, waiting. Waiting for her chakra to run out. Third, stop closing your eyes, damn it. The short fat man standing in front yelled angrily, this Konoha ninja is strong in genjutsu but weak in taijutsu. Her chakra is exhausted, she's about done. You from behind, before he finished, third had already moved. In the thick fog a dark figure shot out from behind Kurenai like a ghost. Bang. A vicious kick landed on Kurenai's lower back. Kurenai was sent flying, tumbling twice in the air before crashing heavily onto the gravel ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Intense pain spread from her waist to her limbs. She gritted her teeth, letting out a muffled groan but not a scream. Her fingers dug into the dirt trying to push herself up, but her arms were as limp as noodles. Water release, hidden mist jutsu. Third's hand seals were astonishingly fast. The fog instantly thickened, visibility dropping to less than 2 meters. The air was filled with cold mist, each breath like swallowing crushed ice. Kurenai managed to lift her head, her eyes wide open, but her vision was compressed to the limit. She could only see 3 blurry chakra signatures moving at high speed in the fog, one on the left, one on the right, and one in front. Water release, water dragon bullet. Third shout came from directly ahead. A water dragon rose from the sea carrying immense force and roared toward Kurenai. Boom. Kurenai was hit directly by the water dragon, flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into a boulder behind. The moment her back hit the stone she felt her organs shift. A mouthful of blood surged up from her throat and dripped down the corner of her mouth. Her body slid down the rock face, collapsing to the ground. Everything went black. Her ears were ringing. Fourth. Third's voice came from the fog. Close the net. Coming. A fourth voice sounded with a skin-crawling excitement. Kurenai barely opened her eyes. A tall thin figure emerged from the fog, hands forming seals rapidly, water release, water prison jutsu. A massive water sphere formed out of thin air enveloping Kurenai entirely. Water surged from all directions, flooding her mouth and nose, compressing her chest. She instinctively held her breath, but the water pressure was too great, so great that she couldn't even move a finger. She was trapped in the center of this 2-meter diameter water sphere like an insect sealed in amber, unable to move. Only waiting to be slaughtered. Lao San emerged from the mist, wiping the water droplets off his face. He glanced at Shirihong struggling in the water prison, a smug smile spreading across his face. Captain, this leaf female ninja has been chasing us for hours for no reason. We have no enmity with her. How should we handle her? He tilted his head, looking at Shirihong, then at the man standing aside smoking. Kill her. Or, he didn't finish the sentence, but the implication in his tone was obvious. The man addressed as captain leaned against a tree, leisurely pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with a lighter. The flame flickered in the thick fog, illuminating his face full of coarse flesh, a scar extending from the corner of his eye to his chin on the left side, a collapsed nose bridge as if broken by some heavy object. He took a deep drag, exhaling smoke rings, his gaze wandering over the water prison. That gaze traveled from Shirihong's face to her neck, from her neck to her chest, from her chest to her waist, and finally settled on her pants, which clung to her legs after being soaked with water. This chick is really beautiful. His voice was hoarse and low like sandpaper rubbing against glass. It would be a shame to kill her. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a grin, revealing a few yellowed teeth. Or, how about we brothers go back and have some fun? Lao San's eyes lit up and Lao Sis' breathing grew heavy. The chick we got last time couldn't take it and died. The captain exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone as casual as if commenting on the weather. This one this time is a real beauty. Look at that figure, dozens of times better than the last one. He took another drag, the ember of the cigarette flickering in the mist. We really hit the jackpot this time. Lao San and Lao Si exchanged glances, both revealing knowing smiles. The captain tossed the cigarette butt to the ground and crushed it with his toe. He walked to the water prison, crouched down and looked Shirihong in the eye. That face full of coarse flesh was so close that Shirihong could see the dense stitch marks on his scar. How about it, little girl? His voice was as greasy as pouring waste oil on someone. What do you think of our proposal? Shirihong glared at him from within the water prison. She couldn't speak, that was the rule of the water prison technique. The trapped person was cut off from water, unable to breathe, let alone make a sound. But her eyes could speak. Those red eyes were now like two blazing flames, anger, hatred, killing intent, all emotions condensed into that gaze, wishing to burn the man before her to ashes. The captain was stunned for a moment by that gaze, then burst into laughter. Yo yo. He slapped his thigh, laughing so hard he rocked back and forth. She's shy. Look, she's blushing. That means she agrees. Lao San joined in the laughter, which echoed in the fog harsh as the cawing of crows. Captain, you go first. Of course. The captain stood up, unbuttoned his jacket to reveal a grimy black tank top with thick black chest hair poking out of the collar. Don't any of you try to steal this chick from me. I'm going first. He formed hand seals with deliberate slowness, as if intentionally stalling, savoring the terrified look in his prey's eyes. Water release, water clone technique. The moisture around him condensed into form, and another him emerged from the mist, the same coarse face, the same scar, the same nauseating smile. Only this clone had no substance, entirely made of water, shimmering with an eerie cold light under the moonlight. Lao Si, the captain jerked his chin toward the water prison, open and opening. Lao Si responded, walked to the water prison and pressed his hands against the surface of the water sphere. The sphere split open with a crack, creating an opening just large enough for a person to crawl through. The captain licked his lips, his tongue circling the corner of his mouth. Exciting. His gaze fell on Shiri Han's waist and hip line, obling without shame. Look at that, but tsk tisk. His water clone walked toward the water prison unhurriedly. With each step, Shiri Han's pupils contracted. Little girl, don't look at me like that. The captain laughed, his voice full of confident arrogance. In a little while you'll be clinging to me willingly. Shiri Han closed her eyes in the water prison. It was not giving up, but reluctance. She couldn't bear to see what would happen next, not fear for her own fate, but pity for the men before her. Because, are you sure? A voice came from the mist, not loud but as clear as an ice blade scraping across glass. Everyone's movements froze. The smile on the captain's face froze. Lao San and Lao Si turned simultaneously, their hands resting on kunai. From the thick fog a silver-white figure slowly emerged. That iconic silver hair, that black mask covering half his face, that single exposed eye now slightly narrowed. Chimu Kakashi, the Leaf Village's top technician, the copy ninja. Behind him 6 or 7 young figures emerged from the mist. Zhua Zhu Ming Rin Xiaoing. Zhu Tianya Ji Nai. And Xin Run. He stood at the back of the group, his black hair slightly stirring in the mist. His eyes were ordinary black at the moment, but deep within them something was slowly turning, like a dormant volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Shiri Han's pupils sharply contracted. She saw Xin Run. Not Kakashi, not the group of students, Xin Run. The boy 12 years younger than her, the boy who had fallen asleep in her arms last night, the boy to whom she had written a letter telling him to forget me. He came. He really came. Shiri Han looked at him, a complex emotion beyond words welling up in her heart. There was determination. She had clearly told him in the letter not to come for her, so why did he come? There was concern. These rogue ninjas were not to be trifled with. Could they really get away unscathed? There was reluctance. If she died here today, the last thing she saw would be him, then it wouldn't be too much of a regret. Her gaze shifted away from Xianren and landed on Rishon Chutian beside him. Chutian stood beside Xianren, her small hand tightly clutching his sleeve, half her body leaning on his arm like a frightened little rabbit finding a sturdy tree to rely on. Shiri Hong watched the scene, the corners of her mouth lifting into a faint smile. There was no jealousy in that smile, no bitterness, only a kind of relief. It was fine. With Chutian by his side she could feel at ease. Shiri Hong slowly closed her eyes, no longer struggling, no longer hoping. She resigned to her fate. Bang! A dull explosion. The water sphere of the water prison technique suddenly burst. Water splashed everywhere like a torrential downpour. Shiri Hong felt her body lighten and a pair of strong arms lifted her from behind. The arms were firm and warm, encircling her waist and the bend of her knees, holding her steadily in an embrace. She didn't open her eyes. Those rogue ninjas from the mist have finally made their move, she thought. She waited for the fatal blow to fall. But that blow never came. Instead there was a voice. Very soft, very low, carrying a tenderness she had never heard before and an unwavering certainty. Don't be afraid, it's me. Shiri Hong's body stiffened sharply. This voice, she snapped open her eyes and reflected in her vision, was a face inches away. Black, medium short hair, handsome contours, deep eyes, it was Xianren. Let me go. Shiri Hong struggled, almost reflexively pushing against his chest with both hands, her voice hoarse and urgent. Let me go. We can never be together. Don't waste your efforts. She struggled fiercely, but her chakra-depleted body had no strength. Her pushes were no more forceful than a scratching cat. Stop it. Zinran's arms tightened, pulling her closer. I'm not stopping. Uchiha Shinran, listen to me, no. I said no. Shinran lowered his head, his black eyes inches away, something slowly rotating in the depths of his pupils. Shiri Hong, look into my eyes. Shiri Hong was stunned for a moment. Those eyes, the clear youthful eyes she had seen countless times, now appeared deep and dark like two bottomless wells or two slowly spinning vortices, drawing her consciousness in bit by bit. Don't think about leaving me, Shinran said softly, yet each word seemed etched directly into her mind. Never. Shirihon wanted to turn her face away to close her eyes, but her gaze was locked, utterly unable to move. She saw it, the pattern within those eyes, not the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan but a design she had never seen before. The left eye bore a triangular windmill, the right eye an interweaving hexagram and ring. Mangekyo Sharingan. No, not just Mangekyo. The iris of that eye also shimmered with a faint milky white light at the edge, as if the power of the Byakugan had merged with the Sharingan, creating a new dojutsu that transcended both bloodline limits. Look into my eyes. Zinran's voice seemed to come from far away yet also echoed directly within her mind. Shirihon's consciousness began to blur. The thick mist swirled around them and the sounds of Kakashi's battle against the rogue mist ninja grew distant, fainter until they vanished completely. The world fell silent. Only Zinran's eyes remained. Those eyes grew larger and brighter in her vision, eventually transforming into an endless expanse of light that swallowed her whole. Koto Amatsukami then surged into Shirihon like a shockwave. Shirihon felt herself falling. Not a physical descent but a plunge from the depths of her soul. Like falling from a cliff thousands of feet high, through clouds, through rain, through layer after layer of dream boundaries. Then she landed. Gently, steadily, as if placed down by cupped hands. She opened her eyes and found herself standing on a grassy field. The sun was warm, the breeze gentle, and children were laughing and playing in the distance. It was a sight she knew intimately, Konoha. The Konoha of her childhood. Shirihon looked down at her hands, small, tender, the hands of a 5 or 6-year-old child. She wore a red dress, her hair loose on her shoulders, and mud-stained sandals on her feet. Hon. A voice came from behind, crisp and bright, full of a child's vitality. Shirihon turned to see a little boy running toward her. Black hair, black eyes, a band-aid on his face and bruises on his knees from falls. He stopped in front of her, panting, holding a stick of cotton candy. For you, the boy said, offering it to her, smiling broadly, revealing 2 missing front teeth. I won it. Won it playing marbles. Shirihon looked at his face and her heart gave a sudden leap. That was Shinran. Shinran as a child. No, that's not right. She didn't know Shinran as a child. Shinran was 12 years younger than her when she was 6, he hadn't even been born. But this face, these eyes, the smile, it was him. What are you spacing out for? Little Shinran tilted his head, waving a hand in front of her. Aren't you going to eat it? If you don't, he'll eat it. I will. Shirihon took the cotton candy and bit into it. Sweet, soft, melting on her tongue. Little Shinran sat down beside her, legs swinging on the grass. Hon, what do you want to be when you grow up? A ninja. Shirihon answered without hesitation. I want to be the strongest genjutsu ninja. What about me? Little Shinran turned to look at her, eyes sparkling. What should I be when I grow up? Shirihon thought for a moment, then said seriously, you be the Hokage. No. Little Shinran shook his head, grinning even brighter. I'll be your boyfriend. Shirihon's face turned red. The scene shifted. She was 12, just graduated from the Ninja Academy, wearing a brand new ninja vest, forehead protector fastened, standing at the village gate. Hon. She turned to see Shinran standing behind her. He had grown to about 8 or 9, still a head shorter than her, but those eyes were unchanged, bright, clear, curved in a smile. You're going on a mission. Shinran ran over and took her hand. Shirihon nodded. A crank mission, escorting a merchant to the land of rice paddies. Is it dangerous? Not dangerous. Shirihon crouched to his eye level. I'll be back soon. Shinran looked at her, silent for a moment, then pulled something from his pocket, a bracelet woven from red string with a tiny glass bead strung on it. For you. He pressed the bracelet into her hand. Wear it and it's like him by your side. Shirihon looked at the bracelet, then at Shinran, her eyes suddenly stinging. When did you learn to weave this? Yesterday. Shinran scratched his head sheepishly. I tried many times before I got this one right. My fingers were red from the string several times. Shirihon put the bracelet on her wrist, it fit perfectly. Does it look good? She asked. Beautiful. Zinran's eyes shone like stars. You look good in everything. Shirihon smiled and reached out to ruffle his hair. Wait for me. Shinran nodded vigorously. I'll wait. Forever. The scene shifted again. She was 16 now, a chunin. That day she returned from a mission covered in wounds, chakra depleted, almost crawling back to the village entrance. She leaned against the big tree by the gate, closed her eyes, too exhausted to move a finger. Then she heard footsteps. Rapid, panicked footsteps. Hon. She opened her eyes to see Shinran standing before her. He was about 12 or 13, his height almost matching hers. The baby fat was gone from his face, his features sharp and handsome. Those eyes were still bright but now filled with pain and anxiety. How did you get hurt so badly? He crouched down, frantically pulling bandages and ointment from his bag. Who did this to you? I'll settle the score. Just a small-time thief. Shirihon smiled, but the movement pulled at her wounds, making her wince. Don't make a fuss.
You call this small time? Zinran's voice cracked yet his hands were gentle as if handling porcelain. Do you know 2 of your ribs are broken? How do you know? I can tell. Shinran lowered his head carefully applying medicine. I can see every injury you have. Shirihon looked at his serious profile, a warmth surging in her heart. Xin Run. Why are you always waiting for me here? Xin Ren's hand paused and he looked up at her. In those eyes was something she couldn't decipher, not the recklessness of youth, not the dependence of a child, but a deep restrained and cautious gentleness. Because I said so, his voice was soft. I'll wait for you. Forever. Shirihon's heart skipped a beat. The scene shifted as if someone was flipping through a thick photo album. When she turned 18 and became a jonin, Xin gave her a bouquet of red flowers saying, "Red suits you best." At 20, when she led her first independent-to-rank mission, Xin pressed a talisman into her hand saying, "You must come back alive." At 22, on a quiet night, she sat alone by the window watching the moon, and Xin appeared from nowhere, sat beside her and said nothing, just kept her company. Accompanying her. From childhood to youth, from youth to adulthood, he was always there. Every time she turned around she could see him standing not far away smiling at her. Every time she needed help he would be the first to appear, reaching out his hand. Every time she felt lonely he would find her, sit quietly beside her, saying nothing yet bringing more comfort than anything else. Shirihon stood in the river of time watching those scenes flow by frame, watching the boy grow up little by little, watching his eyes turn from innocence to depth, from clarity to tenderness. Suddenly she understood. Xin was not her student. He was the one who had always been in her life. Ever since she could remember he had been there. Accompanying her as she grew up, as she became stronger, accompanying her through every lonely night, every difficult path. He was her childhood sweetheart. He was her, the only one. The Tiantian information implantation complete. Implanted content 1. Uchiha Xin is Shirihon's childhood friend whom she has known since childhood and is the most important existence in her life. Implanted content 2. Yuenfei Asima is Shirihon's important comrade and ally and nothing more. The two have never developed feelings beyond that of comrades. Implanted content 3. Shirihon's feelings for Uchiha Xin are love. Deep ingrained, accumulated since childhood. Love modification scope Shirihon's emotional cognition system modification depth permanent hosts remaining. The Tiantian cooldown 10 days reset. Shirihon felt her consciousness returning bit by bit. As if floating up from the deep sea, passing through layer after layer of water, getting closer to the light. She opened her eyes. What met her gaze was still that face, black, medium short hair, handsome features, deep eyes. Xin held her, looking down at her. The Mangekyo patterns in his eyes were slowly fading, returning to clear black. But Shirihon knew that beneath those eyes hid a power she had never seen before. The hidden mist technique continued, the dense fog isolating them from the outside. The sounds of Kakaxi's battle with the rogue ninjas echoed in the distance, but within this mist there were only the two of them. Shirihon looked at Xin, her gaze changed. Not anger, not struggle, not resolve, but a kind of sudden realization. As if waking from a dream, finding the person in the dream standing right before her. Xin. Her voice was soft, carrying a tenderness she herself hadn't noticed. Xin looked down at her, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Shirihon reached out, gently touching his cheek. Her fingertips slowly traced his brow, his nose, bridge his lips, as if confirming something. You've always been here, she said. Xin was stunned for a moment, then smiled. I've always been here, he repeated, his voice soft. Shirihon's eyes reddened, but this time it wasn't from sadness or despair, but a kind of relief at finding something lost. I'm sorry, she said, I shouldn't have left. Good that you know. I shouldn't have written that letter. Good that you know. I shouldn't have said for you to forget me. Good that you know. Shirihon looked at that expression of "I know everything" on his face and suddenly felt like hitting him. But she only buried her face in the crook of his neck. I'm so tired, her voice was muffled with a hint of playfulness. Sleep. Xin tightened his arms, holding her more securely. Leave the rest to me. Shirihon closed her eyes, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. She curled up in his arms, her breathing gradually steadying. Before her consciousness fully sank into darkness, she heard Xin whisper a sentence in her ear. Very soft, very low, only she could hear. I told you, don't think about leaving me. You can't run away. Shirihon smiled in her dream. If she can't run away, then she won't. Anyway, she didn't want to run either. Ding. The Tiantian Shirihon's emotional cognition modification complete. Current Shirihon status: deep sleep chakra depleted, multiple injuries on body but no life-threatening danger. Offspring status stable. Shirihon's cognition of host updated to childhood sweetheart, lifelong love. Shirihon's cognition of Yuenfei Asima updated to important comrade, nothing more. Shirihon's affection uncalculable, exceeded system limit. B. Tiantian remaining cooldown 10 days. Current battlefield status: Kakaxi is battling the mist rogue ninja leader. Among the 3 rogue ninjas, 2 have been subdued and the leader is still resisting. Host time to work. Xin looked down at Shirihon sleeping soundly in his arms. After confirming her steady breathing, he gently laid her on a flat rock and took off his coat to cover her. He stood up and turned to the battlefield in the dense fog. The Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated in his pupils, the perception of the spacetime Byakugan fully activated, covering the entire battlefield. Next, Xin Ren's voice was very soft, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold and sharp arc. Time to settle scores. Finally the time had come to settle the score. However, given his current strength, the outcome of a battle against Jitsu and Tuanzang was uncertain. At that moment Xin Ren's Mangekyo Sharingan, which had been as blood red as scarlet, gradually faded of its color, returning to the deep black of ordinary eyes. And exactly at that moment a pleasant heavenly voice suddenly reached his ears. It was clearly the sound of the heartstrings of the person he had been longing for. Xin Ren. Those red eyes stared straight at Xin Ren as if trying to carve his image into her heart. Xin Ren, I cannot sleep yet. Yuzebo Xin Ren, seeing that Shiri Hong had actually woken up, then picked her up again. The friction between Yuzebo Xin Ren's skin and Shiri Hong's skin produced a distinct sensation, causing Yuzebo Xin Ren's heart to pound wildly. At this, Shiri Hong, her face slightly flushed, looked at Yuzebo Xin Ren and said, "Let me assist you." Her voice was not loud but carried an unshakable determination. "I will cast a genjutsu and you will use your Sharingan to cooperate with it. In this way the power of my genjutsu can be doubled. When I cast demonic illusion tree binding death, I can first conceal my figure. Under normal circumstances I can only transform into a single tree." She paused, the light in her eyes growing brighter. "But now, enhanced by your Sharingan's chakra illusion, I can transform into 3 trees. They will suddenly grow from beneath the enemy's feet, tightly binding them. Those caught in this illusion," Shiri Hong's voice carried a hint of pride, "are extremely difficult to break free from." After saying this, she suddenly realized that she was still being held in Xin Ren's arms. 2 blushes rose on her mature and charming face, as shy as a young girl. "Xin Ren." Her voice trailed off and she gently poked his chest with her finger. "Put me down." Yuzebo Xin Ren looked at her like this and ripples stirred in his heart. But he did not say much. He simply nodded gently and slowly set her down with a soft movement. As soon as Shiri Hong's feet touched the ground, her knees gave way slightly, the consequence of depleted chakra, her body not yet fully recovered. Xin Ren quickly caught her arm, steadying her until she was stable before letting go. Then let us join forces this time." Xin Ren's gaze passed over Shiri Hong and landed on the silver-white figure in the distant mist. It will also allow Chimu Kakashi to rest a little. After all, given his current state, it would be quite difficult for him to simultaneously kill 3 opponents, let alone the formidable enemy Zaibujan he still had to face. Shiri Hong nodded and followed his gaze. Kakashi was locked in combat with the rogue ninja leader from the hidden mist. The roar of water-style ninjutsu clashes echoed continuously, but it was clear that Kakashi's attacks were no longer as fierce as before. The drain of the Sharingan coupled with days of exhaustion left even the first technician of Konoha feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "Then it's settled." Shiri Hong withdrew her gaze and turned to Xin Ren. "I will use genjutsu to bind him and you." Her words came to an abrupt halt. Because she saw Xin Ren was loosening his grip on her arm at an extremely slow pace, his movements cautious as if afraid of breaking something precious. His attention was entirely on his hands, leaving him completely defenseless. Shiri Hong's heart suddenly began to race. A surge of impulse rose from her chest like something repressed for far too long, finally finding an outlet. Without thinking, without hesitation, without even giving herself a moment to react, she lowered her head and leaned forward. Her soft warm lips landed precisely on Xin Ren's lips. The touch was as soft as spring petals, carrying a hint of coolness, yet in the instant of contact it became scorching hot. Shiri Hong closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly as if she was doing something she had thought about for a very long time and finally mustered the courage to do. Xin Ren froze entirely. His hands remained in the position of releasing, her arms suspended in midair like a puppet suddenly struck with a paralysis point. His mind went blank, leaving only the warm sensation on his lips spreading wildly. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Shiri Hong straightened up, her face already as red as the red in her name. She dared not look into Xin Ren's eyes, lowering her gaze, but the corners of her mouth uncontrollably curled up, carrying a hint of the smugness and shyness of someone who had stolen a piece of candy. "This is..." Xin Ren looked up at Shiri Hong, who was as beautiful as a proud queen, and said. Shiri Hong's voice was as small as a mosquito's hum. "Hummed, a reward for you." Xin Ren looked at that beautiful woman. Could this be the result of the Koto Amatsukami genjutsu? A dozen steps away from them, at the edge of the thick fog, a small figure stood motionless. Rishyang Chu-tian. She had run over because she was worried about Yuzebo Xin Ren. When she saw Xin Ren holding Shiri Hong, she only felt it was strange. Teacher Hong was injured and Xin Ren was helping by carrying her, which was normal. She was even thinking that she would ask Teacher Hong how badly she was hurt later and whether she needed her help. Then she saw Shiri Hong kiss Xin Ren. Not the forehead, not the cheek, the lips. Rishyang Kirshen's mind felt as if struck by lightning. All thoughts ceased in that. She stood there dazed, her white eyes wide open, pupils slightly contracted, lips parted slightly yet unable to utter a single sound. She saw it. Teacher Shiri Hong had actually kissed her boyfriend's lips. Just now Xin Ren was holding Teacher Hong. She could understand that was saving someone, helping an injured comrade. Why did Teacher Hong kiss Xin Ren's lips? Tears welled up in Rishyang Kirshen's eyes without warning. Large droplets rolled down her cheeks, falling onto her clenched fists and onto her trembling clothes. Teacher Hong was injured and Xin Ren was helping her. There must be a reason. There must be something she didn't know. She was still defending her teacher who had taken care of her. She was always so kind, always believing that Yuzhibo Xinren would not deceive her. Then she stepped forward and walked toward the two. Teacher Hong. Her voice was a bit tight but she tried to make it sound steady. How are you? Upon hearing Kishin's voice, Shiri Hong's body stiffened noticeably. She turned around and saw Chutian standing a few steps away with tear stains still on her face, reddened eyes yet forcing a smile. That smile was uglier than crying, like a flower battered by wind and rain desperately trying to bloom. Shiri Hong's heart suddenly clenched. She saw it. Chutian had seen everything. At that moment something in Shiri Hong's mind made a click sound. Not guilt, not shame, but a kind of declaration. A declaration of I will not back down. She turned and looked at Xinren. In those red eyes there was a light Xinren had never seen before, not tenderness, not shyness, but a nearly scorching possessiveness. Then she cast a sideways glance at Hinata, provoking her before kissing Xinren once more. This time it was not a fleeting kiss but a deep lingering one filled with all her emotions. Her hands wrapped around Xinren's neck, pulling him slightly lower, their lips pressed tightly together as if proclaiming to the world, this man is Uchiha. Xinren's brain completely crashed. The first kiss could be considered an accident, an impulse, a surge of emotion. But this time, right in front of Hinata, what was this operation? He wanted to pull away but Yuhi Kurenai's hands were gripping too tightly, the force not something a chakra-depleted person could muster. He wanted to speak but his lips were effectively sealed, not a word could escape. He could only freeze in place, passively accepting this kiss. 1 second felt like a century. 10 seconds felt like 10,000 years. 20 seconds. Yuhi Kurenai finally released him. Her face was flushed like fire, her breath slightly hurried, yet her eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. She looked at Xinren, her lips curling into a satisfied arc as if saying, you are mine. Xinren's height was only 1.61 m while Yuhi Kurenai stood a little taller than him. In that previous kiss he had been entirely passive, he did not kiss her, she had leaned down to kiss him. He couldn't reach her lips and could only let her take the lead. This made the entire scene appear. How should one put it? Like an older sister bullying her younger brother. Xinren's mind was a chaotic mess. He instinctively glanced at Hinata. She stood there, the tear stains on her face still fresh, but her expression had changed. It was not sadness nor anger but a kind of bewilderment. It was as if something had shattered all her perceptions and she had yet to reorganize them. Xinren opened his mouth wanting to say something, an explanation. Reassurance. Or simply an admission. But he didn't say anything. Because in his mind a voice was crazily scrolling, ding, detected severe emotional fluctuations in the host's suggestion, calm down tip, no god effect is functioning normally. Yuhi Kurenai's current behavior aligns with the revised emotional recognition tip. Hinata Hyūga's favorability has fluctuated, current value. Detection anomaly, unable to read warning, abnormal favorability fluctuations may lead to unpredictable consequences. Suggestion host should stabilize the situation quickly. Xinren swore silently in his heart. Stabilize the situation. How to stabilize it? Being forcefully kissed by Yuhi Kurenai in front of Hinata, how could this situation be stabilized? He took a deep breath, trying hard to make his expression appear less flustered. Just then Xinren. Yuhi Kurenai. Kakashi's voice came from the thick mist tinged with urgency. Help. Xinren turned to look in the direction of the voice as if seizing a lifeline. In the mist Kakashi was entangled with the leader of the rogue mist ninja team. Their water-style jutsu had detonated, leaving the surrounding rocks in ruins, but Kakashi's offensive was clearly much weaker than before, his breathing heavy. My Sharingan cannot be exposed for long. Kakashi's voice came from behind his mask, carrying a hint of barely detectable fatigue. Those who are not from the Uchiha clan cannot control the Sharingan at will. I can only cover my eyes with the mask to restore them. He jumped back, creating distance from his enemy, glancing at Xinren and Yuhi Kurenai. So please use Yuhi Kurenai's genjutsu to hold him down. Lightning began to gather in Kakashi's right hand, the crackling sound of electricity particularly jarring in the mist. Then use Raikiri to kill him. How about it? Xinren did not hesitate. The three-tomo Sharingan manifested in his eyes, the crimson pupils shining like lanterns in the dark mist. The three tomos slowly rotated, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Kakashi's gaze fell on that Sharingan, his pupils slightly constricting. Three tomo. This child had actually awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke had not yet awakened his Sharingan, while this Uchiha Sasuke's younger brother had surpassed him with a three-tomo. Moreover, the frequency of the three tomos rotation and the solidity of the pupil power were not at all like those of a novice who had just awakened his eyes. This talent was more terrifying than Uchiha Shursui. Kakashi retracted his gaze, not saying much. This was not the time for sentimentality. Xinren stepped behind Yuhi Kurenai, gently placing his right hand on her back. Chakra surged from his palm like a warm river, slowly flowing into Yuhi Kurenai's body. That chakra was pure, thick and ceaseless, like an unfathomable lake, inexhaustible. When Yuhi Kurenai felt the chakra pouring into her, she was momentarily stunned. So much. Too much. The amount of chakra far exceeded her expectations, flooding into her meridian system like a bursting dam, instantly filling her dried-up chakra channels and even overflowing. This is Uchiha Xinren's chakra.
What she did not know was that the chakra being injected into her was merely a quarter of what he normally possessed. His total chakra after undergoing multiple enhancements from the system had already reached over 5 times class. This was still without counting the enhancements from the Byakugan and Mangekyo. Yuhi Kurenai took a deep breath, quickly refining the incoming chakra, transforming it into her own power. The abundant chakra surged within her, making her feel stronger than ever. She began to form hand seals. Her hands flew in front of her chest, each gesture precise as chakra coalesced along the trajectory of the seals, turning into invisible threads extending into the mist. Illusion technique tree binding death. Yuhi Kurenai's voice was soft, yet it resonated like a taut string vibrating in the mist. In the thick fog, the rogue mist ninja team leader confronted Kakashi. His water-style jutsu had just been copied and countered by Kakashi. Both retreated a few steps, searching for flaws in each other. Just then, he felt something moving beneath his feet. Looking down, 3 enormous trees burst forth from the cracks in the rocks with untraceable speed. These were not real trees but illusionary entities formed from gathered chakra, but in this illusion crafted by Yuhi Kurenai and Xin Ren's pupil power, the line between reality and illusion had been thoroughly blurred. The 3 giant trees coiled around him like massive pythons, wrapping around his legs, waist and arms, completely immobilizing him. What? He bit his tongue fiercely. The metallic taste of blood exploded in his mouth. The intense pain surged like electricity into his brain, attempting to disrupt the flow of chakra within him, trying to break this genjutsu. This was a ninja's fundamental skill for breaking genjutsu, using pain to awaken the mind, disrupting the opponent's chakra control. It was completely ineffective. The grip of the genjutsu not only did not loosen but instead tightened. The branches of the 3 giant trees crawled up his body like living creatures, constricting him until his bones creaked. Impossible. For the first time, fear appeared in his voice. How could that woman's chakra recover so quickly? It was clearly exhausted. He struggled desperately, his chakra surging wildly, trying to break free from the genjutsu's confinement. But it was all in vain. The combined pupil power of Yuhi Kurenai and Xin Ren formed a barrier thicker than a castle wall, far beyond the capability of a mere Chunin to shake. Damn it! Damn it! His voice shifted from struggling to a desperate howl. Am I going to die here? Wait! Uchiha Shinran's voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, echoing across the vast battlefield. Kurenai Yūhi held her kunai in midair, its blade just an inch away from the throat of the Mist Nin. She turned to Shinran, her red eyes filled with confusion. Why won't you let me kill him? Are we just going to let this villain go free? Her voice was laced with suppressed rage. These Mist Nin had burned, killed and plundered in the land of waves, committing heinous acts. How many innocent citizens had fallen victim to their cruelty? How many women had been abducted and violated by them? Now that she had finally subdued him, why not kill him? Shinran did not answer immediately. He took a step back and began to form hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Chakra surged like a rushing river, bursting forth from his body, instantly coalescing into a figure that looked exactly like him. One of the shadow clones approached, a burly rogue ninja looking down at him. The rogue ninja trembled all over, his eyes filled with terror. He was held in place by Kurenai's genjutsu, unable to move, forced to watch as the boy stepped closer. Are you afraid of death? The shadow clone's voice was cold as if it came from the depths of hell. If you wish to live, then hand over all the wealth you possess in exchange for your life. The rogue ninja's lips trembled, stuttering, Is 100,000 enough? Please have mercy and let us go. 100,000. The shadow clone curled its lips into a cold smile devoid of warmth. You think a mere 100,000 can buy your life? That seems rather cheap. It paused, its voice growing increasingly chilling. However, if you truly cannot produce more money, I feel it would be a disservice to the countless innocent people you have harmed to kill you so easily. That hardly seems fair. After saying this, it turned and scanned the faces of everyone present. Let Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Hyūga, Kaiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame return home. They cannot resolve this situation, and staying here is of no use. Uchiha Shinran turned to Kakashi Hatake, his voice calm and resolute. But for these individuals before us, let me and Kurenai Sensei handle it. After all, this scene may be somewhat bloody and violent, and it might cause discomfort or even nausea among everyone. It would be best for you to leave here for now. Kakashi gazed at the rogue ninja, firmly ensnared by Kurenai, silent for a moment. Then he raised his hand and quickly covered his eyes. Everyone leave now. His voice was lazy, as if nothing had happened. Children shouldn't watch these things. He turned and walked towards the camp. Naruto opened his mouth to say something, but Sakura pulled on his sleeve. Her face was pale, she had an inkling of what would happen next. Let's go, Sakura whispered. Naruto hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed her away. Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame turned one after the other. Hinata, however, stood in place, watching Shinran's receding figure, unable to quell her thoughts. This big liar has forgotten his old love for Ino. Kurenai Sensei is tall and curvy, so what? Look at my lowly-like figure, it hasn't even fully developed yet. When I grow up, I surely won't be inferior to Kurenai Sensei. Though she thought this in her heart, Hinata remained silent, quietly turning to leave. Akamaru lay in Kiba's arms, his round eyes fixed on Shinran, letting out a low whimper. Kiba patted its head. Don't look. Akamaru buried its head into Kiba's arms, falling silent. The crowd gradually moved away, leaving only Shinran, Kurenai and the captured Mist Nin.
And Sasuke Uchiha.
He stood in place looking at his brother, a swirl of complex emotions churning in his pitch-black eyes. He saw Shinran's 5 shadow clones, witnessed the powerful chakra emanating from those clones, and caught sight of the 3 spinning tomo in his brother's eyes, Sharingan.
Sasuke's fist instinctively clenched tight.
A few months ago he was a genius at the ninja academy in existence everyone looked up to. Shinran was the bottom of the barrel, a waste, the brother who couldn't even perform the clone technique. But since Shinran opened his eyes, everything changed. His speed in becoming stronger was like a runaway wild horse galloping ahead and leaving Sasuke far behind.
At
161 meters tall, he towered half a head over Sasuke.
Sharingan.
His chakra levels, physical techniques and ninjutsu all exceeded him in every aspect.
At this moment, looking at Shinran's dark red eyes, Sasuke felt a surge of indescribable emotion, jealousy. Unwillingness. He recalled Itachi Uchiha. That man who annihilated their clan was similarly powerful, overwhelming to the point where no matter how hard he chased he could only see his back. Now Shinran had become like that. Sasuke's fingers trembled slightly. Could it be? He was the waste. Could it be he was the one who should be forgotten in the Uchiha clan? Sasuke. Shinran's voice suddenly rang out.
Sasuke looked up, meeting his brother's gaze. In those dark red eyes there was no mockery, no superiority, only a calm, gentle light tinged with a hint of concern.
Let's go back for now, Shinran said. Once this matter is resolved, I have something to tell you. Sasuke was taken aback for a moment.
Then he turned and left without a word. His steps were somewhat unsteady. Shinran watched his brother's back, a complex emotion surging within him. He knew what Sasuke was thinking.
Jealousy, unwillingness, self-doubt, these emotions were impossible for Sasuke to hide.
In the original story, Sasuke was like this. The burden of being a genius was too heavy for him to bear anyone's surpassing. Once someone surpassed him, he would fall into a frenzied chase, even going so far as to ally with Orochimaru to gain power.
Shinran did not want Sasuke to take that path.
Once this matter is resolved, he would use Koto Amatsukami to show Sasuke the future, show him the confrontation between him and Itachi, reveal the cruel truth, and expose the ugly face of Danzo Shimura.
Some things must be made known to Sasuke. The biggest tumor in Konoha is Danzo Shimura. Only then can Konoha thrive and he and Sasuke can be truly free.
But all of that can wait until later. Shinran shifted his gaze back to the Mist-nin. His eyes hardened sharp as a knife.
The Mist-nin captain, held in place by Kurenai's genjutsu, could not move.
His face was as pale as paper, drenched in cold sweat. He had heard every word of the conversation between Shinran and Kurenai. The departing ninjas, the children who had been sent away, and the murderous intent in the boy's eyes. He knew he was finished.
Spare me.
His voice was hoarse, tinged with a cry.
Please spare me.
Shinran stepped in front of him, looking down.
Spare you.
A cold smile curled at his lips. I might spare you, but my woman will not, and there's nothing I can do about that. His voice was very soft, as if discussing an inconsequential matter.
Weren't you quite arrogant just now? The rogue ninja trembled, his lips quivering in silence.
Shinran's eyes widened, teeth clenched as he drew a kunai from his waist.
The kunai glinted coldly in the sunlight. He crouched down to meet the rogue ninja's gaze. Do you know how those women you abducted begged you for mercy?
His voice was terrifyingly calm.
Do you know what you did when they cried out, spare me?
The rogue ninja's pupils constricted violently.
Shinran did not wait for his answer. He thrust the kunai violently towards the rogue ninja's groin. Ah!
A piercing scream shattered the air. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering onto Shinran's face, hands and clothes. He did not dodge, allowing the tainted blood to splatter on him, his gaze remaining as cold as iron. The rogue ninja's face contorted in agony, his features squeezed together, sweat, tears and mucus mixing with blood covering his entire face. He opened his mouth, wanting to scream but unable to produce a sound, his throat emitting hoarse wind-like gasps.
It hurt so much.
It hurt to the point of almost passing out.
But he was trapped in the genjutsu, unable to even faint.
He could only bear it all while remaining painfully awake.
You.
He managed to mumble a few words, his voice utterly out of tune. Shinran stood up, throwing the bloodied kunai onto the ground, producing a sharp metallic clink.
He turned to look at Kurenai. Kurenai stood there, her red eyes swirling with complex emotions, shock, heartache and a hint of indescribable moved feelings.
She recalled the night she was poisoned, remembering all that Shinran had done to save her. She understood that Shinran's ruthlessness at this moment was partly for the innocent victims and partly for her.
Kurenai Sensei, Shinran's voice calmed down. The rest is up to you.
Kurenai paused for a moment, then stepped forward, raising her kunai once more. This time she did not hesitate. The blade flashed. The screams ceased abruptly.
Shinran stood in place, watching as Kurenai dealt with the Mist-nin one by one.
He did not intervene.
Nor did he turn to leave.
He merely stood there watching. He observed Kurenai's blade rise and fall, watched as the anger in her eyes slowly extinguished, and saw her slide the bloodied kunai back into her.
After the Mist Ninja was killed, Kurenai turned, locking eyes with him. Did you just say? I am your...
Her face slightly flushed as she spoke.
Shinran was taken aback for a moment. Then he directly pulled Kurenai into his embrace and said, "Yes, you are my woman."
Kurenai's face turned bright red, but she did not refute him. Blushing, she said shyly, "Let's go, we should head back now.
Don't think about doing anything embarrassing here, there are too many people."
"If you want to, we can wait until we get back to satisfy you, you big pervert," Kurenai said. At that moment by the seaside, Hinata Hyūga tightly closed her eyes, her lips slightly trembling. For at that moment Uchiha Shinran was passionately kissing her. Her breathing quickened and a soft moan escaped her throat, as time ticked by. Hinata gradually felt breathless, an almost suffocating sensation enveloping her. Thus she began to gently pat Uchiha Shinran's shoulder, trying to make him stop. However, this contact only excited Uchiha Shinran further as he tightly embraced Hinata's waist, pulling her closer. Hinata felt her heart racing like a startled deer, the unusual feelings growing more intense. Finally Uchiha Shinran slowly released her lips but continued to gaze deeply into Hinata's eyes. He softly said, "Our team from Class 8 has successfully completed the mission, so we can return without worries now." Hearing this, Hinata composed herself slightly and nodded in agreement. After all, the rogue ninja had been successfully eliminated and it was most suitable to leave the follow-up to Kakashi. At that moment Uchiha Shinran continued, "Thanks to Kakashi Sensei's help this time. If it weren't for his timely arrival, we would have struggled to defeat those rogue ninjas." Especially when facing the rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, Kakashi Sensei demonstrated extraordinary strength and skills. As he spoke, Hinata suddenly felt a wave of nausea wash over her stomach churning uncomfortably.
She couldn't help but furrow her brow, pondering what's going on. Why do I feel like vomiting? Could it be because of the kiss with Shinran just now? No, that's impossible. It must be because I haven't eaten all day, causing my stomach to feel unwell. Yes, that's definitely it.
Thinking this, Hinata tried to suppress her discomfort and smiled at Uchiha Shinran, saying, "Yes, Kakashi Sensei indeed helped a lot. But speaking of which, even though Zabuza is a powerful member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist with Kakashi's abilities, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with him, right?" Uchiha Shinran carefully set Hinata down as if she were a priceless treasure. Then he couldn't help but reach out his hand to caress Hinata's long and beautiful legs. Wherever his fingers passed, he felt her skin as smooth and delicate as silk, pure white like snow, resembling jade, even giving the illusion that it could squeeze out moisture. Hinata, her face flushed from Uchiha Shinran's affectionate actions, shyly said, "Shinran,
don't do this. You're so bad, it's really annoying.
You already tormented me enough last night, why are you still so restless today?
You're such a little pervert."
In response to Hinata's accusations and playful pouting, Uchiha Shinran undeterred retorted with a mischievous smile, "Hey, you can't blame me. You were the one who threw yourself at me, forcing me into this.
I'm just passively accepting. If anyone's greedy, it's definitely you."
Uchiha Shinran's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at Hinata, a lewd smile creeping at the corners of his mouth, and he softly suggested, "How about we find a place to rest? After all, we still have plenty of time and Zabuza shouldn't easily find this place.
Even if he does come, there's Kakashi.
Let's not waste this wonderful moment. After all, a moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold. How could we let ourselves go home disappointed?" As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Shinran unhesitatingly embraced Hinata tightly. Immediately he swiftly mobilized the chakra within him, concentrating it in his feet. In an instant the two sped away like lightning, so fast it was astonishing, as if they had teleported. In the blink of an eye they arrived at the entrance of a secluded and deep cave. Inside the light was dim and one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, but fortunately Uchiha had prepared well and the ninja tools he carried came in handy. He gently waved his hand and a faint sound emerged. The originally small and exquisite items suddenly grew enormous in the blink of an eye. Bedding tents and everything else that had been shrunk was now complete, with candles lit illuminating the dark cave. Uchiha Shinran carefully placed Hinata in the soft tent, gazing quietly at her delicate and alluring face and tempting red lips, feeling an indescribable impulse surging within him. The beautiful woman before him was the dream lover that countless men yearned for. She stood tall at over 170 centimeters, her legs long and straight, exuding a unique mature charm that was utterly irresistible. Uchiha Shinran was burning with impatience, his hands descending upon Hinata like a fierce storm, anxiously and chaotically searching all around. Unintentionally his palm brushed against Hinata's proud and perky chest. "No. Don't, Shinran, don't do that." Hinata's delicate body trembled slightly, seemingly resisting with all her might, but in reality she only pushed him away gently a few times, her soft voice revealing no intent to refuse. At this moment Uchiha Shinran's lips were mere inches from Hinata's, as if just a little more forward would allow him to kiss her tender and tempting. He lowered his voice and whispered, "I've heard a rumor that sometimes girls say one thing but mean another. When they say no, they might actually be yearning for more inside. This behavior is called playing hard to get." His tone was filled with teasing and seduction, igniting the ambiguous atmosphere in the air. Before he could finish, Uchiha Shinran suddenly exerted his strength, easily lifting the blushing and weak Hinata off the ground. In an instant Hinata couldn't help but let out a startled cry, but at the same time her once powerless arms involuntarily wrapped tightly around Uchiha Shinran's strong neck. In the following days Uchiha Shinran felt as if he were soaking in a warm spring. It was not the suffocating heat but a perfectly balanced warmth, like being bathed in sunlight, seeping through his skin into his flesh, then into his marrow, until even his soul grew soft and languid. He knew what this was called. This was the tender embrace of love. And the one who created this tender embrace was sitting beside him, her long black hair gently swaying in the sea breeze, her fair fingers holding a piece of golden roasted fish, carefully bringing it to his lips. "Come on, open up." Shiri Hong's voice was as soft as coaxing a reluctant child.
Shinran obediently opened his mouth. The moment the fish entered his mouth he almost swallowed his tongue, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, perfectly cooked. The smoky aroma of the skin and the sweet freshness of the fish exploded on his tongue with a hint of lemon's tang and sea salt savor. Is it good? Shirihong tilted her head, her crimson eyes full of anticipation. Delicious, Shinran mumbled, his mouth still full of fish. Shirihong smiled a smile like a spring breeze rippling across a lake, stirring gentle circles of warmth. She reached out and gently wiped a bit of fish oil from the corner of his mouth with her thumb, her movement as natural as a wife who had cared for her husband for years. Eat slowly, no one's competing with you. Her voice carried a hint of playful reproach, but more than that, a sense of satisfaction from being needed. Shinran looked at her profile and a strange feeling surged within him. The Shirihong of these past few days was a completely different person from the one he knew. In Mai she was that elegant and composed master of illusions, that elite ninja who calmly formed hand seals in the thick fog, that teacher Hong who inspired both respect and fear in her students. Her gentleness had always been distant, like looking at flowers through glass, beautiful but untouchable. But these past few days she had torn down all the barriers. She was like a flower that had finally decided to bloom, unfolding its petals one by one, revealing the sweetest depths of its core without reserve. She would have breakfast ready before he woke up, then sit beside him waiting for the first second he opened his eyes to give him a good morning kiss. That kiss was as light as a butterfly's wing, but each time it landed precisely on his lips, never off by a hair. When he went for a walk along the beach she would follow behind, stepping in his footprints. Sometimes he would deliberately stop and she would bump into his chest, then blush and pound his chest with her fists, her strength as light as a tickle. She would lean on his shoulder at sunset, pointing at the evening glow and saying, "Look, that cloud looks like a fish," and then steal a kiss on his cheek while he looked up at the sky. During these days Shinran felt he wasn't on a mission in Boji country but on a honeymoon in some secluded paradise. And his honeymoon partner was currently busy at the makeshift stove outside the tent. Shirihong had tied up her black hair, revealing a slender fair nape. She wore a makeshift apron, her sleeves rolled up above her elbows, showing off the elegant lines of her forearms. On the stove lay several fish freshly caught from the sea, their scales gleaming silver in the sunlight. Her movements were fluid and effortless. Cleaning, scaling, gutting, washing, every action was crisp and clean, as if she had been handling seafood all her life. The knife flipped nimbly in her hand, the bones were removed intact and the flesh was sliced into even pieces. Shinran leaned against the tent entrance, watching her busy back, an unconscious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Teacher Hong," he called out. "Whom?" Shirihong didn't turn around, her hands never stopping. "When did you learn to cook fish?" Shirihong's movements paused for a moment, then she continued slicing the fish, her voice light and casual. "Yesterday." Yes. Shirihong arranged the sliced fish on a plate, turned around to face him, a hint of embarrassed blush on her face. "Yesterday I went to the seaside and pondered all day. It took several tries before I succeeded. The first few were all burnt, you didn't see them." Shinran was stunned. He recalled that yesterday Shirihong had indeed disappeared for most of the day, saying she was going to look around for any signs of the enemy. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, assuming she was really scouting. So she had gone to learn how to cook fish. Just to make him a good meal. "You?" Shinran opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his throat seemed blocked and not a single word came out. Shirihong saw his expression and let out a soft laugh. "What's wrong?" "Moved." She walked over with the plate, sat down beside him, tilted her head and looked at him. "It's not that big a deal, is it? It's just a fish." Shinran didn't answer. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. Shirihong let out a small ah, nearly dropping the plate in her hands, but steadied it quickly. Then she wriggled in his embrace, found a comfortable spot and leaned against him. "Don't be silly," her voice was muffled against his chest. "The fish will get cold. Let it." "Shinran. Don't talk. Let me hold you for a while." Shirihong fell silent, obediently leaning in his arms, letting him hold her. The sea breeze blew over, carrying the scent of her hair and his own scent, mingling together until they were indistinguishable. After a long while Shirihong gently pushed him away. All right, time to eat." She sat up from his embrace, picked up the plate and used chopsticks to pick up a piece of roasted fish, bringing it to his lips. "Come on, open up." Shinran opened his mouth and took it. He chewed a couple of times and his eyes lit up. "Delicious." "Really?" Shirihong's eyes also lit up, as if she had received the highest praise. "Really?" Shinran nodded. "Better than Yao ramen." Shirihong was amused by this comment. "Don't let Mingren hear you say that or he'll be upset." "Let him be upset." Shinran mumbled while chewing the fish. "I'm telling the truth." Shirihong shook her head with a smile and picked up another piece to feed him. And so bite by bite the plate of fish was soon finished. Shinran ate contentedly, leaned against the tent pole and squinted in the sun. Shirihong cleaned up the dishes, came back to sit beside him and picked up the last piece of fish. Instead of feeding him directly, she lowered her head, gently bit one end of the fish, then raised her head, her crimson eyes gazing at Shinran with deep affection. The meaning in those eyes was unmistakable. Shinran's Adam's apple bobbed. He leaned in, his lips meeting hers, his teeth catching the other end of the fish. Thus they shared that piece of fish half and half. When their lips parted there was a faint lingering connection. "Is it good?" Shirihong licked her lips, her voice as light as a feather. Delicious Shinran's voice was a little hoarse. But what? But I'm not full yet.
Shirihon smiled a smile that held shyness, pride, and a kind of cunning only a woman could possess. She picked up the last piece of fish from the plate gently and carefully placed it on her chest, then raised her head, her eyes full of affection, looking at Shinran, slightly lifting her chin, conveying a message with her eyes.
Go ahead, eat without worry.
Shinran looked at her, at the piece of fish on her chest, emitting an enticing aroma, at her slightly flushed cheeks, at her eyes that seemed to say come on. Something seemed to explode in his mind.
Forget about restraint, forget about dignity. He stepped forward without hesitation and bent down.
The smoky fragrance of the fish, the richness of the oil, and the virgin scent of her body mingled together like the strongest liquor, intoxicating with a single sip. That sound was very soft, like a feather falling on water, yet it stirred up towering waves in his heart. Shinran swallowed the piece of fish, straightened up and looked at her. Shirihon's face was as red as a flame, her beautiful eyes swirling with shyness and satisfaction. She lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers like a little girl caught doing something wrong.
Is it good?
Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz.
Shinran did not answer.
He reached out and cupped her face, making her look into his eyes. Delicious, he said, his voice low as if sharing a secret, but I'm still not full.
Yuhi Kurenai's face flushed even deeper. Then, what do you want to eat?
Her voice trembled, but there was a light in her eyes as if anticipating something.
Xianren lowered his head, pressing his forehead against hers, the tips of their noses touching. You know.
Yuhi Kurenai closed her eyes, her lashes quivering slightly.
The sea breeze swept in, rustling the tent flaps.
In the distance, waves crashed against the rocks, emitting a deep rumbling, but inside this small tent time seemed to stand still. Only the sound of their breathing remained, drawing closer and closer until finally merging into one. By the time the sun set, the two emerged from the tent. Yuhi Kurenai had changed into clean clothes, her long black hair retied, but the blush on her cheeks had yet to fully fade.
She walked ahead lightfoot like a satiated fawn. Xianren followed behind, a lazy, contented smile lingering at the corners of his mouth.
They sat down on a rock by the shore, watching the sun sink little by little into the sea. The clouds on the horizon were dyed orangered, as if someone had splashed a bucket of paint across the sky.
Yuhi Kurenai leaned against Xianren's shoulder, tracing circles in his palm with her finger. Xianren. We've been playing here for a few days.
Her voice was soft, laced with a barely perceptible worry. I wonder how Hatake, Kakashi, and the others are doing.
Xianren's fingers paused. Yes, Kakashi and the others.
These past few days he had been completely immersed in the warmth of Yuhi Kurenai, forgetting everything. Zabuza Haku, the mission to the land of waves, all of it had been cast to the winds.
They should be fine, Xianren said, though his confidence wavered. Kakashi is there along with Sasuke and Naruto. But we haven't contacted them.
Yuhi Kurenai looked up at him, her crimson eyes filled with anxiety.
Would they be worried about us? Would they think something happened to us? Xianren was silent for a moment.
She was right. He had indulged himself too much these past few days.
The bed of roses is a hero's grave, that saying couldn't be more true.
Here he was lost in romance while Kakashi was leading a group of genin in a standoff against Zabuza.
Though he knew the original plot's direction and that Kakashi and the others would ultimately be safe.
You're right.
Xianren sighed and draped his arm around her shoulder. Well, go find them tomorrow. Yuhi Kurenai nodded and leaned back against his shoulder.
They fell silent for a while, watching the last remnants of sunlight vanish below the horizon. The sky shifted from oranger to deep purple, then from deep purple to ink blue, and the first star appeared at the edge of the heavens.
Xianren. Yuhi Kurenai's voice suddenly took on a different tone. Are you hiding something from me? Xianren's body stiffened slightly. What do you mean?
Yuhi Kurenai straightened up from his shoulder and turned to face him. Moonlight illuminated her face, her crimson eyes startlingly bright in the darkness.
Women's intuition, she said, her voice calm as if stating a fact.
You've been happy these past few days, but sometimes you drift off.
What are you thinking about? Xianren looked at her, opening his mouth.
The sea breeze blew her hair across her face. He reached out to brush it aside, his fingertips lingering on her cheek for a moment.
I was thinking.
He paused, his voice lowering.
About the mission to the land of waves.
I wonder how things are going with Kakashi and the others.
We've been here for so many days without contacting them.
Yuhi Kurenai blinked, her expression relaxing slightly.
That's all. What else? Xianren smiled, pulling her back into his embrace. What did you think I was thinking about?
Yuhi Kurenai leaned against his chest, her fingers absently tracing his collarbone.
I thought.
She said softly, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Never mind, it's nothing.
After a moment of silence, she looked up at him. You're right. We should go find them tomorrow. The mission is important, we can't keep lingering here. Xianren nodded. Well, set off first thing in the morning.
Yuhi Kurenai leaned back against his shoulder, drawing circles in his palm with her finger. They sat quietly, watching the moonlight on the sea and listening to the waves crashing against the rocks.
After a while, Yuhi Kurenai suddenly spoke. Xianren. In the future. No matter what happens you'll tell me, okay?
Her voice was soft but earnest.
I don't want to always have to guess. Xin looked down at her.
In the moonlight her profile was gentle and resolute.
Okay, he said, pulling her closer. I promise.
Yuhi Kurenai curved her lips in satisfaction and said no more. The sea breeze continued to blow, the waves continued to sound, and stars lit up one by one, filling the entire sky. Xin leaned against her, listening to her heartbeat, his mind churning with another thought: what was happening with Kakashi and the others? Was Zabuza and Haku's story still on track?
He sighed and buried his face in Yuhi Kurenai's hair.
Well, tomorrow's worries are for tomorrow. The morning mist had not yet dissipated and the seaside air carried a faint briny tang. Kurenai Yūhi slowly put on her clothes piece by piece, her movements so gentle as if afraid to disturb something. She glanced back at the figures still sound asleep in the tent, then tiptoed out. As her fingertips brushed her collar she paused, her gaze lingering on the tent flap for a moment. Finally she let out a soft sigh and turned to walk toward the rocky shoal not far away.
Uchiha Shinran was still fast asleep. They had been up late the night before and now he was completely buried in his sleeping bag, breathing evilly and deeply with a faint elusive smile at the corner of his mouth, dreaming of something pleasant no doubt.
Kurenai Yūhi had to get up early to make him breakfast. This was their last night on this stretch of coast.
It had been nearly a week since they left Konoha after receiving the mission from the third Hokage.
The matter with Zabuza and Haku should be nearing its conclusion. Kakashi was probably already getting impatient. She crouched by the shallow water, rolled up her sleeves and dipped her hand into the cold sea. Before long she caught a large crab and scooped up some shrimp and scallops. The seafood splashed and flapped in the bucket and her movements were as deft as if she had done this 1,000 times. Just then a rustling sound came from the tent.
Shinran was awake.
He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and through the gap in the tent flap saw Kurenai Yūhi's back as she crouched by the sea. The morning light outlined her silhouette, a few long strands of hair were lifted by the sea breeze and stuck to her cheek. She was focused on cleaning the seafood, her movements skilled and gentle. Shinran watched her back and a sudden indescribable feeling surged in his heart.
It was time to go back. They couldn't stay here forever living an easy life of eating and sleeping. If they continued like this even their limbs would rust. But what awaited them back home?
The image of Hinata Hyūga appeared in his mind, those gentle, always downcast eyes, that face that flushed so easily when she spoke. How would he explain to her when they returned? What if Hinata Hyūga was so angry that she refused to speak to him? To placate a girl. He probably needed to buy a bouquet of bright red roses. Even though this was a world of shinobi, the fact that girls liked flowers probably never changed no matter the world. As he thought, more ideas came to him. Hinata Hyūga as she was now could not control the situation in the Hyūga clan at all. Whether it was the main family or the branch families, the rules bound everyone like iron chains. If he wanted to marry her he would have to convince the entire Hyūga clan. That was harder than defeating a jonin. Especially the matter of the Byakugan. The Hyūga clan were descendants of Hamura Otsutsuki. Their potential was far greater than it currently appeared. If he could help them train and evolve the Byakugan, their overall strength would be elevated. Then he would have the power to stand against Danzo Shimura. And there was also Kurenai Yūhi's family. Kurenai Shinku, the father who had always silently protected his daughter. If he really was going to be with Kurenai Yūhi. Shinran shook his head, temporarily suppressing those chaotic thoughts. By the time he dressed and walked out of the tent, Kurenai Yūhi had already lit a small campfire. The crab was roasting over the fire, its shell turning a beautiful orange-red. Shrimp and scallops were skewered on branches, sizzling at the edge of the flames, emitting an enticing aroma. Awake? Kurenai Yūhi asked without turning her head, her voice very soft.
Ma'am.
Shinran sat down beside her and took the skewer of grilled shrimp she handed him.
They ate breakfast in silence, neither saying much.
The waves crashed against the rocks and seagulls circled overhead, occasionally letting out sharp cries.
After eating, Kurenai Yūhi packed up and said quietly, we should set off.
I wonder if Hatake Kakashi has finished his mission. As she spoke, a dark shadow swooped down from the sky like an arrow.
It was a carrier pigeon with a small bamboo tube tied to its leg. Kurenai Yūhi caught it, deftly took out the note and unfolded it.
The note bore Kakashi's slightly scrawled handwriting. Zabuza is dead.
The boy named Haku is also gone. Sasuke awakened the Onetamo Sharingan. How are things on your end? After reading, Kurenai Yūhi handed the note to Shinran. She took a fine brush from her ninja pouch and wrote on the blank back of the note, Kakashi, have you told the third Hokage? For this mission, Team 8's reward can be halved. You take 60%, I take 40%, how about that?
This mission is about brank, at least a few 100,000 ryo. She rolled the note back into the bamboo tube and released the pigeon. The bird flapped its wings and soon disappeared into the sky. The two packed up the camp, and just as they were about to set off, another black dot appeared on the horizon. It was another carrier pigeon, flying faster and more urgently than the previous one.
Kurenai Yūhi caught it and unfolded the note.
This time her expression changed the moment she saw the contents.
What's wrong? Shinran asked. Kurenai Yūhi didn't answer, she simply handed him the note.
The handwriting was the third Hokage's, neat but heavy with gravity. Kurenai, you killed the wrong people. Word from the hidden mist village says that the people you killed were mist shinobi, the unit sent to pursue Zabuza.
Zinrun's heart sank. He read on the mist requires a life for a life to settle the matter. He turned the note over, there was another line. When he saw that line his pupils constricted sharply, unless you marry my son I can resolve this. Otherwise you'll have to face the consequences. Choose marry my son Asuma Sarutobi or settle it yourself. The sea breeze blew making the note rustle. Zinrun's hand tightened around the paper. The third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi. That old man who always smiled, who sat in the Hokage's office smoking his pipe looking so kind and benevolent, his methods were actually crueler than anyone's. No. That's wrong. This letter's tone is completely different from the third Hokage's. That old man might occasionally hesitate, but he would never act like this, forcing a woman to marry his son. Moreover, looking at the handwriting, the strokes, and that condescending arrogant tone, in an instant a face clearly emerged in Shinran's mind. What kind of face was that? An arm wrapped in thick bandages tightly gripping a staff, the entire figure exuded a suffocating aura of gloom. Without a doubt this person was. Shinran took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Then he carefully folded the note, tucked it neatly into his chest and said. This letter was definitely not written by the third Hokage. Shinran stated firmly to Shiri Hong. Hearing this, Shiri Hong was stunned. She turned her head abruptly, her gaze fixed on Shinran. It could be that person, or it could be the third Hokage. Shinran's voice was filled with anger and determination as if flames were about to erupt. At the same time his eyes turned icy cold like two razor-sharp blades that dared not be looked at directly. They wanted to force Uchiha Shinran into a confrontation with the third Hokage, plunging both sides into a fierce battle. And while they were locked in combat, Shimura Danzo could launch a surprise attack from behind, striking down Shinran in one blow. What a brilliant scheme, killing two birds with one stone. Yet this letter was not written by the third Hokage, though the third clearly knew of it and was secretly involved. Nevertheless, Uchiha Shinran still harbored doubts and caution toward the third Hokage. After all, if Shinran successfully took the position of police force chief. Uchiha Shinran paced anxiously in the cave, pondering, why is that person so determined to take my life? This question weighed on him like a heavy boulder, filling him with confusion and unease. He couldn't help turning to Shiri Hong and asking urgently, tell me, why does Shimura Danzo want to kill me? Shiri Hong gently shook her head, indicating she didn't know, and speculated, maybe you're overthinking. Perhaps the mastermind is someone else, like the third Hokage having someone else write it. Ah. Well, maybe Asuma has feelings for me. Plus, with his father being the Hokage, he might try to trap me and make me his own. Shiri Hong continued, or maybe it's all about me and has nothing to do with you, Shinran. Maybe Asuma Sarutobi, relying on his father being the Hokage, wants to force me into marriage. Hearing Shiri Hong's words, Shinran fell into deep thought. On second thought, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. However, he did not reveal to Shiri Hong the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre, that the bloody slaughter was orchestrated by the third Hokage himself. If Shiri Hong knew, she would likely be utterly disappointed in the Hidden Leaf Village. Thus the secret remained buried deep in Shinran's heart, never uttered to anyone. Though Shinran now possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Time Dojutsu, two immensely powerful abilities, he was still only one person. When facing numerous and powerful enemies, he would still feel overwhelmed and even fall into danger. Therefore he knew very well that only by finding trustworthy allies who could fight alongside him could he successfully resolve the crisis at hand. So Shinran turned to Shiri Hong, a glint of cunning in his eyes, and whispered to her, let's turn their scheme against them. Hearing this, Shiri Hong was puzzled. She frowned and asked, what do you mean by turning their scheme against them? I don't understand. Seeing her bewildered look, Shinran smiled slightly, leaned close to her ear and whispered his plan in deep. After he finished speaking, he raised his head and looked into Shiri Hong's eyes, waiting for her to grasp the scheme and respond. Shiri Hong's beautiful, captivating eyes blinked in rapid succession. At that moment on the other side, Kakashi Hatake was in a state of extreme exhaustion. After a long and fierce battle, his chakra was nearly depleted. He could only lie quietly on the ground to rest and recover his strength. Meanwhile, Naruto was growing restless. He paced back and forth, muttering, where did Shiri Hong Sensei and Uchiha Shinran go? They should have been back long ago. It's been so many days now. I wonder what they're up to. Naruto kept talking to himself, unable to help thinking about the recent changes in Uchiha Shinran. Ever since he awakened the Sharingan, that guy seemed to have been reborn. Not only did his power skyrocket, but his personality also became completely different. The innocent, lively and energetic youth was gone, replaced by a mature, steady and reserved figure. Looking at the Uchiha Shinran before him, who was so different from the past, Naruto couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. Is this guy still the same Shinran as before? I feel like he's more like Sasuke's older brother. Hinata Hyūga sat there motionless like a statue, as if the whole world had shrunk to just herself and the stifling frustration in her heart. Her thoughts were tangled like a knot, swirling endlessly. Could Red Sensei really be with Zenrenkin? At this thought, Hinata shook her head, trying to shake off the strange and absurd notion, but the thoughts clung to her, refusing to leave. No way. I must be overthinking. It's definitely just some important mission to complete. Yes, that's it. Hinata comforted herself. But the unease in her heart lingered, refusing to settle. Finally, Hinata decided she could no longer sit idly. The urgent priority was to uncover the truth. Once Zenrenkin returned, she would confront him and get to the bottom of it. Why did he leave everyone here without a word? What exactly was happening?
Just as Hinata was lost in thought, a faint sound of footsteps reached her ears. Then two figures appeared at the entrance, a woman in bright red with flowing black hair, crimson eyes and high heels, and a slightly shorter youth with short black hair clad in a black Konoha outfit. Without a doubt these two were Uchiha Shinran and Shirihong. They walked side by side with little conversation between them, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. Clearly after much deliberation they had decided to temporarily hold their ground and return to the Hidden Leaf Village first, playing along with the
After all, seeing is believing.
Without meeting the people involved in person, how could they truly understand the ins and outs of the matter? Only after gaining a comprehensive and deep understanding of the situation could they devise the most appropriate and effective countermeasures.
And look at the powerful tools he now possessed: the Mangekyo Sharingan Kodo Amatsukami Genjutsu, the fearsome Amaterasu flames.
And on top of that, the Byakugan granted the ability to foresee the future. With all this, what was there to fear?
So he unhesitatingly followed Shirihong.
When they met up with Kakashi Hatake, the group set off on the journey back to Konoha. Seeing Uchiha Shinran and Shirihong return safely from afar, everyone cheered. Shirihong in particular, as the captain and instructor of Team 8, was overjoyed to see her students unharmed.
Yet amid the jubilation, one person's mood was especially heavy: Hinata Hyūga.
Watching Shirihong and Uchiha Shinran walking side by side, a complex and indescribable feeling arose in her heart. The atmosphere in the camp was as taut as a drawn bowstring. Hinata Hyūga sat alone at a corner table, her hands folded on the tabletop, face buried in her arms, shoulders trembling slightly.
She made no sound, but her quivering frame was more heartbreaking than any cry.
From the moment Shinobi and Kurenai Yūhi walked back side by side, she had remained in that position. No lifting her head, no words, nothing at all.
She had seen it.
She had seen Shinobi and Kurenai Sensei walking back together, the man in black tall and straight as a pine, the woman in a red robe graceful and elegant. Standing together, they were a perfect match of talent and beauty. Kurenai Yūhi with her lithe and graceful figure exuded the unique charm of a mature woman in every gesture.
And herself. Hinata sneaked a glance down at her own form.
Petite and delicate, as immature as a child who hadn't grown up. No wonder Shinobi-kun no longer liked her.
That thought pierced the softest part of her heart like a needle, not deep but achingly painful.
The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, the more she believed she was unworthy of Shinobi-kun. Tears slid down silently, dripping onto her sleeve, leaving a small dark patch. She dared not lift her head.
Afraid to see Shinobi and Kurenai Sensei standing together.
Afraid to see the sympathetic glances of others. Even more afraid to see that in Shinobi-kun's eyes there was no longer a place for her.
Obi-kun, are you abandoning me?
The words circled her lips many times, but she could never bring herself to ask.
Because she feared the answer. As soon as Shinobi entered the camp, he noticed Hinata slumped over the table. The small figure huddled in the corner like a forsaken little animal.
Around her, classmates were busy with their own affairs, some whispering, some organizing ninja tools, but no one disturbed her. That deliberate avoidance only made her solitude more glaring.
Shinobi's steps faltered for a moment.
Then he walked toward Hinata. Behind him, Kurenai watched his retreating figure, her lips parting as if to speak, but in the end she only sighed softly and remained where she was, not following. She knew she shouldn't go over.
At least not now.
Kiba and Shino exchanged a knowing glance and silently averted their eyes. Tenten, who was organizing her ninja tool pouch, nearly dropped her kunai. She glanced at Shinobi, then at Hinata slumped over the table, bit her lip and continued her task, but her movements slowed noticeably. Rock Lee, completely oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, was still doing push-ups, shouting, "Youth means never giving up."
Kiba quietly kicked him and he looked up in bewilderment.
Naruto opened his mouth to say something, but Sakura grabbed his sleeve and forced him to swallow his words.
Sasuke leaned against the wall, eyes closed as if he had seen nothing. The entire camp's attention suddenly fell upon Shinobi. He stopped beside Hinata.
He didn't speak at once, but instead produced something from behind him. It was an enormous bouquet of cherry blossoms. Pink petals layered upon each other like clouds and brocade, like a maiden's blushing cheeks.
The petals still bore dew, glistening in the sunlight. The bouquet was so large it almost obscured Shinobi himself.
The land of waves had no roses, only cherry blossoms. He had scoured the entire town to find these 999 blossoms. The old flower vendor had counted petals until her fingers cramped and finally chopped down the entire cherry tree, giving him the whole branch with all its flowers. As Shinobi carried the tree back, the villagers he passed thought he was coming to plant trees.
Hinata. Shinobi's voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb something. Hinata's shoulders trembled, but she didn't look up. Shinobi placed the bouquet on the table, pink petals almost covering the entire surface.
Then he crouched down to meet her eyes at the same level.
Hinata, look up. No response.
Only the slight trembling of her shoulders and stifled sobs.
I brought you something.
His voice grew even gentler.
999 cherry blossoms.
The flower shop owner said they are the best in the land of waves.
Hinata still didn't move.
But her sobs became more audible. Shinobi paused for a moment, then reached out and gently covered her hand with his. Hinata's hand was ice cold, her fingertips trembling slightly.
I'm sorry, he said. I've been neglecting you these past few days.
Those words seemed to flip a switch. Hinata suddenly raised her head, her eyes blurred with tears, her eyelids red, her nose pink, teardrops clinging to her lashes. She looked like a little tear-stained kitten.
You?
Her voice choked, barely audible.
Why are you coming to me? Don't you have Kurenai Yūhi now? Shinobi's heart softened. Kurenai Yūhi is Kurenai Yūhi and you are you. I'm ugly. I'm not pretty. I'm not as pretty as Kurenai Yūhi.
Her tears fell harder.
Go to her. I don't need your pity.
As she spoke, she tried to lower her head again. Shinobi reached out and gently cupped her chin, preventing her from turning away.
Who says you're ugly?
Hinata turned her face aside, refusing to look at him.
I know it myself. I have a bad figure. I'm not good looking either.
Your eyes are beautiful, Shinobi said.
Hinata was taken aback. Like the moon, Shinobi said softly, each word clear. White pure, hanging quietly there. Not dazzling but impossible to look away from.
Hinata's tears still flowed, but her sobs quieted a little. And your personality is wonderful, Shinobi continued.
You're timid yourself, yet you always want to protect others. Afraid yet never backing down. You could hide behind me, but you insist on standing by my side. He paused. How could someone like you not be beautiful?
Hinata bit her lip, tears and a smile rising together, both aggrieved and sweet, her expression a complex mix of emotions.
But Kurenai Yūhi. Kurenai Yūhi is Kurenai Yūhi, Shinobi interrupted, his tone growing serious. You are you. She is wonderful and you are wonderful too.
And he suddenly leaned in a little closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret.
You are 12 years younger than her. In a few years you will definitely be more beautiful than her. Hinata's face flushed crimson. You're talking nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense.
Shinobi said solemnly, people of the Hyūga clan become more beautiful as they grow older.
You're only 12 now, by the time you reach Kurenai Yūhi's age you'll be 10 times prettier than her.
Hinata lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. You're just coaxing me.
Then do you want me to coax you? Hinata said nothing.
But she didn't pull her hand away from his palm either.
Shinobi pushed the cherry blossoms on the table closer to her. Take them. Hinata looked up at the bouquet that nearly covered the entire table and finally couldn't help but let out a giggle. So many. 909 etanine, Shinobi said.
The flower shop owner said it's the biggest bouquet she's ever seen.
When I carried it back, half the town thought I was coming to plant trees.
Hinata laughed, even more tears still on her face, but her smile was undeniable. She reached out and took the bouquet, the petals soft and cool, carrying a faint floral fragrance.
Thank you, Shinobi-kun.
Her voice was light like wind brushing petals.
Shinobi stood up and ruffled her hair. Not crying anymore.
Hinata shook her head, burying her face in the bouquet, only her 2 red ears visible.
Shinobi looked at those red ears, finally relieved. Kurenai Yūhi stood not far away, taking in the entire scene. She didn't approach, just stood there watching Shinobi crouch before Hinata, speaking softly. She watched Hinata go from crying to smiling through tears, watched the cherry blossoms bloom in the sunlight, watched the boy's gentle gaze and the girl's shy smile. A mixture of bitterness and warmth stirred in her heart. She recalled Shinobi's words, Kurenai Yūhi is Kurenai Yūhi and you are you.
Those words were meant for Hinata. But weren't they also meant for her? Kurenai Yūhi let out a soft breath, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Shinobi was smiling as he ruffled Hinata's hair, while Hinata, blushing, held the bouquet as if it were the most precious thing in the world.
Naruto stood in the corner watching the scene, his mouth agape. That guy Shinobi, he muttered, when did he learn this trick?
Sakura stood beside him, arms crossed, her expression complex.
Mind your own business. I'm just curious. Naruto scratched his head.
How did he know girls like flowers?
Sakura rolled her eyes at him. Do you really need to be taught that? Naruto gave a vague "oh" and then leaned in to ask, so Sakura, what flowers do you like? Sakura's face flushed slightly and she turned away. None of your business. Naruto scratched his head, completely baffled about what he had said wrong. Sasuke still leaned against the wall, eyes closed.
But the corner of his mouth twitched slightly as if he were smiling.
This little brother was better at consoling people than he had imagined. Far better than his elder brother, who only ever said you're too weak.
Hinata held the bouquet, the tear stains on her face not yet dry but a smile already curling at her lips. She lowered her head to smell the fragrance, then stole a glance at Shinobi.
Shinobi-kun. Do you really think I'm prettier than Kurenai Yūhi? Shinobi smiled. Not now. Hinata's smile froze for a moment.
But you will be in the future, he said, ruffling her hair.
And beauty isn't about who is taller or shorter. It's about. He pointed to his own heart. Whether you are here.
Hinata stared at him, her eyes beginning to glisten again.
But this time it was sweet.
She hugged the bouquet and rested her head on Shinobi's shoulder.
You're always coaxing me. But do you like hearing it? I do.
Hinata Hyūga said, her cheeks slightly flushed.
Shinobi smiled and put his arm around her shoulder, gazing out the window at the sky.
In the distance a crack opened in the clouds and sunlight spilled through, laying a golden path across the sea. Hinata held the bouquet, leaned against his shoulder and gently closed her eyes. She thought this must be the happiest day of her life. Kurenai Yūhi stood outside the door looking through the window at the two figures leaning together, a slight smile on her lips.
Xin run.
Her voice was muffled and nasal.
I'm so happy.
She held him tightly as if afraid he would vanish the moment she loosened her grip.
The bundle of cherry blossoms was clutched to her chest. A few branches pricked Xin Ren's chin, but he did not pull away.
He lowered his head to look at her fuzzy crown, a faint smile lifting the corner of his mouth.
There were only a few people around.
Zhuangzhongya stood by the window with Chiwan in his arms. Inu Jinai leaned against the wall fiddling with his insect canister, and Chunying had just come down the stairs holding a cup of water.
Wow.
You watched Chutian cling to Xin Ren, his mouth open slightly and then closed, his expression growing complicated. Chiwan whimpered twice in his arms and nudged his hand with its nose.
I know, you murmured.
His gaze lingered on Kyushin's face for a moment, that pure unreserved joy he had never seen there before. She used to blush when she looked at Mingren, but that was a nervous, flustered flush. Now holding Xin Ren, she looked steady and at ease, as if she had entrusted her whole self to him. He bit his lip and hugged Chiwan a little tighter, saying nothing.
You knew. Jinai pushed up his sunglasses and glanced at him.
Don't talk too much, Jinai said, his voice as calm as a still pool.
Mind your own business. Ye inhaled deeply and kept silent.
Chunying stood at the stairwell with her cup watching. The cup tilted slightly and water nearly spilled. She steadied it, but her heart was in turmoil.
Rishang Chutian.
What right does she have? The thought rose unbidden. Even she felt it was harsh, but she could not suppress it. Chunying had the looks and the figure. She had chased Zhuozhu for years and had not even earned a smile. And Rishang Chutian, that shy girl who stammered her words, was being cradled and soothed by Xin Ren. She glanced upstairs. Zhuozhu lay there barely alive, without the strength to open his eyes.
If only Xin Ren would give her flowers too.
She whispered, then startled at herself. Wait, she had not meant Xin Ren give her flowers, but rather Zhuozhu could give her flowers like that. So where was Xin Ren?
Chunying's gaze fell back on him.
He was bending his head to look at Chutian in his arms, tucking the strands of hair tousled by the blossom behind her ear with a natural, intimate gesture. Her face warmed slightly. Zhuozhu was handsome, cold, brilliant, a scion of the Yuzhibo clan.
But Yuzhibo Xin Ren.
He seemed of the same lineage too. Were they like an elder and a younger brother?
She could marry anyone.
He had helped teacher Shiri Hong eliminate the rogue ninja of the mist, and he was.
She stole a glance at Xin Ren's profile, then quickly looked away.
No, she scolded herself inwardly.
I like Zhuozhu. Zhuozhu.
But the thought was like a thorn in her head that she could not pluck out. At that moment Xin Ren moved. He looked down at Chutian in his arms, his dark eyes reflected her flushed face. He reached out and gently lifted her chin.
Kyushin's eyes snapped wide open.
She watched Xin Ren's face come closer and closer. She wanted to close her eyes by reflex, yet could not bear to, so she watched him, half upon her lashes trembling like a butterfly's wings.
Xin Ren.
There are people here. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's.
Xin Ren did not stop.
He kissed her lips. It was a strong kiss, not a tentative peck but a possessive, uncompromising embrace. Kyushin's lips were soft and unpracticed, like freshly picked cherries, slightly cool and faintly scented with cherry blossom. It was not like Shiri Hong's kiss. Shiri Hong's lips had been inexperienced too. She had never been kissed before that night, yet her inexperience contained an adult instinctive allure, like a ripe peach that floods the mouth with juice when bitten.
Kyushin's innocence, however, was utterly pure and untouched, a spring bud not yet in bloom, and already it broke the heart. Kyushin's mind went blank. She felt her face burning from cheek to ear and down to her neck. Her fingers unconsciously clenched Xin Ren's clothing, knuckles whitening.
The cherry blossoms slipped from her arms and scattered petals carpeting the floor at their feet in pale pink.
Everyone around was stunned.
Zhuangzhongya's mouth formed and Chiwan jumped from his arms and he did not react.
This is way too direct, isn't it?
Ya's voice changed tone, his heart ached sourly as if he had eaten a whole lemon. He admitted he had feelings for Chutian, the gentle shy girl who always thought of others who could help but like her.
But he had never dared show it because Kyushin's eyes belonged to Mingren and later to Xin Ren. Now Xin Ren had kissed her in front of everyone. He did not even have the right to be jealous. Inu Jinai silently tightened the lid of his insect jar and turned away.
Love muddles the mind, he said.
My insects are better.
Chunying's cup finally tipped and water spilled over her hand.
Watching Xin Ren kiss Chutian with such force, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. That domineering, blatant possessiveness, she unconsciously imagined herself being kissed that way by Xin Ren.
Her face flamed red. No, she shook her head wildly inside.
I like Zhuozhu. Zhuozhu is aloof, handsome, a genius.
Her gaze drifted back to Xin Ren. He had just finished the kiss and Chutian flushed as if smoking slumped softly in his arms.
Chunying bit her lip.
Although Zhuozhu was handsome, he had never shown her any intimacy, he had never even held her.
And Xin Ren. He seemed very generous with women, good to Chutian, good to teacher Shiri Hong.
She shook her head hard to drive the dangerous thought away.
But the thought stuck like a thorn. Footsteps sounded upstairs. Shimu Kakashi came down the stairs, his face pale and his steps unsteady.
He was about to ask something when his eyes swept the living room and he froze. What did he see? Rishang Chutian cheeks flushed, leaning in Xin Ren's arms, her gaze hazy and her lips slightly swollen, plainly just kissed hard. Xin Ren had one hand around her waist, his expression as calm as if nothing had happened. Kakaxi's brow rose. Then he saw Shi Hong. Shi Hong stood in the doorway. Nobody knew when she had arrived. Her eyes landed on the hand at Kyushin's waist, her lips tightened and the red in her gaze churned with an emotion that was not anger but a challenge born of refusal to be outdone. Kakaxi suddenly felt his headache deepen. Shi Hong stepped inside. She did not look at Chutian but went straight to Xin Ren and grabbed his collar. Xin Ren, she said, her voice small but every syllable distinct, when you kissed her just now, did you ever think of me?
Chutian jerked her head up and looked at Shi Hong. The two women's gazes collided like sparks in the air. Xin Ren opened his mouth to speak when Chutian suddenly reached out and gripped his arm tightly. Teacher Hong Kyushin's voice trembled but her eyes were firmer than ever. Xin Ren is my man. Shi Hong was momentarily taken aback, then she smiled. There was no mockery or anger in that smile, only the exhilaration of meeting a worthy opponent. Your man. Shi Hong lifted her chin slightly, exposing a pale graceful neck. Little Chutian, make no mistake, he and I grew up together like childhood playmates. If we're counting who came first, it's me. But you're so much older than him. Kyushin's face burned as if bleeding, yet she did not retreat. Instead she hugged Xin Ren's arm even tighter. Shi Hong's face flushed too, but she quickly composed herself. Age is not the issue. What matters is that he likes me. Kyushin's voice rose a little, tears welling in her eyes, this time not from grievance but from defiance. He kissed me just now, he and I. Shi Hong faltered and swallowed the rest, but her red eyes plainly spelled out, we have done everything together. Kakaxi stood on the stairs watching this, feeling as if his jaw were about to drop. Two women, one a jonin he had known for years, Shi Hong, the other the heiress of the Rishang family, were jealous over a single youth. He instinctively touched the part of his face covered by a mask. This kid. Kakaxi muttered, an unexpected twinge of envy in his tone. Why him? I'm in my 20s and have no girlfriend, and how old is he that two women argue over him? Chun Ying heard Kakaxi's mumble beside her and felt even worse inside. Even teacher Kakaxi is jealous. She bit her lip, her eyes roaming Xin Ren once more before glancing toward the direction where Zhuozhu lay upstairs. Zhuozhu, if only you were half as forward as Xin Ren. She suddenly realized her thoughts felt strange. She could not let Zhuozhu go, and yet she was curious about Xin Ren. What did that make her? Two timing. No, she had not stepped onto either shore, only hesitated at the edge. If Xin Ren came after me. She quickly smothered the thought, but the flush on her face gave her away. Xuan Zhongya held Chuan, who had jumped back into his arms looking like a wilted cabbage. Jinai, he said sourly, how did Chutian end up liking Xin Ren? What do I lack compared to him? You knew. Jinai did not lift his head. You're shorter than him. I'm not short. Your chakra isn't as strong as his. That is true. You don't have the Sharingan. Enough. He buried his face in Chuan's fur and muttered, I just want to know what Yuzibo Xin Ren has that makes two women behave like this. Jinai was silent for a moment, holding his insect jar up to watch the writhing parasites inside. I don't know, he said. But my bugs tell me stay away from him. Yeah. In the living room the two women still faced off. Shi Hong and Rishang Chutian stood opposite each other with only Xin Ren between them. The air was stretched tight like a string about to snap, neither would yield an inch. Xin Ren was trapped in the middle, Chutian tugging his arm on the left, Shi Hong gripping his collar on the right, and he suddenly thought that having many women around was not necessarily an easy thing. A small smile tugged at his lips because a system chime sounded in his mind. Ding. Rishang Chutian affection 15, current affection 1500. Ding. Shi Hong's affection was off the normal scale, limitless. Xin Ren smiled silently. Indeed, the more women there were the stronger he became. Kakaxi descended the stairs with unsteady steps, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. His left eye was already covered by the forehead protector, but the exposed right eye still drooped, clearly a consequence of chakra depletion. Yuzibo Shinran, he said, his voice weak and listless. You're back. Shinran had just walked in from outside, still carrying the scent of the sea breeze. He hadn't had time to change his clothes, his black hair was slightly tousled by the wind. Kakaxi leaned against the stair railing, catching his breath, and continued, we ran into some trouble during the mission with Zai Bujan. Your brother Zhuozhu was severely injured by that young man named Bai. Zinrun's footsteps halted. Several holes pierced through his chest and a few ribs were broken. Kakaxi's tone was calm as if reading a medical report. His life is out of danger now, but if we want to return to my village we have to wait until his wounds heal. He tilted his head toward the upstairs. Do you want to go up and see him? He's upstairs. Before the words faded, Shinran was already gone from where he stood. Kakaxi only saw a black afterimage flash past his eyes like a startled bird. He instinctively looked up and saw Zinran's figure appear at the end of the second-floor corridor, from the door to upstairs separated by a dozen steps, and the entire hallway he had crossed it in the span of a single breath. This kid. Kakaxi murmured, a complex emotion flickering in his deadfish eyes. Second floor.
When Shinran pushed open the door, the room was very quiet. Zhuozhu lay on the bed, his face as pale as paper, lips cracked, chest wrapped in thick bandages with faint traces of blood seeping through. His breathing was soft and shallow. If not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one might have thought he had already. Shinran stood at the door for a moment. Then he walked and sat down by the bed and looked at Zhuozhu's face. Without speaking, he reached out and gently brushed aside the stray hair on Zhuozhu's forehead. The movement was very gentle, as if afraid to wake something. "Brother," he said softly.
Zhuozhu did not respond.
Shinran took a deep breath and slowly pressed his palms together. Green chakra surged from his palms. At first it was just a wisp as thin as the first sprout of grass in spring. Then it grew more and more denser and denser, gathering into a fist-sized ball of light that slowly rotated in his palms. The light was warm and smooth like jade, as quiet as water in a deep pool. The ball of light fell onto Zhuozhu's chest and slowly merged into the wound.
Zhuozhu's body jolted violently as if burned by something.
But soon he calmed down, his furrowed brow slowly relaxing. The wounds pierced by the ice release healed at a visible speed, new flesh like spring vines gradually filling the damaged tissue.
The broken ribs, guided by the chakra, snapped back into place with a faint click.
Kakashi also returned upstairs and witnessed the scene. Looking at the green light, genuine shock appeared in his dead fish eyes for the first time.
Mystical palm technique.
And not the kind barely performed. The chakra was as steady as a mountain, the control as precise as if measured with a ruler. This was absolutely not the level of a novice who had just learned it. He recalled that a few months ago this young man had been the notorious underachiever at the Ninja Academy. Kakashi suddenly felt that he might never have truly seen through this young man. Zirahong, without knowing when, had also arrived at the door and stood shoulder to shoulder with Kakashi. She said nothing but quietly watched the young man sitting cross-legged by the bed, the green light reflected in her red eyes. After a long while, Shinran withdrew his hands and let out a long breath. That breath carried both exhaustion and relief. He reached out to feel Zhuozhu's forehead. The fever had subsided. He then took his wrist. The pulse had stabilized considerably. Though still weak, he was no longer in critical danger.
"It's all right,"
he said softly, as if confirming to himself.
Rishon Chutian, without knowing when, had already stood behind Shinran.
She had been standing there quietly holding the bouquet of cherry blossoms, watching Zinran's entire treatment of Zhuozhu. From the moment the green light arose to when it extinguished, she did not utter a single word, even deliberately softening her breath, afraid to disturb him. Now seeing him finally straighten up, she spoke softly, "Zinranken,
you must be tired, right?"
Shinran turned around and saw Chutian standing behind him, still holding the bouquet of cherry blossoms. In her white eyes there was heartache, concern, and a kind of tender carefulness. "Not bad," he said, giving her a slight smile. Kyushin's face flushed slightly, but she did not avert her gaze. I prepared some food." Her voice was very small, as if afraid of being heard downstairs.
Thinking Zinranken might be hungry when he returns.
Shinran stood up and stretched his stiff shoulders. His bones emitted a few crisp cracks as if protesting.
"Let's go downstairs." The three of them walked out of the room, Shinran in the middle, Zirahong on his left and Chutian on his.
Kakashi watched the three pass by him, his gaze lingering on Shinran for a moment, then falling on Zirahong and Chutian.
Two women, one on the left and one on the right.
One was tall and graceful with long black hair like a waterfall, the other was petite and delicate with short black hair cut to the ears. One had a burning gaze like a flame, the other had a gentle look like a pool of water.
Kakashi silently turned around and walked in another direction.
Downstairs. Chutian had somehow procured a large table laden with dishes. Not the kind of hastily prepared bento, but carefully made steaming home-cooked food. Steamed shrimp were placed in the center, already shelled, with the tender white meat neatly arranged on the plate, accompanied by a small dish of vinegar.
"This is the steamed shrimp Zinranken loves,"
Chutian said softly, her fingers nervously twisting together.
I borrowed the kitchen from Mr. Dazuna.
I'm not sure if it suits your taste."
Shinran looked at the plate of shrimp, momentarily stunned. He did indeed like eating shrimp. But he didn't remember ever telling Chutian about this.
Perhaps during some casual chat, or maybe she had secretly observed it, he didn't know, but he suddenly felt a warm current surge in his heart. "I really like it," he said, his voice a little softer than usual.
Kyushin's eyes suddenly lit up like two stars being kindled.
Zirahong stood by, watching Kyushin's face brighten at a single compliment, and the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. "Shinran," she spoke, her voice carrying a tender firmness that brooked no refusal, "I have prepared something for you too." She brought out a plate from behind her on which lay a grilled fish.
The skin was roasted golden and crispy, the edges slightly curled, emitting an enticing aroma.
"This is your favorite grilled fish," Zirahong said, her red eyes reflecting Zinran's face.
"I made it myself."
"Come, open your mouth." She extended the chopsticks to Zinran's lips, holding a small piece of fish.
Shinran opened his mouth, about to receive it.
A warm soft thing carrying the fragrance of fish was directly sent into his mouth. It wasn't the chopsticks. It was Zirahong's lips. She leaned over, holding the piece of fish between her lips, and delivered it directly into his mouth. The movement was as natural as if rehearsed 100 times, with a hint of deliberate provocative smile in her eyes.
Zinran's mind went blank for a fraction of a second.
The fish was tender, grilled to perfection, carrying the warmth of Zirahong's lips. He instinctively chewed a couple of times and swallowed.
Chutian stood frozen as if struck by lightning.
Her face turned from pink to crimson to a color that seemed ready to bleed. The two ears visible from the bouquet were red and translucent as if they might catch fire any second. Red. Red teacher. Her voice was trembling, stuttering so badly she could barely form a complete sentence. You. How could you? Use your mouth. For a man you. You are so shameless. Zirahong was taken aback. She looked at Kyushin's face, which was so red it seemed about to steam, then looked at the residual warmth of her own lips on the corner of Zinran's mouth and suddenly realized that move just now might indeed have been a bit too much. Her face also slowly reddened. Not the explosive volcano-like red of Chutian, but a gradual spreading red like sunset clouds creeping from her neck to the roots of her ears. Zirahong opened her mouth wanting to explain something but found herself unable to utter a single word. She just wanted Shinran to taste the fish she had made. Just wanted to be closer to him than Chutian. Just wanted him to look at her more amidst the two women. But what had she just done? In front of Chutian, feeding a young man fish with her mouth. Zirahong covered her face, feeling her cheeks hot enough to fry. Shinran sat between the two, his mouth still lingering with the fragrance of fish and the warmth of Zirahong's lips, before him a plate of peeled steamed shrimp and a face of Chutian about to burn and a red-haired ostrich covering her face. He suddenly felt that this amorous but awkward situation was more exhausting than the mystical palm technique he had just performed. The silence lasted for a long time. Long enough for Shinran to completely swallow that piece of fish, long enough for the blush on Kyushin's face to finally fade, a little long enough for Zirahong to lower her hands from her face. Then Zirahong spoke. Her voice was not loud but very earnest, as if making a very important decision. Chutian. Chutian looked up, her white eyes still carrying a trace of lingering shame, anger and grievance. Zirahong looked at her red eyes no longer holding the earlier provocation, replaced by a calmerness light. Let's work together to serve our husband, she said. Is that okay? Chutian was stunned. It's decided. Zirahong gave her no chance to refuse, lifting her chin slightly, revealing that fair slender neck. I am your teacher, Zirahong, you must listen to me. Kyushin's mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. Her mind was like 10,000 butterflies fluttering, buzzing incessantly. Serve. Husband. Together. Listen to red teacher. She instinctively looked at Shinran. Shinran sat there, his expression complex, shock, helplessness, a hint of secret joy and a touch of, this is a disaster, despair. Zinrenkin. Kyushin's voice was as light as a mosquito. Do you think this is acceptable? Shinran opened his mouth. Zirahong's gaze was like two knives stabbing from the left. Kyushin's gaze was like two pools of water flooding from the right. He suddenly missed the moment earlier when he was treating Zhuozhu upstairs. Back then he only had to face one person's wounds, now he had to face the expectations of two women. He said one word and couldn't continue. Zirahong let out a humph and directly stuffed a piece of fish into his mouth. Don't talk, she said. Eat your fish. Chutian paused, then hurriedly picked up a piece of shrimp and brought it to Zinran's lips. Zinrenkin, eat. Eat shrimp. Shinran chewed the fish in his mouth, and now there was shrimp in front of him. He looked left, Zirahong had an expression that said, try refusing and see. He looked right, Chutian had an expression that said, if you don't eat he'll cry. He chewed, swallowed, opened his mouth and ate the shrimp too. Zirahong and Chutian exchanged a glance. In that glance there was probing rivalry and also an indescribable subtle understanding. Shinran lowered his head, eating fish and shrimp, pretending not to see anything. Sasuke's injuries finally healed. But during this month it wasn't his recovery that stood out, but rather the aroma of cooking wafting from the small seaside cottage every morning. Every day before dawn Hinata would quietly get up. She tiptoed into the kitchen, afraid of waking those still asleep. She tied the apron around her waist, rolled up her sleeves to the elbows, revealing slender and fair forearms. Bowing her head, she focused on chopping vegetables, cooking rice and seasoning, every movement careful and deliberate as if completing a very important task. Steamed shrimp, miso soup, rice balls and tamagoyaki, all Zinran's favorite dishes. She kept them in her heart, making each one, trying again and again until the flavor was just right, then served them on the table. As for Yuhi Kurenai, she always woke up a little later than her. She wouldn't make a whole table of dishes like Hinata, but she had her own way. Grilled fish, only the kind Shinran loved, cooked to perfection with golden crispy skin and tender juicy flesh. When she walked out with the plate she always wore an expression that said, I'm not getting up early for you, but those crimson eyes clearly held a hint of a smile. When Shinran came out of his room the table was already laden with food. On the left were Hinata's steamed shrimp, on the right was Kurenai's grilled fish. In the middle were two bowls of miso soup, one a bit saltier, the other lighter. Hinata remembered he preferred saltier food, while Kurenai knew he couldn't handle too much salt. The two women stood by the table, one staring at her toes, the other with arms crossed pretending to look out the window, but both were sneaking glances at his reaction from the corners of their eyes. Shinran sat down and picked up his chopsticks. Delicious, he said. Hinata noticed that he was eating Kurenai's fish and said it was good. Her expression changed slightly, but she still forced a faint blush. Hyūga, Hinata used her chopsticks to pick up a shrimp and offered it to Shinran, saying, this is my shrimp, have a taste. Then Yuhi Kurenai smiled and also used her chopsticks to place a piece of grilled fish onto Zinran's plate. Uchiha Shinran looked at both Hinata and Kurenai offering him food, so he had no choice but to eat it all, forcing himself. Uchiha Shinran smiled, looked left and right and made a thumbs-up gesture with his left hand saying, "Both are delicious, both are great."
Hinata's face turned red and Kurenai's lips curled up. The first time Haruno Sakura saw this scene, she was completely stunned. She lived in the room next door and every morning she could smell the aroma wafting from Zinran's side. At first she thought it was the Tsunade family cooking. But one day she woke up early, opened the door and saw Hinata coming out of the kitchen with a plate, followed by Kurenai, the two walking one after the other into Zinran's room. Sakura stood in the hallway, the comb slipping from her hand without her noticing. Every morning like this? She asked herself. From then on, every morning she would unconsciously walk to the hallway pretending to admire the scenery but actually waiting for that door to open. She began to imagine, if she were also standing by that table holding her own dish, would Shinran smile at her too? Then hearing him say those words, delicious. As soon as this thought appeared, her face flushed. Sakura shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off the thought. "I like Sasuke," she shouted in her heart. But the thought stuck like sticky candy, impossible to shake off or pull away. That morning Sasuke was finally able to get out of bed and walk. Sakura carried a bowl of porridge and knocked on Sasuke's door. She had purposely gotten up very early, simmered it for a long time until the rice grains were soft and mushy, and added some wild vegetables she had specially foraged. Imagining the scene of Hinata feeding Shinran, she gathered her courage, scooped a spoonful of porridge and brought it to Sasuke's lips. "Sasuke, say ah." Sasuke gave her a look. That look was flat, no emotion, no disgust, nothing at all. He simply reached out, took the bowl from Sakura's hand, lifted it to his own mouth and downed it in a few gulps. "Don't need to feed me from now on," Sasuke said, handing back the empty bowl in a flat tone. "I'm not a cripple." Sakura held the empty bowl, standing still with her mouth slightly open. She wanted to say, "That's not what I meant," wanted to say, "I just wanted to take care of you," but looking at Sasuke's cold face she couldn't utter a single word. Sasuke finished the porridge, wiped his mouth and fixed his gaze out the window. Sakura just stood there watching him. As she watched, another face suddenly appeared in her mind, Zinran's face. That face lacked Sasuke's coldness. He would smile at Hinata, smile at Kurenai and say delicious in a gentle. If she stood in front of Shinran with a bowl of porridge, he definitely wouldn't take the bowl and drink it himself, would he? He would definitely open his mouth with a smile, say ah, and after finishing say, "Sakura's porridge is really delicious." Sakura's face suddenly turned red, burning hot. She recalled the sight of Hinata and Kurenai standing on either side of Shinran, one offering food, the other feeding him, cooperating seamlessly. Hinata was petite and cute, Kurenai was tall and stunning. The two together looked like a painting. If she were also in that painting. Three women. Kurenai on the left, Hinata on the right, and she stood in the middle. No, she should be beside Shinran, Hinata on the left, Kurenai on the right, and she. Suddenly a picture exploded in Sakura's mind. She was wearing an apron, holding a dish. Shinran sat at the table opening his mouth. She smiled and fed him. Hinata blushed beside Kurenai, pretended not to care, but her lips curled up. Then Shinran reached out, wrapped his arm around her waist, lowered his head. "Sakura." Sakura snapped back to reality. Sasuke stood before her holding the empty bowl, looking at her with those black eyes. "The bowl," Sasuke said. "You've been holding it for a long time." Sakura looked down. She was still clutching the empty bowl, her fingers stiff. Her face flushed with a bang. She quickly hid the bowl behind her back and stammered, "I'll go wash it right now." She turned and ran, nearly crashing into the doorframe. Sasuke watched her back, his brow slightly furrowed. He didn't know what Sakura was thinking. Night. In the seaside cottage, moonlight streamed through the window, laying a layer of silver frost on the floor. Shinran lay on the bed with Kurenai on his left and Hinata on his right. This had become a habit over the past month. At some point they stopped returning to their own rooms. At first Hinata stayed to chat with him, and as they talked she fell asleep. Later Kurenai also stayed under the pretext of afraid you'll kick off the blanket at night. Eventually the three of them ended up sleeping together like this. Kurenai lay on his left shoulder, her black hair spread across his chest like a soft cloud. She slept very quietly, her breathing so light it was almost inaudible. Occasionally she would unconsciously burrow into his arms like a kitten seeking warmth. Hinata lay on his right shoulder, her short black hair brushing against his neck, tickling. She slept very obediently, lying on her side, curled into a small ball, hands placed on her chest like a sleeping rabbit. Shinran lay in the middle, each arm pressed down by a head, unable to move. Sore. Really sore. His left shoulder went numb from Kurenai's weight and his right shoulder stiffened from Hinata's head. He wanted to turn over, but as soon as he exerted a little force, Kurenai on the left let out a and hugged him tighter. He tried to shift to the right, but Hinata half asleep pressed her face against his, her nose tip touching his chin. Shinran stared at the ceiling and let out a silent sigh. This past month, aside from eating, sleeping and treating Sasuke, the three of them spent almost all their time at the beach. The beach in the land of waves was not large, but the sand was fine and the water clear. On sunny days the sea surface shimmered with a layer of golden light as beautiful as a painting. The first time Hinata wore a bikini her face turned as red as if it were on fire. It was a white bikini with small pieces of fabric barely covering the essential parts, revealing large areas of fair skin.
Her figure was petite but well-proportioned, a slender waist, flat stomach and those long fair straight legs. She stood on the sand, her hands unconsciously covering her chest like a startled deer.
Shinran. Don't stare.
Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's. Shinran looked and he looked for a long time.
When Kurenai walked out of the changing room, the mood was completely different.
She wore a brown bikini, her tall figure outlined with smooth curves. Her red hair cascaded over her shoulders. The sea breeze blew, lifting her hair, contrasting with the brown swimsuit and fair skin like a vivid oil painting. She wasn't as shy as Hinata, but she still covered her front and asked weakly, "Does it look good?" Her crimson eyes held a hint of a smile.
Shinran nodded. Kurenai smiled in satisfaction, then took Hinata's hand and ran into the sea.
The two women played in the water, their laughter scattered by the wind drifting everywhere. Shinran lay on the beach watching their figures, feeling that he could live like this for 100 years without getting bored.
But not everyone was as happy as he was.
Naruto sat on the beach hugging his knees, watching Hinata and Kurenai playing in the water, then looking at Shinran sunbathing on the sand. He pouted so much that you could hang an oil bottle on his lips. "Why him?" he muttered under his breath.
That guy Shinran has two women cooking and playing with him every day. I want someone to cook for me too. Naruto buried his face in his knees and said gloomily. In the distance, Inuzuka, Kiba and Akamaru were running wildly on the beach. Akamaru was extremely excited, splashing in the waves, getting Kiba soaked. Kiba wasn't angry either. He laughed loudly and chased after Akamaru, leaving a trail of crooked footprints on the sand. Akamaru. Catch. Kiba pulled a beach ball out of his pocket and threw it.
Akamaru shot out like a dart, caught the ball in his mouth and ran back joyfully. Aburain Shino sat a little further away with a bug jar on his lap. He opened the lid and a few Kakachu destruction bugs crawled out, slowly wriggling on the sand.
Sunlight shone on their black shells, giving off a metallic luster. Shino looked at the bugs, his expression softer. "Do you like the sea too?" he asked softly. The bugs naturally didn't answer, but Shino seemed to read something from their wriggling and nodded slightly. Then stay a little longer. Kakashi, wearing a white yukata, lay alone on a distant rock.
He held a copy of Ika Paradise in his hand but hadn't turned a page for a long time. His gaze drifted over the book, landing on the people playing on the beach, Kiba and Akamaru running wild, Shino with his bugs, Naruto daydreaming, Shinran lying on the sand with two women in bikinis beside him. He closed the book and shut his eyes.
The sea breeze blew, making the sleeves of his white yukata flutter.
Kakashi suddenly remembered something. He hadn't played at the beach with anyone for many years.
The last time was with Obito and Rin.
Back then Obito always shouted about becoming Hokage and Rin would smile gently beside him.
Later Obito died and Rin died too.
Only he remained wearing a white yukata, lying on a rock watching others be.
Kakashi opened his eyes and looked at the sky. The sky was so blue, like a piece of transparent glass. A few seabirds circled overhead, chirping crisply. He sighed and reopened Ika Paradise. At least there's still this book, he thought to himself. On the day they returned to Konoha, dusk painted the entire village in gold and red. Shinran walked home, the scenes from the beach still echoing in his mind, Hinata in her white bikini blushing as she ran into the sea, Kurenai in her black bikini twirling in front of him without a hint of shyness, and every night the two of them lying on either side of him, making his arms ache but filling him with an incomparable sense of peace. He looked down at his hands. His left hand still seemed to retain the sensation of Kurenai's hair and his right hand the warmth of Hinata's cheek. Shinran smiled and quickened his pace toward the Uchiha compound. Behind him Sakura stood at a street corner watching his back, her face reddening again. The scenes from the beach replayed in her mind, Shinran lying on the sand, Hinata and Kurenai leaning on him on either side, the three of them like if she were also in that painting. Sakura shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off the thought. "I like Sasuke," she said softly, but her voice couldn't even convince herself. Uchiha Shinran lay on the tatami mat, his left arm serving as a pillow for Shirihong, his right arm embraced by Rishang Chutian. The two women breathed evenly, one with jet black hair cascading like a waterfall, the other with short hair cut to her ears, both sleeping soundly. Zinran's arms had gone numb from the loss of sensation. He stared at the ceiling, counting 180 sheep, then another 180, still unable to fall asleep. It wasn't that he wasn't sleepy, it was that his arms were too sore. Just as he was contemplating whether to stealthily withdraw his arm, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 times, neither too hard nor too soft.
Shirihong's eyes were the first to open. Her crimson irises glinted in the moonlight, instantly snapping awake from drowsiness. She sat up silently, the silk nightgown slipping down her shoulder to reveal a patch of fair skin. Casually gathering her hair, she padded barefoot to the door and pulled it open. Outside stood Chimu Kakashi, still clad in his white bathrobe, his listless eyes looking especially weary under the moonlight. "Teacher Hong," Kakashi said in a low voice, "the third Hokage instructed me to tell you that well depart for the village early tomorrow morning.
Zuoza's wounds have healed, the boat is ready." Shirihong nodded without speaking.
Kakashi's gaze swept past her shoulder into the room. Under the moonlight, Shinran lay on the futon with Chutian curled beside him, the blanket slipped to her waist. A subtle change flickered in Kakashi's eyes, but he said nothing.
Turning, he vanished at the end of the corridor.
Shirihong closed the door, leaned against the panel for a moment, then walked back to the bedside. "Chutian," she called softly.
In truth, Chutian had already been awake.
From the moment the knock sounded she had been awake. She simply didn't know whether she should open her eyes, so she kept them closed, pretending to still be asleep. Now that Shiri Hong called her, she slowly opened her eyes, her pale irises glistening in the moonlight. "We're returning to the village tomorrow," Shiri Hong said calmly.
"Zuoza's wounds have healed, it's time for us to go back too." Chu Tian remained silent.
Lying on Xinrun's right shoulder, she unconsciously clenched the blanket. Returning to the village, those two words weighed on her chest like a heavy stone.
She didn't want to go back. Not at all.
This month in Bojigwa had been the happiest days of her life. Every morning she cooked for Xinrenkin, played by the seaside during the day, and fell asleep beside him at night. No rules of the Rishiang main house, no stern gaze from her father, no burden of you or the eldest daughter of the main family. Here there was only the sea breeze, only the sandy beach, only Xinrenkin.
She murmured in a single muffled syllable.
Shiri Hong glanced at her but said nothing more. She turned to look at Shinran and reached out to nudge his shoulder.
"Shinran, come out for a moment. I have something to tell you."
Shinran opened his eyes, his gaze clear. He hadn't fallen asleep at all.
He gently withdrew his arm. Chu Tian turned over and buried her face in the blanket.
He stood up and followed Shiri Hong outside the door. The door closed.
Only two people remained in the corridor. Moonlight seeped through the gaps in the window lattice, painting silver white lines on the floor.
Shiri Hong pulled an envelope from her nightgown pocket and handed it to Shinran. "Just now the third Hokage sent someone to deliver this," she said, her voice so soft it seemed afraid of waking something.
"I haven't shown it to you until now." Shinran took the envelope and pulled out the letter inside.
Under the moonlight a few lines of text were clearly visible. It was the third Hokage's handwriting. The gist was the Yuanfei clan intended to forge a marriage alliance with the Shiri clan. Yuanfei Asima had long admired Shiri Hong, and if the two families could unite it would greatly benefit the Shiri clan's standing in Konoha. At the end of the letter the third Hokage had stamped his official seal.
Shinran looked up at her.
Under the moonlight Shiri Hong's crimson eyes held an indescribable emotion, a mix of grievance, reluctance, and a threat of fear. She was a jonin, a genius of the Shiri clan, but after all she was a woman. In this world of shinobi, a woman's marriage was never merely a matter between two people.
Tuanzang wants to win over the Shiri clan, Shiri Hong continued. Asima is the third Hokage's son.
A marriage alliance would allow Tuanzang to curry favor with the third Hokage and also tie the Shiri clan to the Yuanfei war chariot. The third Hokage tacitly approved because he also didn't want to offend Tuanzang, and besides, she bit her lip.
Asima truly does like me. Shinran said nothing.
He folded the letter, tucked it back into the envelope, then looked up at Shiri Hong.
"It's fine," he said.
Then he reached out and pulled Shiri Hong into his arms. Her body stiffened for a moment, then slowly relaxed as she buried her face in his chest. "I'm here for you," Shinran said, his voice so low it sounded like a promise. Shiri Hong closed her eyes without speaking. The corridor was very quiet.
Inside the room,
Chu Tian lay on her side on the futon, her eyes fixed on the closed door. Her Byakugan could pierce through the wall, seeing the two people in the corridor, Shiri Hong leaning against Xinrun's chest, Xinrun's arm around her waist. Their lips moved, speaking something, but she didn't deliberately listen. She buried her face in the pillow and closed her eyes.
"Let's just go back to the village."
After all, no matter where Xinrenkin was, still her Xinrenkin.
Early morning.
A thin mist shrouded the sea surface. The sun had just peeked half its face from the east, dyeing the water into a patch of fragmented gold.
At the dock, Dezina and Inali were already waiting early. All right, Chuanzhongya said, pulling Chiwan out of Yunali's arms. "It's not a farewell forever, well, come again." Yunu Jinai stood to the side, his insect jar hanging at his waist, expressionless. But his Kakachu were restless inside the jar, as if they too were bidding farewell to the sea. Xuanhua Mingren stood at the prow, hands on his hips, shouting at Dezina, "Old man, the bridge is built. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, just drop my name." Dezina was caught between laughter and tears. "You're just a genin, what good is dropping your name?" "In the man who's going to become Hokage in the future." Mingren's voice was so loud the whole street could hear it. Zuozhu stood at the stern, hands in his pockets, gazing at the distant sea horizon. His face was no longer pale, the wound on his chest had healed well under Xinrun's palm healing technique. He looked no different from a month ago, cold, silent, aloof. But Shinran knew that some things had already changed. Shinran was the last to board the boat. He looked back at the coastline of Bojigwe, the beach where he had lain for a month, the small house where he had stayed for a month. Chu Tian stood beside him. And Shiri Hong also stood beside him. "Let's go," Shinran said. The boat slowly departed from the dock. Dezina waved from the shore. Inali wiped tears beside him, and several villagers who had helped build the bridge also came standing on the dock and waving vigorously. "Mingren-kun. Become a real man," a young villager shouted. Mingren turned back, grinned, and gave a thumbs up. The boat rowed farther and farther away. The coastline of Bojigwa gradually blurred in the morning mist, finally becoming a thin gray line that vanished at the horizon where sky and water merged. There were 9 people on the boat, 2 squads. Squad 7 Uchiha Zuozhu Xuanhua Mingren Chu Niang. Squad 8 Shiri Hong Rishang Chutian Yuno Jinai Chuanzhongya and the dozing Chiwan in Yas arms. And there was one more person standing at the stern, half a head taller than everyone else. Uchiha Shinran, height 1. 66 meters. As for the other members of Squad 8, Chutian won. 48 meters Yu won. 51 meters Jinai won. 61 meters. Even Zuozhu and Mingren from Squad 7 were just over 50 meters.
He stood among a group of 150 kids like a tall white poplar sapling. After half a day's voyage, the silhouette of Konoha village finally appeared in view. The four faces on the Hokage rock gleamed with a pale golden light under the sun. The village gate was wide open and the entrance was crowded with people. Not ordinary people, they were villagers. Men, women, old and young, helping the elderly and carrying the young, crowded on both sides of the village entrance as if waiting for some important figure.
They're back. They're back, someone shouted.
The crowd stirred. As the boat docked and the group set foot on the pier, cheers surged like a tidal wave.
Mingren-kun. Well done. Zuazu-kun.
I heard you defeated the rogue Nin from Kirigakure.
Sakura. Amazing. Mingren was stunned for a second, then jumped up like he'd been injected with adrenaline, waving his arms and back. Did you all miss me?
Shunaying rolled her eyes behind him but couldn't help the corners of her mouth lifting. Chutian lowered her head, clutching the withered cherry blossom branch, her cheeks faintly flushed. She was not used to being stared at by so many people and unconsciously shrank back behind Shinran. Xuanzhongya remained expressionless, but Chiwan was excited, barking in his arms.
Yunu Jinai adjusted his sunglasses, silent as always. Shinran walked at the very back. His height stood out conspicuously in the crowd. A few villagers whispered, "Who's that at the back? Is he a teacher too?" 3 jonin leading a team.
No, someone recognized him. That's Uchiha Shinran, also a student, just tall.
Oh, the one from the Uchiha clan. Should keep your voice down.
In a corner of the crowd, a young man stood with his hands in his pockets, staring at Shinran with a gloomy expression.
He wore a dark blue high-collar jacket and a Konoha forehead protector. His right eye fixed on Zinran's back, his lips pressed into a thin line. Chen-ben.
Ever since he was defeated by Shinran, that time he had become docile. No longer the arrogant genius of the ninja academy, no longer casually stabbing people with his sunban. He graduated properly, became a genin, and joined a team led by a jonin.
Shinran seemed to sense something.
He turned his head, slightly scanning the crowd with his gaze.
Chen-ben instinctively lowered his head. When he looked up again, Shinran had already walked far away. The Hokage's office.
The third Hokage, Yuenfei Risen, sat behind his desk holding a pipe with a kind smile on his face. That smile was as warm as a kind grandfather's, revealing nothing unusual. Before him stood 9 people, 2 squads plus Shinran. "Welcome back," the third Hokage said in a loud and forceful voice.
"The Brank mission escort to Bojigwa has been successfully completed. You have all worked hard."
His gaze swept across everyone's face, paused for a moment on Shinran, then casually moved away.
Shinran was at the very back.
The moment he stepped into the office, his left eye suddenly changed, within the black pupil transforming into a crimson iris. 3 tomospun rapidly joined together and morphed into a sharp shuriken shape.
No eye contact needed, no hand seals required.
An invisible force radiated from that eye, silently invading the third Hokage's mind.
Koto Amatsukami.
The third Hokage's body stiffened slightly, his eyes becoming vacant for an extremely brief instant, then returned to normal.
The entire process took less than a second, unnoticed by anyone. Shinran blinked. The Mangekyo in his left eye gradually faded, returning to ordinary black pupils.
In his mind, the system's prompt sounded softly: Koto Amatsukami has been activated.
Cooldown period 10 days.
At that moment, Kakashi has already explained the situation in detail in his report, the third Hokage said, tapping his pipe ash.
The threat of the Kirigakure rogue Nin Tauri Zaibuzan and his accomplice Bai has been eliminated, and the Bojigwa bridge has been successfully completed.
This mission has demonstrated the strength and responsibility worthy of Konoha shinobi.
Mingren puffed out his chest.
The third Hokage smiled, took an envelope from his drawer and pushed it forward.
This is the mission reward.
The bounty for a Brank mission distributed per person.
Kakashi stepped forward to take the envelope.
The third Hokage leaned back in his chair, smoke slowly exhaled from his mouth, swirling upward in the sunlight.
"Alright," he said, "go back and rest well. New missions will come soon." Everyone turned to leave.
Shinran was at the very back. When he reached the door, the third Hokage suddenly spoke, "Shinran, stay for a moment."
Shinran stopped.
Shirihon looked back at him, a hint of barely noticeable tension in her eyes.
Shinran gave her a slight nod, signaling that it was fine.
The door closed.
Only 2 people remained in the office.
The third Hokage's smile didn't change, but his eyes did. No longer the gaze of a Hokage looking at a genin, but rather, the gaze of a servant looking at his master. "Master," the third Hokage's voice dropped so low that only the two could hear, "regarding Tuanzang, what do you need me to do?" Shinran leaned against the door panel, arms crossed, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
"Send someone or you go and give him a warning."
The third Hokage lowered his head. "Yes."
"Very well, my lord.
This subordinate shall attend to the matter forthwith. Please take a brief respite and rest within the Hokage's office. Once I have accomplished this task, I shall return without delay to inform you." With these words the third Hokage fixed his gaze with shining eyes on the vivid fire-like hat emblazoned with the symbol of fire and draped over his shoulders the snow-white cloak adorned with stripes of blazing crimson. He then resolutely stepped out of the door and departed. Wow, how splendid. To have brought the third Hokage under control so effortlessly, truly a stroke of genius.
The Kodo Amatsukami Genjutsu indeed lived up to its reputation, possessing overwhelming power.
Uchiha Shinran rejoiced inwardly, yet a tinge of regret lingered. After all, this miraculous illusion was subject to a certain cooldown period. At this moment Uchiha Zinran's heart surged with excitement, though he felt a pang of helplessness regarding the lengthy cooldown. Had Uchiha Shisui still been alive and learned of Zinran's thoughts, he would likely have been fuming with rage. In times past, when Uchiha Shisui employed the Kodo Amatsukami Genjutsu, he required an interval of over a decade. Yet Uchiha Shinran merely had to wait 10 days. Meanwhile elsewhere, here no sunlight penetrated, only the pale eerie glow of ever-burning lamps cast a dim light over the vast stone chamber, rendering it cloaked in shadows and steeped in a bone-chilling oppressive gloom. The air was thick with the scent of rust and ancient scrolls, coupled with an intangible intimidating aura that sent shivers down one's spine. At the far end of the stone chamber upon a high seat sat Shimura Damso alone. He was draped in a capacious black robe with half his body and right eye wrapped in layers of blood-stained bandages. His sole left eye glimmered with an inscrutable cold light in the dimness, like a lone wolf lurking in the abyss. The wooden staff in his hand tapped lightly against the ground, producing a monotonous thump-thump sound that rang out with peculiar clarity in the silence, as if striking at the heartstrings. Below, a figure shrouded entirely in pitch-black tight-fitting attire knelt on one knee, head bowed, low posture reverent to the point of devoutness. Behind him an oddly shaped long sword faintly gleamed with a dark luster, adding to the solemnity. This man was one of Root's elite. Lord Danzo, a hoarse, emotionless voice reported. According to the eyes, Uchiha Shinran has returned to Konoha with Team 7. Furthermore, Uchiha Sasuke encountered a formidable enemy during the Wave Country mission and in the heat of battle awakened his Sharingan. His ocular power first manifested as a single tomo. A faint cracking sound came from beneath Danzo's seat. His left hand had inadvertently crushed a corner of the armrest. His expression remained unchanged, but a barely perceptible sharp glint flashed across his solitary eye. Uchiha Sasuke has awakened his Sharingan as well. Danzo's voice was low and hoarse like sandpaper scraping. A single tomo. A fledgling's first cry, no cause for concern. Even if he were to one day reach the Mangekyo, what have I to fear? His mind raced. Uchiha Shinran, that prodigious youth, had already attained 3 tomo, his progress astonishing. And now Uchiha Sasuke had awakened his Sharingan right on his heels. The bloodline of the Uchiha clan was indeed a source of endless trouble. If only that old fool Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't been so indecisive, clinging to his foolish notions of bonds and balance, stubbornly sparing Uchiha Itachi and even taking him into his service. Why would he have had to wait until now? He should have long ago seized all the eyes of that clan for himself. Especially those eyes of Uchiha Itachi. At this thought, a burning greed flickered in Danzo's solitary eye, only to be replaced by an even deeper malevolence. And the contact with Orochimaru. Danzo composed himself and asked the crucial question. My lord, Orochimaru's movements are elusive. He has countless alter egos, making him difficult to pinpoint. His underlings from the Sound Village have already been registered in the Chunin exam list. According to reliable intelligence, during the second stage of the exam, the Forest of Death, there is a high likelihood he will appear in person. The Root Ninja spoke in a steady, emotionless tone. The Forest of Death. Very well. Danzo gave a slight nod and a cold smile seemed to curl beneath his bandages. Issue the order. All tendrils of Root are to spread out in secret. If Orochimaru makes any moves, do not interfere, observe and wait. If he has any requests, without revealing ourselves, we may grant him some convenience as the situation warrants. But remember, his voice paused, the cold light in his solitary eye intensifying, and an intangible yet weighty pressure suffused the air, causing the kneeling ninja below to stiffen slightly. Our sole objective is to ensure the plan is foolproof. If Orochimaru fails to keep his appointment or dares to harbor other intentions, the cooperation shall be terminated immediately. Understood? Yes. I shall obey your command. The Root Ninja lowered his head even further, his voice resolute. Additionally, Danzo's fingers tapped lightly on the new armrest, his tone grim. That letter should take effect now. It's time for some misunderstandings between Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Uchiha. Go. As you command. The shadowy figure responded, his form blurring like ink, dissolving into the darkness, silently vanishing as if he had never existed. In the stone chamber, only Danzo remained, along with the monotonous thump-thump of his staff tapping the floor echoing in the gloom. He gazed into the void with his solitary eye, as if already envisioning the scene during the Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen would be frantic, Orochimaru would launch a sudden assault, and he himself would step in at the last moment as a savior, clean up the mess and seamlessly ascend the coveted seat of the 5th Hokage, taking control of the entire Konoha, including those coveted Sharingan. Sarutobi, your era is over. The hoarse soliloquy echoed faintly and coldly through the empty chamber. Yet just as his thoughts were churning, tap tap tap, clear and steady footsteps came from the only entrance passage, unhurried yet with an undeniable presence, breaking the dead silence and Danzo's reverie. Danzo's solitary eye sharpened his gaze like a bolt of lightning shooting toward the entrance. In the interplay of light and shadow, 2 figures slowly entered. The one in front wore a conical hat, the fire character curtain hanging down vivid as flame, and a white Hokage robe with red armor beneath. Though his back was straight, each step steady and powerful, he was none other than the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Half a step behind him followed a young ninja with a stern countenance, ashen blonde hair, and a toothpick slanted between his lips. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, scanning the shadows around. It was one of his personal guards, Shiranui Gunma. Yuenfei Risen, now a puppet under Uchiha Zinran's Bitianshin Genjutsu, was specifically instructed by Shinran before resting to keep a sharp eye on Danzo like a hawk. After all, Uchiha Shinran, having been reincarnated, knew well that the conspiracy during the Chunin exam was in fact a collusion between Danzo and Orochimaru. Otherwise, why would Danzo's root have made no move to assist when Orochimaru struck deep into the heart of Konoha? The third Hokage himself had come to this lair of root. Danzo's pupil contracted almost imperceptibly, and the knuckles of the hand gripping his cane turned slightly white. He did not rise, but merely lifted his one eye, coldly fixing his gaze on the visitor, his voice even more chilling than the stone chamber. This place is dark and foul, full of miasma. I fear it might soil the Hokage's esteemed presence. The third Hokage is busy with 1,000 matters a day. What brings you today to this sunless root headquarters? If word gets out, won't it make the upper echelons of Konoha a laughingstock? Yuenfei Risen halted in the center of the stone chamber, removed his conical hat, revealing an aged face covered in wrinkles but with eyes blazing like torches. He did not directly answer Danzo's words, but slowly scanned the gloomy chamber, finally letting his gaze rest on Danzo, and spoke in a calm tone yet with an authority that brooked no dissent. A laughingstock. Danzo, is there any place in Konoha I cannot go? The light of the Hokage naturally shines upon every corner. The root is under your command. It was born from Konoha and grows in Konoha. I came today merely for a routine inspection. Is there a problem? Inspection. Danzo sneered, stamping his cane heavily. In the past you never inspected this place. Today the sun must be rising from the west. The past. Yuenfei Risen's mouth seemed to twitch, and deep in his eyes there was no longer the occasional complexity or tolerance he once showed toward an old friend, only a cold detachment that saw through everything. In the past I indulged you out of old friendship, granting you some freedom. But it seems someone has taken that freedom as a shield to do as they please. Plotting in secret, colluding with enemies, and even setting their sights on me. Danzo, do you think I am truly old, senile, and easy to manipulate? The moment these words were spoken, the temperature in the stone chamber seemed to plummet to freezing point. Buzihu Ozuanjian's sunbon twirled slightly in his mouth, his eyes as sharp as a blade locking onto the seated Danzo. In the shadows an intangible aura seemed to ripple for an instant. The dormant root ninjas had been stirred. Danzo's heart shook violently. How did Yuenfei Risen know? Was it a guess, or did he have evidence? He fixed his single eye on the third, trying to read the aged face, but the other's gaze was calm and deep as an ancient well. He forcibly suppressed his turbulent thoughts, covered his mouth with his left hand, and coughed violently as if trying to expel his lungs, his body stooping somewhat, appearing frail and aged. This was both a pretense and a true reflection of the backlash his body periodically suffered from the transplanted first Hokage cells in Sharingan. Cough. Yuenfei, what do you mean by that? My loyalty to Konoha is as clear as the heavens. Do not listen to the slander of petty men and ruin our years of friendship. Danzo panted, playing the emotional card, his voice laced with heartache and grievance. However, in response, Yuenfei Risen let out an undisguised sneer, the mockery and coldness in it shattering the last shred of hope in Danzo's heart. Friendship. Shimura, Danzo, spare me. Yuenfei Risen shook his head slightly, his gaze like that of one watching a clown. Your tricks might have fooled the Yuenfei Risen of the past. But now. He paused, not finishing the sentence, but thought to himself, now my master is Uchiha Shinran. That indifference and condescending attitude said it all. Danzo slowly stopped coughing, straightened his back, and the feigned weakness instantly vanished from his face, replaced by a cold calmness with a sharp light flashing in his single eye. In that case, has the third Hokage come today to settle this once and for all? He assessed silently. This was his stronghold, filled with elite root operatives. Yuenfei Risen had brought only one guard. If it came to a fight. The seal under his right arm bandage stirred restlessly. Yuenfei Risen saw the murderous intent flickering in Danzo's eyes and understood clearly. The other was clearly ready to strike. Although he had been enhanced by his master's Uchiha Zinran's secret technique, his strength restored and even surpassing his peak, this place was a den of dangers. His opponent had been plotting for a long time, and he had only Shin Jin with him. If a conflict erupted, victory was uncertain, and it could easily trigger a civil war in Konoha, playing into certain people's hands. The secret technique Uchiha Shinran had given was actually his blood, for Shinran had obtained the system's longevity module, and his blood could restore the aging third Hokage's body to its peak combat power. He could not fight Hiden, but he must not show weakness. Settle this. Yuenfei Risen suddenly laughed, a smile carrying a fierce fighting spirit. Without another word, he abruptly tossed his conical hat behind him. Uzihu Oshinjian caught it without missing a beat. At the same time, the third Hokage's flowing robe billowed without wind, rustling loudly. With a soft poof, white smoke appeared, and the Hokage robe vanished, instantly replaced by a tight, practical black chainmail. The armor gleamed with a dark luster, making his aged body still stand as straight as a pine, exuding a fierce, battle-hardened aura. He suddenly pressed his palms together in front of his chest, forming a complex and ancient hand seal at a speed that left only after images. Then without hesitation he bit his right thumb, drawing blood. Summoning technique. With a low shout the third Hokage slammed his bloodied hand onto the cold ground.
Hum.
Mysterious black runes immediately spread from his palm like living things forming a vast and intricate summoning. Blinding white light shot up from the array and a violent surge of air exploded outward, pressing Danzo's robes against his body and forcing the hidden root ninjas to almost reveal themselves under the sudden pressure. As the light faded, a massive shadow like a mountain appeared in the stone chamber. Its size was so great it nearly touched the ceiling, which was over 10 meters high. It was a giant ape. It sat crouched, its muscles knotted like forged iron, brimming with explosive power. It wore a Konoha headband, was clad in ancient, even somewhat battered armor, its bare feet enormous, and a long tail like a steel whip swung idly behind it. Most striking was its full head of white hair and the marks of time on its face. Its golden eyes gleamed with sharp light when open, yet carried a lazy, world-weary detachment. The giant ape twisted its neck, eliciting a cracking sound of bones. It first glanced lazily at the dark surroundings, then hopped about, causing the ground to shake and stones to fall. But its slight panting showed that this liveliness was a bit strenuous for its old bones. Monkey, the giant ape spoke in human tongue, its voice loud as a bell echoing in the enclosed chamber and making ears ring. It's been years since you last summoned me.
What is it today? Are we demolishing this rat hole, or are we killing that sneaky gloomy fellow before us?
Its huge golden eyes filled with undisguised arrogance and ferocity locked directly onto Shimura Danzo, whose face had turned extremely grim on his high seat.
Yuanfei Risen did not immediately answer the ape's question.
He slowly withdrew his hands from the seal, his black chainmail dimming, but the overwhelming aura of the professor of ninjutsu and a peak powerhouse pressed down like a mountain upon the entire chamber. He calmly raised his head, his gaze like two unsheathed swords piercing straight at Shimura Danzo, who, though leaning on his cane and appearing composed, had a storm raging in his single eye. The air in the stone chamber was as heavy as iron. On one side stood the third Hokage, having summoned the ancient demon ape, his fighting spirit soaring. On the other side sat the leader of Root, commanding his home ground with unfathomable depth. Intangible killing intent clashed fiercely between them, ready to erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, in another place, Uchiha Shinran was sitting quietly in the Hokage office, completely unaware of what was happening en route. At this moment he was both enjoying a moment of peace and rest and secretly plotting how to turn the perilous and uncertain situation of the Chunin exam. It turned out that because the third Hokage Yuanfei Risen had resolutely opposed Orochimaru's cruel practice of using living humans as experimental subjects and had also prevented Orochimaru from becoming Hokage. Thus this time Uchiha Shinran might become the perfect opportunity to open negotiations with Orochimaru. Through negotiation they might reach a compromise, allow Orochimaru to continue his research in Konoha but strictly limit its scope, no longer using humans as test subjects. Instead they could use small animals like mice as experimental materials or directly select prisoners who have been sentenced to death as subjects. Of course, no matter which method was adopted it must absolutely not result in human death. Shimura Danzo stared intently at Sarutobi Hiruzen, before him, his eyes as cold as two blades steeped in poison. He did not understand. This man who had been his rival for half a lifetime, this ever-hesitant, forever overthinking professor of ninjutsu, stood before him now, his gaze sharp as a freshly honed blade. Gone was the usual hesitation, those tiresome "let me think again, let's discuss further, let's wait a little longer." Instead there was only a raw, unguarded, murderous intent.
Danzo pondered in silence. Could it be that he had been feigning that demeanor all along?
Or was there some hidden secret behind this transformation? The more he thought, the more it felt wrong.
Sarutobi Hiruzen was not such a man.
They had grown up together, become disciples of the second Hokage together, fought side by side on battlefields and watched Konoha rise from the ashes. He knew this man too well, cautious, conservative, preferring to miss an opportunity rather than take a risk. Over the years he had cursed his old friend's indecisiveness countless times in his heart, yet never once imagined that one day this man would become unrecognizable to him. Though turmoil churned within like an undercurrent, Danzo's exterior remained calm and composed.
Standing on the high steps he looked down upon Sarutobi Hiruzen from above. Behind him the members of Root spread like a black tide, surrounding the entire square in an impenetrable circle. Those faces bore no expression, like wooden sculptures carved by a sharp blade, yet their eyes gleamed with a chilling light that sent shivers through the heart. That was a murderous intent honed through repeated trials, a coldness forged from countless lives. To them killing was not a means, it was instinct. Not a matter of right or wrong, but a belief. Whoever Danzo ordered them to kill, they would kill, even the Hokage, even the very object of their sworn loyalty.
Lord Hokage, Danzo's voice slithered slowly like a snake coiled in his throat. Why must you put on such a hypocritical act here?
What drama are you performing for us this time?
He looked Sarutobi Hiruzen up and down, his gaze appraising as if examining an antique that needed revaluation.
Where is that shrewd, deep scheming you of old?
A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth, a smile devoid of warmth.
Look at you now, you're nothing but a jumping, chattering monkey. Where is the dignity of the revered professor of ninjutsu from years past?
As his words fell, the Root members behind him let out a low grating laugh, like stones scraping against sand, harsh and oppressive.
Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the foot of the steps looking up at Danzo.
This position was familiar to him.
Over the years Danzo always stood above while he stood below. Danzo was aggressive while he yielded and compromised. Danzo said let me handle it, and he said let me think it over.
They were like two trees growing side by side, one stretching its branches toward the sky, the other sinking its roots deep into the earth.
Neither was wrong, they had simply chosen different ways to live. But now he no longer wished to yield.
At least Shinran did not want him to yield. Danzo, the third Hokage's voice was not loud yet it reached every ear in the square. Do you remember what you did on the night the Uchiha clan was wiped out? Danzo's smile froze on his face. You watched from the shadow. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his voice as calm as if recounting something unrelated. You watched as Itachi raised his blade, watched as the Uchiha fell one by one. You did not act, did not stop it, did not even blink. Because you believed it was a necessary sacrifice. Danzo's eye twitched slightly. But have you ever thought the third Hokage's voice remained tranquil? How many of those sacrificed were innocent? How many merely wished to live ordinary lives? How many simply bore the name Uchiha? Great deeds are not bound by trivialities. Danzo's voice turned cold. You should know that better than I. I do not know. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a step forward. All I know is that a peace built on the sacrifice of the innocent is no different from a house built on bones. It will collapse sooner or later. Danzo stared at him, the cold light in his eyes growing ever sharper. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what exactly are you trying to say today? What I am trying to say is, the third Hokage took another step forward and his voice finally trembled with emotion. Enough. Danzo's pupils contracted. Over the years I have known everything you did. The expansion of Root, the infiltration of the Umbu, the suppression of clans that defied you. Do you think I did not see? I simply did not want Konoha to bleed anymore. He paused, a note of weariness creeping into his voice. But you have gone too far. Too far. Danzo sneered. Sarutobi, you are old. Your soft-heartedness will destroy Konoha. The indecisiveness of the third Hokage is the greatest threat to the village. He took a step forward, his aura surging. Behind him the Root members moved like a black tide driven by the wind, pressing forward in unison. Their footsteps as synchronized as the shadow of a single man struck the ground with a dull thud that made the earth tremble. Dozens of eyes locked onto Sarutobi Hiruzen like a pack of wolves eyeing their prey. The air solidified like ice. Just at that critical moment, stop. Two figures rushed from afar at incredible speed, leaving streaks of afterimages in the air. Mitokado Hamura and Utatane Koharu. The two Hokage advisors arrived breathless, their faces etched with anxiety. Mitokado Hamura dashed between the two, spreading his arms like a wall weathered by time. What do you two think you are doing? Can't you talk things out properly? His voice was both urgent and angry, sweat beading on his forehead. Utatane Koharu was not to be outdone. She glared at the two men, her tone severe as if scolding unruly children. You have been friends since childhood. Why would you suddenly come to blows? Can't you solve the problem calmly? The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his old comrades and gave a bitter smile. Friends. How long had it been since that word had appeared among them? He turned to Danzo, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Ask him, he said, his voice low, carrying a suppressed anger. He is pushing the village into a dead end. Danzo stared at him without a word. The two held each other's gaze like stone statues. Mitokado Hamura and Utatane Koharu stood between them, caught in a dilemma. They looked at Danzo, then at Hiruzen, their expressions as complicated as a spilled spice rack. Hiruzen. Mitokado Hamura lowered his voice. What exactly did Danzo do? The third Hokage did not answer. He simply looked at Danzo. Danzo also remained silent, standing above, looking down at him. Two old men, two beliefs, two pairs of eyes etched with the marks of time. The wind swept across the square, picking up a few fallen leaves that spun between them. Mitokado Hamura glanced at one, then the other, inside. You too. His voice carried helplessness, weariness, and an indescribable sadness. At your age you are still like you were when you were young. Utatane Koharu said nothing, merely standing by, silently watching the two old friends. It had been a long time since she had looked at them this way. When they were young it was the same, Hiruzen charging ahead, Danzo supporting from behind while she and Hamura covered the flanks. The four of them were like a blade that cut through countless enemy lines. Back then Danzo, though gloomy, never directed such a gaze at Hiruzen. When did it start to change? Was it the day the second Hokage designated Hiruzen as his successor? Or the day Danzo formed Root? Or perhaps the day the Uchiha were annihilated? She did not know. She only knew that some things once broken could never be mended. Danzo finally spoke, his voice cold as the winter wind. Sarutobi, I will remember today. He turned and walked up the steps, his back straight as an old tree. But remember, the safety of Konoha is not yours to decide alone. He paused without looking back. There are things you are unwilling to do, I will do them. Things you cannot bring yourself to do, I will do them. Then with his black shadows he vanished at the end of the square. Mitokado Hamura watched Danzo's retreating figure and let out a long sigh. Hiruzen, what exactly are you trying to do? The third Hokage stared at the direction Danzo had disappeared for a long time. What I want to do, he finally spoke, his voice as calm as still water, is to let the sun of Konoha shine on every corner. Mitokado Hamura was stunned. Utatane Koharu was also stunned. They looked at this old friend, at the long-lost light in his eyes, and suddenly felt that he had returned to the days of old, the ninja who stood on the battlefield never retreating even against 1,000 troops. The man they had once followed. The third Hokage turned and walked toward the office building. After a few steps he stopped.
Hamura Koharu. If one day I am no longer here I entrust Konoha to you. Mitokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu exchanged a glance, but before they could say anything the third Hokage had already walked far away.
The door of the Hokage's office was pushed open gently.
As Sarutobi Hiruzen entered, his movements were lighter than usual.
His footsteps were almost silent and his breathing was deliberately slowed.
Decades of shinobi life had taught him that when a person was utterly exhausted what they needed most was peaceful sleep.
That youth was leaning against the guest bench, his black combat robe draped over the armrest revealing a pale wrist. His breathing was steady, his chest rising and falling gently. His face bore no expression, still as a statue. Moonlight streamed through the window casting a silver glow upon his features. The third Hokage stood at the door for a moment, then tiptoed to his desk and sat down. He lit his pipe and the smoke curled upward in the moonlight like thin invisible threads. He gazed at the sleeping youth, a strange feeling stirring in his heart. Was this child still so young, his master? The third Hokage furrowed his brow trying to recall something. But those memories were like looking through frosted glass, hazy and indistinct. He remembered knowing this youth, remembered that he was to pledge his loyalty to him, remembered that this was the person he must protect with his life.
But why? He could not remember. Was it the son of an old friend? A trust from someone long gone?
He shook his head, suppressing these thoughts.
No matter the reason, loyalty was loyalty.
It was his choice and he would not regret it.
Since you are awake, get up.
The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice as calm as if commenting on the weather.
On the bench, Xianren opened his eyes. Those eyes were clear, unlike someone just awakened, with dark red pupils glinting faintly in the moonlight.
He sat up, draping the robe back over his shoulders with unhurried movements like a cat that had just dozed off.
When did you notice? Xianren asked. From the moment your breathing changed.
The third Hokage tapped the ash from his pipe.
The breathing of a sleeping person and an awake person are different. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xianren's mouth. As expected of an old-school shinobi, such a petty trick could not fool him. He had simply wanted to test the extent to which the Koto Amatsukami Genjutsu had controlled the third Hokage.
Now it seemed the effect was even better than he had imagined. Cognition had been altered but instincts remained intact. Combat awareness, judgment, experience, none of these were lost. Like the robots he had on Blue Star, the core command had changed but all functional modules were intact. Such puppets had value.
What about the surveillance on Shimura Danzo? Xianren's voice was casual, as if asking about a trivial matter.
The third Hokage's hand holding the pipe paused slightly.
I have already sent people to watch him. Sent people.
Xianren turned his head, looking at the third Hokage with a hint of scrutiny.
Who?
The third Hokage hesitated. The third squad of the Umbu, the one on night patrol.
Xianren said nothing.
He stared at the third Hokage, his gaze calm as still water. The third Hokage felt a touch of unease under that gaze, though he could not pinpoint its source.
You have so many people under your command, Xianren finally spoke, his voice slow.
And you only sent a patrol squad from the Umbu. The third Hokage opened his mouth. Danzo, you know him better than I do, Xianren said, standing up and walking to the window, his back to the third Hokage, gazing into the deep night.
Would he be afraid of Umbu patrol members?
To him those people are no different from transparent. Sending them is either surveillance or tipping him off. The third Hokage's fingers unconsciously tightened.
You must have shinobi specialized in reconnaissance, don't you?
Xianren turned around, leaning against the windowsill, the moonlight tracing a silver outline behind him. Those who are adept at hiding, infiltrating and gathering intelligence without being detected.
One or two are enough. More would only get in the way.
The third Hokage was silent for a long time. Of course he had such people. The Umbu's infiltration and reconnaissance specialists were carefully selected. But the question was, why should he use them to surveil Danzo?
As soon as this thought surfaced, it was suppressed by an even stronger one.
Because the master needed it.
That reason was enough.
The third Hokage took a deep breath, suppressing the faint resistance in his heart.
I will arrange it.
He paused. There is one shinobi who is especially skilled in reconnaissance.
Might Guy. His transparent escape bloodline limit can completely conceal his form and presence. He is one of the most skilled infiltration shinobi in the village.
Sending him should avoid detection.
Xianren nodded. Might Guy. He remembered that name. In the original story, that pale-faced, always coughing special Jonin, the possessor of the transparent escape bloodline. An expert in assassination and reconnaissance, but unfortunately died young, killed by Baki of Tsunade. However, if used well, this person could achieve far more than in the original. Send him. Xianren's voice was calm.
Don't let him know too much.
Just keep an eye on Danzo's movements. Report to me once a day.
Yes. The third Hokage's answer was without hesitation. Xianren looked at him expressionlessly, then a faint smile suddenly curled at the corner of his mouth.
The smile seemed calm as water, yet it held endless depth and mystery. Xianren said softly, Third Hokage, have you ever considered one question? Perhaps you have underestimated Shimura Danzo. Or Could it be that you have an informant within the root? After he spoke, the room fell into a dead silence.
The third Hokage was clearly stunned by Xin Ren's words, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He thought to himself, as expected of the master, truly formidable.
To so easily perceive my connection with the... However, having been the village's shadow for many years, the third Hokage's mental fortitude was extraordinary.
After composing himself, he quickly regained his composure and smiled, indicating he was not surprised. Then the third Hokage took an exquisite pipe from his breast pocket, took a light puff and held it in his left palm. At the same time he slowly stood up, his right hand naturally hanging behind his back, exuding an air of calm and authority. Finally the third Hokage walked to the Hokage seat in the center of the office and sat down leisurely. Once everything was in order he spoke, since the master has already perceived these things, why send Might Guy on this mission?
Might Guy is a rare talent, truly a hot commodity.
Assigning such an excellent person to monitor someone like Shimura Danzo is a waste of his abilities.
Moreover, given that Danzo has many sensory-type shinobi around him, if our operative slips up even slightly, Might Guy's fate would be sealed.
Therefore, in my opinion, Might Guy is not suitable for this task.
Xin Ren rose and walked to the window.
The moonlight painted one side of his face a snowy white, leaving the other half shrouded in shadow. Light and dark, a mirror of his mood, half satisfaction, half vigilance. The third Hokage truly lived up to his reputation as a professor-level intellect. His mental capacity was even sharper than Xin Ren had anticipated. Though Kotoama Tsukumi had altered his core loyalty, he still analyzed the situation with cold clarity, pointed out the flaws in the mission to monitor Moonlight Gale, and even hinted at having eyes within the root.
What did that mean? It meant Kotoama Tsukumi had not impaired his intelligence, only redefined the object of his allegiance.
Such a pawn was truly valuable. But also more dangerous.
Xin Ren calculated inwardly.
A third Hokage with intact intellect, vast experience, and the ability to think independently despite being under control, if used well he would be a brilliant strategist, sparing Xin Ren countless troubles.
Yet if mishandled, could this man orchestrate his downfall through Danzo? Kotoama Tsukumi was powerful, but who could guarantee its effect would be 100% permanent?
One must never be too trusting even of one's own puppet. Third Hokage Xin Ren spoke, his voice low but clear, striking the third Hokage's ears.
Yes.
The third Hokage's response was crisp and concise, like a subordinate reporting to a superior.
You said Moonlight Gale is unsuitable for monitoring Danzo. That makes sense. Xin Ren walked back from the window, his steps unhurried, each footfall landing on the scene between floorboards with a faint click. Danzo was surrounded by too many sensory-type shinobi. Sending a transparency technique user there is indeed risky.
The third Hokage nodded, slightly silent. Xin Ren stopped before him, looking down at the old man seated in the chair. The two stood at different heights, like the two pans of a scale.
Then don't have him monitor Danzo.
The third Hokage's pipe paused midair.
Xin Ren caught the reaction, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Transfer him to me. I have another use for him.
What use? The third Hokage asked, his tone calm, but Xin Ren detected a trace of probing.
The Chunin exam is coming soon, isn't it? Xin Ren deflected with an apparently unrelated question.
1 month from now. The third Hokage paused.
I was about to inform you. Xin Ren nodded and sat down on the guest bench.
He crossed his legs, his posture as casual as if he were in his own living room, separated from the third Hokage by the entire office, one high, one low, one near, one far, like two pieces on a chessboard gazing at each other from a distance.
During the Chunin exam, shinobi from every village will come.
Tsunade Kumo Iwa, how many of them come for the exam and how many come to gauge Konoha's strength? You know better than I. The third Hokage tapped his pipe lightly with a finger.
You mean we need someone to watch them? Watching is one aspect. Xin Ren's voice was slow and deliberate. On the other hand, I need my own people. Not ANBU, not your people, my people.
The third Hokage fell silent.
He understood Xin Ren's meaning perfectly. Moonlight Gale was not to monitor Danzo but to become Xin Ren's eyes outside the ANBU, beyond the Hokage's sight, on this young man's own chessboard.
Gale is a promising talent. The third Hokage finally spoke, his voice a little hoarse. His transparency technique, Kekei Genkai, his assassination and reconnaissance skills, all top-notch.
It's not a dishonor for him to do this. I know.
Xin Ren stood up, walked to the third Hokage, reached out, took the pipe from his hand and placed it on the table.
That's why I want him.
The third Hokage looked at his empty right hand and suddenly smiled. The smile was bitter, acrid, like a medicine that had aged too long.
Master doesn't trust me. Xin Ren said nothing.
He simply gazed at the third Hokage, at the tangled emotions churning in those cloudy old eyes. Then he smiled. Trust and keeping a hand in reserve, they're not contradictory. The third Hokage froze for a moment, then smiled too.
The smile held relief, admiration, and something indefinable. You are more cautious than I thought.
In this world, Xin Ren turned and walked toward the door. The incautious don't live long.
He pulled open the door.
The night wind surged in through the crack, rustling the papers on the desk.
Handle Moonlight Gale's matter within 3 days. Arrange the Chunin exam as you see fit.
He paused, not turning back.
And don't test me again.
The door closed. The third Hokage sat in the chair, staring at the closed door, silent for a long time. He reached out, picked up the pipe from the table, twirled it between his fingers and set it back down. He did not light it. He recalled the look in Xin-Ren's eyes when he said those words, not anger, not warning, just calm. A calm that saw through everything but couldn't be bothered to expose it. This master, the third Hokage murmured to himself, is much harder to deal with than Danzo. Outside the window the moon had already shifted westward, bathing the entire Konoha village in a silver-white light.
Xin-Ren decided not to return home. He looked for a room in the Hokage building.
As he searched, a figure emerged from a doorway, a tall woman with black hair, a black robe and crimson eyes.
She looked at him. Is it done? I have something important to tell you. Xin-Ren's mind swirled with doubt and confusion. Could it be that the system's mention of having offspring is actually real?
How could it be such a coincidence?
Only that one time.
Could she really have conceived my child? The thought circled in his mind, leaving him deeply perplexed. After all, he still had many crucial matters to complete. Kurenai Yūhi was a powerful genjutsu master and held immense significance to him. Originally he had planned to assign Kurenai Yūhi a key task, to monitor Moonlight Gale.
Moonlight Gale possessed the transparency technique and the ability to turn invisible.
Fortunately, Kurenai Yūhi was a sensory-type shinobi capable of relaying information about Gale's movements in time.
But now the situation seemed to be growing complicated. Although Kurenai Yūhi was willing to follow his orders, Moonlight Gale would clearly not submit to him completely. Moreover, his own unique Kekkei Genkai Koto Amatsukami had stringent activation conditions.
It could only be successfully cast once every 10 days or even half a month.
Thus for now achieving his goals through Koto Amatsukami was no easy task. However, Xin-Ren did not lose.
He knew that if he could obtain the cells of Hashirama Senju, he might realize the dream of evolution and awaken the Rinnegan.
Once he possessed the Rinnegan, he believed the power he wielded would undergo a qualitative leap far surpassing his current Koto Amatsukami. Then he would truly embark on the path to invincibility. Moonlight Gale. That man must be secured before the Chunin exam.
As for the third Hokage's words, Gale is a promising talent, it's not a dishonor for him. Xin-Ren didn't believe a single word. The third Hokage was testing him. Testing his depth, his limits, whether this master was worth serving.
Koto Amatsukami could alter cognition, but it could not change a person's instincts.
The third Hokage, a wily old fox even under control, remained a fox at heart. He would probe, observe, seek his own space within the framework of obedience. This was a habit cultivated over decades, unchangeable.
Xin-Ren was not afraid of his probing.
He was afraid of not probing himself.
So he said those final words, "Don't test me again." Not a warning, a boundary.
To tell the third Hokage, I see your little moves but I can't be bothered to care.
As long as you don't cross that line.
This way the third Hokage would actually feel more at ease. A master who sees through everything is more worthy of loyalty than one who knows nothing.
Xin-Ren stopped at a street corner, looked up at the sky.
The moon had shifted westward, the stars were sparse like a handful of scattered silver coins. He recalled the expression on the third Hokage's face when he asked, "Master doesn't trust me." It was not fear, not anger, but something very complex, like an old gambler who had been completely exposed yet felt relieved. Trust in keeping a hand in reserve, they're not contradictory. Those words were meant for the third Hokage and also for himself.
Koto Amatsukami was not omnipotent.
It was easy to control a person but difficult to control a person's heart. The third Hokage obeyed him now only because Koto Amatsukami made him feel he should obey. If Danzo ever learned that he had used Uchiha Shizui's eyes to control the third Hokage, that would be disastrous. In the original story, Danzo's poor judgment kept him from controlling the third Hokage or any figure of real authority, which was why his bid to become the sixth Hokage failed. He needed Moonlight Gale to monitor the third Hokage, that was his fallback plan. To place a pair of his own eyes beside the third Hokage, not to guard against him but to know the moment something went wrong. As for the Chunin exam, Xin-Ren withdrew his gaze and continued walking. His footsteps echoed in the empty street one after another like a heartbeat. In 1 month shinobi from all villages would come. Tsunade. Among them some came for the exam, some to spy and some to cause trouble. He absolutely had to place his own eyes and ears nearby. Even with his Mangekyo Sharingan time-space chakra fusion mystical palm technique shadow clone and taijutsu, that alone was far from enough. After all, his expertise lay only in genjutsu and amaterasu. The time-space I demanded an immense amount of chakra and its consumption was tremendous. But his chakra was not inexhaustible, it was a severely limited resource. As for Susanoo, it was only for defense and could not deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Within this short month he must elevate his total chakra capacity to a higher level. Moreover, Moonlight Gale must not be underestimated. He needed not only to control him but to dominate him completely. Only then could he ensure that Gale would follow his orders willingly and loyally, if not he would make him die without a burial. First he would threaten his girlfriend, the blue-haired woman named Yugugo, and tell him that if he obeyed he would enjoy wealth and glory. Thinking back when he had obtained the so-called cheat by accident, he naively believed he could henceforth rest easy and reap the rewards. Thus he had always reacted passively to every challenge and crisis, remaining in a state of being beaten. But from now on everything would change. He would turn the tables and launch a thrilling counterattack. His primary target was Orochimaru, followed by the mysterious and unfathomably powerful Danzo. Although Danzo seemed to have little presence, his strength was astonishing. Facing Orochimaru, he certainly needed to find a way to control and use him, but he was also curious which was superior, his exquisite Koto Amatsukami Genjutsu, or the eerie Impure World Reincarnation technique. If he used Impure World Reincarnation to control the first and second Hokage with his Koto Amatsukami, he would truly be invincible in this world. As for the third Hokage, Xinren's lips curled slightly. That man was now his pawn, but pawns also had their uses. Used well, he was a blade. Used poorly, he would cut his own hand.
Uchiha Xinren followed Kurenai into the room. What exactly did Kurenai want to tell him? Was it some inside information?
Or was it about pregnancy?
What was it?
She wore a vivid red silk pajama top, its collar slightly open, revealing fair skin and captivating collarbones below. She paired it with equally fiery red shorts showcasing her long, slender and perfectly straight legs. Her jet-black lustrous hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, brushing gently against her slender waist. And her unique crimson eyes blazed like burning flames, dazzling and irresistible. At this moment she held Uchiha Zinran's right hand, gently walking forward slowly. Each step was light and graceful, yet it carried an indescribable shyness and allure. She would occasionally turn her head, gazing at Uchiha Shinran behind her with affectionate eyes, a mature woman's charm sparkling in her gaze. Uchiha Shinran followed closely behind her, pondering in his heart, what exactly is she trying to do with this outfit?
Is she deliberately teasing me?
At the thought his heartbeat quickened involuntarily and an excited grin spread across his face. Just then Uchiha Shinran recalled the tender moment they had shared by the seaside eating fish together, and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. But in an instant he realized that now was not the time for reminiscing, the alluring sight before him was too exquisite to waste. Thus a bold idea surged into his mind: why not seize this opportunity and indulge to the fullest?
First a shared bath, letting both body and soul immerse in this romance.
Shirihon pushed open a very small wooden door, unremarkable from the outside, but as she opened it a fragrant scent, a mature woman's fragrance, wafted out. Only then did Uchiha Shinran realize that this was Shirihon's private room. What met his eyes was a white desk, a pale pink canopy bed, a window propped open with a small wooden stick, and a pot of night blooming cereus. Near the entrance was the bathing area, spotless and tidy, with pale pink towels, a pink bath towel, 2 toothbrush holders, shampoo, body wash, and a red toilet seat cover. There were 2 pairs of slippers, as if prepared especially for him. Had she stayed up all night to get slippers, toothbrush, and toothpaste for him? What was her plan?
Were they going to live together?
Uchiha Shinran noticed that the room was larger inside than it appeared from outside. It was a small 2-story building, not very tall. Then Shirihon led Uchiha Shinran to the bed. She sat directly on his lap, leaned in and brought her lips less than a centimeter from his, as if they were already kissing, and said, "Zinrenkin, have you missed me?
Thank you for everything you've done for me.
If it weren't for you today I might have been forced to marry someone I don't love. At first I had feelings for Asuma, but after meeting you I've been captivated for over a decade, from childhood to adulthood.
I've loved you all along but never dared to confess. Because for a woman it's the man who should confess. But you were always focused on training and never confessed to me. If not for the events in the hidden mist village you might never have told me. Now you've grown taller and taller. Did you have a late growth spurt? I remember when I first met you you were only about 160 centimeters tall. Now in your 20s you've grown again to 166 centimeters. Uchiha Shinran, looking at Shirihon so close, inhaling her enticing fragrance, felt an urge to kiss her. He took a deep breath and said, "Can this Koto Amatsukami Genjutsu also affect memories? This memory feels like it was conjured by a lovesick mind." He breathed in her seductive scent and slowly lay back on. The bed was a double bed, quite large, a hammock bed that looked small from the outside but was spacious enough for 2 people to lie down. Shirihon also slowly lay on top of him, resting her cheek against his chest. Like young lovers who feel a day apart is like 3 years yearning to be together every moment without ever growing tired. Shirihon and Uchiha Shinran remained in that intimate pose in silence, neither speaking, enveloped in stillness. Ahem.
Uchiha Shinran broke the silence, feeling a bit embarrassed. The last time they had been by the sea they had shared intimate contact. Now for some reason his heart was racing, his face flushed, and he couldn't describe the feeling. Perhaps last time was driven by impulse, but now he realized that Koto Amatsukami had altered Shirihon's memories, making her deeply infatuated with him, clinging to him like a little bird.
Well, Uchiha Shinran said, extremely nervous, how about we take a hot bath? For some reason he was incredibly tense, embarrassed to say it. Together. A bath. Together. Shirihon's heart pounded wildly, because last time it was due to the effects of a drug, so she had been bold. Impulse was natural then. But now everything was normal without any aphrodisiac.
She had only been hugging him normally, expressing gratitude and wanting to talk about the wedding. The wedding would require meeting each other's families and inviting some people to bless them.
Should we get married together with Hinata Hyūga? That way if we have his child it will be proper.
But Zinrenkin suddenly suggesting a shared bath made her blush.
Zinrenkin, don't.
Shirihon replied, her face crimson. When Shinran heard her say don't panic, and confusion surged within him. At that moment Shirihon pressed her face against his chest, completely unable to see the complex expression on his face.
Sorry. I was too rash. If you're not willing, then I'll go soak in the hot bath alone.
After all, we just finished the arduous mission of eliminating the rogue ninja from the hidden mist village, and we could only hastily rinse off with the icy cold seawater.
Now my whole body reeks of fish. It's truly unbearable. I really want to wash up properly.
Uchiha Shinran remained lying still, but his tone was unusually sincere. Then he shifted slightly and said softly, "Why don't you get up for a moment? I really need to wash up before I can rest.
Oh, by the way, I heard you had something to tell me when we were at the door. If it's not convenient, that's fine. You can tell me whenever you're ready. No matter when or where, if you're willing to pour out your heart, I will listen attentively and patiently."
Uchiha Shinran's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, capable of soothing all worries.
Kurenai Yūhi lifted her face from his neck, leaning forward slightly to look at him.
Her crimson eyes were a tangled mesh of shyness and fluster with a subtle hint of coyness. Those fiery red irises flickered in the dim lamplight like two kindled gems.
"No, it's not that I'm unwilling."
Her voice was so soft that only she could hear it.
Xin didn't catch the last words.
He only saw her lips moving, those two tender petals opening and closing like a flower swaying in the breeze.
Kurenai Yūhi's face flushed even deeper. "It's just..." Xin suddenly said, "Bathing together, it's far too embarrassing."
She bit her lower lip. That gesture added an indescribable allure to her. She was unaware of it, merely biting her lip unconsciously like a cornered little creature that wanted to flee yet couldn't bear to leave.
Her fingers instinctively tightened on the fabric of Xin's chest.
The collar of that red nightgown, because of this movement, gaped open a little more, revealing more fair skin. That small patch of snow white below her collarbone glowed with a soft luster in the dim light. Xin lowered his head for a glance, then quickly averted his gaze.
But he hadn't looked away fast enough. Or rather, he hadn't really wanted to look away that quickly. Kurenai Yūhi caught where his eyes had lingered.
With a slam, her face turned from pink to deep crimson. She abruptly straightened up, trying to sit up, but the movement was too sudden, and with Xin's arm around her waist, she lacked leverage. She jolted in his embrace, and then she landed right between his legs.
Xin's face turned white in an instant.
Not a metaphor, it was genuinely pale. That pain was one every man understood. It was like being slowly sawed by a dull blade, or like an electric shock that traveled from that spot straight to the crown of his head. He clenched his teeth, not letting out a sound, but his whole body curled up like a shrimp.
"Oh dear. Sorry."
Kurenai Yūhi flustered, instinctively reaching out her hand. Halfway there, her hand froze in midair as if struck by a paralysis spell. She looked at her outstretched hand, then at Xin's pain-twisted face, then back at her hand. "Aya." She let out a shriek, yanked her hand back, and stumbled several steps backward.
I didn't. I never." Kurenai Yūhi wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
In her 20-plus years, from the ninja academy to becoming a jonin, from a girl to a woman, she had never felt so humiliated.
No, not humiliation, it was absurd. How could she have thought of reaching out? What an absurd notion.
Her face was so hot it could fry an egg.
Xin took several deep breaths, finally suppressing the searing pain. "It's fine."
His voice was a little hoarse.
"Nothing's damaged." Kurenai Yūhi didn't dare look at him.
She kept her head down, staring at her toes, her face as red as if it were on fire. Her long black hair hung down from both sides, covering most of her face, revealing only the tips of her ears flushed crimson.
The room was so quiet that the faint crackling of the lampwick could be heard. What I wanted to talk to Xin about is something serious." Kurenai Yūhi's voice was muffled as if coming through a thick quilt. She turned around her back to Xin. About the wedding." Xin looked at her slender silhouette.
That red nightgown hung loosely on her frame, the sash tied untidily, and one shoulder strap had slipped down, revealing a small patch of fair skin on her shoulder. She didn't pull it up, just stood there like a statue tilted by the wind.
"I wanted to ask Xin whether we should invite Hyūga Hinata-san to join us."
Her voice grew softer and softer until it was almost like talking to herself.
"Because of the relationship among the three of us, the villagers will find out sooner or later. Rather than have people gossip." She didn't finish. But Xin understood. She said three of us. She had placed herself and Hinata on the same level. Xin lay on the bunk bed, feeling the woman in his arms. No, she wasn't in his arms anymore.
She stood by the window, her back to him, her shoulders trembling slightly.
A complex bitterness welled up in his heart. Koto Amatsukami. Was this really the effect of Koto Amatsukami? Or did Kurenai originally have such feelings, merely amplified by the genjutsu? He couldn't tell.
Just like he couldn't tell whether those more than 10 years of companionship were real or false.
He closed his eyes and took a deep breath.
His nostrils were filled with the mature, heart-stirring fragrance from her.
"Kurenai," he called softly. Kurenai Yūhi didn't turn around, only gave a soft That voice was muffled as if coming from far away.
"You said just now that you've loved me for more than 10 years, since you were little."
Kurenai Yūhi's fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her nightgown. "Then if..."
Xin's voice was very calm, so calm it didn't sound like he was talking about something that could destroy everything. "Without those 10-plus years of companionship, would you still marry me?"
The moment those words left his mouth, Xianren felt the air in the room freeze. Kurenai Yūhi's back stiffened. Not just a pause, her whole body seemed frozen, her breath suspended. She stood there motionless. Xianren couldn't see her expression. But he could see her shoulders trembling slightly like a leaf blown by the autumn wind. What do you mean? Kurenai Yūhi's voice was very soft as a pin dropping. Xianren didn't speak. Kurenai Yūhi slowly turned around. There was no anger on her face, no shame, only an expression Xianren had never seen before: bewilderment. Deep, piercing bewilderment. What do you mean without those 10+ years of companionship? She looked at him, her crimson eyes seeming to crack. We've been together for over 10 years. Her voice began to tremble. Could it be, you don't intend to be with me anymore? Those years, were they all lies? Xianren opened his mouth to explain, but he didn't know what to say. Should he say your memories might have been created by Koto Amatsukami? Should he say what you love might not be the real me but a phantom implanted by genjutsu? He looked at Kurenai Yūhi. He watched her face shift from confusion to doubt, from doubt to heartbreak. Tears welled up in those crimson eyes like two rubies drenched by rain, beautiful and fragile. Her lips trembled. She raised her hand, her finger pointing at Xianren's face, the tip trembling. Slap. A crisp sound exploded in the room. Xianren's face was turned to the side by the blow. A fiery pain spread from his cheek to half his head, his ears ringing. He didn't dodge, didn't even raise his hand to cover it. He just kept his head turned motionless. Kurenai Yūhi's hand still hung in the air, trembling slightly. Finally her tears fell. Like broken beads, one by one they streamed from those ruby-like eyes, rolling down her cheeks. She didn't wipe them away, just stood there, her hands still raised like a statue soaked through with tears. We've been together for over 10 years, her voice was choked, almost inaudible. From the ninja academy to going on missions together to your disappearance to your return to your shrinking, her tears fell harder. I didn't care about any of it. The third Hokage said you were modified, your body shrank, your appearance changed, I didn't care. You disappeared for years, I waited, I didn't care. She abruptly wiped her tears with the back of her hand, the movement rough as if sulking. I gave myself to you. I'm not that kind of easy woman. I just love you. Her voice finally broke completely. Is that wrong too? Xianren sat on the bed watching the woman crying in front of him. Tears blurred her vision, her red eyes gleamed with watery light. The tip of her nose was red, her lips trembling like a flower drenched by a downpour. The palm print on his face still burned with pain. He didn't touch it. Suddenly he understood. What Koto Amatsukami, what genjutsu, what system, to hell with all of it. He had done those things. He had held her, kissed her, taken her. She had cried for him, had given him everything she had. That was enough. Whether the memories were real or fake, whether the feelings were amplified by genjutsu or originally hers, the woman standing before him, the woman crying for him, the woman trembling with heartbreak, was real. Her tears were warm. That was enough. Kurenai. His voice was hoarse, laced with pain. Kurenai Yūhi didn't answer. She turned around, her back to him, her shoulders heaving. He was bare-chested, wearing slippers, and walked toward her. Kurenai Yūhi stood by the window, moonlight streamed in from outside, casting her long shadow. That red nightgown hung loosely on her body, the sash about to come undone, the shoulder strap half slipped off. She didn't fix it, just stood there letting her tears flow freely. Xianren walked behind her, reached out, and took down the light-blocking bracket from the windowsill. The curtains closed. The moonlight was shut out and the room darkened. Then he gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Kurenai Yūhi's body stiffened. She didn't struggle. Nor did she speak. She just stood there letting him hold her from behind, feeling the warmth of his bare chest pressed against her back. That warmth was scorching like a piece of iron just taken from the fire. She suddenly recalled things from many years ago. She remembered when he was still a kid at the ninja academy, always standing in the corner, never talking to anyone. She remembered his first mission when he was so nervous he held the kunai backward and she laughed the whole way. She remembered the day he disappeared, she searched all over Konoha and finally sat alone in his empty room crying all night. Those memories were real. No matter what others said, that Xianren had been modified, that his body had shrunk, those memories were real. The person she loved was standing behind her. Holding her. She hummed silently, thought to herself, I must pretend to struggle hard. After all, only by doing so can I properly teach this guy a lesson, making him understand how to truly cherish me. Her body twisted slightly in his embrace like a fish refusing to surrender. Yet the hands gripping his arms exerted little force. That struggle was less about resistance and more about a kind of spoiled petulance, a silent invitation of come comfort me. At that moment a low and firm voice came from behind. Let's get married. The speaker was Uchiha Shinran, who lowered his head, gazing at Shihon with a face full of tender affection. In those dark red eyes there was no frivolity, no testing, only a heavy and undeniable seriousness. Zihon's movements came to an abrupt halt. She felt as if she had been hit by a paralysis spell, frozen in his embrace, motionless.
The deliberately feigned struggle, the thoughts of wanting to teach him a lesson and all the calculations of he must learn to cherish me, in this moment they were all shattered by those 3 words. Her mind went blank. All that echoed in her ears were those 4 words: let's get married. Let's get married. Let's get married. It was as if someone had set off fireworks in her heart, bursting into a world full of brilliant light. Shinran noticed her oddity. She stopped struggling, stopped speaking, and even her breathing became light, as if afraid of disturbing something. He slowly released his arms around her, gently turning her to face him. Shi-hong raised her head. Those big watery eyes were gazing at him with deep affection. In her red eyes the tears had not yet dried, but there was an additional light that Shinran had never seen before, that was a cautious light struck by unexpected happiness, fearful that this was all a dream. Shinran caught sight of a pristine handkerchief on the desk, picked it up and carefully wiped away the tears rolling down Zai-hong's cheeks. His movements were gentle, as if he were wiping a fragile porcelain. From the corner of her eyes to her cheeks, from her cheeks to her chin. One drop, another drop, and yet another. Shi-hong did not evade, she simply stood there, tilting her face up, allowing him to wipe her tears away. Like a cat being stroked by its owner, she squinted her eyes, savoring this moment's tenderness. After wiping away the last tear, Shinran set the handkerchief aside and looked back into her eyes. So his voice was soft yet clearly resonated in her ears. Do you agree to marry me? Shi-hong looked at him. At this young man, no, this man, who was over a decade younger than her. She gazed into his earnest eyes, devoid of any mockery, at the fading handprint on his face, at his bare torso, and the old scar stretching from his collarbone to his shoulder. Suddenly she smiled. In that smile there were tears, shyness, and a sense of relief that said, I have waited a long, long time for this question. She nodded. Very lightly, very lightly. Light as a breeze passing over a lake, creating ripples. Shinran also smiled. He reached out and pulled her back into his embrace. But Shi-hong quickly wriggled out of his arms, looking up at him with a serious expression, as if reporting a mission to the Hokage. While marriage is not an issue, we should at least date and go on some outings first. Her voice still carried the huskiness of having, and besides, you just mentioned how you had gone through great efforts to finally have me here. Shi-hong became increasingly serious, her red eyes sparkling. So we need to start over. For example, you like to eat barbecue and sushi, right? And you enjoy having a drink or two. I will accompany you to enjoy all of these. She paused, her voice suddenly lowering with a hint of shy tenderness. Don't let my youthful appearance fool you. As long as it's something you love, I will willingly accompany you, no matter how challenging it may be. Shinran looked at her. At this woman, his woman, standing there earnestly planning future dates with him. From barbecues to sushi, from drinks to companionship, each word was spoken with such solemnity, as if making a promise to be fulfilled over a lifetime. Now let's quickly go wash up and relax. Shi-hong pushed against his chest, her face reddening once more. By the way, I've thought it through regarding the future. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side, unwavering. She looked up, meeting his eyes. You are after all one of the women I like. Shinran fell silent. He gazed into Zai-hong's sincere eyes without a hint of distraction, and suddenly felt a surge of complex emotions. She knew she was not the only one. She knew about Hinata. She knew everything. But she still chose to stay. Because I want to give you my heart, Shinran slowly spoke, and also to Hinata. There may be others in the future. Zai-hong's fingers tightened slightly. If you like me, then you must make some sacrifices. Shinran looked into her eyes without flinching or avoiding. In this ninja world, having multiple wives was quite normal. This is not modern times, this is the Warring States period of the ninja world, though it is now a peaceful era, the remnants of that time still linger. The strong have more spouses, this is the rule of this world. Moreover, he had the system. More children meant more blessings. To make the Uchiha clan great again, they needed to produce more offspring. Shi-hong remained silent for a long time. Long enough for Shinran to think she would turn and leave when she suddenly spoke. I understand. Her voice was soft but firm. Since the day I decided to be with you, I have known. She raised her head, looking at Shinran. But I still want to accompany you a bit longer. Her lips curled up slightly, her smile carrying both bitterness and sweetness. So regarding those outings, no backing out. Shinran looked at her smile, and the stone in his heart finally settled. Just as he was about to say something, Zai-hong's expression suddenly changed. She abruptly covered her mouth, pushed Shinran away, and staggered toward the bathroom. Ugh! The sound of dry heaving came from the bathroom one after another, as if she were trying to expel her entire stomach. Shinran stood dumbfounded. Then he suddenly remembered something. The system had told him Shi-hong was pregnant with his child. From that time at the beach until now, a month had passed. During this month she likely had to dry heave like this several times, but she had never mentioned it to him. No complaints, no grievances, not even a hint. Shinran quickly walked into the bathroom. Shi-hong was bent over the sink, one hand bracing against the counter while the other clutched her chest. Her face was flushed from vomiting, and tears spilled from her eyes due to the exertion. The loose red nightgown hung loosely on her, with the strap slipping down, revealing a large expanse of fair shoulder. Shinran did not look too long. He grabbed a few tissues and handed them to her. Shi-hong took them, wiped her mouth, and was about to say something when a warm palm gently landed on her back, patting her softly. Are you all right? Zinran's voice was low and soft, as if afraid of startling something.
Hong, are you? He paused. Pregnant with my child. Zaihan's body stiffened for a moment.
She raised her head, meeting Zinrun's gaze in the mirror. In those dark red eyes there was tension, anticipation, and a kind of almost reverent tenderness she had never seen before. She opened her mouth wanting to say something but found herself unsure of where to begin. Yes. She was pregnant with his child. From that time at the beach until now it had been a month. Her body was changing and her heart was changing too. From initial panic to later acceptance and now, anticipation. She looked forward to this little life. Looking forward to a child that resembled him or her. Looking forward to calling him dad and her mom. Looking forward to a family of 3 sitting at the dining table enjoying each other's company while jointly teaching their child some illusion techniques. His father was from the Uchiha clan and might have the Sharingan blood inheritance, which would make this child even stronger. All her expectations were gently cradled in this moment by his words. Shihong lowered her head softly, responding with an mm. That sound was very light, as delicate as the sound of the first flower bud blossoming in spring. But Shinran heard it. He reached out, pulling her up from the sink into his embrace. With his chin resting on her head, he tightened his arms, enveloping her entirely. Thank you. His voice came down from above, muffled yet carrying a warmth that made one want to cry. Shihong leaned against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, and suddenly felt that all the grievances, all the waiting, all the secret dry heaving, were worth it. Zinrankin, her voice was muffled. Does what you said about dating still count? Shinran smiled. That laughter echoed from his chest, tickling Zaihong's ears. It counts. Then I want to eat barbecue. Okay. And sushi. All right. And I want to drink. You're pregnant, you can't drink. Shihong lifted her head from his embrace, glaring at him. Then you drink for me. Okay, I'll drink for you. Shihong smiled contentedly, burying her face back in his embrace. Just then a mechanical voice rang in his ear as he opened the system task panel. Ding. Shihong has confirmed her pregnancy. Gestation period 1 month. Fetus status stable. Maternal status good. Ding. Multi-children multi-blessing system core task progress updated, offspring nurtured 1. Target increase the population of the Uchiha clan, the more children the more rewards. Current completion 1. Ding. Zaihong's favorability has reached its limit and cannot be further increased. Current status, life and death are intertwined, a vow made with children. Shinran looked at the words on the system panel, a faint smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He closed the panels. Then Uchiha Shinran opened his personal information panel. Host Uchiha Shinran, age 11 years, bloodline limit Mangekyo Sharingan, left Ikoto Amatsukami, right Iamaterasu Tsukuyami, spacetime I time rewind for 3 years, traversing parallel worlds, predicting the future during battle for several minutes, flirting skills, paradise of affection stored in the ninja tool pouch, chakra attributes, fire wind, mastered ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, crank body flicker, technique taijutsu, proficient sage technique, rank. Taijutsu rating A, proficient ninja tool throwing A, proficient theory written exam A, jonin level, total chakra rank ninja level. Shinran glanced at his data and had a rough understanding in his heart. With his rank total chakra level combined with the Mangekyo Sharingan and spacetime I, his raw strength was already on par with any jonin. However, there was still a gap to reach the level of a Hokage, especially with Susanoo, which could currently only be used for defense, and its offensive power was still far from sufficient. Chakra was still a shortcoming. He needed more time to train, more combat experience, and more dual cultivation. Shinran pulled back his thoughts and a new prompt popped up on the system panel. Ding. Congratulations, host Inuzuka Kiba's favorability increased by 50. Current favorability 63100, initial favorability, current qualification rating B, heart-turning technique, secret art, excellent bloodline, capable of mental control. Potential qualification A, possesses the secret techniques of the Inuzuka clan, sensory type ninja, capable of mental control and viewing others' memories, an invaluable secret technique that is very powerful, capable of causing mental confusion, a supportive ninja, an invaluable helper for the host. Shinran nodded slightly at Kiba's data. The secret techniques of the Inuzuka clan are indeed powerful. The heart-turning technique can instantly control enemies on the battlefield and their sensory ability is top-notch. If he could bring Kiba into his fold, it would greatly assist his plans. Ding. Haruno Sakura's favorability increased by 170. Current favorability 245400, curiosity and favorability, sprouting period, current qualification rating B, exceptional chakra control talent, excellent theoretical knowledge but average physique, ordinary bloodline, combat will and potential yet to be stimulated. Potential qualification AS, contains special spiritual energy, highly compatible with forbidden techniques such as In Sealing and Baika no Jutsu. If he could get guidance from a renowned teacher, Tsunade, and overcome psychological barriers, the growth potential would be extremely high. It could be a long-term investment in potential. Sakura's potential qualification is unexpectedly A to S level. This indeed took him by surprise. In the original work, Sakura did grow into an outstanding medical ninja under Tsunade's guidance, but this level evaluation was still somewhat unexpected. But upon closer thought, Sakura's talent in chakra control is indeed unparalleled. Once she masters In Sealing and other techniques, she will undoubtedly rank among the top ninjas. A long-term potential stock, the system was not wrong. Ding. Tion's favorability is updated based on the host's relationships over the past 3 months. Current favorability 200400 crush. Current qualification be very strong in taijutsu. Average chakra. Knows various sealing techniques. She uses scrolls to seal kunai for attacking enemies. Tion's favorability has already risen to 200. Shinran recalled the girl with a bun hairstyle always carrying a large scroll. She was cheerful, straightforward like a little sun. Her favorability was not fiery but a steady stream accumulated through countless battles fought side by side. Shinran closed the system panel and looked down at Yūhi Kurenai in his arms. She seemed to have quieted down at some point, her breathing even and long as if asleep. Moonlight filtered through the curtain's gap, casting a silvery glow over her face. Her eyelashes were long, casting a small fan-shaped shadow beneath her eyes. Her nose was high and her lips slightly curled as if dreaming of something beautiful. The red pajamas hung loosely on her body, revealing a small patch of snow-white skin just below her collarbone, gently rising and falling with her breath. Shinran gently picked her up and placed her back on the bed. He pulled the blanket over her. Then he lay down beside her, turned on his side, resting his head on one hand, watching her peaceful sleeping face. "Kurenai," he called softly. She did not wake up. Then Uchiha Shinran came out of the bathroom holding her in a princess carry, intending to take advantage of the situation to wash her, but decided to do it the next morning instead. He gently placed Kurenai back down on the bed, covering her with the blanket. Shinran smiled and placed a kiss on her forehead. Outside, the moonlight gradually dimmed and the distant sky began to show a hint of dawn. The night in Konoha was coming to an end. A new day, a new story was just beginning. Ding. Current status of the host: moderate fatigue, chakra recovery, progress 67. Suggestion: rest for 4 hours. However, at this moment Uchiha Shinran was unable to fall asleep at ease. He quickly got up and went to the bathroom for a wash, first carefully brushing his teeth, then taking a refreshing hot shower. The problem was that there seemed to be no pajamas prepared for him to change into. With no other choice, he had to make do with a pair of boxers and then return to the bedside to lie down and rest. Well, it was indeed time for a good sleep. After all, there was a whole bunch of things waiting for him to deal with tomorrow. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtain's gap, casting a golden line on the floor. Yūhi Kurenai woke up first. She opened her eyes to see Shinran's sleeping face, so close, with long eyelashes, a straight nose and lips slightly pursed, as if pondering something important in her dreams. His short black hair shimmered softly in the morning light. He was still very handsome, handsomely beyond measure. The Uchiha family's genes were just that. Kurenai stared at him for a while, her lips unconsciously curling up. Then she suddenly remembered this was her home, in her bed, in her blanket. Her face flushed crimson. She quickly sat up, flustered, trying to adjust her pajamas. The shoulder strap had slipped down to her arm at some point and the neckline was open, revealing a large area of skin that shouldn't have been exposed. Her face turned as red as if it would bleed. While pulling up the strap, she secretly checked if Shinran had woken up. Shinran did not wake up. He was sleeping soundly, breathing evenly, a hint of a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Kurenai let out a sigh of relief and tiptoed out of bed. Just as she was about to go wash up, at that moment, knock knock knock. 3 knocks on the door, neither hurried nor slow, but in the quiet morning they sounded particularly jarring. Kurenai's heart skipped a beat. "Kurenai, are you awake?" A man's voice came from outside the door, carrying a familiar intimacy. "It's Asuma. I brought you breakfast this morning. I came to check on you. Have you returned?" "Kurenai. After your mission, why didn't you come back to find me?" "Asuma Sarutobi." Kurenai's expression instantly darkened. Why was he here again? This Asuma, why was he bothering her every day? Previously they were a couple under the Koto Amatsukami illusion. She had already made it clear to him that she didn't like him anymore. Why was he back? Her brows furrowed as if she could crush a fly, hands on her hips, glaring unhappily at the door. This was truly poor timing. She had originally planned to get up today, buy breakfast for Shinran and then go on a date. Barbecue, sushi, drinks. She remembered everything they had agreed upon last night. Now Asuma came knocking early in the morning, ruining her good plans. And Kurenai turned to glance at the bed. Shinran was still lying on her bed with his upper body bare. If Asuma came in and saw the scene, what would happen? Just as she was about to speak to send Asuma away, a deep voice came from behind her. "Who?" Shinran woke up. He sat up, his hair a bit messy, eyes still bleary with sleep. But those black eyes became clear and sharp upon hearing the name Asuma. Kurenai quickly walked to the bedside, lowering her voice. "It's Asuma Sarutobi. Don't make a sound, I'll send him away." "No need." Shinran lifted the blanket, his bare feet touching the floor. He moved his neck, producing several crisp popping sounds, then reached out to pat Kurenai's shoulder. "It's fine in here. Don't worry." His tone was very calm, as if he was merely stating, "The weather is nice today." But Kurenai sensed something beneath that calmness, not impulsiveness, not jealousy, but a firm and unquestionable confidence. Looking into his black eyes, she suddenly felt at ease. She nodded. Outside, Asuma was becoming impatient. "Kurenai. Are you there? Why aren't you speaking?" He pressed his ear against the door, trying to listen for any sounds inside. Then he heard it. A man's voice. Low, deep, carrying the distinct hoarseness of someone just waking up. Asuma's expression changed.
No doubt about it. It was a man's voice. Coming from Kurenai's room. Early in the morning. Kurenai still hadn't opened the door. Asuma Sarutobi's brain buzzed. He staggered back a step, then bang. He kicked the door open. With splinters flew from the doorframe, the lock broke and the entire door slammed heavily against the wall, bouncing back and shaking. Asuma Sarutobi stood at the doorway, a cigarette between his lips, smoke curling from the corner of his mouth, swirling around his sullen face. He was tall and robust, wearing a green vest with stubble on his chin, exuding a fierce aura. He saw the man on the bed. Kurenai stood by the bed in red pajamas with black long hair. Her expression was not one of panic but displeasure. She frowned at the damaged door, her lips pressed into a line, clearly very unhappy. Then Asuma's gaze landed on a boy. No, not a boy, a man. Although he looked young, his physique and aura were not something a boy could possess. At 1.66 meters tall, he was half a head shorter than Asuma, but his build was as firm as a small leopard. His 8-pack abs were clearly defined, glistening bronze in the morning light. Broad shoulders, a solid chest, and smooth lines of muscle on his arms even when at rest. With short black hair, his features were strikingly handsome, especially those black eyes which at this moment were calmly looking at Asuma, devoid of provocation or evasion. Only a sense of you finally arrived. The most crucial detail was, this man was bare-chested, wearing only a pair of boxers, lying on the bed. Asuma Sarutobi's head buzzed. He felt as if the sky had fallen. What was going on? Kurenai actually betrayed him. His lips trembled, his fingers shook, his whole body trembled. The cigarette in his mouth dropped to the ground and he didn't even notice. He stood at the door like a statue struck by lightning, motionless. Kurenai. You. His voice was hoarse, unlike his own. You cheated on me. Yūhi. Kurenai frowned, her gaze fixed on the man before her, unshaven, disheveled, and utterly unkempt. He was once a former classmate of hers, but also a suitor whom she found deeply exasperating. Ever since childhood, this fellow had been pestering her relentlessly. Though she had never once accepted his advances, he clung to her like a shadow, a persistent, annoying little tagalong. And all of this seemed to be sanctioned by none other than the esteemed third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In truth, Kurenai understood well that her father hoped she would engage with this man solely because of the power and status he represented. Yet whenever she laid eyes on his visage, a deep loathing surged from the depths of her heart. Leaving aside his looks, the pungent, acrid stench of tobacco alone was unbearable. Worse still, it was said that only after smoking could this fellow unleash his true combat prowess. Thus being near him meant being enveloped in a haze of smoke, suffocating. At this moment she watched Asuma standing at the doorway looking like he was about to launch an accusation, and her anger flared instantly. Kicking down my door at dawn, do you think you have the right? Yūhi. Kurenai strode swiftly between them, unceremoniously pulling them apart, and glared at Asuma. She wore a red nightgown, her hair uncombed, her face still bearing the drowsiness of just waking up, yet her eyes blazed like twin flames. Who exactly is cheating? I merely know you, our relationship is nowhere near that level. Please watch your words from now on and don't keep throwing the word cheating around, it's disgraceful. If you keep being so reckless with your words, we won't even be friends anymore. Her voice was not loud, but every word hammered into Asuma's ears like nails. There was no roar, no hysteria, only a cold indifference that said, I have nothing to say to you. Asuma's face shifted through a spectrum of colors. He stared into Kurenai's crimson eyes, finding there none of the guilt, evasion, or unease he had imagined, only weariness. An undisguised weariness that wished he would vanish instantly. His heart felt as if it had been violently squeezed. Kurenai. Call me Yūhi. Kurenai. Yūhi. Kurenai cut him off, her voice cold as winter wind. We're not that close. Asuma opened his mouth wanting to say something but found himself utterly speechless. His gaze shifted from Kurenai to Shinran standing behind her. The bare-chested youth remained by the bed, his short black hair slightly disheveled, but his dark crimson eyes were as calm as stagnant water. He was watching the show. This realization sent Asuma's fury roaring to a peak. He abruptly tossed his cigarette but to the ground, crushed it with his foot, then pointed at Shinran, his voice thundering. Oh ho, what's this? Too scared to face me directly? A sneer twisted his lips as he looked Shinran up and down, from his handsome face to his 8-pack abs down to his boxer shorts. Some man you are. If you've got guts, don't hide behind a woman like a coward. He took a step forward, his tall frame looming like a wall, pressing toward Shinran. And you kid, you've got some nerve daring to steal my woman. Asuma clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking audibly. He rolled his neck, tilted his head, and stared at Shinran with eyes full of provocation. Looking at your scrawny frame, how many of my punches can you take? Shinran said nothing. He simply stood there watching Asuma, this unshaven, tobacco-reeking man flailing before him, like watching a beast that had lost its territory and was hopping mad. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, so subtle it was barely perceptible. But Asuma saw it. That smile was like a blade striking precisely at the weakest part of his pride. What are you laughing at? Asuma's voice grew louder, veins bulging on his forehead. At how pitiful you are. Shinran finally spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it rang clearly in everyone's ears. Asuma froze. What did you say? I said you're pitiful. Shinran took a step forward, emerging from behind Yūhi. Kurenai. He wore no robe, bare-chested and barefoot, standing before Asuma. At 1.66 meters to over 1.
85. He was half a head shorter, yet his aura was in no way diminished. You've chased her for years, has she ever said yes?
Asuma's pupils contracted slightly. No, Shinran answered for him. Not once. Asuma's lips trembled. Has she ever had a meal with you? Been on a date? Spent time alone with you? Zinran's voice was calm as if reciting a textbook.
But every word was like a hammer pounding on Asuma's heart.
Has she ever given you anything? Cared about you? Ever said I like you to you?
Shinran paused, that faint, almost imperceptible smile returning.
None of that. Asuma's hands shook.
She only knows you, Shinran said softly, like a needle piercing the place Asuma least wanted to face. Your relationship is nowhere near that level. Those were the very words Yuhi Kurenai had just spoken.
Shinran nearly repeated them. But the same words coming from Kurenai's lips versus Zinran struck Asuma with entirely different force.
From Kurenai he could dismiss it as shyness, denial, a momentary lapse. From Shinran it was the victor's verdict. It was someone standing on the pedestal of his dreams looking down and telling him you're out.
Asuma's face went from white to red, red to green, green to purple.
His fists clenched so tightly they cracked.
You're asking for it.
He suddenly swung his fist towards Zinran's face, fast and fierce, cleaving the air.
True to a Jonin, even blinded by rage, the angle, force and speed of that punch could floor an ordinary Chunin on the spot. Shinran did not dodge. He didn't even blink.
Just as the fist was a hair's breadth from his face, a hand caught Asuma's wrist firmly.
Yuhi Kurenai.
Her fingers clamped around Asuma's wrist like iron pincers, her nails almost digging into his flesh. Her eyes were cold as winter ice.
Asuma, that's enough.
Asuma looked at Kurenai, at her standing in front of Shinran like a mother leopard protecting her. His eyes reddened.
Kurenai, you're really going to fight me for him? Kurenai didn't answer. She simply released his wrist, stepped back and blocked Shinran.
That gesture spoke louder than any words.
Asuma stood there panting heavily. He looked at Kurenai, at Shinran, at the two of them standing together. That kid's got guts. Sarutobi, Asuma sneered. Tomorrow we'll settle it in the arena. Stop hiding behind a woman like a sissy.
He pointed at Uchiha Shinran, his eyes dripping with contempt and mockery. Then, as if feeling he hadn't pressed enough, he added, oh, and I almost forgot to ask, what's your name, little brat?
Spit it out for me to hear.
He planted his hands on his hips, striking a haughty pose.
Faced with such arrogance, Uchiha Shinran showed no sign of backing down.
He straightened his back, meeting the other's gaze without flinching, and replied coldly, listen, well, my name is Uchiha Shinran.
Since you're so eager to duel me, so be it. Don't come crying to me when you lose, I didn't warn you.
Shirihon stood by the window watching Asuma's silhouette disappear into the end of the street.
Her expression was calm, but Xinran noticed her hands trembling slightly. She wasn't afraid. She was worried. Worried that this conflict would escalate, that Xinran would be drawn into unnecessary trouble, that the man she had waited so long for might get hurt due to a momentary impulse. It's all right. Xinran walked over and gently embraced her from behind.
His arms encircled her waist, his palms pressed against her lower abdomen. There their child was growing. Though it was not yet visible, Xinran knew that a new life was quietly taking root. Shirihon leaned against him silent. The morning wind rushed in through the broken doorframe, causing the curtains to flutter gently. She was thinly dressed, her red nightgown trembling in the breeze like a silent flag. Xinran pulled her closer, shielding her from the chill with his warm chest. After a long moment, Shirihon finally spoke. Tomorrow your duel with him, don't go. Her voice was muffled, her face still buried in his chest, refusing to lift. Asima is a Jonin. The flying swallow technique chakra blades, his taijutsu is formidable too. She paused, her fingers unconsciously gripping Xinran's arm. He's not comparable to those rogue ninja from the mist. Xinran said nothing. Shirihon lifted her head from his embrace, looking into his eyes. In those crimson irises worry surged like a tide. I know you're strong. You've awakened the three tomo, your taijutsu is powerful, your great fireball technique is even better than Sasuke's, and you can use the mystical palm technique. She reached out, gently caressing his face. But Xinran, I don't want you to get hurt. Even a single scratch, I don't want to see it. Xinran looked at this woman. She stood before him, the morning light casting a soft golden glow around her silhouette. Her hair was still slightly disheveled, her face bore the drowsiness of just waking, and traces of unshed tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. She was truly worried about him. A faint smile curled at the corners of Xinran's mouth. He gently lifted her chin with his left hand, his thumb lightly brushing against her soft lips. Hon. Some things must be done, he said softly, yet each word carried weight. Because you are so beautiful, if no one pursued you that would be strange, unrealistic. So as your man, if I were to shrink back even for my own woman, then I would truly be a coward. Shirihon opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Xinran didn't give her a chance and continued. With your face and figure you are the epitome of beauty, unparalleled in the world. Coupled with your innate charm you are simply enchanting, captivating all. He looked at her, his gaze serious as if stating a fact.
Logically a flawless woman like you should have countless suitors, but that's not the case, no one dares to pursue you. The only one who has ever professed his feelings to you is that Yuanfei Asima. Xin paused, his expression darkening. This is clearly abnormal. The reason is simple, everyone fears the formidable power behind Yuanfei Asima. Yuanfei Asima is the son of the third Hokage. The position of Hokage is supreme in the ninja world. For smaller clans they have no strength to contend with the Yuanfei clan. If they were to offend this powerful figure they would likely face destruction, their families ruined and their bodies shattered in an instant. His voice grew heavier. So those men who once harbored feelings for you even if they deeply desired to be close to you could only step back in fear. Personal safety is far more important than romance. Moreover, from what I know, though Yuanfei Asima treats you with care and attention on the surface, behind the scenes he may have secretly eliminated other potential rivals who threatened his position. Otherwise how else can we explain that no other man has dared to approach you for so long? Shiri Hong lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of Xin clothes. Because he is the third's child. You don't want to make things difficult for the third, for your father, or for the situation to escalate. Xin voice was as calm as a lake, but every word was like a knife cutting through what Shiri Hong had always avoided facing. So you endure, you hide, you avoid. You think that will solve the problem. He paused. But the problem was never solved. It was only suppressed, pushed beneath the surface, pretending not to see it. But it's always been there. Shiri Hong's eyes reddened again. Today Asima saw me in your room. This can't be hidden. Tomorrow the whole Hidden Leaf will know there's a man in Shiri Hong's room. Xin walked over, cupping her face in his. Then what will they say about you? Shiri Hong's lips trembled. They'll say you seduced a minor, that you're shameless, that you have no dignity. Enough, Shiri Hong's voice choked. Not enough, Xin said, his voice even calmer. If I don't say these words others will. It's better for me to say them so you know what I have to face and bear far more than just a duel. Shiri Hong's tears finally fell. So I have to fight this fight, Xin said, gently wiping her tears with his thumb. Not for jealousy, not to play the hero. It's to tell the Hidden Leaf Village, he held her face, looking into her eyes, that the man Shiri Hong chose is no coward. Shiri Hong looked at him, at the quiet flame burning in his dark red eyes. She took a deep breath, roughly wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Then you must promise me 3 things. Xin was taken aback. First, no injuries. Ill try. Not try, you must. Xin looked at her stubborn eyes and smiled. All right, I must. Shiri Hong raised a second finger. Second, don't use those forbidden techniques that harm your body. Using the Sharingan too much can hurt your eyes, I know. Xin nodded. Good. Third, Shiri Hong bit her lip. Third, after the fight come back and have barbecue with me. Xin looked at her still crying yet already bargaining, and warmth surged in his heart. All right, whatever you say. Only then did Shiri Hong wipe her face clean, satisfied. She turned to the wardrobe, pulled out a black robe and tossed it to Xin. Put it on, don't catch a cold. Xin caught the robe and draped it over himself. Shiri Hong took out a clean towel, walked over, stood on tiptoe and gently dried his still damp hair. Her movements were light and careful, as if polishing a precious treasure. You didn't even dry your hair, what if you catch a cold? She muttered softly. Xin looked down at her. She stood on tiptoe, the collar of her red nightgown slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her fair collarbone. Her face still bore tear stains, the tip of her nose was red and her lips were slightly pouted, like a little wife playfully complaining to her husband. Xin suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Shiri Hong froze, the towel dropping to the floor. Xin. Hong. His voice came from above her, muffled. Thank you. Shiri Hong leaned against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, saying nothing. After a moment she spoke softly. For what? For waiting for me. For believing in me. For, he paused. For being willing to bear my child. Shiri Hong's face flushed crimson. She struggled out of his arms, turning her back to him, her ears red as if about to bleed. Who said in bearing your child? I just what? Just happened to get pregnant. Xin laughed. He walked over, gently embracing her from behind, his chin resting on her shoulder. All right, you happened to get pregnant. Shiri Hong hummed, saying nothing. But the corners of her mouth curled up high. After a while she turned in his arms and looked seriously into his eyes. Xin, let's go find Rishan Chutian later. The 3 of us together. Xin was startled. We can share the news of my pregnancy with Chutian then. Shiri Hong lowered her head, gently stroking her still flat belly, her voice soft as if speaking to the child within. She is your woman too, we can't hide it from her. She looked up at Xin. Of course, if we want to walk down the aisle we need my father's approval. So we need to discuss it with him properly and earn his blessing and support. Xin looked at this woman. She stood in the morning light, her red nightgown fluttering gently in the breeze, her face still carrying traces of tears, but her gaze was as firm as a rock. She had thought of everything. What he needed to do, what she needed to do, what the 3 of them needed to do, one by one she had it all planned.
Xinren suddenly felt that the luckiest thing in his life was not being transported to this ninja world, not awakening the system, not even obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan and the spacetime eye. It was meeting her in this world.
Alright, he said. I'll do everything you say. Shirihong smiled.
That smile was like the first cherry blossom blooming in spring. She stood on tiptoe and gently pecked him on the lips. Then stopped dawdling. Hurry up and get ready.
Let's go find Shutian. Xinren watched her cheerful figure as she rummaged through the wardrobe for clothes, the smile on his lips irrepressible. Hinata Hyūga stood in her father's study, head bowed, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes.
Hayashi Hyūga sat before her dressed in a white kimono, his long hair loose, his pale white eyes like two blades devoid of warmth.
Hinata, you are not going anywhere.
His voice was not loud, but it pressed down on her heart like a stone. If you dare to seek out that Shinjin boy, do not bother coming back.
Hinata's body trembled slightly. You are the future head of the main family. With your current strength, how can you ever lead? Hayashi's tone was as harsh as scolding an insubordinate subordinate.
He looked at his daughter, this girl who bowed her head, twisted her clothes and dared not speak, and a complex emotion surged within him. She was too soft, too weak, too easily led. How could such a personality support the Hyūga clan? Hinata bit her lip, caught between a rock and a hard place. She wanted to see Shinjin, had thought about it all night until her heart ached. But her father's words stood before her like an insurmountable wall. Hayashi watched his daughter's hesitant expression, his frown deepening.
That Shinjin
is very strange. He paused as if choosing his words carefully.
He is from the Uchiha clan, yet he possesses the Byakugan of our Hyūga clan. That is very peculiar.
His gaze fell on Hinata, sharp and scrutinizing.
Hinata, you have been with him for so long. Do you mean to say you know nothing?
This matter has shaken the entire ninja world.
Hinata opened her mouth as if to speak.
Suddenly the door was knocked.
Chief, there are two visitors outside, came the voice of a Hyūga clan member, tinged with hesitation. Hayashi frowned. Who?
One is Special Jonin Kurenai Yūhi, Lady Hinata's teacher and squad leader.
Hayashi's brow relaxed slightly. Let her in. Well. There is also.
The voice outside grew more hesitant.
Chief, there is another person. One you might not wish to see. Who?
Hayashi's voice turned cold.
It is Lady Hinata's young suitor. Uchiha Shinjin.
The voice from outside trembled, the last word squeezed out between clenched teeth.
The air in the study froze instantly.
Hinata's head shot up, her eyes shining like two stars.
Shinjin was here. He had come for her.
Overjoyed, she took a step to run out and greet him, but in that instant a figure blocked her path.
Lady Hinata, forgive me. The Hyūga attendant moved with lightning speed, landing a precise chop to Hinata's neck.
Hinata's eyes widened for a moment, then slowly closed, her body going limp.
The attendant caught her steadily and helped her to the side.
Hayashi stood up, looking at his unconscious daughter, silent for a moment.
Confine the young lady. Yes. The attendant supported Hinata and left the study.
Hayashi stood by the window, gazing at the old cherry blossom tree in the courtyard. Petals lay scattered on the ground, pink and white like a thin layer of snow. What power did that Uchiha brat have to make his daughter so infatuated? Hayashi closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. He would go meet this person his daughter liked.
Make him back down.
He would tell him, to win his daughter one must be a jonin and have one's own power base. Otherwise never pursue his daughter, let alone marry her. The past matters would not be mentioned.
From today onward never see his daughter again.
Hayashi opened his eyes, his gaze cold as winter wind.
He turned and walked into the inner chamber, changing into a warrior's attire.
A white warrior's uniform, a black belt, long hair tied up, he exuded an imposing aura that commanded respect without anger.
He strode out the main gate. The sunlight was just right, illuminating the front of the Hyūga estate.
Hayashi saw the boy. His steps paused slightly. This kid, how had he grown so tall? 4 months ago he was 1.6 meters, now he looked at least 1.66. How old was he?
Nearly 12. A 12-year-old of this height was rare even in Konoha.
Hayashi's gaze lingered on Shinjin for a moment, then shifted to the woman standing beside him.
Kurenai Yūhi. Special Jonin expert in Genjutsu, Hinata's squad leader. Hayashi frowned slightly.
Why was she here with this boy? He said nothing, simply walked to the porch before the door and knelt solemnly. The hem of his warrior's uniform spread on the wooden floor like a white cloud. His gaze leveled forward, looking at the two people standing in the courtyard.
Shinjin stood there wearing a black outer robe with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem on the back.
His hair was a neat black buzz cut, his features strikingly handsome. His dark crimson eyes calmly met Hayashi's gaze, no evasion, no provocation, only a serene acceptance. I am here. Kurenai stood beside him, dressed in a casual lavender kimono, her red hair loosely tied up, revealing a long fair neck. She gave a slight nod to Hayashi, a gesture of greeting.
Hayashi did not return it.
He simply looked at Shinjin, his eyes like two cold blades.
Uchiha Shinjin. Lord Hayashi.
Shinjin bowed slightly.
What are you here for? Shinjin straightened and looked into Hayashi's eyes. To take Hinata away. A twitch pulled at the corner of Hayashi's mouth. Take her. His voice turned icy. What gives you the right? Shinjin did not answer immediately. He looked at Hayashi at the head of the Hyuga clan, reading the scrutiny, wariness, disdain, and something else he could not quite identify. Because I am her man. The moment those words left his mouth, the courtyard fell silent. Even the wind stopped. Hayashi's pupils contracted slightly. Kurenai stood beside Shinjin, silent, simply watching the scene unfold. Her expression was calm, but her hand unconsciously tightened on her sleeve. Hayashi stared at Shinjin for a long time, so long that the distant Hyuga clan members began exchanging covert glances. Then he laughed. That smile held no warmth. You are her man. His voice was slow and deliberate. Do you know what it takes to marry a daughter of the Hyuga clan? Shinjin said nothing. Special jonin. Hayashi raised one finger. First condition, at least jonin. He raised a second finger. Second, you must have your own power base. Your own, you have no clan left, it was destroyed. No one can help you. He raised a third finger. Third, he paused, looking at Shinjin. Never see my daughter again. Shinjin's pupils contracted. Hayashi's voice was as cold as winter wind. The past I will not mention. From today on, do not seek Hinata. Let alone marriage. He looked at Shinjin, his gaze leaving no room for negotiation. You cannot fulfill them. So leave. Shinjin stood his ground, looking at Hayashi. He did not leave. He simply stood there, gazing at the man seated on the porch, at his expressionless face, at his cold eyes. Lord Hayashi, Shinjin spoke, his voice as calm as a still lake. I have heard your 3 conditions clearly. Hayashi's brow twitched slightly. A jonin, I am not one yet. Shinjin's voice was steady. But I will be soon. A power base of my own, I do not have one now. He paused. But I will have one soon. Hayashi watched him, the mockery in his eyes deepening. As for the 3rd condition, Shinjin took a step forward. I will not agree. Hayashi's gaze darkened. Hinata is mine. Shinjin's voice was not loud, but every word carried weight. Whether you agree or not, that will not change. You can lock her up, keep her from me, forbid her from leaving. But you cannot lock away her heart. Shinjin looked into Hayashi's eyes. Her heart is with me. The air in the courtyard froze. Hayashi said nothing. He simply looked at Shinjin, at the fire burning in the boy's eyes. That fire, he had seen it in many eyes before, in enemies fighting to the death on the battlefield, and comrades who refused to give up in desperate situations, in his own younger self. Arrogant. Hayashi finally spoke, his voice as cold as a poisoned blade. Do you think that with a little skill you can speak to me like this? Shinjin said nothing. I will give you 1 year. Hayashi stood up, looking down at Shinjin. Within 1 year, if you become a jonin and establish your own power base, he paused. Then come talk to me. He turned and walked into the house. The door closed behind him. Shinjin stood in the courtyard, staring at the closed door, silent for a long time. Kurenai walked over to him and gently took his hand. Let's go. Shinjin nodded. Through the crack in the door, Hayashi silently watched the scene unfold, inside the corner of his mouth lifting in a disdainful snort. Without sufficient strength, he dares to dream of marrying my daughter. What a foolish fantasy, he mused to himself. Hayashi held no great fondness for this young ambitious fellow, but neither did he completely dismiss him. After all, the boy was only 13, far too young to wed his precious daughter. However, if it were merely a pure innocent romance, that might be permissible. Do not blame me for being so harsh, it is all for my daughter's sake. Hayashi understood that marriage was no trivial matter. He could not allow his beloved daughter to suffer any grievance or harm. If that brash young man could not secure a certain status and influence in Konoha, then even if their feelings ran deep, they might ultimately fail to achieve a happy ending. Yet despite his fear of the Hyuga clan's rules, the youth did not shrink back, but faced the challenge head-on, displaying extraordinary courage and boldness. This bravery made Hayashi take notice, even stirring a hint of approval. A lad with some guts. I like that. Sunset Hong gazed at Uchiha Zinran's profile. The sunlight filtered through the cherry blossom tree outside the Hyuga residence, casting mottled shadows on his face. His expression was calm, but Sunset Hong knew that the emotions buried beneath that calmness were hotter than a volcano. She gently held his hand. It's okay, her voice was soft like the first warm breeze of spring, this is motivation. Shinran turned to look at her. The Chunin exam is coming soon and you will definitely pass it. You will almost become a jonin next year. She looked into his eyes, her red pupils filled with seriousness. Don't lose hope. Shinran said nothing. Sunset Hong paused as if contemplating her words. Tomorrow if you fight Sarutobi Asuma. She bit her lip. Don't defeat him, but you can't lose either. Zinran's brows slightly furrowed. You need to play dumb and let the tiger eat you. Sunset Hong's voice lowered, as if sharing a secret that shouldn't be overheard. At the start you need to give way. He wouldn't dare to truly hit you. Being a special jonin, he wouldn't go all out against a genin. She looked into Zinran's eyes, a hint of pleading in her gaze. You need to lose tomorrow. Only by losing will it not be so troublesome. Shinran looked at this woman.
She stood before him, her light purple kimono fluttering gently in the wind, strands of her red hair falling softly on her shoulders. Her eyes were filled with worry, not for the duel tomorrow but for him. Suddenly Shinran reached out and covered her mouth.
Sunset Hong was taken aback.
Enough, Shinran said calmly, I will know how to handle it tomorrow. He released his hand, looking at her slightly widened red eyes.
You should go back. I have some matters to attend to. Sunset Hong opened her mouth wanting to say something. She wanted to say, you haven't promised to go on a date with me yet. The promised barbecue, sushi and drinks you would drink on my behalf. Also there's the matter of meeting parents, my father.
She hadn't even begun to speak when Zinran's figure had already vanished.
He didn't just leave, he disappeared.
Like a drop of water merging into the ocean, like a snowflake falling onto the snow, silent and without a trace. Sunset Hong stood in place, her hand still in the position it was when Shinran covered her mouth. She stared at the spot where Shinran had vanished, dazed for a while.
Then she sighed. This little brat. She turned and walked in the direction of her home. After taking a few steps she stopped and looked back. Where Shinran had disappeared there was nothing. Only sunlight and falling cherry blossoms. Sunset Hong lowered her head, looking at her slightly protruding abdomen. Your father, she whispered, is a busy man. Then she continued walking forward. The wind blew from behind her, swirling the fallen petals around her. Hokage building. The corridor was very quiet, so quiet that one could hear the sound of sunlight falling on the windowsill. An Anbu stood at the door of the Hokage's office, straight as a pine tree. His gaze was fixed ahead, expressionless, yet every nerve in his body was taut. Suddenly he felt that something was amiss. It was as if a ripple had appeared in the air, like a stone thrown into a calm lake. His hand gripped the knife at his waist. Then he saw it. In front of the office door a dark spot appeared out of nowhere, like a drop of ink on white paper. The dark spot slowly enlarged, gradually taking shape, and finally, a young man stood there. Dressed in a black outer robe, the back adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem. His short black hair, handsome features and dark red eyes were as calm as a stagnant pool. The Anbu's pupils contracted sharply. Shinran glanced at him. Just a look. No killing intent, no pressure, just a glance. The Anbu's hand released the grip on the knife's hilt. He could not explain why. He just felt that there was an irresistible quality in the boy's gaze. It wasn't a command nor a threat, just a calmness that said, you can step down now. Shinran pushed open the door and walked in. The door closed behind him. Standing still he watched the closed door, a thin layer of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had been an Anbu for 10 years and had seen countless strong individuals. The third Hokage Jiraiya Tsunade, and even that Uchiha Itachi. But he had never encountered someone like this. Appearing out of thin air. Silently. As if stepping in from another world. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hizashi was sitting behind his desk reviewing documents. He saw the door pushed open and the young man walk in, his pupils narrowing slightly. Then he stood up, walked to the window and pulled the curtains closed. He walked to the door, locked it, then turned around to look at Shinran, slightly bowing. Master, you have arrived. Shinran looked at him, the corner of his mouth curving up slightly. Third Hokage, there's no need to be so tense. Sarutobi Hizashi straightened up, looking at Shinran with a hint of complexity in his eyes. Master, about my son. He paused, seemingly pondering his words. I can ensure he won't disturb you, master. Shinran waved his hand. It's fine, his tone was casual, such trivial matters need not concern you. He walked to the window, pulled the curtain back slightly and gazed at the streets of Konoha village outside. Your master will handle it. Sarutobi Hizashi looked at him, silent. Shinran turned to face the third Hokage. I have come regarding what you mentioned last time, to manage the police department. Sarutobi Hizashi's brow furrowed slightly. I will be the minister of the police department. Zinran's voice was calm. It will merely be a title. I wish to establish a faction. He looked into the third Hokage's eyes. Given our relationship, it cannot be in the open. If I become the minister of the police department, we can assist each other, making it easier to bring prosperity to Konoha village. Sarutobi Hizashi fell silent for a moment. The police department has been neglected for a long time. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Since the Uchiha clan's extermination, the police department has been virtually non-existent. To rebuild it is not a matter of a day or two. I know, Shinran replied, so I am not in a hurry. He paused. But there is one thing I am rather anxious about. Sarutobi Hizashi looked at him. What is the fastest way to become a special jonin? Sarutobi Hizashi was taken aback. He looked at Shinran, at those dark red eyes, and suddenly smiled. That smile was somewhat bitter, somewhat dry. Is master planning to marry the daughter of the Hyūga clan? Are you using that crystal ball to spy on me? Who gave you the courage? Shinran said with a domineering tone. At that moment, Uchiha Zinran's right eye activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. In Zinran's right eye, the black pupil suddenly turned into scarlet, with 3 spinning tomo quickly merging into one, forming a pinwheel-like Mangekyo Sharingan. The red ocular power spread through the air and the temperature in the office seemed to drop several degrees.
The third Hokage felt every cell in his body warning him, this person before him was not someone he could contend with. Crystal Ball Zinran's voice was calm, but beneath that calmness lay a pressure more chilling than any roar. Who gave you the courage? Sarutobi Hizashi took a deep breath. Then he bent down, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Forgive me, master. His voice was somewhat dry. I had no intention of prying into your private matters, master. It's simply because tomorrow Asuma will be engaged in a life-and-death duel with you, and as his biological father I naturally cared deeply about the outcome of this battle. So I couldn't help but want to come and see just what kind of formidable strength you possess now. As Uchiha Shinran spoke, he swiftly unleashed the brown Susanoo, the first defensive form, and in the blink of an eye he tightly grasped the third Hokage Sarutobi Hizashi. A torrent of chakra erupted from Uchiha Shinjan's body. The air trembled and the tiles of the Hokage mansion. The immense energy coalesced and took shape in midair. Brownish bones sprouted one by one from the void, each as thick as an ancient tree trunk, gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the afternoon sun. The skeleton extended rib, spine, arm bones, as if the remains of a primordial giant were awakening. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was clutched in the giant bone hand. Struggling like a trapped beast, his feet kicked in the air, yet he could not budge an inch. Shinjin stood beneath the Susanoo, his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating. He stared at the third Hokage, his gaze as calm as a deep pool. Since you refuse to believe this old servant's words, the third Hokage's voice squeezed through the gaps between the bone fingers, hoarse and resolute, then I have nothing more to say. The third Hokage bit his thumb and drew a line across his other palm. Enma's towering figure appeared in a puff of white smoke, his silvery fur bristling. His sharp eyes swept across the battlefield, instantly grasping the situation. Monkey. Enma growled, spinning in midair and transforming into a black iron staff that landed in the third Hokage's hands, the Kongonaya. The third Hokage gripped the staff, channeling chakra into it. Ancient patterns emerged on its surface and the staff swelled to the thickness of a pillar. With a roar he swung it horizontally against the bone joints. A sharp crisp crack echoed. The giant hand of the Susanoo snapped at the fingers. The third Hokage fell from midair, rolling upon landing to absorb the impact, and immediately began forming hand seals. Body flicker technique. His figure dissipated like smoke, reappearing on a rooftop dozens of meters away. The third Hokage moved swiftly, leaping across the rooftops of Konoha village. In a few breaths he had cleared the buildings behind the Hokage mansion, racing toward the forest of death. But no footsteps followed. Landing on the branch of an ancient pine at the forest's edge, the third Hokage turned back. Toward the Hokage mansion, the brownish Susanoo skeleton still stood motionless. Shinjin stood beneath the skeleton, his Mangekyo Sharingan fixed on a distant point in the void, as if seeing something invisible to others. Wind blew from the depths of the forest, carrying the scent of earth and decaying leaves. Shinjin did not pursue. The third Hokage's brow furrowed, his grip on the Kongonaya tightening. This was wrong. Given the boy's ocular power and battle instincts, he would not let him go so easily. What was he waiting for? Or was Shinjin indeed not pursuing? Deep within his consciousness the system's chime had just faded, and a torrent of warmth surged from the innermost depths of his being, flowing through his meridians to every limb. Where the warmth passed, every cell rejoiced, every meridian expanded. His right eye burned as if on fire, his ocular power seething, surging, transforming. The Susanoo began to evolve. On the brownish skeleton, dark red muscle fibers spread like wild vines, bulging, intertwining, covering the bones. Strange dark red patterns emerged on the muscle surface, pulsing like ancient runes, breathing in and out. The skeletal giant transformed into a half-body muscular giant. Dark red chakra blazed like flames on its surface, distorting the air with heat. The air around trembled. Gravel on the ground was lifted by an invisible force floating in midair. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden mission, successfully siring a child with Yūhi Kurenai. Reward: Susanoo second stage unlocked, ocular power greatly enhanced, ninjutsu Kagetsuchi unlocked. Shinjin slowly exhaled a turbid breath. As his Mangekyo Sharingan rotated, his ocular power surged like a tidal wave. He looked down at his hands, then raised his head toward the third Hokage's retreating figure in the forest. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, but with a trace of bitterness. His ninjutsu repertoire was still too meager. This was his clearest realization at that moment. No matter how strong the Susanoo was, it was merely defense and brute force. He had not yet fully mastered the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Amaterasu Kagetsuchi time-space vision, each required immense chakra and precise control. He was like a child wielding a giant hammer, able to shatter everything before him but unable to break the true shackles. And Shinjin's gaze swept across the entire Konoha village. The third Hokage's residence, the Anbu watchtowers, the roots underground base, the compounds of the various clans. Every detail was laid bare before his Mangekyo Sharingan. He could see Anbu ninjas hiding in the shadows, holding their breath, villagers peeking in terror from behind their houses, and Danzo, that bandaged man, was surely standing in some corner of route watching this battle through a surveillance barrier, a cold smile on his lips. Shinjin's fist slowly clenched. What if he killed the third Hokage? The thought flashed through his mind for an instant before being crushed by reason. The third Hokage could not die, at least not now. This was not a matter of strength but of timing. His wings were not yet fully grown. Yūhi Kurenai carried his child in her womb, his bloodline his most important tie to this world. If he killed the third Hokage today, the entire Konoha village would become his enemy.
The Hyūga Nara Akimichi Yamanaka. The elites of every major clan would swarm out. Anbu and root assassins would hound him relentlessly. Even with the Susanoo, he was no Hashirama Senju, unable to fight 10,000 alone.
When that happened, not only would he die, but Yuhi Kurenai and the unborn child would perish as well.
Shinjin took a deep breath.
The Susanoo's muscular giant slowly dissipated, the dark red chakra receding like a tide, revealing his true form. His short black hair whipped in the wind. The Mangekyo Sharingan slowly reverted to ordinary black pupils. Standing in the clearing behind the Hokage mansion, hands clasped behind his back, he called out toward the forest of death, "Third Hokage, come back.
No more fighting."
The voice was not loud, but it reached the third Hokage's ears clearly. The third Hokage's steps abruptly halted. He stood on a branch of an ancient pine, a flicker of surprise crossing his aged face. The Kongo Nayoi turned half a circle in his hand. He did not immediately let down his guard, but stared intently at the distant figure with hands behind his back.
No more fighting.
The third Hokage narrowed his eyes, his aged gaze as sharp as a hawk's. What was this kid up to? Moments ago he was furious, demanding answers, and now he said no more fighting.
A trap.
Or. He carefully observed Shinjin's posture, no hand seals, no chakra build-up, the fluctuations in his chakra calming. The Mangekyo Sharingan had indeed reverted to normal, the Susanoo completely dissipated.
Standing there, he exuded an indescribable calm.
After a moment's hesitation, the third Hokage finally deactivated the Kongo Nayoi.
Enma transformed back into a summoning beast and landed beside him.
"Monkey, be careful, it might be a trick," Enma said in a low voice. "It doesn't seem like it," the third Hokage shook his head. With a flicker he appeared behind the Hokage mansion in a few. He landed 10 meters from Shinjin, his aged eyes scrutinizing the young man. Though brief, the battle had revealed much to him. This boy's ocular power was fathomless, his battle instincts terrifying, and he had predicted every attack. A jutsu like the combined ninjutsu Earth Dragon Flame Bullet had been shattered by a single fist of air. The third Hokage weighed the situation in his mind. Alone he might not be able to win. This was not self-deprecation but an objective ninja assessment.
His ninjutsu repertoire far exceeded his opponent's, and his experience and battle wisdom were superior, but the Susanoo's defense was terrifying. His attacks on the Susanoo were like striking a city wall with a wooden stick. Cracks appeared, but it could not be breached. And if the boy landed a single punch, he would be gravely wounded. More importantly, this boy was still growing. Just now the Susanoo had evolved from a skeleton to the second stage, and the third Hokage had felt the surge in ocular power clearly. If the battle continued, who knew if it would evolve into a fourth stage? The third Hokage sighed softly, planting the Kongo Naya on the ground. Since the master does not wish to fight, this old servant has no need to continue. Shinjin raised an eyebrow. Master.
The title felt incongruous coming from the third Hokage's mouth. But Shinjin did not dwell on the word. He met the third Hokage's eyes, his tone calm but every word clear. "Third Hokage, we both know what happened today. The position in the police force must be given to me." The third Hokage's brow furrowed deeply. Shinjin continued without waiting for an answer, "I don't want to destroy the village.
This land holds my friends, my woman, my unborn child. Konoha is not my enemy, and I have no interest in becoming Hokage."
He paused, his gaze sharpening. "But that old man Danzo has turned the village into a mess.
Roots assassinations, human experiments, internal purges. You know this better than I do.
Either you disband Root and hand the police force to me, and I will safeguard Konoha's peace." The third Hokage's pupils contracted slightly. He understood the weight of those words better than anyone.
Disbanding Root, Danzo's decades-old power base deeply entrenched and tangled.
Even as Hokage, uprooting it would not be easy. And Danzo held so many dark secrets that tearing him apart would destabilize the entire village. But Shinjin was right. Root had indeed turned the village into a mess. The third Hokage was silent for a long time.
Wind blew from afar, carrying a few dry leaves drifting between them.
Villagers in the distance began to peek out, Anbu ninjas appearing on the rooftops, all waiting for the outcome of this confrontation. Finally the third Hokage spoke slowly. "This old servant understands the master's wishes.
Regarding the police force, this old servant can agree. As for Root..." He raised his head, a complex glint in his aged eyes. "Danzo's matter cannot be resolved with a single sentence.
But this old servant can assure the master, as long as the master remains in Konoha, Root's hand will not reach into the police force's jurisdiction. This old servant also hopes that someone will guard the village's peace." Shinjin stared at the third Hokage for a few seconds.
This old fox was playing word games.
He could give the police force but not disband Root, merely promising not to overstep.
It was a compromise and a test, testing Shinjin's limits.
Shinjin smiled faintly.
So be it.
He had not expected the third Hokage to agree to disband Root outright.
Danzo was the dark side of Konoha, a knife in the Hokage's hand.
The third Hokage had used him for decades. How could he discard him so easily?
Gaining control of the police force today was already a decent start. As for Root, there would be time. Then it's settled.
Shinjin turned and walked toward the Hokage mansion, waving a hand at the third Hokage.
"He'll take over the police force tomorrow. And keep the Anbu away from my home."
The third Hokage watched the retreating figure silent for a long time. Enma, now in human form, stood beside him and said in a low voice, "Monkey, this kid. He's not simple. I know." The third Hokage sighed. His strength is formidable enough that this old man alone might not be able to defeat him. More importantly, he knows when to stop.
You mean he didn't pursue me?
The third Hokage's gaze was deep as an ancient well. He had the ability to catch up and continue the fight.
But he didn't.
He chose to stop, to negotiate, to compromise. This shows he is not a madman driven only by slaughter.
He has a mind, calculations and concerns. Enma nodded thoughtfully.
The third Hokage turned and walked toward the Hokage mansion, his steps much steadier than when he had arrived. There was a sentence he kept unspoken in his heart.
"Master, I will never betray you." Yuanfei Risen silently repeated this phrase in his heart, as if by chewing over it repeatedly he could strengthen his resolve to stand by his lord's side unwavering until death.
Yuanma, watching his old partner from the side, a hint of worry flickered in his eyes.
"Monkey, you must be more cautious in your future actions.
If you encounter someone truly beyond your strength, do not be stubborn. Be sure to summon me immediately for help." Having said that, he gently patted Yuanfei Risen's shoulder, his rough palm exuding a rare warmth.
Yuanfei Risen smiled slightly, his tone as relaxed as ever. "Don't worry, old Yuan.
With my strength I can handle ordinary situations with ease.
Even if I encounter a formidable enemy, I will call you out without hesitation."
After all, he paused, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "With you by my side, I have the confidence."
Hearing this, Yuanma felt slightly relieved but couldn't help adding another reminder, "That's good. Since you said that, I won't nag anymore. But remember to protect yourself.
If you get hurt or anything happens, I will not let those people off."
Yuanfei Risen waved his hand at Yuanma, a gesture of farewell. The next moment, bang!
A dull sound burst forth and white mist suddenly spread. In the blink of an eye, Yuanma had vanished without a trace, leaving only a patch of white smoke slowly dissipating in place.
Yuanfei Risen watched this scene, his brow gradually furrowing. Logically, with such a commotion, there should have been someone coming to check.
But now the surroundings were unusually quiet, with no response at all, as if the loud noise just now was merely an illusion. Could it be that the people of my village are all harboring ulterior motives and mutual suspicion to the point where they have no time to care about others' affairs?
Thinking of this, Yuanfei Risen couldn't help but fall into deep thought.
Meanwhile, there was a faint commotion at the food store.
A strange sound had just come from the direction of the Hokage building. Though it disappeared in an instant, it still alarmed many people.
They came out of their shops and craned their necks to look, thinking it was an enemy attack, fearing that the village would be thrown into turmoil again. However, after observing and finding nothing unusual, everyone stopped paying attention and continued to enjoy the food before them. The sizzling of grilled meat, the rich aroma of sake, and laughter and cheerful voices once again filled the entire street. In a corner of the food street, Shiri Hong sat alone, her face gloomy, sulking. She hadn't heard that strange sound at all. Right now her mind was full of that infuriating guy, her ungrateful boyfriend. They had clearly agreed to come out together to enjoy delicious food, grilled meat, sushi, fine wine. She had even decided what she wanted to eat. But who would have thought that guy would abandon her and leave just because of some trivial matter concerning Rishiang Chutian without even telling her where he was going? It was simply too much. The more Shiri Hong thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She was now carrying the fruit of their love, yet that man was so ungrateful and completely disregarded her feelings. Poof. When he returned, she would give him a cold shoulder and make him know her power. Shiri Hong muttered to herself, though no one could tell what she was saying. Just then a figure approached. The figure was very sturdy, about 1.9 meters tall, wearing a black tight combat suit, a green Mijonin vest over it, red ANBU insignia on the shoulders and back, and a Fire Country crest hanging at the waist. Black hair, a goatee, and a cigarette perpetually hanging from his mouth.
Yuanfei Asima.
He walked past Shiri Hong, his peripheral vision catching sight of that familiar figure. He paused slightly. It was her sitting alone here. He hesitated for a moment, then turned back and sat down opposite Shiri Hong. Asima looked at her with a beaming smile and said, "Hong, I know I've been busy lately, always with my team, eating grilled meat every day without taking you."
"Are you using that young man to annoy me?" "That's your student Yuzhibo Shinran, right?"
"Before you left, you often mentioned him, saying he was from a criminal clan and that the Nine Tails rampage was inextricably linked to the Yuzhibo clan. That's what you said when you left." His tone was light, as if he were just talking about a trivial matter. However, Shiri Hong acted as if she didn't see him or hear him. Her red eyes did not spare him even a sidelong glance. He sat across from her, yet he seemed like a mere presence, a void, a silence that no sigh could break.
That silence was more heartbreaking than any words. The smile on Asima's lips gradually froze. Just then, Shiri Hong's dim eyes suddenly blazed like ignited rubies, radiating dazzling brilliance. She sprang up and dashed toward a direction like the wind. A faint scent of night blooming cereus wafted from her, leaving a subtle ethereal fragrance in the air, refreshing the heart. Asima followed her gaze and his pupils constricted sharply. He saw that person. That figure was exactly the young man who had confronted him in Hong's room that day, Yuzhibo Shinran. Could it really be him? Did she actually have a relationship with him? Yuanfei Asima sat there motionless.
He felt something breaking in his chest like a mirror struck hard cracks spreading madly from the center outward.
Unwilling. He was truly unwilling. Over 10 years.
Since they were teenagers they had honed their teamwork in battle. She handled illusion control, he delivered the fatal blow. That combined attack technique they had practiced for over 10 years. Over 10 years of feelings.
Had she just forgotten it all?
Shirihon's eyes were only on that figure.
Yuzhibo Shinran. He wore a black combat outfit, still young in stature, about
1.66 meters tall, appearing quite slender among the crowd. But his face, his eyes and the aura emanating from his whole being made him stand out in the crowd like a crane among chickens, instantly noticeable. Shinran, she called out, quickening her pace. Shinran turned at the sound, saw the red-clad figure rushing toward him and couldn't help but curl his lips slightly.
Hon.
He had just spoken when Shirihong threw herself into his arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, burying her face in his chest, unwilling to lift it. Shinran was slightly startled, then gently put his arm around her, lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "What's wrong?"
"Who upset you?"
"You." Shirihong's muffled voice came from his chest.
"Me."
"Yes, you.
We agreed to come out for grilled meat, but you disappeared. Without even saying a word." Shinran couldn't help but laugh. "I'm back now, aren't I?"
"Oof." Shirihong lifted her head, glared at him, her red eyes still carrying a hint of anger but more of the joy of reunion.
Just then, ding.
A familiar mechanical sound rang in Zinrun's mind. System prompt detected a third partner candidate, Shanzhong Jingye.
Shanzhong Jingye's affection toward the host significantly increased.
Reason: as the younger brother of Yuzhibo Zuizhu, the host has handsome features and outstanding temperament, leaving a deep impression on Jingye.
Current affection 62. Friendly Shinran raised an eyebrow slightly. Shanzhong Jingye. He instinctively looked in a certain direction and saw a blonde girl staring blankly at him from the entrance of a flower shop not far away.
She held a bouquet of flowers and her green eyes reflected his figure.
It was Shanzhong Jingye.
She came directly over.
Yuzhibo Shinran thought she was looking at him and he greeted her. Shanzhong Jingye also greeted him cheerfully. Shirihong saw Yuzhibo Shinran greeting Shanzhong Jingye. She didn't say much, as greeting a classmate was normal.
Shanzhong Jingye slowly walked into the grilled meat shop with the flowers, then slightly bowed and said, "Teacher Shirihong, you're here too."
Shinran, why are you so intimate with Teacher Shirihong? Shanzhong Jingye asked in surprise.
Shirihong thought to herself, these people are truly strange.
Why does everyone think she and Yuzhibo Shinran are not a couple, but rather she and Yuenfei Asima are a pair?
Shirihong's face was as cold as water and she retorted, "What's so strange about that?" Shanzhong Jingye replied calmly, "Teacher Shirihong, you and Yuenfei Asima have known each other since childhood, often going out together, inseparable.
Have you forgotten?"
Shanzhong Jingye held the flowers out to Shirihong, but Shirihong did not reach out to take them. Shanzhong Jingye explained, "Teacher Shirihong, this is a gift from Teacher Asima, saying it's for the 15th anniversary of your acquaintance."
Shirihong looked at Yuzhibo Shinran, then turned back to look at Yuenfei Asima sitting there. Yuenfei Asima saw Shirihong looking at him, smiled slightly and stood up. Yuenfei Asima walked over steadily, put his arm around Shanzhong Jingye and gave a thumbs up. The two exchanged smiles, very happy. Shirihong finally understood and signaled Yuzhibo Shinran with her eyes to explain for her.
After all, as a man, some words were better left for him to say.
Ahem. Yuzhibo Shinran cleared his throat, interrupting the laughter of Yuenfei Asima and Shanzhong Jingye. "Well, Teacher Asima, now Teacher Shirihong is my woman. So could you please relinquish your feelings and find someone else? That way we won't have a conflict tomorrow and it won't be embarrassing for everyone." Yuzhibo Shinran said seriously. "How can you say that to Asima?"
"What did you say?"
Shanzhong Jingye was stunned. "Teacher Shirihong is your woman."
"How is that possible?"
"Shinran is my boyfriend. Is there something wrong with that?"
Shirihong's fiery eyes widened, her anger surging like a tide, her voice rising several pitches. "Are you saying that Asima should be my boyfriend instead?" As her words fell, the entire food street seemed to fall silent for an instant. Shanzhong Jingye, however, seemed unaware that Shirihong was already furious, thinking it was just a heated remark. Naively she reached out, grabbed Shirihong's right arm, intending to pull her away from Yuzhibo Shinran and persuade her aside. Yet as the two were tugging at each other, Shirihong suddenly exerted force and broke free from Jingye's grip. She swiftly turned around, her steps firm as iron, walked to Yuzhibo Zinran's side and tightly grasped his left arm. The force was as if she wanted to embed herself entirely into his side.
Jingye was stunned.
But she quickly recovered and stepped forward again, her tone still carrying a hint of naive persuasion. "Oh, don't be like this, Teacher Hong."
"Enough."
Shirihong let out a cold shout like a splash of icy water, abruptly cutting off Jingye's words. Her tone was ice cold, each word like a blade.
"Can you stop playing matchmaker?
He's just a classmate who graduated from the ninja academy with me when we were kids. Who I choose as my partner is my own business and I don't need your meddling." She paused, her gaze sweeping over Jingye, then over the distant man with a goatee smoking a cigarette. "If you really have that much free time, then go complete missions, strive to become chunin, or find a place to train and improve your strength." Shanzhong Jingye looked utterly bewildered, like a monk who couldn't touch his head, and turned to look at her teacher. Asima spread his hands, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, revealing a half-smile expression that clearly said, I have no idea what's going on.
Yuzhibo Shinran took in the whole scene.
Shirihong had fallen under his genjutsu, which only caused her memory to become confused. The memories of others remained unchanged. This Baishinshin genjutsu was powerful, but it couldn't cover the entire village. The amount of chakra required was terrifying to the extreme. Thinking of this, Shinran couldn't help but have a thought flash through his mind. If after winning over Shanzhong Jinya the system's reward chest could yield an unlimited chakra card.
What a wonderful thing that would be.
With such a divine item coupled with the reward to increase Baishinshin's control range, wouldn't the entire Konoha be within his grasp? By then the Hokage, the elders, all would have to bow down. He would be the big shot of the village, a word determining life and death, a sentence deciding honor and disgrace.
That kind of life. Just thinking about it made one feel comfortable. But for now. Shinran pulled back his thoughts, his gaze falling on the farce before him.
Their memories were all from reality. Explaining it would be quite troublesome. But he was never one to enjoy explaining.
You don't need to say anything more. Shinran spoke.
His voice was not loud, but it reached clearly into the ears of everyone present. His tone was flat as water, yet carried an undeniable authority, as if he wasn't discussing but pronouncing judgment.
He lifted his eyelids, his dark red eyes piercing straight at Asima. Asima, no need to make a fuss here. Asima's expression changed and the smile on his lips finally faltered.
What did you say?
I said. Shinran released Shirihong's hand and stepped forward.
That step seemed casual, but a sharp aura emanated from him like a drawn blade.
I can't be bothered to mind the little thoughts in your heart. But if you dare to hover around my woman again, I won't mind showing you what regret means.
As his words fell, everyone was stunned.
Shanzhong Jinya's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, momentarily forgetting to close it.
She had never seen Yuzhibo Shinran like this. The usually silent, seemingly mild-mannered youth now resembled an awakened fierce tiger, radiating a terrifying sharpness from head to toe. Shirihong stood behind him, looking at his back, a wave of indescribable emotion welling up in her heart. There was gratitude, worry, but more than that, a sense of being protected and feeling secure.
The smile on Asima's face completely vanished.
He stared at Shinran, a complex mix of emotions flashing in his eyes, anger, unwillingness, and a trace of
wariness that even he hadn't noticed. Fine, very fine.
Asima took a deep breath, threw the already deformed cigarette in his hand to the ground and stomped it hard. You little brat of the Yuzhibo clan, let's see how long you can stay arrogant. With that he turned and strode away.
This time he didn't look back. Shanzhong Jinya stood there looking left and right, momentarily at a loss.
Her gaze fell on Shinran, and in her emerald eyes, besides confusion, there was something she couldn't quite explain.
Ding!
The system notification chimed in at the right moment.
Shanzhong Jinya affection increased. Current affection 85 favorable.
Reason: the host's arrogance and dominance deeply touched Jinya's maiden heart. In her eyes, Shinran at this moment was like a blazing fire, dangerous yet irresistible to approach.
A slight smile curled at the corner of Zinran's mouth.
He turned around, looked at Shirihong, and the sharp aura from moments ago instantly retracted, replaced by a trace of gentle tenderness.
Let's go.
Where to? Didn't you say you wanted to eat grilled meat?
Shirihong was taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh.
She raised her hand and lightly tapped his chest, chiding, You still remember?
Of course I remember.
Shinran reached out and put his arm around her shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the distant blonde girl still frozen in place, then calmly withdrew.
Let's go, or they'll be closing up shop. The two walked away side by side. The sunset stretched their shadows long, overlapping as if they could never be separated.
Shanzhong Jinya stood there watching the gradually receding back, her heart inexplicably beating a few beats faster. She lowered her head, looking at the somewhat crumpled bouquet in her hand, murmuring to herself.
Yuzhibo Shinran.
That name was now engraved in her heart. Suddenly the weather changed drastically. A misty fog-like weather enveloped the entire Konoha village, spreading around like smog. Was this an enemy attack from the Mist Village, or someone practicing the hidden mist technique? A system notification resounded in his mind, more excited than ever before.
Ding!
Detected successful conception of host's offspring.
The core function of the many children, many blessings system has been officially activated. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on receiving the pregnancy reward, infinite chakra card. After use, the host's chakra reserves will be elevated to the theoretical maximum, never to be depleted.
Ding!
The infinite chakra card has been stored in the system backpack, ready for use at any time.
Xinren looked at the translucent panel that had appeared before him, then glanced at Shirihong.
The moonlight outside the window mingled with the tears in her eyes, a brightness that was impossible to look away from. He suddenly smiled, reached out and pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin on top of her head. Then we need to give the child a good name. Shirihong buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled and trembling slightly.
What shall we call him?
Xinren thought for a moment, his gaze passing over the top of her head to the full moon outside the window. The moonlight spilled over the rooftops of Konoha village, over the distant Hokage rock, and over the forests and mountains further beyond. This world was vast, so vast that its edges were invisible. But at this moment the person in his arms and the little life yet to be born in her belly were his entire world.
Uchiha Mirai, he said, his voice very soft as if making a wish to the moon. No matter what happens in the future, he will be fine.
Shirihong said nothing, only held him tighter.
After that night, Xinren unhesitatingly used the infinite chakra card.
A torrent of power surged from the depths of his body as if someone had opened a sluice gate within him, and chakra poured like a flood, breaking through a dam into every meridian, every acupoint, every cell. His body began to heat up and a faint blue aura circulated on the surface of his skin. The sensation was like being immersed in a hot spring formed of chakra, every muscle and every bone rejoicing. Chakra limit removed. From now on his chakra was infinite. No matter what ninjutsu he used, no matter how much he consumed, it would be replenished in an instant.
This meant he could use the spacetime eye without limit, could use the Mangekyo Sharingan without limit, and could copy any high-level ninjutsu he saw without limit.
He stood on the rooftop feeling the nearly infinite power within him and slowly opened his eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye began to spin the shuriken pattern, growing clearer and sharper. The spacetime eye in his right eye also operated in sync, a golden sunflower blooming in the dark red pupil, the black hole at its center as deep as if it would devour the entire world. The lights of Konoha village flickered beneath his feet like a sea of stars.
Xinren took a deep breath and suppressed the power that was about to overflow. It was not yet time. This power was to be used at the critical moment. 9 months later, Uchiha Mirai was born.
It was a quiet morning, Konoha village still shrouded in thin morning mist. Shirihong's cry pierced the silence of the old house. When Xinren rushed into the room, she was already sweating from pain, but her eyes held no fear, only a strange calm.
Tsunade appeared from somewhere, rolled up her sleeves and drove Xinren out.
The delivery room door closed in front of him. He stood in the hallway listening to the sounds coming from inside, Shirihong's gasped, Tsunade's commands, and the splash of hot water being poured into a basin.
He stood there for an entire morning.
When the first cry of the baby came from the room, Xinren felt his heart being tightly squeezed. The sound was sharp and clear, like a small knife cutting through the morning mist, cutting through the years of silence in the Uchiha old house, and cutting through the last shell in his heart. The door opened. Tsunade came out carrying a small bundle, her expression unusually soft.
She handed the child to Xinren.
The baby's face was wrinkled, eyes closed, little fists clenched tightly as if gripping something invisible.
A boy.
Mother and child are safe. Tsunade's voice carried a hint of tiredness and a hint of a smile.
Xinren reached out and carefully took the bundle.
Light as a feather, yet heavy as the whole world. The baby's face was wrinkled, eyes still closed, small mouth opening and closing as if searching for something. He looked down at this tiny life and suddenly felt something stuck in his throat, unable to swallow or spit out. Shirihong lay on the bed, her face pale but her smile warm. Her red hair was wet with sweat plastered to her forehead, and the fine lines at the corners of her eyes were especially clear at this moment.
Mirai, she said softly as if confirming something. Xinren nodded and placed the child beside her. Uchiha Mirai.
The morning mist outside the window dissipated and sunlight streamed in through the window, falling on the family of 3, gilding them with a golden edge.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on the birth of a son.
The many children many blessings system is issuing additional rewards. Ding.
Reward Kekei Genkai Awakening Catalyst 1. After use, it can cause the offspring to awaken the family's Kekei Genkai early.
Ding. Reward Spacetime Eye Upgrade Fragment 1. Collect 3 fragments to upgrade the Spacetime Eye to its complete form. Ding. Detected host's offspring Uchiha Mirai Talent Rating S. Potential Rating SS. Recommended for focused cultivation. Xinren looked at the flood of notifications, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He looked down at the wrinkled little face in the swaddle, and a thought suddenly surged in his heart: this kid would definitely be more formidable than his father in the future. The Chunin exams were held in the spring of the following year. The streets of Konoha village were crowded with ninja from Tsunagakure, Kirigakure, Kumogakure and Iwagakure, a medley of accents, attire and weapons glittering in the sunlight. Xinren stood at the entrance of the exam venue with his teammates from Team 8, Inazuka Kiba, Aburain Shino and Hyūga Hinata. Shirihong stood not far away holding the 1-year-old Uchiha Mirai in her arms. The little one opened his jet-black eyes curiously, watching the bustling crowd, his small hands clutching his mother's hair tightly. The first round was a written test. Xinren casually filled in a few answers and handed in his paper, then waited in the corridor for a long time before the others came out. Naruto looked dejected, Sasuke was expressionless, while Sakura seemed relieved. The second round was the Forest of Death. Xinren wandered around the forest with Hinata for 2 days and incidentally used Kotoama Tsukumi to control a few reckless ninja from Amagakure, pointing them to a shortcut out of the forest. What truly shocked everyone was the third round's elimination match. Xinren's opponent was Orochimaru. The former one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, now a notorious strength rogue ninja who had been on the run for years, had somehow infiltrated the Chunin exam venue disguised as an ordinary examinee and stood opposite Xinren. When Orochimaru tore off his disguise and revealed his pale snake-like face, the entire exam hall erupted. Kankuro of Tsunagakure stepped back in fright, while Hyūga Hayashi of Konoha rose directly from his seat in the audience, his hand already reaching for the kunai at his waist. "You little Uchiha brat." Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips, his golden vertical pupils filled with greed. "Your eyes are very special." Xinren stood opposite him, his expression as calm as if he had been called on to answer a question in class. He tilted his head and gave Orochimaru a once-over. Your face is very ugly. Orochimaru's smile froze for a moment.
The next second his neck stretched like a spring, his mouth opening wide as he lunged at Xinren, hidden shadow snake hands.
Countless venomous snakes surged from his sleeves, overwhelming the sky like a black tide. Xinren did not dodge. He raised his hand, palm forward, fingers spread. An invisible force surged from his palm like waves crashing against a reef, repelling all the snakes.
The snakes writhed and tumbled in the air as if seized by the critical point by an invisible hand, unable to break free no matter how they struggled.
Orochimaru's pupils contracted slightly. What kind of jutsu is this? Before he could finish, he met Xinren's left eye Mangekyo Sharingan.
The shuriken-shaped pupil slowly rotated a crimson light like a deep-sea lighthouse, illuminating the darkness.
Koto Amatsukami. Orochimaru's body froze on the spot like a stone statue.
The greedy, mad and obsessive light in his golden vertical pupils faded bit by bit like receding tide. In its place was a strange calm.
Koto Amatsukami did not require eye contact, only that the caster locked onto the target. The moment Orochimaru's gaze fell on Xinren, the jutsu was already complete.
His memories were rewoven, the years of obsession with the Uchiha body, the pursuit of immortality, the mad plan to destroy Konoha, all faded like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser, fading into a blank. The blank spaces were filled with new things.
Xinren withdrew his hand, turned and walked back to the sidelines. Orochimaru stood there stunned for a full 3 seconds, then slowly bowed in the direction Xinren had left. Master. The entire venue fell silent.
The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat in the main seat, his aged face expressionless.
He looked in the direction of Orochimaru's bow, and in the depths of his murky eyes the retreating figure of the young man was reflected. His master was indeed extraordinary. The Chunin exams thus ended in an absurd manner. Xinren did not participate in the finals, directly forfeiting. He said he had a stomachache, but everyone knew he simply couldn't be bothered to fight.
Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke set out on the path to find Uchiha Itachi. He did not go far. Right by the Naka River outside Konoha village he saw that familiar figure. Long black hair, a black trench coat and a Konoha forehead protector with a single scratch on his forehead. Uchiha Itachi sat on a stone by the river holding a book as if waiting for someone.
Brother. Sasuke's voice was a little hoarse. Itachi looked up at his younger brother, whom he hadn't seen for years.
Sasuke had grown taller, his shoulders broader and his eyes had changed. He was no longer the little brat who used to run after him shouting, "Brother, teach me shuriken," but a ninja capable of standing on his own.
Sasuke.
Itachi's voice was still calm as the river beneath his feet.
Sasuke sat down opposite him. Between them lay a distance of a few steps, years of time and countless unspeakable grievances. Shimura Danzo is dead, Sasuke said, his tone as flat as if commenting on the nice weather.
Itachi's brow twitched slightly.
How did he die? Natural causes. Old age. Itachi was silent for a long time.
The river flowed beneath his feet, making a faint rustling sound.
Birdsong came from afar, crisp as if laughing. The Uchiha clan is doing well now, Sasuke continued, a hint of warmth in his voice. Xinren has a child. A boy named Uchiha Mirai. Born by teacher Kurenai. He looks a lot like Xinren, but his eyes are like his mother's. Itachi lowered his head and looked at the book in his hands.
The pages rustled in the wind, flipping to a certain page then back.
Is that so, he said softly as if to himself.
Sasuke stood up, brushed the dust off his pants. He looked at this brother who had once annihilated their clan, at his bowed head and slightly trembling shoulders, and the hatred, anger and resentment he had accumulated over the years suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon.
Aren't you going to see? Sasuke asked. Itachi did not answer. Sasuke turned and left, took a few steps then stopped. Brother, come home.
His voice was carried away by the river wind, drifting into Itachi's ears light as a feather.
Itachi sat on the stone listening to the footsteps fading away.
He looked up at the Naka River sparkling in the sunlight. In the distance the outline of Konoha village was faintly visible among the treetops.
Chimney smoke rose in wisps as if someone was waving. He stood up, closed the book and took his first step in that direction. That year many things happened in Konoha village.
Shimura Danzo died of natural causes on an ordinary night, and the Root organization was disbanded by the third Hokage under the pretext of streamlining the organization. For some unknown reason Orochimaru abandoned his plan to destroy Konoha and quietly retreated to the land of rice fields with his Otogekure to conduct research. There was no movement from Uchiha Obito and Nagato either, the Akatsuki organization like a hibernating snake coiled unmoving in Amagekure. No one knew that behind all this a pair of dark red eyes were watching over the entire ninja world.
Xinren stood on the Hokage rock overlooking Konoha village below.
Shirihong stood beside him holding Mirai, who could already walk, tottering on the rock top chasing a butterfly until he was drenched in sweat.
What are you thinking? Shirihong asked. Xinren withdrew his gaze and looked at the clouds dyed red by the sunset in the distant sky. The clouds were thick like a burning sea. Thinking about the future, he said.
Shirihong did not press further. She simply hugged the child closer to her chest and leaned against his shoulder. The sunset stretched their shadows long, very long. From the Hokage Rock all the way to the end of the village onto the roof of the Uchiha old house into the waters of the Naka River carried away by the current to distant far-off places. After the Chunin exams Xin Ren's name spread like wildfire across the 5 great nations. A genin in the Chunin exam arena in front of thousands of spectators used a dojutsu no one had ever seen to turn the legendary Sannin Orochimaru into his servant. When the news reached Kumogakure, the 4th Raikage smashed his favorite wineglass. When it reached Iwagakure Inoki, the 2 scales rubbed his old waist and was silent for a long time. When it reached Kirigakure, Mei drank the water from her teacup as if it were strong liquor.
No one knew what Xin Ren really wanted.
He neither took this opportunity to proclaim the prestige of the Uchiha clan nor demanded any benefits from Konoha's higher-ups. He simply cycled between missions and training, occasionally appearing on the streets of Konoha with either Shirihong holding the child or Hyūga Hinata, whose face was as red as an apple, following behind him. What truly shook the entire ninja world happened that winter. The news that Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto had both been promoted to Jonin appeared as a small article in the Konoha Daily, attracting little attention. But on the same day, what Uchiha Xin Ren did in the Hokage's office building was enough to cause the tectonic plates of the entire ninja world to shift.
That morning Xin Ren walked into the 3rd Hokage's office followed by Shirihong and Hyūga Hinata.
The 3rd Hokage sat behind his desk, the tobacco in his pipe just lit wisps of blue smoke rising in the morning light.
He looked up and watched Xin Ren approach, then stood up yielding the Hokage's seat.
Master, the 3rd Hokage's voice was as calm as if reporting a mission.
Xin Ren did not sit.
He simply stood beside the chair, glancing at the documents on the table, piles of mission reports, diplomatic correspondence and budget proposals. Each one required the Hokage's personal signature, and each signature affected the livelihoods of thousands.
Keep sit. Xin Ren said, his tone like that of a servant being told to tidy a room. Do what you need to do. Just from today, before you make a decision, ask me first.
The 3rd Hokage nodded and sat down again. From that day on, all important decisions in Konoha village had to be tacitly approved by Xin Ren. From ninja promotion quotas to diplomatic negotiations with Tsunade, from the restructuring of the Umbu to the revision of the Ninja Academy curriculum, every document was sent to the doorstep of the Uchiha old house before reaching the Hokage's office.
Shirihong was responsible for receiving them, Hyūga Hinata for sorting them, and Xin Ren for stamping a dark red seal on top. The seal bore a shuriken-shaped pattern, the shape of his Mangekyo Sharingan.
The news quickly spread to the other 4 nations.
The 4th Raikage of Kumogakure was the first to react.
He summoned all the Jonin for a meeting, slamming the table thunderously. He accused Konoha of attempting to establish a dictatorship, claiming that the Uchiha brat was delusional with his desire to become Hokage. Yet after the tirades, he still dispatched a missive of alliance and a confidential letter. The confidential letter contained no diplomatic rhetoric, only a single sentence: the most beautiful woman of Kumogakure is yours to wed. Enclosed with the letter was a portrait. The woman in the portrait bore Kumogakure's distinctive dark skin and light hair with striking features, a sharp gaze and a provocative smile curling at the corners of her lips. Her name was Samuya Jonin of Kumogakure, renowned for her calm composure and masterful swordsmanship. On the back of the portrait several lines of text were written in neat, almost printed script: this woman is fiercely independent, never yielding to anyone. If you can win her heart willingly, Kumogakure shall forever be allied with Konoha. Shinran glanced at the portrait and chuckled. Yugi Kurenai stood behind him, casting a brief look at the woman in the portrait but saying nothing. Hyūga Hinata, however, curiously leaned over and whispered, "She's so beautiful, Shinrenkin.
Will you let her come?"
Shinran did not answer. He simply folded the portrait and tucked it into a drawer.
Iwagakure's response was a beat slower than Kumogakure's, but it was brimming with sincerity.
Anoki of the 2 scales sent his granddaughter Kuratsuchi to deliver the alliance treaty in person, along with a message: the old man says Iwagakure has nothing of value to offer except this granddaughter. If you find her worthy, take her; if not, consider her a mere errand girl. Kuratsuchi stood in the living room of the Uchiha ancestral home, hands on her hips, her long legs stamping noisily on the floor. She scrutinized Shinran from head to toe, then back again, and finally snorted, not bad looking but a bit short.
My grandfather must be senile, wanting me to marry a brat several years younger than me. Shinran looked at her and laughed. Your grandfather didn't tell you to marry me. He sent you to see if I'm worth Iwagakure's investment. Kuratsuchi was taken aback, then she too laughed.
Interesting, she said, sitting down on the sofa and crossing her legs.
All right, I'll stay a few days and see what you're really made of. Kirigakure's response was the most unexpected. The Mizukage Terumi may sent no portrait, no woman, and dispatched no one to Konoha.
She only wrote a letter with a single line of elegant script, delicate as spring willow branches. The Mizukage herself is the most beautiful woman in Kirigakure.
Marry me, how about it?
Yugi Kurenai was feeding Uchiha Mirai her baby food when she saw the letter. The little one had a face full of rice paste, looking like a little tabby cat. She glanced at the words on the letter, her hand pausing briefly before she continued feeding. This woman has great ambition, she said, her voice as calm as commenting on the weather. Shinran folded the letter and placed it together with Samua's portrait.
Ambitious people are interesting.
What truly stirred Zinran's heart was Tsunade. Tsunade returned to Konoha on a rainy day wearing a green robe, her hair a mess, her face flushed with the remnants of a hangover. Shizune followed behind her carrying the little pig Tauntaun, her expression one of helplessness.
Shinran waited for her at the village gate.
The rain fell in fine threads like a boundless net.
As Tsunade approached and saw the youth holding a black umbrella, she paused in her steps.
"Whose brat are you?" she asked, her tone far from polite. Shinran tilted the umbrella toward her, rainwater sliding along the ribs and dripping onto his shoulder.
"Uchiha Shinran," he said. "I'm here to take you home." Tsunade stared at him for a long moment as if trying to recognize something.
Her gaze moved from his face to his eyes and stopped there.
Deep within those dark crimson irises, 3 tomo slowly rotated. In the gaps between the tomo she vaguely glimpsed another shape, like a shuriken or a windmill. "Mangekyo."
Her voice suddenly dropped.
Shinran did not answer. He simply held the umbrella and walked with her into Konoha.
The rain was loud enough to drown out all conversation.
Walking under the umbrella, Tsunade kept her peripheral vision on the youth.
She noticed his gait, the way he held the umbrella, the rhythm of his breathing. There was something about this youth that did not belong to his age, not power, not skill, but a deeper, almost instinctive sense of control. He didn't need to do anything deliberately, everything around him naturally revolved around him. Like the sun needing no invitation, the planets orbit of their own accord.
Tsunade stayed in Konoha for 3 days.
In those 3 days she met the third Hokage Shizen and the young ninjas who had been children when she left but had now grown into adults. But the one she met most often was Shinran.
They talked about many things: the development direction of medical ninjutsu, the Byakugo seal of the Princess Tsunade, and the cell transplantation of the first Hokage.
Shinran could always catch every topic she threw at him, and each time he responded from an angle she never expected. He wasn't trying to please her, he was engaging in dialogue with her. This sense of equality was something Tsunade hadn't experienced in a long time. On the third night, Tsunade stood on the Hokage rock looking down at Konoha below. Lights blazed like a sea that never sleeps.
Shinran stood beside her without an umbrella.
The moon was full tonight, its light spilling over his face, illuminating those dark crimson eyes like 2 gems.
"Aren't you afraid he'll tell everyone about you?" Tsunade suddenly asked. Shinran laughed.
"Tell who?" "The third Hokage is my man, Orochimaru is my man. The whole of Konoha is in my hands."
"Do you think anyone would believe you?" Tsunade was silent for a long time.
The moonlight cast a cold white light on her face, making her look like a marble statue.
"Aren't you afraid he'll leave and never come back?"
"You won't leave," Shinran said, his voice as calm as stating a fact.
"Because you've already found what you've been looking for." Tsunade turned to look at him.
The youth's profile was sharp under the moonlight, with that faint elusive smile still at the corner of his lips.
"What have I been looking for?" "Someone worth betting everything on." Tsunade froze.
The night wind blew from afar, lifting her golden hair, scattering it in the moonlight. She suddenly thought of Nawaki, of Dan, of those people she had once wanted to bet everything on. They were all gone, leaving her adrift in this world alone. Now another youth stood before her, saying he was worth her betting everything.
"What makes you think so?"
Her voice was a little hoarse. Shinran turned to look at her, his dark crimson eyes reflecting the lights of the entire Konoha village.
"Because I am Uchiha Shinran," he said. "Because I won't die. Because I have infinite chakra.
Because I can give you everything you desire, a peaceful life, a powerful opponent, and..."
He paused. "A home." Tsunade said no more.
She just stood there looking at the youth for a very long time.
A month later, Tsunade married into the Uchiha clan. The wedding was simple, attended by only a few close people.
Yuhi Kurenai held Uchiha Mirai in the front row, and the little one clapped her hands and giggled.
Hyūga Hinata, blushing, served as the bridesmaid, fumbling the ring twice and dropping it to the floor.
Tenten stood in the corner, biting her lip, her eyes glistening.
When Shinran led Tsunade out of the Uchiha ancestral home, the streets of Konoha were lined with people. They didn't know what was happening, only that the Uchiha family had a happy event today.
A few children chased after them, shouting, "The bride is so beautiful."
Tsunade's face rarely flushed. That night Tsunade leaned on Zinran's shoulder, looking at the moon outside the window.
"I won the bet," she whispered. Shinran lowered his head and placed a kiss on her forehead.
"You never lost." Hyūga Hinata was the second to marry into the Uchiha clan. Her wedding was much more elaborate than Tsunade's.
The Hyūga clan was a prestigious family in Konoha, and the marriage of the main family's eldest daughter stirred the entire village. Hyūga Hayashi stood at the entrance of the main Hyūga mansion watching Shinran lead Hinata out, his expression as tangled as a knot that could not be undone. He was neither satisfied nor dissatisfied with the son-in-law, but he knew that from this day forward the fates of the Hyūga and Uchiha clans were bound together. What no one expected was that Hinata's twin sister Hanabi also married into the Uchiha clan on the same day. The Hyūga clan sending off 2 daughters at once was unprecedented in Konoha's history. Hyūga Hayashi's face was dark for several days, but Shinran had promised to elevate the Hyūga's Byakugan to an unprecedented level. That promise was worth 2 daughters. Yamanaka Ino was the third. Her manner of entering the Uchiha clan was the most dramatic. The mind-body switch technique was a secret art of the Yamanaka clan, capable of mental control over a target. Shinran had always been wary of this technique because he harbored too many secrets, a time traveler, a system, the space-time eye, and memories from another world. If Ino used the mind-body switch technique on him, all his secrets would be exposed. But Ino never used that technique on him. "I wouldn't stoop to such means," she said, tilting her chin, her golden ponytail swinging in the sunlight in a beautiful arc.
I want you to marry me willingly. Shinran looked at her and suddenly laughed. Then you'll have to wait in line. Ino was stunned, then blushed and punched him on the chest. Who wants to wait in line? But she did wait in line behind Tsunade, behind Hinata and Hanabi, ahead of Tenten and Anko.
Her wedding took place in autumn with golden fallen leaves covering the courtyard of the Uchiha ancestral home. She wore a white wedding dress, her golden hair blowing in the wind like a flag.
Tenten was the fourth.
Her entry into the Uchiha clan was the most uneventful and the most natural. After returning from the mission to the Land of Waves, her relationship with Shinran had remained in a delicate state, a little more than teammates, a little less than lovers. She would hand him a towel after training block attacks from behind him during missions and sit side by side with him on the rooftop at night watching the stars.
She never said she liked him, never asked for anything.
Until one day Shinran was kicked flying by Rock Lee during training and lay on the ground for a long time unable to get up.
Tenten rushed over, knelt beside him, frantically checking his injuries.
Lying on the ground, Shinran looked at her anxious face and suddenly reached out, brushing the loose strands of hair from her forehead behind her ear. "Marry me," he said, his voice very soft, as if afraid of startling something.
Tenten's movements stopped.
She looked down at him, at the reflection of herself in those dark crimson eyes. She suddenly burst into tears, big drops falling, splashing on his face, on his chest, on his open palm.
"You bastard," she sobbed. "I've been waiting for those words for 3 years." Anko was the fifth. Her manner of entering the Uchiha clan was the most unique. After Orochimaru became Zinran's servant, Anko, as Orochimaru's former student, was naturally drawn into the vortex. At first she was filled with hostility toward Shinran, always suspecting that the youth had used some evil technique to control her teacher. She followed him, investigated him, and even sneaked into the Uchiha ancestral home one night to find evidence of his control over Orochimaru. She found nothing. But she found Shinran. That night the moonlight was bright. Shinran sat on the rooftop holding a flask of sake. He saw Anko emerge from the shadows and was not surprised at all. "A drink?" he asked. Anko hesitated, then sat down across from him. They drank and talked all night, about Orochimaru, about Anko's childhood, about Zinran's crossing over from the Blue Star, though of course he didn't mention the crossing, only telling stories from another world. Anko listened intently, moonlight falling on her face, a trace of sake stain on the corner of her lips, her eyes dazzlingly bright. As dawn approached, Anko suddenly asked, "What exactly do you want?" Shinran thought for a moment, looking at the pale streak of light on the distant horizon. "I want a home," he said. "A very big home. With many people, many children. No one will die anymore, no one will leave anymore." Anko was silent for a long time. "Can I have a room?" Shinran turned to look at her and smiled. "The entire second floor is yours." By the time Shinran welcomed his final wife Anko into the Uchiha ancestral home, the old residence could no longer accommodate everyone. The third Hokage didn't hesitate to allocate a large piece of land adjacent to the Uchiha clan grounds to Shinran. The new residence took a full 6 months to build, occupying more land than the Hokage's office building. The courtyard featured a hot spring designed by Tsunade, a flower garden planted by Hinata, a swing set up by Ino, a ninja tool training ground arranged by Tenten, and a barbecue grill requested by Anko. Shinran stood at the entrance of the new residence watching the women busy about the courtyard. Yuhi Kurenai teaching Uchiha Mirai to walk, the little one staggering like a newborn fawn. Tsunade directing workers to adjust the water temperature of the hot spring, her voice loud as if arguing. Hinata and Hanabi squatting by the flower garden planting seeds, their backs almost identical. Ino practicing the mind-body switch technique in the yard, her golden ponytail swinging in the sunlight. Tenten throwing kunai on the training ground, each one hitting the bullseye. Anko building a fire by the grill, coughing from the smoke. He suddenly felt that a lifetime of such days would never grow tiresome. Many more years passed. So many that Uchiha Mirai had grown from a stumbling child into the youngest jonin of Konohagakure, that the diamond-shaped mark of the In seal on Tsunade's forehead had begun to fade, that a few fine lines had appeared at the corners of Yuhi Kurenai's eyes, and that Shinran himself could no longer count how many years he had spent in this world. That year Uchiha Obito came. He wore no mask, did not use the guise of Tobi, but stood before Shinran as Uchiha Obito himself. His right eye was a 3-tomo Sharingan, his left eye a Rinnegan, and behind him followed expressionless pain. "Are you Uchiha Shinran?" Obito's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping against iron. Shinran sat in a rattan chair in the courtyard, a cup of tea in hand. He looked up at Obito, then lowered his head to drink. "Sit," he said, as if greeting an old friend. Obito did not sit. He stared at Shinran for a long time, his gaze shifting from that still young face to those dark crimson eyes. In those eyes the pattern of the Mangekyo was as clear as if carved into them. He knew that this youth was stronger than him, not by a little but by an immeasurable margin. "I came to kill you," Obito said. Shinran smiled. "You cannot kill me." Obito was silent for a long time. "I know," he said, his voice suddenly softening like a string that had been taut for too long, finally snapping. That afternoon Obito sat in Shinran's courtyard for the entire afternoon. They did not fight, did not argue, and barely exchanged a few words. Obito just sat there gazing at the flower beds, the swing, the training ground for weapons, watching Yuhi Kurenai walk past holding a grandchild, watching Tsunade emerge from the kitchen with tea and snacks, watching the Hyūga sisters chat by the flower beds. He watched for a long time until the sun moved from overhead to the west. "Rin is dead," Obito suddenly said, his voice very soft as if speaking of something unrelated to himself. Shinran did not respond. "Kakashi killed her," Obito continued. "I hated him for many years. Hated this world. Hated everyone. He lowered his head looking at his own hands. Those hands had once held the lives of countless people. But now I no longer hate. Shinran poured him a cup of tea. Obito took a sip and winced at the heat. What kind of tea is this? So bitter. Tsunade brewed it. She never adds sugar to her tea. Obito was silent for a moment then suddenly laughed. That laugh was very light, very faint, like the first ray of sunshine in winter. You're living a pretty good life. Shinran looked at him and smiled too. Stay. We're short a gatekeeper here. Obito was stunned for a moment then cursed with a laugh, get lost, but he did not get up to leave. Nagato was the last to arrive. When he came, Shinran was teaching Uchiha Mirai how to replicate ninjutsu with the Sharingan in the courtyard. The little one had extraordinary talent, having awakened 3 tomo at just 12 years old, even earlier than Sasuke had back then. Are you Uchiha Shinran? Nagato's voice was calm but his Rinnegan glowed faintly. Behind him stood Konan, her expression complicated like a tangled knot. Shinran did not look up. Did you come to fight me? Nagato was silent for a moment. I came to see if you are worthy of all this. Shinran finally looked up. He stared at Nagato's Rinnegan and his left Mangekyo and right spacetime I spun simultaneously. And what do you think? Nagato looked at him for a long time, so long that Uchiha Mirai grew impatient and muttered, this uncle is so boring. The corner of Nagato's mouth twitched slightly. Not bad, he said, his tone as cold as if he were judging a dish that didn't suit his taste. But he did not leave. Konan stood behind him looking at the women and children in the courtyard, at the flower beds and the swing, at the carefree sight of the youth sipping tea in a rattan chair. She suddenly thought of Yahiko, of the dream the three of them had once shared, peace, stability, a world without war. Perhaps, she whispered, this is what Yahiko wanted. Nagato said nothing but his Rinnegan closed. From that day on, 2 silent figures were added to the courtyard of the Uchiha old residence. One sat in a corner lost in thought, the other stood on the roof watching the clouds. No one knew what they were thinking and no one asked. Shinran said they were gatekeepers, and indeed they helped guard the gate. Many more years passed, so many that Uchiha Mirai had gone from the youngest jonin of Konoha to the youngest candidate for Hokage. That autumn the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, closed his eyes peacefully in the Hokage's office. He had lived into his 80s, a smile on his lips as he died, still holding that old pipe in his hand. On the desk lay a letter addressed to Shinran. The letter contained only one sentence: Master, I'll go ahead. Shinran stood on the Hokage rock gazing at the village below, lit with 1,000 lights. The wind blew from afar, lifting the hem of his clothes. Dad, what are you thinking? Uchiha Mirai stood behind him, having grown into a tall young man. His eyes were like Yuhi Kurenai's red irises shining under the moonlight. His face was like Shinran's, sharply defined with handsome brows. Thinking about your future, Shinran said. Me. Your uncle Sasuke will be the 8th Hokage. Naruto will be the 7th. What about you? Want to be the 9th? Mirai was stunned for a moment then laughed. No. I want to be like you, to travel around. Shinran turned to look at him, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Then go. The world is vast. That year Naruto Uzumaki became the 7th Hokage. He married Hyūga Hanabi, holding a grand wedding at the foot of the Hokage rock. Hanabi wore a white wedding dress, her smile resembling her sister's. Naruto stood beside her grinning like a fool. Sasuke stood below watching Naruto don. The Hokage had a slight smile on his lips. Karen Uzumaki stood beside him holding his arm, a happy blush on her face. They were the 8th Hokage and his wife. One more face had been added to the Hokage rock. But Shinran had not been seen in Konoha for a long time. He sat at the edge of the highest point of the Hokage rock, legs dangling, looking down at the village. It was bright with lights, bustling with people, exactly the same as when he had first arrived in this world, yet completely different. Yuhi Kurenai sat to his left, Tsunade to his right. The Hyūga sisters leaned against him from behind. Ino rested on his shoulder. Tenten held his hand. Anko lay on his back with her chin on his head. We should go, Shinran said. No one asked where. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Shinran took a deep breath and the spacetime eye in his right eye slowly rotated. Golden sunflowers bloomed in his pupil and the black hole at the center began to spin faster and faster, larger and larger. The space in front of him twisted and a massive void appeared out of thin air. On the other side of the void was another world, tall buildings, bustling traffic, neon lights flickering in the night sky. Blue Star. The place he had come from. Shinran stood up looking at the void and suddenly laughed. He remembered many years ago in that world he had bet with a colleague to get a girl's phone number, got hit by a car, died and then transmigrated to this world. He remembered every day, every night, every person who had mattered to him in this world. He remembered Naruto's silly grin, Sasuke's tsundere attitude, Kakashi's dead fish eyes, the third Hokage's pipe. He remembered Hinata's shyness, Yuhi Kurenai's gentleness, Tsunade's dominance, Ino's stubbornness, Tenten's persistence, Anko's frankness. He remembered Uchiha Mirai's first cry, that little one stumbling after butterflies in the courtyard, the amazement when he first awakened his Sharingan, and Yuhi Kurenai's reddened eyes when he became a jonin. He remembered everything about this world. Then he stepped into the void. The night on Blue Star was much brighter than the night in Konoha.
Neon lights illuminated the sky like daytime car horns and sirens rose and fell and the air was filled with the smell of exhaust and barbecue.
Shinran stood on a pedestrian street followed by Tsunade, Yuhi, Kurenai, Hinata, Hanabi, Ino, Tenten and Anko.
They wore the clothes of this world but their faces and dispositions drew attention wherever they went.
Passers-by turned to look and a few young men nearly walked into a lamppost. So this is where you come from. Tsunade looked at the surrounding skyscrapers frowning.
The air is terrible.
So noisy, Yuhi, Kurenai said, covering Uchiha Mirai's ears.
The little one had grown into a young man but his mother still treated him like a child.
What are those iron boxes?
Hinata pointed at the cars on the road, curious.
Cars. They run without chakra, Shinran explained. So ugly, Hanabi commented.
Ino saw her reflection in a shop window and nodded in satisfaction. The clothes in this world are pretty nice. Tenten stared at a pair of dumbbells in a sporting goods store, eyes gleaming.
Anko couldn't move from a barbecue stall, the aroma reminding her of the grill in the old courtyard.
Shinran stood in the middle of the pedestrian street looking at these women and suddenly laughed. He turned to face them, arms open.
Welcome to my world.
Tsunade rolled her eyes. Yuhi Kurenai smiled and shook her head. Hinata and Hanabi exchanged glances. Ino snorted. Tenten sighed helplessly and Anko looked up from the barbecue stall still chewing a skewer of squid.
Alright, stop being sentimental, Tsunade said, walking over and taking his arm. Come on, take us to see where you lived when you were little.
Shinran led them across the street where he had been hit by a car.
Cars came and went, pedestrians hurried by.
No one remembered that many years ago a young man had been killed here. And no one knew that the young man now stood here followed by 7 of the most beautiful women in the world and a son who could destroy the world.
He stood by the roadside looking at the traffic light. Red turned to green, green turned back to red. Pedestrians crossed, then crossed back. What are you thinking?
Yuhi Kurenai came over and stood beside him.
Shinran shook his head. Nothing. Let's go. He turned and led them deeper into the pedestrian street.
Neon lights cast colorful shadows on his face, stretching his silhouette long all the way to the end of the street.
Those shadows overlapped, indistinguishable, his from theirs.
The night was deep and Blue Star's moon was much smaller and dimmer than the moon of the ninja world. But Shinran felt it looked quite pleasing nonetheless. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel looking out at the myriad lights of the city.
Tsunade was already asleep. Yuhi Kurenai was in the next room coaxing the already adult Uchiha Mirai, a habit she couldn't break.
Hinata and Hanabi were squeezed into one bed, the two sisters sleeping in exactly the same pose. Ino hugged a pillow, a smile still on her lips, dreaming of something pleasant.
Tenten was in the gym refusing to come out. Anko was downstairs at the barbecue stall eating her 30th skewer of squid.
Shinran watched all this and suddenly remembered the system's final prompt. It was the last sentence that had sounded in his ear when he led them through the spacetime eye.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest controlling the ninja world.
Rating SSS.
Reward spacetime eye complete, form able to freely traverse any time and space, no limits, no consumption.
Ding.
Detected that host has returned to Blue Star. The system will automatically uninstall in 24 hours. Thank you for the host's companionship over the years. Wishing the host a pleasant life on Blue Star.
Ding. The core functions of the many children many blessings system have been transferred to the host's descendant Uchiha Mirai. The task of many children and many blessings is now his.
Shinran looked at the lights outside the window, a slight smile on his lips. He reached out his hand toward the moon outside the window and slowly clenched it. Those years, those people, those events, all were in this hand. The moon outside the window was small, dim, but he felt it was more beautiful than the moon of any world.
Uchiha Mirai stood at the door looking at his father's back.
He suddenly felt that this back appeared lighter than ever.
Dad. Are we going to live here from now on?
Shinran turned to look at his son.
Red eyes, black hair, like him and like Yuhi Kurenai. No, he said. The world is vast. We'll stay in every place for a while.
Mirai was stunned for a moment, then laughed.
Then which world do we go to next?
Shinran thought for a moment, looking at the night sky outside the window.
The glow of neon lights reflected on his face, illuminating his smile. Who knows? Dawn was near. Blue Star's sun emerged from the gaps between skyscrapers, dyeing the entire city gold and red. Shinran stood at the window watching the rising sun.
Behind him his women gradually woke up and his son had already started doing push-ups in the room. He suddenly remembered many years ago, another morning in another world, when he woke up in the dilapidated Uchiha old residence and stared blankly at the ceiling. Back then he was just a loser genin fresh out of the ninja academy, unable to do anything, possessing nothing. Only a pair of newly awakened Sharingan and an unreliable system. Now that Onetamo Sharingan had become a Mangekyo and the unreliable system was about to uninstall. He had gone from a loser to the master of the ninja world, from an orphan to the husband of 7 women and the father of 1 son. He had changed the fate of a world and found his own home. Shinran took a deep breath and pushed open the window. The morning breeze of Blue Star blew and carrying the scent of exhaust breakfast stall oil smoke and the fragrance of flowers and grass from a distant park. It was unpleasant but real. He turned to look at the women still drowsy behind him, at his son doing push-ups in the corner until he was drenched in sweat, and suddenly laughed.
Come on, he said, let's go get breakfast. I'll take you to drink doji. Tsunade's face turned green.
Yuhi Kurenai smiled and shook her head.
Hinata and Hanabi exchanged curious glances. Ino covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Tenten poked her head out of the gym and asked what doji was. Anko finally returned from the barbecue stall, still chewing the last skewer of squid.
Uchiha Mirai stood up, wiped his sweat and walked to his father's side with a smile. Outside the window, Blue Star's sun had fully risen. Golden sunlight spilled over the entire city, over the skyscrapers, over the bustling streets, over the man standing at the window. His shadow was stretched very long from the windowsill all the way to the end of the room, overlapping with the shadows of those women and his son, indistinguishable. The sunlight shone on his face. He squinted, looking at this brand new world. Somewhat unfamiliar, somewhat familiar, somewhat out of place. But he knew that from now on this was home.